Chapter 1. The arrival of S. H. I. E. L. D. In the office of the director at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury stood quietly before the expansive windows. Outside, busy agents executed critical missions across various sectors. Sunlight streamed through the specially crafted glass, illuminating his solitary eye, which gazed thoughtfully at the world beyond, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, the crisp sound of the doorbell shattered the tranquility. Nick Fury slightly turned his head and said, "Come in." The door was gently pushed open, and Agent Coulson entered with a measured stride. Dressed in a pristine S.H.I.E.L.D. uniform, his hair neatly combed to the side, he respectfully addressed Fury, "Director, you summoned me." Turning away from the window, Nick Fury picked up a document from his desk and slowly handed it to Coulson. "An investigative assignment requires your attention." Coulson accepted the document, his brow furrowing slightly as he lowered his gaze to examine it. The first page bore the words, "Antique shop owner and part-time history professor, Gellett," prominently displayed. A look of confusion crossed Coulson's face as he inquired, "Antique shop owner, Gellett? What issue could he possibly have?" Fury did not respond immediately, merely lifting his chin slightly, urging Coulson to continue reading. As Coulson turned the pages, he came upon an old photograph, its edges worn and yellowed with age, suggesting it had been taken long. In the image stood Gellett, his expression stoic, with little discernible difference from his current appearance. The date inscribed at the bottom read 1940. Could he be a grandfather or some other relative? Coulson pondered, furrowing his brow, his eyes filled with uncertainty as he glanced up at Fury. "If that were the case, you wouldn't be here," Fury replied, shaking his head slightly, his demeanor serious. "Our agents have investigated the individual in the photograph is also named Gellett. This is not a mere coincidence that we delved deep into his background, and it appears he materialized out of thin air. Moreover, in the 1960s and 70s, there was another antique dealer by the name of Gellett, whose resemblance to this man is strikingly high. Most astonishingly, he seems to have never aged. Time appears to have no effect on him." Upon hearing this, Coulson's gaze sharpened, the gravity and complexity of the mission dawning upon him. "I understand. I will uncover the truth." Coulson firmly tucked the document under his arm and swiftly made his way toward the door. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind him, leaving Nick Fury standing in solitude, contemplatively staring at the now-closed entrance on a somewhat antiquated street in New York. Gellett's antique shop stood, a building imbued with an air of mystery. Its weathered exterior seemed to narrate tales of bygone days, while the sign above the entrance, though battered by the elements, remained distinct and evocative, exuding an enchanting charm under the sunlight. At the entrance of the shop, a remarkably robust man sat, his formidable muscles stretching his clothing taut, resembling a small mountain. Firmly anchored in place, his stern visage, akin to a stone sculpture, instilled a sense of trepidation in those who beheld him at that moment. The shop door creaked open, and a figure emerged. It was Gerald. With a shock of white hair, Gerald addressed the brawny man, saying, "Hans, we shall close early today. I have an inkling this special guest is expected." "Understood, boss," Hans replied in a deep, gravelly voice. His towering frame leaned slightly forward, demonstrating genuine respect towards Gerald. In the shadows of the street, Coulson's gaze was fixed intently on the shop not far away. At this moment, Coulson's thoughts surged. Is this the target? We have gathered as much information as possible about him, yet he remains shrouded in mystery. It is time for a face-to-face discussion. That he raised his hand slightly, signaling to his subordinates. The well-trained operatives dispersed like phantoms, taking positions around the shop to remain vigilant. Their eyes were sharp, akin to eagles, missing not a single rustle of movement. Coulson inhaled deeply, adjusting his suit with a serious expression, and approached the shop. As he pushed open the somewhat antiquated door, a bell jingled crisply overhead. A warm ambience enveloped him, with soft yellow lights illuminating the displayed goods, creating a unique sense of comfort. "How may I assist you?" A sweet voice chimed from nearby. Coulson turned to see a stunning blonde woman smiling at him. Her simple dress perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, and every movement exuded an air of elegance. "I seek your proprietor," he replied, his gaze fixed upon the beauty. "Your boss? I shall fetch him." She nodded gently and turned towards the back of the shop. After a brief moment, Gerald's familiar silhouette appeared within Coulson's line of sight. Gerald's tall form emerged from the back of the store. He first looked at the woman with a hint of barely perceptible tenderness in his eyes, softly saying, "Mina, you can leave. Early today." Mina paused momentarily, then revealed a sweet smile, nodding in response. "Very well, boss, I shall take my leave now." With that, she glided towards the entrance. As she passed by Coulson, She cast a curious glance at the unfamiliar visitor before disappearing beyond the threshold. Coulson observed the entire scene in silence. Once Mina had departed, the corners of his mouth curled slightly upwards, revealing a seemingly affable yet scrutinizing smile as he addressed Gerald. "I am Agent Coulson from the Department of Strategic Homeland Security and Logistics." That he deliberately paused, locking his gaze onto Gerald's eyes. "Mr. Gerald, I have matters to discuss with you that require your cooperation." "Agent Coulson, why such tension upon your arrival?" Gerald raised an eyebrow slightly, a relaxed smile gracing his lips. That smile exuded a sense of composure, as if this unexpected visitor from S.H.I.E.L.D. posed no pressure upon him. "I had anticipated your agency would come knocking. It was merely a matter of time. Come, take a seat and enjoy a cup of tea. We can converse at our leisure." With that, he turned gracefully towards the tea table, his movements fluid and imbued with a unique elegance. Gerald picked up the teapot, pouring steaming water into a cup before approaching Coulson with measured steps, presenting it to him with sincerity and warmth in his gaze. "Do savor this tea. It is a cherished selection I have preserved for quite some time." Coulson regarded the cup offered to him, the fragrant steam wafting enticingly into his nostrils. After a moment of hesitation, his gaze flickered between Gerald and the cup, ultimately opting to accept this ostensibly amicable invitation. Coulson settled slowly into his seat, maintaining a poised posture and retaining the vigilance of an agent, though his eyes now held a hint of curiosity. Raising the cup to his lips, he took a delicate sip, the tea's refreshing aroma unfurling in his mouth, easing his taut nerves just a fraction. Chapter 2: Fabricating Stories. "How did you come to know the name S-H-I-E-L-D? Coulson inquired as he took his seat, his expression turning grave. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, fixated on Gellet, scrutinizing every subtle shift in his features. "This name circulates only within our ranks. I have not mentioned it to you." A moment of surprise crossed Gellet's face, quickly followed by an awkward chuckle. "Of course, I have my own channels of information. There are no impenetrable walls in this world." Coulson furrowed his brow, acutely aware that matters were not so straightforward, yet he refrained from probing further at this juncture. He recognized the primary purpose of his visit and that more pressing issues awaited resolution. "Mr. Gellet," Coulson adjusted his posture slightly, his demeanor softening. He fixed his gaze upon Gellet's eyes and slowly inquired, "According to our intelligence, you have maintained an ageless appearance for many years, which is quite perplexing. Are you a superhuman? Could you elucidate your situation?" "Superhuman? Ah." Gellet let out a hearty laugh. "It seems you have misconstrued my nature. I am no superhuman." He shook his head gently, the ghost of a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, though a flicker of complexity danced in his eyes. "Please do not suggest that I am an alien. That would be too kitsch." Coulson's lips curled into a subtle smile, attempting to alleviate the somewhat tense atmosphere. Yet his gaze remained firmly fixed on Gellet. "My agelessness is a consequence of my abilities, and to explain my powers, I must take you back over 3 centuries. Gellet narrowed his eyes slightly, as if lost in profound recollection. "Wait, over 3 centuries? Coulson straightened abruptly, his eyes wide with astonishment. He could not help but interrupt Gellet's reminiscence, his voice involuntarily rising in pitch. "Just how long have you lived?" The revelation struck like a tempest. "I am now over 330 years old," Gellet replied slowly, his voice deep and measured. "The origins of it all trace back to more than 3 centuries ago, when I was but an inconspicuous librarian." Taking a deep breath, Gellet continued, "One day, an old man appeared, shattering my mundane existence. He sought me out, claiming I had a gift for learning magic. At first, I dismissed him as either a charlatan or a madman. After all, magic, in my understanding, existed only in fantastical tales. However, when he demonstrated astonishing magical feats before my very eyes, I was compelled to believe." A glimmer of reverence for magic shone in Gellet's eyes as he recounted the moment. "From that day forth, I embarked on a wondrous journey of learning magic. Magic, like a mystical key, unlocked another possibility for life. Under its nurturing embrace, my existence ceased to be fleeting like that of mortals. It bestowed upon me the gift of longevity, allowing me to endure until this very day." After finishing his words, Gerald calmly gazed at Coulson, his eyes revealing a sense of composure. In truth, the seemingly legendary tale he had just recounted was but a meticulously crafted fabrication. He did this merely to artfully conceal a more astonishing reality. He was a time traveler. The concept of time travel was so bizarre and absurd that even in this world, replete with supernatural phenomena and extraordinary abilities, it defied clear explanation. The reality was that in another realm, Gerald had merely been an ordinary player engrossed in the World of Warcraft. On an otherwise mundane evening, while he was lost in the virtual universe as usual, a strange light suddenly flashed before him. Moments later, he found himself in this entirely unfamiliar world. After a prolonged period of exploration, he gradually comprehended that he had traversed into the Marvel Universe. This journey was accompanied by an incredible twist, upon his arrival. He had inexplicably transported all the abilities of his characters from the game into this new reality. His fondness for magic-based classes in the game. With their intricate and potent spells, their ability to manipulate elements and distort time and space had now become crucial for his survival in this world, providing him the confidence to establish himself in the alien Marvel landscape. Thus, he fabricated the narrative about learning magic, attempting to mask the truth with a relatively palatable falsehood. Magic? Are you jesting? Coulson furrowed his brow tightly, his eyes filled with skepticism and disdain. In this era of advanced technology, do you truly believe anyone would accept the notion of magic? Indeed, upon hearing that term, Coulson wore an expression of incredulity. For an agent like him, accustomed to advanced technology and phenomena of superhuman abilities, magic was merely a relic of ancient fantastical tales, as improbable as a flight of fancy. In response to Coulson's skepticism, Geralt smiled, for he had anticipated this reaction. With a demeanor of calm assurance, he slowly extended one hand. In an instant, with a resounding whoosh, a fiery orange flame materialized in his palm. The searing heat began to warp the surrounding air, emanating waves of intense warmth. Before Coulson could recover from the shock of this sudden flame, Geralt extended his other hand. Instantly, a blue-white lightning glow flickered to life upon it, dancing like a serpent at his fingertips, emitting a crackling sound. The brilliance of the lightning appeared particularly dazzling in the dimly lit room, each arc pulsating with an energy that sent a shiver through the air, illuminating Coulson's astonished expression. Your superpowers allow you to control fire and lightning. Coulson's eyes widened, fixated on the flames and lightning in Geralt's hands, his mind swirling in confusion. Throughout his extensive career as an agent, he had encountered a myriad of superpowered individuals, but he had never before met someone capable of wielding two such powerful and utterly distinct elements simultaneously. Do you still consider me a superhuman, Agent Coulson? Geralt raised an eyebrow, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Indeed, in this era dominated by technology, witnessing flames and lightning firsthand may not suffice to convince you of magic's existence. After all, you have become accustomed to explaining all extraordinary phenomena through superpowers. Geralt paused momentarily, gently swaying the vibrant orange flame dancing in his hand. Under his command, the fire behaved like an obedient sprite, gracefully shifting forms. However, if one were to distinguish between magic and superpowers, it is essential to note that magic can be mastered through learning. It does not stem from genetic mutations like superpowers. Magic is an intricate art, governed by its own rules and systems. With talent and diligence, anyone has the potential to step into this enigmatic realm of magic. Having said this, Geralt once again fixed his gaze on Coulson, his smile imbued with a curious significance, seemingly awaiting a response to his words. Chapter 3. The Seed of Magic. Are you jesting? Coulson's eyes widened, his expression rife with disbelief. Are you suggesting that this remarkable ability to manipulate fire and lightning can be mastered by anyone? A myriad of terrifying scenarios flashed through his mind. If Geralt's claims were true, what chaos would ensue in the world? Certainly not everyone can wield it, Geralt replied calmly, shaking his head slightly. Magic demands a high level of innate talent. It is not akin to ordinary skills that can be acquired through sheer effort. Magic resonates with the depths of one's soul, requiring specific gifts as a key to unlock its mysteries. Otherwise, this world would not have so few practitioners of the arcane. Truly gifted individuals are exceedingly rare. How can you prove that what you wield is magic? Coulson furrowed his brow, though his skepticism began to waver. He regarded Geralt, his tone shifting from one of doubt to a hint of hesitation, as if awaiting an answer that could fully convince him. This is precisely why I have shared so much with you, Coulson. If I were to tell you that you possess talent, would you believe me? A peculiar gleam sparkled in Geralt's eyes, accompanied by a confident smile. The method to demonstrate that what I wield is indeed magic is quite simple. If you can learn it, would that not serve as proof? Geralt regarded the wavering Coulson with a half-smile, his gaze seemingly imbued with an enchanting power, gradually eroding Coulson's rationality. Me? You must be joking. Although Coulson uttered these words, his eyes betrayed him. A flicker of belief had begun to emerge within his gaze, an insatiable curiosity and yearning for the unknown stirring within him. Yet, he wrestled internally, aware that as an agent of SHIELD, engaging with supernatural forces without prior approval was decidedly against protocol. I am merely seeking to validate his assertions, to fulfill my mission. Coulson could only offer himself solace in his thoughts, endeavoring to rationalize the impending decision he was about to make. His gaze was irresistibly drawn to the ever-shifting fireball and lightning in Geralt's hands. The orange-red fireball radiated heat and brilliance akin to the sun, each leap releasing an awe-inspiring warmth. Meanwhile, the blue-white lightning danced with vitality and explosive energy, its crackling sound seemingly beckoning him. Coulson felt his heart race, an uncontrollable impulse spreading within him. How should I learn? He exclaimed, as if uttering the key that unlocked Pandora's box. Hearing this, Geralt breathed a sigh of relief. knowing that this astute agent had finally taken the bait. In truth, Geralt possessed the ability to teach anyone his magical prowess, a culmination of his years of diligent study. He discovered that by harnessing his own magical power to condense a seed of magic and bestow it upon another, he could open the gateway for them to learn the arcane arts. However, this process was no simple feat, fraught with complex magical principles and considerable energy expenditure. Each act of condensing a seed was a significant challenge for him. Nevertheless, Geralt had prepared a shaman's seed in advance, imbued with formidable and unique shamanic magical power. A crucial element of his plan. Learning magic is a prolonged endeavor. Geralt spoke slowly, his gaze deep and serious, as if reminiscing about his centuries-long journey of magical cultivation. It took me several hundred years to reach my current level. If you wish to learn magic immediately, you can only employ special methods, but even then, you will only grasp a few trivial tricks. What must I do? Coulson inquired eagerly, his eyes now solely reflecting his yearning for magic. The rules of S-H-I-E-L-D, and his previous doubts were cast aside into oblivion. Under Geralt's words, Coulson found himself completely captivated. Geralt gradually withdrew his mesmerizing magic, then extended a hand, opening his palm to reveal a small, exquisite orb resting within. This orb shimmered with dazzling lightning, each bolt resembling a lively serpent, slithering and leaping across its surface, emitting a soft crackling sound, as if narrating the immense energy it contained. The radiance illuminated Geralt's face, casting mysterious shadows in his eyes. Swallow this, and you shall save years of arduous training, directly acquiring magical power. I will then teach you a few small tricks, and once you have mastered them, you can report back to your superiors. Coulson's gaze was fixed intently upon the seemingly perilous orb, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. The dancing lightning around the orb instinctively unsettled him. He furrowed his brow, weighing the pros and cons. On one hand, his desire for magic, and on the other, his apprehension of the unknown dangers. What are you worried about? Rest assured, it is quite safe. Geralt discerned Coulson's hesitation and offered a reassuring smile. After a moment of silence, a flurry of thoughts raced through Coulson's mind. Ultimately, he took a deep breath, as if arriving at a momentous decision, and resolutely extended his hand to grasp the small orb radiating with lightning, swallowing it without the slightest hesitation. As the luminous orb filled with electric energy settled within him, an explosive force surged through his veins like a relentless tide. Every inch of his skin tingled as though struck by electricity, sending waves of exhilaration coursing through him. Subsequently, countless tiny bolts of lightning erupted from his pores, dancing like silver serpents and flickering across his body. These arcs of energy seemed to possess a life of their own, intertwining and colliding with soft crackling sounds. Coulson's eyes sparkled with electric brilliance, his hair standing on end under the influence of the potent current, resembling the god of thunder himself. After a heart-pounding few moments, the tumultuous energy within him began to subside. He exhaled deeply, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his body trembling slightly. Congratulations, Coulson, you are now a magical apprentice with powers, Geralt remarked, a satisfied glint in his eyes and a subtle smile gracing his lips. Are you ready to learn some tricks? His voice broke the brief silence, imbued with an enticing mystique. I'm ready. Teach me, Coulson exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with excitement and anticipation. He was eager to embark on this new journey. Chapter 4. The Shaman Apprentice. Coulson noticing the excitement and expectation radiating from Coulson. Geralt's smile widened as he approached the counter. He retrieved a tome from a concealed compartment beneath the surface. The book, bound in leather, was adorned in a deep crimson hue. Inscribed upon the cover were symbols in a script entirely foreign to Coulson. This was a unique magical language, denoting the Book of Shamans. Observing Coulson's bewildered expression, Geralt gently elaborated. He carefully opened the first page, revealing an extensive passage written in the magical script. This section outlines the history and abilities of shamans. I won't delve into it now, but you may study it later. Geralt's gaze shifted from the pages back to Coulson. Your talents align perfectly with this tome. With that, he slowly turned to the second page. A highly intricate design unfolded before them. The pattern resembled a labyrinth composed of countless mysterious symbols and lines, each possessing unique curves and directions. They intertwined and interlaced to form an ensemble that, while seemingly chaotic, resonated with an enigmatic rhythm. Observe this pattern and commit it to memory. Then envision it within your mind's eye. Geralt's voice took on a serious tone. You need not delineate the entire design. That would be too arduous for you at present. Simply sketch the outer layer. Upon hearing Geralt's words, Coulson's gaze immediately fixated on the exceedingly intricate pattern before him. As an elite agent, Coulson excelled in various aspects, particularly in memory. He had always held unwavering confidence in his recollection abilities. To him, memorizing a pattern seemed as effortless as recalling the physical traits or movements of a target during past missions. However, as he began to truly focus on the design, he quickly realized the gravity of his misjudgment. Within moments, an overwhelming wave of dizziness surged upon him, akin to a relentless tide. The pattern appeared infused with an enigmatic magic, with each line and symbol resembling a swirling vortex, endeavoring to disrupt his thoughts and consume his consciousness. Yet, Coulson was no ordinary individual. He gritted his teeth, resolutely battling against the disorienting sensation with sheer willpower. Completely immersed, he summoned all his focus, exerting tremendous effort to imprint the general outline of the pattern in his mind. However, when he attempted to sketch the design in its entirety as Gerald had instructed, he discovered it to be an almost insurmountable task. As he endeavored to visualize the pattern, a sharp pain abruptly spread throughout his mind. Fortunately, amidst the excruciating agony, he recalled Gerald's admonition, merely outline the outer layer. Enduring the torment, he concentrated intently, directing all of his attention to the outer lines of the pattern. After considerable struggle, he finally managed to outline the external design. At that very moment, Coulson felt a peculiar force surge from deep within him, rapidly radiating throughout his body, ultimately converging in his hands. In an instant, his hands emanated a dazzling brilliance akin to lightning. "Release it." Gerald's voice rang out suddenly, imbued with an undeniable urgency that jolted Coulson from his dreamlike state. Without a moment's hesitation, his body instinctively responded, swiftly extending his hands infused with electric power towards a nearby vase. As he thrust his hands forward, a precise current shot forth from his palms like an arrow released from a bow. The current struck the vase with pinpoint accuracy, shattering it into countless shards under the immense force. Well done. Achieving this on your first attempt with your talent is no small feat. This technique is known as the lightning arrow. Gerald regarded Coulson with admiration, his eyes glimmering with approval. At that moment, Coulson gazed at his hands in exhilaration, the lingering essence of the electric power igniting a thrill within him. He was immersed in the joy of successfully casting magic, as if he had just unlocked a door to an entirely new realm. However, his exhilaration was short-lived, for he soon heard Gerald's words, causing his expression to darken instantaneously. "By the way, that's an antique vase worth $10, Gerald stated in a flat tone, as if relaying a trivial fact, yet to Coulson, this revelation struck like a thunderclap. Coulson's eyes widened as he gazed at the heap of shattered pieces on the floor, a pang of anguish gripping his heart. He opened his mouth, wishing to articulate a response, but found himself at a loss for words. Nonetheless, he quickly recalibrated his mindset, resigning himself to the notion that this was merely the tuition fee for his magical education. "You have just mastered this spell. Its potency is still modest at present," Gerald remarked, his gaze fixed intently on Coulson, his demeanor earnest. "At this moment, this lightning arrow can at most incapacitate an enemy. However, do not underestimate it. This marks a commendable beginning. You must dedicate time and effort to meditate on that pattern and practice diligently, for its power will gradually increase." After a brief pause, Gerald continued, "Yet, even with such limited strength, it suffices for you to report back to your superiors." As Coulson prepared to depart, he addressed Gerald. "I will provide a detailed account of your situation to the director. Your knowledge is invaluable to us, and I hope you will consider becoming an advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon reaching the doorway, Coulson issued orders to his subordinates. Some remained to continue monitoring the area, while the rest withdrew in an orderly fashion. Once Coulson's figure vanished from sight, Gerald furrowed his brow, plunging into deep contemplation as he meticulously plotted his forthcoming path. He was acutely aware that his encounter with Coulson today held profound significance, undoubtedly elevating S.H.I.E.L.D.'s regard for him. This was merely a crucial and promising beginning within his intricate scheme. His gaze seemed to penetrate the walls, envisioning the distant S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Henceforth, his objectives were unequivocally clear. For Gerald, the primary aim was to engage with the fabled Infinity Stones. Indeed, from the inception of fabricating that seemingly plausible origin story for magic to personally instructing Coulson in its practice, every facet of his actions was meticulously orchestrated. All of this was to seamlessly weave himself into the narrative fabric of the Marvel Universe, thereby affording him greater opportunities to approach those wondrous Infinity Stones. Recalling the Marvel films he had watched in his past life, the immense power exhibited by the Infinity Stones ignited within Gerald a fervent belief that these stones could potentially transport him to other universes, perhaps even back to his own. Chapter 5, The Professor of Magic. With a heart full of trepidation, Coulson returned to the imposing edifice of S.H.I.E.L.D. He made his way directly to Nick Fury's office. Upon entering, Coulson stood respectfully before Fury's desk, ready to provide a detailed account of the mission's circumstances. He recounted every detail of his encounter with Gerald, from his initial skepticism to the awe he felt upon witnessing magic firsthand, leaving nothing unmentioned. However, Nick Fury listened intently, his expression gradually shifting to one of peculiar incredulity. Once Coulson finished his report, Fury's singular eye conveyed a look of "Do you take me for a fool?" his tone imbued with skepticism. "Magic? Have you been watching too many movies or reading too many novels? Do you think you're investigating in Hogwarts? His brow furrowed. He leaned back in his chair, arms crossed defiantly over his chest, clearly expressing his utter disbelief in Coulson's narrative. Observing the director's reaction, Coulson refrained from further verbal defense. Instead, he silently extended his palm, focused intently, and prepared to demonstrate the magic he had recently learned. In an instant, the air crackled with a faint electric hum. A bolt of blue-white lightning shot forth from his palm, striking the coffee cup on the table with precision. With a resounding crash, the cup shattered into fragments. Coffee splattering in all directions. What the hell? Nick Fury exclaimed, startled, as he leapt from his chair. This is what he taught me, Director, Coulson explained earnestly. He said I possess a magical aptitude, and to prove his words, I tried learning it, and to my astonishment, I succeeded. Upon hearing Coulson's words, Fury's previously tense expression froze, plunging him into an unexpected silence. The atmosphere in the office grew heavy alongside his quietude. After a considerable pause, Fury finally spoke. His voice low and grave. Did he mention what kind of talent is required to learn such magic? His single eye fixed intently on Coulson, revealing a blend of caution and inquiry. At that moment, having witnessed the existence of magic, he could no longer dismiss it as he once did. An insatiable curiosity and wariness regarding this unknown power stirred within him. He did not elaborate. Director, Coulson replied truthfully, a slight furrow forming on his brow. However, I suspect that those with such talent are exceedingly rare. After all, if everyone could learn magic, this world would likely descend into chaos. He paused before continuing. He also expressed a willingness to serve as a mystical consultant for SHIELD. If we have suitable candidates, we could send them to him for assessment to determine if they possess the aptitude for learning magic. A glimmer of hope shone in Coulson's eyes as he awaited the director's response, believing that Gerald's mastery of magical knowledge could represent a groundbreaking opportunity for SHIELD. Whether in addressing potential future threats or enhancing their own capabilities, the potential value was immense. He stood there quietly, enveloped in the serious atmosphere of the office, awaiting Nick Fury's reply. Do you think he poses a risk of losing control? Nick Fury leaned forward slightly, his single eye fixed intently on Coulson. His gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, seemingly penetrating the depths of Coulson's expression to unearth his innermost thoughts. As you have stated, his abilities are formidable. If they were ever to spiral out of control, it would pose a tremendous challenge for us. His tone was grave and weighty, each word imbued with a sense of undeniable significance, causing the atmosphere in the office to grow increasingly tense. His abilities did not manifest suddenly. Director, Coulson replied earnestly, his gaze steadfast and unwavering. He has honed his skills over centuries of study and refinement. In my interactions with him, I sense that his mastery has reached an exceptional level. I believe the risk of him losing control is virtually non-existent. Moreover, his willingness to serve as our SHIELD consultant in the arcane arts indicates his desire for collaboration rather than chaos. Coulson's words resonated through the quiet office, each statement adding weight to Gerald's reliability. Nick Fury listened intently to Coulson's analysis, his serious demeanor unyielding, his single eye narrowing slightly as he weighed the pros and cons. After a moment, he finally spoke. Seal Gerald's information file and classify it as top secret. With an SHIELD. His designation shall solely reflect as the consultant in the arcane arts. His voice was deep and commanding, delivering this significant decree. Upon hearing Coulson's resolute response, Nick Fury chose to trust the instincts of his capable subordinate and was willing to grant Gerald an opportunity. They both understood that this decision heralded SHIELD's entry into an entirely new realm, the realm of the arcane. In a sun-drenched moment on campus, Gerald stood in a spacious and luminous classroom at New York University, regaling the students with tales of historical vicissitudes. He stood tall in a well-tailored suit, exuding a distinctive scholarly aura from the podium. In the quiet moments of his life, he had, through his remarkable intellect, earned a degree in history. With the clever machinations of close friends, he had successfully secured a position as a history professor at this esteemed institution. In the Middle Ages, a unique era where darkness and light intertwined, and ignorance clashed with faith, Gerald's voice, rich and magnetic, echoed throughout the classroom, transporting the students back through time to that distant epoch. During that period, society exhibited zero tolerance towards witches. Any woman suspected of possessing witch-like traits, regardless of her actual powers, would be ruthlessly bound and subjected to the flames, driven by panic and prejudice. Such brutal scenes starkly illustrated the ignorance of society at that time and the extreme actions incited by the deep-seated fears within the hearts of the people. As he spoke, he paced back and forth at the podium, occasionally casting his gaze over the attentive students below. As he immersed himself in recounting this weighty history, He inadvertently sensed a subtle anomaly. His gaze fell upon a female student seated in the corner of the classroom, where the very air seemed to darken in her presence. Gerald's expression remained composed, yet his brow furrowed slightly as he concentrated, discreetly activating his magical sight. In an instant, his perception underwent a remarkable transformation, revealing a horrifying tableau surrounding the young woman. A peculiar shadow clung to her, writhing and struggling as if it possessed a life of its own, emanating an aura of chilling terror. It resembled a mist emerging from the abyss of darkness, attempting to erode the essence of the studentess' soul. Her visage appeared particularly pallid under the shadow's shroud, her eyes betraying a mixture of panic and anxiety, while her body trembled faintly, as if engaged in a silent battle against an unseen dread. Gerald was startled. This young woman was ensnared by an unknown malevolent force. Chapter 6. The Perilous Smile. As the bell rang, students surged from the classroom like a tide, their animated conversations and footsteps intertwining in a cacophony of sound. Yet Gerald remained behind, pausing briefly at the lectern before making his way towards the girl ensnared by the shadow. He honed in on her unusual expression amid the throng of students. "Hello, Laura," Gerald greeted softly, his voice warm and gentle, striving to alleviate her palpable tension. "Is something troubling you? I noticed you seemed quite on edge during class." He bent slightly to meet her gaze, his eyes filled with sincere concern. At that moment, Laura appeared utterly distressed. Her eyes were red and swollen, reflecting an almost shattered sense of composure. Upon hearing Gerald's inquiry, her lips quivered as she replied in a panicked tone, tinged with tears, "Professor Gerald, I'm all right. I just witnessed a professor take his own life a few days ago. The scene was horrifying, and it truly terrified me." Her body shook incessantly, as though she were reliving that dreadful moment, tears brimming in her eyes, threatening to spill forth at any instant. Upon hearing Laura's response, Gerald refrained from probing further into the details, recognizing her mental state was exceedingly fragile. With a calm demeanor, he raised his hand, quietly invoking the sacred light of the Paladin. A soft and warm golden glow emanated from his palm, reminiscent of the gentle sun in winter, imbued with a divine essence. He lightly placed his hand on Laura's shoulder. This seemingly casual gesture bore miraculous power. The holy light seeped into her being, akin to a refreshing stream dispersing the shadows within her heart. Under the influence of this divine radiance, the sinister shadow that had haunted Laura began to wane, as if it were mist succumbing to sunlight, gradually loosening its grip on her. Laura distinctly sensed a transformation, both physically and mentally. The overwhelming relief allowed her tightly wound nerves to relax somewhat. She inhaled deeply, casting a grateful glance at Professor Gerald, then nodded slightly before turning to walk towards her dormitory, preparing to rest. Gerald remained rooted in place, his brow slightly furrowed as he fell into contemplation. He recalled that a few days prior, an acquaintance of his had tragically taken their own life, reportedly with a smile. The mere thought sent a chill down Gerald's spine. At that moment, he had merely reflected on the sheer number of troubled souls in this beautiful land. Yet, just moments ago, in the classroom, he had witnessed the sinister shadow that enveloped Laura. His instincts warned him that this was no simple case of possession. The shadow exuded an unsettling aura, akin to a curse. Nevertheless, Gerald reassured himself that the holy light he had just invoked would provide her some measure of assistance. For now, he could only observe the situation, hoping that the shadow would dissipate entirely in a few days. As the days passed, every time Gerald entered the classroom, his gaze would unconsciously drift to the corner where Laura once sat, yet the seat remained perpetually vacant. An ominous premonition lingered in his heart, intensifying with the passage of time. Eventually, Gerald came to the grim realization that the young woman would no longer attend class. After some inquiries, he received the heartbreaking and shocking news: the girl had died by suicide. It was said that Laura ended her life before a psychologist in a hospital. Gerald was immediately struck with questions. What had transpired? Was it connected to that curse? Images of the eerie shadow that coiled around the girl, like a venomous serpent, flooded his mind. He swiftly discovered the hospital where Laura had taken her final breath. He understood that a curse capable of such devastation did not appear without cause. There was invariably a malevolent force at play behind it. To dare disrupt peace in my domain is to court death, Gerald muttered through gritted teeth, each word laced with a chilling intensity. He made his way to the hospital, determined to uncover the truth behind this harrowing event. Intent on exposing the evil concealed in the shadows and holding it accountable for his student's demise, Gerald hurried to the hospital, gathering information along the way, until he finally located the psychologist who had been present at the time. Before him stood a striking woman with dark hair, her locks slightly disheveled, as if still echoing the terror of that day. She was visibly fraught with anxiety and unease. "Hello, my name is Gerald. I am the professor of the student who committed suicide." Gerald endeavored to maintain a gentle and steady tone, attempting to ease the tense atmosphere. "I would like to know if there were any abnormalities in her behavior prior to her death." His gaze bore into the doctor's, filled with urgency. "My name is Rose." The female doctor inhaled deeply, seemingly striving to regain her composure. I too was taken aback when she approached me. Her mental state was already profoundly distressing, her entire being akin to a taut string on the brink of unraveling. Rose's voice trembled slightly as the harrowing scene replayed in her mind, a flicker of fear evident in her eyes. Then, quite unexpectedly, she smiled at me, a bizarre smile I had never encountered before. In the midst of her laughter, she proceeded to sever her own throat before my very eyes. Rose's body quivered slightly, her hands instinctively clenching, clearly overwhelmed by the trauma of her experience. Having dedicated many years to aiding patients in dispelling their psychological gloom, she had never anticipated encountering such a horrifying event, one that far exceeded her psychological endurance. Once the situation was clarified, Geralt prepared to depart. Just as he turned to take a step, he discreetly activated his magical sight. This unique ability, cultivated through years of practice, allowed him to perceive the hidden mystical forces beneath the surface. When his gaze fell upon Rose again, he was astounded to discover that she was ensnared by dark shadows. Has it shifted? Geralt pondered, his brow furrowing deeply. He was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of this dark curse, if measures were not promptly taken. Rose might very well suffer the same fate as that unfortunate female student. Geralt swiftly retrieved a slip of paper from his pocket, inscribed with his phone number, and handed it to Rose. His demeanor grew exceptionally grave as he said to her with solemnity, "If one day you encounter a smile akin to Laura's, you must contact me immediately. It is of utmost importance." Rose accepted the note with a look of bewilderment, unable to comprehend why Geralt had suddenly made such a statement. She glanced at the paper in her hand, then back at Geralt, her eyes filled with confusion and uncertainty, yet she nodded in acknowledgement. Geralt cast one last penetrating gaze her way before turning to leave, his mind already racing with thoughts on how to navigate this increasingly complex situation. Chapter 7. The Curse of the Grinning Smile. This contagious curse proved to be exceptionally troublesome. Geralt furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. The most challenging aspect was that merely dispelling the curse from the afflicted individual was nearly impossible for total eradication. To genuinely eliminate the curse, its source must be identified and addressed, yet this source lurked in the shadows. How could it be drawn out? With this thought, Geralt paused, retrieving his phone from his pocket and skillfully dialed Coulson's number. As soon as the call connected, he got straight to the point. "Coulson, I need your assistance with something." His voice was steady and serious, imbued with a sense of urgency. On the other end, Coulson happened to be in Nick Fury's office. Without hesitation, upon hearing Geralt's request, Coulson replied, "No problem, this won't be difficult. Give me 10 minutes. He was confident in his information-gathering abilities. In response to Geralt's request, there lies an inherent responsibility to endeavor to fulfill it, particularly as he seeks to learn various magical knowledge from him. Nick Fury, seated behind his desk, exuded a sharp gaze from his singular eye. Upon hearing Coulson's reply, he inquired, "What does he seek from you?" Coulson candidly responded, revealing a hint of perplexity upon his countenance. He found it difficult to fathom why Geralt would be intrigued by these peculiar incidents of suicide. "Investigated." Nick Fury nodded slightly, a flicker of curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "Have your people keep an eye on him and ascertain his intentions." He maintained a vigilant stance against any unknown factors that might jeopardize global security. Geralt's actions piqued his interest. He yearned to uncover what this enigmatic sorcerer was pursuing. Coulson, understanding the unspoken directive, nodded in agreement. Within mere minutes, Geralt's phone vibrated gently in his hand. He unlocked it to find a series of documents had been transmitted. These files contained a wealth of detailed information, encompassing the identities and backgrounds of the victims, their life trajectories, as well as the specific times and locations of the occurrences. Geralt immersed himself in the information presented on his device, gradually delineating the contagion's transmission pattern within his mind. It became evident that this curse possessed an exceptionally unique method of propagation. It required complete domination over the cursed individual, compelling them to end their life in the presence of others. Those who witnessed the act would, in an imperceptible manner, become new vectors of contagion. Ah, if that is the case, Geralt's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing a confident demeanor, with a glimmer of resoluteness in his eyes. As long as I can isolate the cursed individual in a desolate place, devoid of witnesses, it is left with but two courses of action. It may choose to abandon the cursed individual, thus revealing its presence, or, should it possess sufficient audacity, it might directly attempt to infect me. As he articulated this, Geralt's expression hardened with intensity. If it dares approach me, so be it. I shall make it aware of the torment of being unable to live or die. Even Arthas could not withstand the holy light. I refuse to believe it can endure. Within the confines of his antique shop, Geralt awaited in quiet anticipation. Thus, 3 days elapsed slowly. At long last, Rose indeed contacted him. "Is this Geralt?" The tremulous voice on the other end of the line was laden with fear, as if it had just clawed its way out of the abyss of a nightmare. "It truly is as you described. I have seen that dreadful smile. You said if this occurred, I should call you. You must have a way to assist me, right?" I am on the brink of collapse. Rose's tone had transformed into a frenzied state. Her words jumbled and frantic. Where are you? I will come immediately, Gerald responded without delay. He hurried to Rose's residence and, upon entering, beheld the figure on the verge of breakdown. In the corner of the living room, Rose curled up on the sofa, her hair disheveled and cascading down either side of her face. Her once bright eyes were now bloodshot, filled with terror and helplessness. You finally arrived, she exclaimed upon seeing Gerald, her voice quivering with a sob as if she were a drowning person grasping at a lifeline. What on earth is this thing? It clings to me like a demon, inducing horrifying hallucinations that make me feel as though I am no longer myself. Everything around me has become so foreign and terrifying. I truly do not know what to do. Her words came out in fragmented bursts, each syllable painfully squeezed from her throat, accompanied by violent sobs. Her body convulsed from overwhelming fear. Rose, do not panic, Gerald urged as he quickly knelt before her. His eyes filled with concern as he sought to calm her frantic emotions. I have come to resolve this issue once and for all. You must trust me. His voice was steady and powerful, akin to a warm spring breeze, attempting to dispel the fear that enveloped Rose's heart. In truth, Gerald had the ability to wield the holy light of a paladin to temporarily alleviate Rose's suffering. That sacred radiance possessed a miraculous soothing power capable of easing her pain to some extent. However, in order to draw out the essence of the curse, he had to harden his heart and allow Rose to endure a bit more suffering. It was a difficult decision, and his heart was laden with guilt. Yet he knew it was the only way to resolve the matter completely. Do you know of a deserted place? Gerald asked Rose with a serious demeanor. I mean a location utterly devoid of human presence. Only by going there can we truly resolve this issue. Gerald drove swiftly down the highway, the atmosphere within the car tense and oppressive. Sitting in the passenger seat, Rose gazed vacantly out the window at the fleeting scenery, her body still trembling slightly as if she had not fully escaped the clutches of those dreadful hallucinations. That is my parents' old house, she eventually broke the silence, her voice hoarse, as if she were striving to suppress her inner fear. I haven't been there since my mother passed away. It has been abandoned for quite some time, and the surroundings are utterly silent, devoid of any human life. As she reminisced about that place, a complex emotion flickered in her eyes, both nostalgia for the past and dread for the unknown she was about to face. After a moment of silence, Rose seemed to muster an immense amount of courage. She turned to Gerald, who was focused on driving, her eyes filled with confusion and fear as she asked, What exactly is that thing? Why does it cling to us? Gerald sighed softly upon hearing her question, knowing it was time to reveal the truth to Rose. As he kept his gaze on the road ahead, he began to explain slowly, It is a demon curse. The world is far more intricate than it appears, harboring numerous curses, each concealing a demon that feasts upon humanity's negative emotions. These demons are akin to parasites in the shadows, drawing strength from human suffering, fear, and despair. When one is tormented by a curse to the point of death, the demon collects the soul. Thus, to achieve true salvation, one must seek out and eradicate the demon behind the curse. This is the soul path to liberation. His voice was deep and solemn. Upon hearing this, Rose's complexion grew even paler, her lips quivering slightly, and the fear in her eyes intensified. Yet, amidst that fear, a flicker of longing for life ignited within her. Chapter 8. The demon emerges as Gerald sped away with Rose. A covert team of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents trailed silently behind them. Their vehicle maintained an impeccable distance, remaining undetected yet closely following. Gerald was already aware of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s pursuit and was not particularly concerned. To him, as long as they did not interfere with his handling of the pressing curse, their presence was inconsequential. Additionally, this confrontation with the cursed demon offered him an exceptional opportunity to demonstrate his prowess to S.H.I.E.L.D. If he could showcase his extraordinary abilities while vanquishing this demon, perhaps it would instill a degree of apprehension in them, granting him greater freedom and trust in his future endeavors. The car raced along the rugged road, stirring up clouds of dust. Before long, they arrived at their destination. The scene before them matched Rose's description, desolate, hauntingly silent, with only the howling wind sweeping across the abandoned expanse. There were no signs of human activity. The place was indeed a perfect arena for battle. After parking the car, Gerald opened the trunk and retrieved an object wrapped securely in cloth. Carefully, he undid the bindings, revealing a longsword. This blade was the result of Gerald's extensive efforts and was custom-made for him. Tonight, he had embraced the talents of the Vindicator Knight. What shall we do now? Rose asked, her voice trembling with tension as she stood before the dilapidated old house. Nothing at all. You need only remain inside this house, Gerald replied, his tone calm and steady, injecting a tranquilizing effect into the tense atmosphere. I will stand guard outside, and when the moment is right, it will reveal itself. His gaze was resolute, fixed upon the old house. Rose took a deep breath, striving to steady herself. Gathering the remnants of her courage, she slowly approached the old house. She crossed the rickety threshold and stepped into this place steeped in memories and dread. Meanwhile, Gerald patiently awaited outside. As time passed, the sun gradually descended towards the horizon, and the night enveloped the desolate landscape like a dark shroud, casting it into an abyss of shadows. The temperature dropped with the arrival of dusk, and a chilling breeze swept through the air. Silence reigned, broken only by the occasional hoot of an owl piercing the stillness of the night. At that moment, Gerald heard a terrified scream from within the house, a heart-wrenching cry filled with despair and terror, echoing through the desolate wilderness, sending shivers down his spine. He understood that Rose was ensnared in a horrific hallucination, completely consumed by her fears. Just a little longer, Gerald silently reassured himself, steeling his resolve and clenching his fists as he remained steadfast in his position. He knew the time to act had not yet arrived. He must wait until the essence of the curse manifested fully before delivering a fatal blow. Although Rose's anguished cries tugged at his heart, he could only suppress his impulses for the sake of eradicating this demonic curse once and for all. As moments ticked by, the night deepened, and the sounds from the abandoned house gradually subsided. Rose's fearful screams ceased, leaving the surroundings cloaked in an unsettling stillness. Gerald recognized that the moment had come. With a steely gaze, he approached the house. Just as he neared the door, he lifted his foot and kicked the dilapidated entrance with force. The door burst open with a resounding crash, splintering into fragments. Gerald rushed inside, his eyes swiftly scanning the dimly lit room. In the murky light, he beheld Rose. Her back turned to him, standing motionless like a lifeless statue, an uncanny sight that sent a chill down his spine. "Rose," Gerald called out. Upon hearing his voice, she slowly turned to face him. The warmth and vitality that once graced her features had vanished, replaced by an expression of chilling malevolence. Her eyes, hollow and void of life, seemed to harbor an endless malice. "Have you been completely possessed?" Gerald pondered, his brow furrowing slightly. Then, "Show me a smile," he urged her. Yet, unlike the cursed souls he had encountered before, she stood there silently, devoid of any eerie grin. "It seems you lack the courage I imagined." "Then, reveal yourself." "It is time to end this," Gerald declared, brandishing his sword and stepping forward, his gaze fixed intently on Rose. He exuded an aura of formidable strength. In response to his provocative words, Rose trembled with fury. A deep, hoarse growl emanated from her throat, a sound reminiscent of the depths of hell, brimming with resentment and rage, reverberating within the cramped, shadowy space, instilling dread. Slowly, she lifted her head and opened her mouth, revealing a once normal cavity that now appeared as a portal to a dark abyss. A withered hand, as frail as dry twigs, emerged from within, its long, twisted fingers tipped with nails sharp as talons. With the emergence of that hand, a more terrifying figure gradually materialized. A monster with grotesquely elongated limbs was slowly crawling out from within Rose's mouth. Its appendages resembled twisted branches, with joints grotesquely swollen, each movement accompanied by a spine-chilling creak. Its body seemed ensnared by countless grimy gray bandages, some of which used dark red liquid. Towering and imposing, it nearly grazed the ceiling, emitting an aura of decay and malevolence that rendered the surrounding air pungent and unbearable. Gerald cast a fleeting glance at the fallen Rose, relieved to sense her faint breath. The cost and constraints of resurrection magic were formidable, making success elusive. Without hesitation or a word, he summoned his strength, propelling himself toward the creature like a cheetah. As he approached, he raised his sword high, channeling all his might into a fierce thrust. The monster, however, remained unfazed. Its long, powerful hand swiftly reached out, deftly grasping the sword's tip. With immense strength, it held the blade firmly, locking Gerald in a stalemate. A hint of disdain flickered in Gerald's eyes as he let out a cold snort. In an instant, the sword erupted with radiant holy light. Under the force of that blinding brilliance, the monster was hurled backward, its massive and distorted form crashing into the wall like a cannonball. The wall collapsed dramatically, sending up a cloud of dust. Amidst the thunderous sound of crumbling bricks, the creature tumbled awkwardly onto the open ground, producing a dull thud as it fell. It writhed in agony, attempting to rise. Its hands, scorched by the holy light, sizzled as if seared by fierce flames, releasing tendrils of black smoke. The gray bandages that had tightly coiled around its limbs were partially charred, exuding a noxious odor. It seemed to endure immense suffering. Yet the malice in its eyes remained undiminished, fixated intently on Gerald. Gerald did not relent. He followed the monster outside like a shadow. By now, a faint white holy light began to emanate from him, starkly visible against the inky darkness of the night. Chapter 9. The Wrath of Vengeance. The sinister smile ends. Struggling to rise from the ground, the monster's body began to swell like an inflated balloon. Muscles writhed beneath the bandages, expanding, while its bones audibly cracked as they stretched rapidly. It continued to grow until its enormous form was nearly the size of the nearby abandoned house, resembling a dark hill. Its malevolent gaze, akin to burning embers from the depths of hell, fixated on Geralt, filled with rage and murderous intent, as if it sought to annihilate the human who dared to challenge it. Are you angry? Planning to strike without restraint? How amusing. Observing the creature's transformation, a cold smile crept across Geralt's lips. His gaze held no trace of fear. Instead, it was brimming with excitement and determination. Concealed not far away, two agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were quietly observing the unfolding scene. Upon witnessing the terrifying form of the monster and the malevolent aura it exuded, their faces turned ashen. Filled with dread, one of the agents, his lips trembling slightly and his voice hoarse with fear, stammered, "What manner of beast is this? It is utterly horrifying. We must inform the director at once." The other agent nodded fervently, hastily operating the communication device. Upon receiving the news, Nick Fury's expression darkened momentarily. He made a swift decision, commanding the agents to activate the surveillance equipment for a live broadcast. They had to closely monitor the battle between the enigmatic Geralt and the suddenly manifested horror. Thus, in the director's office, a massive screen displayed the confrontation between Geralt and the creature. Geralt, undaunted, surged forward like a cannonball toward the monstrous figure that loomed like a small mountain. His speed was remarkable, creating a whistling wind as he approached the beast. Suddenly, he leapt high into the air, his long sword shimmering with radiant holy light against the night sky. "Crusader strike," he shouted, and with tremendous force, he brought his blade crashing down upon the monster. The creature roared in anger, swinging its colossal arm toward Geralt in midair without hesitation. As the arm swung, it generated a powerful gust, as if seeking to engulf everything in its path. Yet, Geralt's strike was imbued with potent holy light. When the blade met the creature's arm, it sliced through as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, severing the limb cleanly. The massive arm fell to the ground with a thunderous crash, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The monster howled in agony, its voice laced with fury. It raised its remaining arm to strike down upon the now grounded Geralt with overwhelming force, as if aiming to flatten him into a mere pancake. However, Geralt, agile and nimble, deftly sidestepped the lethal blow. Seizing the moment, he danced around the creature like a lithe performer, his sword transforming into a streak of light as it inflicted wound after wound upon the beast's immense body. Each gash oozed a noxious black liquid, releasing a nauseating stench that dripped to the ground, sizzling and eroding the earth beneath. Under the relentless onslaught of Geralt's assault, the creature gradually began to weaken. Ultimately, it could no longer bear the excruciating pain coursing through its body, erupting in a surge of potent dark energy. This force surged forth like a tumultuous black tsunami, radiating outward from the monster's core. Geralt found himself at the forefront of this overwhelming tide, propelled backward by the sheer power of the blast. Simultaneously, wherever the shockwave of dark energy surged, it ruthlessly obliterated all in its path. Nearby trees, as fragile as matchsticks, were uprooted with ease. The ground resembled a vast field that had been ravaged by a colossal plow, now pockmarked and uneven, with all vegetation utterly erased. Even the once abandoned house was instantaneously reduced to ruins under this cataclysmic force, bricks and debris scattering in every direction. Geralt, propelled by the monster's dark power, landed firmly on his feet, his gaze immediately fixating on the fallen structure, worry etched across his features. He concentrated, employing his keen perceptive abilities to ascertain the condition of Rose. Upon confirming that she was not trapped beneath the rubble, he exhaled a silent sigh of relief. A heavy weight had finally lifted from his heart. In an instant, his expression hardened once more, his gaze as resolute as a cold star, fixed intently on the monster. He needed to resolve this quickly. He was uncertain how long Rose could endure. Deep in thought, his brow furrowed slightly. He gripped his sword tightly, preparing for another assault. Meanwhile, the creature, having forcefully cast Geralt aside, appeared to animate the once ordinary gray bandages that adorned its body. They writhed and struggled, swiftly detaching themselves like countless agile serpents, advancing rapidly towards Geralt. In the blink of an eye, the bandages enveloped Geralt entirely, constricting tightly around him, as if intent on ensnaring him completely. Witnessing Geralt ensnared, a triumphant grin spread across the monster's twisted face, once contorted by pain, its eyes glowing with a cruel delight. However, this glee was short-lived. Suddenly, a blinding white holy light began to seep through the cracks of the bandages, resembling a blazing sun igniting within. The holy light erupted outward, reducing the bandages to black ashes that scattered under its radiant force. At the heart of this dazzling brilliance, Geralt was enveloped in sacred light. Behind him, a pair of wings formed of luminescence fluttered gently, each beat sending waves of divine energy rippling through the air. The fury of vengeance had been unleashed, amplifying his power immensely in that moment. A formidable aura surged forth, akin to crashing waves, radiating outward. The monster's once fierce and arrogant visage was swiftly overtaken by terror as it beheld Geralt, resembling a deity, break free from the bandage's grasp. Its massive form instinctively recoiled. Movements frantic and clumsy, starkly contrasting its previous imperious demeanor. Seeking to flee? Geralt raised his sword high, infused with his overwhelming holy light. It shone with a brilliance akin to the sun. His gaze was sharp and electric, locking onto the creature before he swung his sword down fiercely. A colossal beam of holy sword energy erupted from the blade, hurtling towards the monster with astonishing speed. It was so swift that before the creature could even process its fear and react, the radiant force had already surged before its eyes. The monster's eyes widened in terror, filled with dread as it attempted to evade, but it was already too late. The formidable holy sword energy cleaved through the creature's massive form with ruthless precision, severing it in twain. Accompanied by a thunderous crash, black blood erupted like a torrential downpour the moment the monster's body was split, splattering onto the ground and releasing a nauseating stench. Yet, the sword energy did not dissipate. It surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, striking the earth with tremendous force. With a resounding boom, the ground was rent asunder, revealing a deep and lengthy chasm. Chapter 10, to the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. The bisected creature writhed upon the ground like a massive serpent, severed yet still thrashing in a frenzy. Each convulsion of its body was accompanied by the flow of black blood and a chilling cacophony of screams, the sound echoing as if it were a lament from the depths of hell. Is it truly unkillable? Are you hellish demons akin to cockroaches? Geralt pondered, his brow furrowing in surprise as he beheld the struggling halves of the monster. He was well aware of the tenacity of these infernal beings. Yet the creature's resilience astonished him. Sacrifice, Geralt murmured softly. In an instant, white flames erupted from the ground, rapidly enveloping the monster's form. The white fire blazed fiercely upon the creature, and its thrashing intensified under the searing heat. The massive body writhed desperately, striving to escape the flames' grasp. But all efforts proved futile. The flames blazed brighter, gradually consuming the monster entirely. After a series of agonizing screams and futile struggles, the creature's form was reduced to a pile of ashes, carried away by the wind across the desolate land, leaving behind only charred remnants. A silent testament to the fierce battle that had transpired. With the demon monster vanquished, Geralt wasted no time, swiftly turning towards the collapsed building. The structure lay in ruins, dust billowing amidst the shattered walls. Anxious and determined, Geralt meticulously searched through the debris for Rose's figure. At last, beneath a massive stone slab, he discovered a barely conscious Rose. Her condition was dire. Her complexion was ashen, lips devoid of color, and her body bore numerous bruises and abrasions. Her breath was faint and rapid. Holy light, Geralt declared without hesitation, casting the spell twice in quick succession. The sacred light enveloped Rose, penetrating her being and mending her damaged bodily functions. Although she remained unconscious, witnessing her injuries begin to heal brought Geralt a sigh of relief. He gently lifted Rose and placed her in the backseat of his car, then hastily drove towards the hospital. After ensuring Rose was safely admitted, he departed. Feeling a sense of ease wash over him, he drove alone back to his antique shop. As Geralt stepped into his establishment, his phone rang abruptly. He glanced at his phone and saw it was a call from Coulson. I heard your day was rather thrilling, in a rather terrifying way. Coulson's voice emerged from the receiver, laced with a hint of teasing yet unmistakable astonishment. Was it not you who witnessed it all? It was live-streamed. Geralt replied with a resigned shrug and a smile. It seems you are aware that someone is tailing you, Coulson remarked calmly. I am not Navi. Geralt responded as he sank into an old sofa within the store. Given that I am perceived as an unstable element in your eyes, it is only natural that you would assign someone to watch me. Moreover, our kind possesses remarkable perceptive abilities. How could I possibly overlook their presence? He paused, then added with a chuckle, you must have sensed it too. Coulson, the magic apprentice? He could almost envision Coulson's expression on the other end of the line. Perhaps a tad embarrassed. Coulson chose not to dwell on the matter of surveillance and shifted the conversation. Are you interested in visiting S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters? The director wishes to speak with you and formally extend an invitation for you to join us as a special consultant. Our benefits are quite exceptional, he proposed. Intrigued, Geralt felt it was indeed time to meet Nick Fury. He had long prepared a set of responses for how to handle Fury, rehearsing the words in his mind to persuade him. Thus, he readily accepted Coulson's invitation. Very well, I'll pick you up tomorrow morning, Coulson concluded before hanging up. The following morning, Geralt was still lost in slumber when suddenly, the deafening roar of a helicopter shattered the tranquility, jolting him awake. Rubbing his sleepy eyes in dissatisfaction, he ambled to the window to peer outside. There, he beheld an armed helicopter hovering in a nearby clearing, its massive rotors stirring up a tempestuous wind that sent nearby trees swaying and dust swirling into the air. With a resigned shake of his head, Geralt stepped outside. Once aboard the helicopter, he turned to Coulson with an exasperated tone. Was this truly necessary? It's rather ostentatious. You were supposed to be an espionage organization. Shouldn't you maintain a lower profile? Coulson merely chuckled, patting Gerald on the shoulder. This is the director's arrangement. He believes you deserve such treatment. Furthermore, we wish to showcase the might of S.H.I.E.L.D., he replied. Gerald shrugged, opting for silence. The helicopter gradually descended onto the vast and modern helipad of S.H.I.E.L.D., surrounded by a scene bustling with organized activity. Gerald followed Coulson as they disembarked. Coulson led him toward the director's office, while Gerald curiously observed his surroundings. At that moment, a figure appeared ahead. It was a strikingly alluring red-haired woman, approaching them with a graceful yet confident stride. Her figure was captivating, the snug black agent uniform accentuating her flawless physique and highlighting her exquisite curves. The slight upturn of her lips always bore a hint of an elusive smile, exuding an irresistible charm. Hello, Natasha, Coulson greeted warmly. Is this the new consultant? What sort of consultant? Natasha's gaze fell upon Gerald, her eyes reflecting scrutiny and curiosity. An occult consultant. I was just about to take him to meet the director, Coulson introduced with a smile. Occult? Natasha's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of skepticism crossing her eyes. She appraised Gerald from head to toe, seemingly evaluating this so-called consultant of the arcane. After a brief moment, she sighed softly, shaking her head as she remarked, S.H.I.E.L.D. grows ever more peculiar. Until next time, beautiful lady, Gerald smiled and greeted Natasha, aware that they would likely become colleagues and that fostering a good rapport was always prudent. Hearing Gerald's greeting, Natasha's lips curled into a charming smile before she gracefully departed. Under Coulson's guidance, Gerald finally arrived at the director's office. Nick Fury sat behind the desk, his iconic black eye patch obscuring his right eye, lending him an air of enigmatic authority. Greetings, I am Nick Fury. Mr. Gerald, I have long awaited the opportunity to meet you. Fury initiated the conversation. Hello, Director Fury. What brings me here today? Gerald inquired directly, eschewing any unnecessary preamble. Haha, Fury chuckled. I was captivated by a live broadcast of a human versus monster battle last night. It was truly thrilling. I invited you here to elaborate on that incident. One of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s paramount responsibilities is to meticulously document all supernatural occurrences, not only for our own informational reserves, but also to better safeguard this world and humanity. Furthermore, I wish to discuss certain intelligence regarding the occult realm. As you are aware, our understanding in this area is somewhat lacking, and given your expertise, I believe you can offer us invaluable insights. Fury's eyes sparkled with anticipation and curiosity about the unknown. Chapter 11. Discussion of the occult world. Gerald gradually seated himself in the solemn atmosphere of the director's office, beginning to recount the harrowing curse of laughter incident. This curse was particularly insidious, spreading by compelling the cursed individual to commit suicide in the presence of others. Anyone who witnessed this tragic act would become ensnared by the curse. As in this case, the female student ended her life before the psychologist, Rose, who subsequently fell victim to the curse. If not addressed promptly, this curse could proliferate like a plague. Gerald detailed the events meticulously while Nick Fury listened intently, his expression growing increasingly grave, remaining silent throughout Gerald's account. Until Gerald finished speaking, he remained silent for a considerable time, his mind haunted by the potential consequences of that dreadful curse. He furrowed his brow slightly, the single eye revealing profound concern, astonished that beneath this seemingly familiar world lay such terrifying entities. Are there many such demons in this realm? After a pause, Nick Fury finally spoke, his voice somewhat somber, tinged with unease. Not many. Gerald leaned back slightly in his chair, his hands crossed over his chest, explaining that it was primarily because they had difficulty entering our world and needed to meticulously seek opportunities for intrusion. They are acutely aware that if they act too conspicuously, they will attract the attention of those of us who wield mysterious powers. Once we set our sights on them, their fate is rarely favorable. A confident smile graced Gerald's lips. Are there many individuals like you in this world? Why have we not heard of them before? Nick Fury inquired, his sharp gaze filled with curiosity. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he had always believed his understanding of the world was sufficiently profound. Yet, it appeared there were still many uncharted territories awaiting his exploration. I am not entirely certain of the specifics, Gerald admitted, furrowing his brow as he contemplated how to respond. In a place known as Camartage resides the most powerful sorcerer in this world, the Sorcerer Supreme. He leads the majority of the sorcerers, silently guarding us from the harms of the Dark Realm. To avoid inciting unnecessary panic and to better protect humanity, they have concealed their existence. As Gerald continued to speak, his words seemed to unlock a door to a mysterious world, allowing Nick Fury a glimpse into its secrets. Nick Fury furrowed his brow, a grave expression settling in his single eye. After pacing a few steps in his office, he halted, his gaze resolutely fixed on Gerald. It seems we must urgently enhance our knowledge of the occult. I fear this matter will require your expertise. His tone carried an undeniable determination, as if he had already mapped out a series of actions in his mind. Furthermore, through this incident, I have come to realize that the threat posed by supernatural phenomena should not be underestimated. I intend to form a team specifically to address such intricate situations. This team will bear the responsibility of protecting the world from the encroachment of supernatural forces. Geralt, would you be willing to join? His eyes brimmed with anticipation, the gaze almost palpable as it rested upon Geralt. You intend to establish a magical task force, do you not? Geralt's lips curled into a subtle smile, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes as he easily discerned Nick Fury's intentions. He understood Fury's ambition and desire to explore the unknown. The formation of such a team would undoubtedly mark an important step for S.H.I.E.L.D. in further engaging with the mysterious world. Nick Fury showed no signs of embarrassment at having his thoughts seen through. He nodded slightly, his gaze still firmly fixed on Geralt. The crux of the matter lies in whether I have suitable candidates for learning on my end. Are you willing to instruct them? A glimmer of urgency flickered in his eyes, for he was deeply invested in the answer to this inquiry. After all, without professional guidance, forming such a unique team would merely be a castle in the air. I have no objections, Geralt replied with ease, reclining in his chair with a demeanor of relaxed composure. However, you must choose your candidates wisely. Magic is not an ordinary skill. If it falls into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, the consequences could be dire. You would want a cadre of magic-wielding terrorists to emerge in this world. Would you? He spoke with a knowing smile, one that conveyed both an acknowledgement of Nick Fury's plans and a caution against potential risks. In the director's office, Nick Fury and Geralt engaged in an in-depth and meticulous discussion regarding the formation of a magical task force and the importation of esoteric knowledge. They deliberated over selection criteria for personnel, training methodologies, the establishment of mystical curricula, and strategies to confront potential hazards. Ultimately, this conversation drew to a close. As Geralt rose to depart the director's office, he found Coulson waiting just outside the door. Coulson stood tall, his usual gentle smile gracing his face, his eyes reflecting a sense of inquiry. Shall I escort you back? No need. I can open the door myself, Geralt replied succinctly, leaving Coulson somewhat perplexed. A slight furrow appeared on Coulson's brow, the look in his eyes revealing his confusion regarding Geralt's cryptic remark about opening the door. However, the ensuing scene left Coulson wide-eyed and utterly astonished. Geralt walked to a secluded patch of empty space, his hands moving gracefully through the air. With a gentle flash of light, a white, mirror-like object materialized in the atmosphere. This mirror emanated an enigmatic glow, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting the interior of Geralt's shop. The familiar furnishings within were vividly visible, as if this mirror were a magical portal to another realm. Without a moment's hesitation, Geralt approached the white mirror. The instant his body made contact with it, he seemed to dissolve into the luminous white glow, gradually vanishing along with the mirror from Coulson's sight, leaving him standing alone, surrounded by an atmosphere still tinged with the remnants of that mysterious magic. Is this what it means to open a door? When will I ever reach such heights? Coulson murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with envy and astonishment. He gazed at the spot where Geralt had disappeared, unable to shake off the allure of that extraordinary power. Upon returning home through the mage's portal, Geralt materialized. In the moment he made his presence known, Mina rushed out from the inner room, her steps hurried and her eyes alight with excitement and urgency. She quickly approached Geralt, tilting her head back to gaze up at him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Boss, you are absolutely incredible. The matter you previously urged me to heed has indeed come to pass. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement as she spoke rapidly. Tony Stark has been attacked during a weapons deal in the Middle East, and he is now missing, his whereabouts unknown. Has it finally begun? Geralt narrowed his eyes slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Chapter 12. Hans the Werewolf. Upon learning of the significant news regarding Tony Stark's disappearance, Geralt sprang into action. Mina, you must closely monitor the stock information of Stark Industries over the next few days. Notify me immediately if the stock price plummets, Geralt instructed, fully aware that this was a golden opportunity for substantial profit. Understood, boss, Mina replied obediently, her focused expression conveying her commitment to excel in this task. She quickly turned to immerse herself in the vigilant observation of stock data. Hans, accompany me outside, Geralt called toward the entrance. Right away, boss, came Hans's booming response moments later. A tall, sturdy figure soon appeared before Geralt. In an instant, Geralt opened a portal leading to the arid deserts of the Middle East. The portal resembled a colossal vortex, radiating an enigmatic glow, revealing a landscape engulfed in swirling sands. Without hesitation, Geralt stepped through, with Hans following closely behind. As they emerged in the vast desert expanse, the scorching sun blazed down like fire upon the earth, enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the slow movement of the searing sands and the gentle breeze. This was the approximate area where Tony Stark had vanished. Hans, use your senses to detect if there are any people nearby, Geralt whispered, knowing that Hans possessed an extraordinary sense of smell that would prove invaluable in this complex environment. Upon receiving the command, Hans immediately began to sniff the air like a keen hound, his powerful nostrils flaring as he sought out even the faintest of scents. After a moment, his expression brightened, and he looked up at Geralt. To the northeast, there is a group of people. However, boss, I can smell the scent of firearms. We must tread carefully. His gaze reflected both excitement at having identified a target and caution regarding the potential danger. In the northeastern desert, a group of armed Middle Eastern individuals trudged forward, clad in loose traditional attire, their faces obscured by black masks that revealed only their vigilant and fierce eyes. Yet, unbeknownst to them, two figures were quietly observing their every move from the shadow of a nearby dune, Geralt and Hans. They had consumed Geralt's specially crafted invisibility potion, a remarkable elixir that rendered their forms entirely concealed within the surrounding environment, invisible to the naked eye. It appears they are terrorists, Hans. I leave them to you. But spare 2 lives, Geralt murmured, his tone composed and serene. As he spoke, he retrieved a vial emitting a mysterious glow from his backpack. This was the Moonlight Elixir, capable of transforming one into a werewolf even in daylight. Indeed, Hans was a werewolf. In his earlier years, he had been pursued by his own kin. And at the brink of death, it was Geralt who had saved him. From that moment onward, he was captivated by Geralt's formidable power and remained faithfully devoted to him. Hans accepted the vial of Moonlight Elixir, his eyes shimmering with excitement and fervor. For a werewolf, transforming during the day is both a taboo and a longing. Without hesitation, he consumed the elixir in one gulp, and instantly, a surge of potent energy coursed through his body. His physique began to undergo a remarkable transformation, muscles rapidly expanded, tearing through his clothing. His bones cracked as they stretched, and he grew dramatically taller, swiftly becoming a towering figure of over 2 meters, a werewolf of immense stature. His massive form was cloaked in dense, resilient fur, resembling a colossal beast of steel in the desert, with claws akin to sharp, curved daggers extending from his fingertips. His gaping maw revealed a row of razor-sharp fangs, and he emitted a low, menacing growl before charging like a bolt of black lightning towards the group of terrorists. In an instant, a gruesome and bloody carnage unfolded. Hans surged into the midst of the armed Middle Eastern men like a furious hurricane. The adversaries stared wide-eyed in terror, frantically pulling their triggers as their rifles unleashed a barrage of flames, bullets raining down upon Hans. Yet, Hans's speed was astonishing. His agile form navigated effortlessly through the hail of gunfire, with bullets whizzing past him, stirring up clouds of dust. His colossal figure rampaged through the crowd, each strike as lethal as the scythe of death itself. With a mere swipe of his claws, he could effortlessly rend the enemies apart. In a matter of moments, the once menacing group of Middle Eastern men lay sprawled on the ground, defeated, leaving only 2 trembling survivors, paralyzed by sheer terror. Hans felt the tumultuous power within him raging uncontrollably. He exerted all his will to maintain control over his emotions, veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes bloodshot from restraint. Amidst pain and struggle, his massive werewolf form gradually shrank, fur receding as he reverted to his human shape. Gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, his body trembled slightly, the recent transformation having drained a significant amount of his strength and energy. Observing this, Geralt retrieved a pair of trousers from his bag and tossed them to Hans before striding with a stern expression towards the 2 remaining survivors. In fluent local dialect, he inquired, "Who are you?" His voice was as chilling as a frigid breeze, causing the 2 to shudder involuntarily. The 2 individuals were already so terrified that their souls seemed to have taken flight, their bodies trembling like leaves in the wind as they stammered their responses. It turned out they were infamous members of the 10 Commandments gang, patrolling this desolate region. A glint of icy resolve flashed in Geralt's eyes as he pressed them for information, ultimately extracting the location of the gang's base from their lips. Once he obtained the desired information, Geralt hesitated not a moment. A chain of lightning erupted from his hand, swiftly dispatching them. Deep within a remote desert, concealed by jagged rocks and cunningly hidden by the surrounding dunes, lay an obscure cave. To the untrained eye, it would be nearly impossible to discern the hidden wonders within. The cloaked figures of Geralt and Hans quietly manifested in this secretive haven. Geralt's expression was grave as he murmured incantations, and a small yet exquisite eye of Kilrog began to materialize in his palm. This eye emitted a faint but peculiar glow, as if it possessed a life of its own. With a gentle wave of his hand, the eye shot forth like a bullet, racing towards the cave's entrance. Its diminutive size allowed it to navigate the vast cavern with ease, akin to a mere pebble. And the dim lighting within ensured that none of the patrolling or occupied figures noticed its silent infiltration. Geralt skillfully guided it deeper along the cave's passages, deftly maneuvering around corners. At last, the eye reached the depths of the cave, where a room was shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. Inside, Tony Stark and Ethan were engaged in a serious conversation, their expressions grave. Tony Stark's face was shadowed by stubble, his eyes reflecting weariness, yet still gleaming with indomitable spirit. Ethan, with furrowed brows, seemed to be recounting some vexing dilemma to Tony Stark. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Geralt stood with unwavering focus, his consciousness linked to the Eye of Kilrock, as if he too were present in that dimly lit chamber. At last, having located Tony Stark, a slight smile graced his lips. Chapter 13. Coulson returns. Geralt's intent in seeking out Tony Stark was not to rescue him. He believed that Tony Stark had his own destiny to fulfill, that the tribulations he faced were essential chapters in both his life and the larger narrative of this world. To intervene rashly could ignite a cascade of unpredictable repercussions, sending the fate of the world galloping into the unknown. Hans, you will remain here, closely observing Tony Stark's every move, Geralt instructed with steadfast determination. Remember, do not intervene unless his life is in mortal danger. We must simply wait, and when the moment arises for him to make his escape, you must notify me immediately. After imparting his instructions to Hans, Geralt retrieved various supplies from his seemingly ordinary yet bountiful backpack. In this harsh environment, there were sustenance and water to sustain Hans, along with a few moonlight potions for emergencies. He handed these items to Hans one by one. Once he was certain that Hans fully understood his mission, Geralt turned to depart. Another significant aim of his undertaking was to seize this unique moment in time, before the news of Tony's rescue spread throughout the world. He intended to invest all the funds at his disposal into Stark Industries stocks, anticipating a substantial profit upon Tony's eventual release. Geralt opened a portal and instantly returned home. The following morning, Mina approached Geralt with a buoyant stride, her face radiating excitement, her bright eyes sparkling with fervor. Boss, she exclaimed, her voice clear and resonant. Stark Industries stocks have plummeted. In just 2 days, the price has reached rock bottom. It is time for us to enter the fray, Geralt replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. Mina, use all our funds to purchase Stark stocks. He rubbed his hands together, envisioning an abundance of wealth beckoning to him, his mind already painting vivid scenes of immense profits from this operation, so enticing that it filled him with exhilaration. But, boss, can Tony Stark truly be rescued? Mina asked, her brow furrowing slightly, a flicker of concern in her eyes as she bit her lip. After all, the fate of Stark Industries was inextricably linked to Tony Stark. If he could not be saved, the stocks might very well become worthless. Trust me, Mina, Geralt reassured her, patting her shoulder with confidence. Have I ever erred? Every decision I make is meticulously considered. Moreover, I have instructed Hans to keep a watchful eye. He will report to me at any moment. Tony Stark is not easily vanquished. He will surely escape, and we merely need to seize this opportunity. His voice was steady and resolute, serving as a balm to Mina's anxieties. Observing Geralt's unwavering confidence, Mina's unease gradually dissipated. She nodded and turned to carry out Geralt's orders. In the ensuing days, Hans maintained contact, consistently relaying updates to Geralt. Boss, the Ten Rings gang has been quite active lately. Hans's voice crackled through the communication device, roughened by grit. They are procuring a wide array of equipment, from intricate electronic components to heavy metal sheets, from complex mechanical parts to various peculiar tools. They have it all. And they are transporting these items into their hideout in successive loads. Geralt listened intently to Hans's report, cognizant that Tony was currently utilizing his limited resources to construct the initial Iron Man suit, known as the Mark I. Images from his past life flickered in Geralt's mind, recalling the scenes from a film he once watched. He remembered sitting in the cinema, exhilarated as he observed Tony assembling his suit under rudimentary conditions. Each component's assembly and every connection of the wires ignited a fervor within him. He could hardly contain his eagerness to witness Tony's moment of escape firsthand, yearning to experience that electrifying sensation as intensely as he had while watching it on the silver screen, if not more so. On this day, the sun lazily bathed the window with its golden rays as Geralt sat in his antique shop. Suddenly, a crisp ringtone shattered the tranquility. He glanced at his phone, the screen displaying the name Coulson. Geralt, we need to consult you about something. Coulson's voice came through the receiver, tinged with urgency. Old friend, there is no need for formalities between us. As your consultant, it is my duty, Geralt replied with a smile, exuding confidence and poise. You must have heard about Tony Stark's disappearance. We are completely at a loss and cannot find him anywhere. I wanted to ask if you could perhaps employ some mystical means to determine his location. Coulson spoke rapidly, his anxiety palpable. After all, Tony Stark's absence was a significant matter for S.H.I.E.L.D., potentially entangling numerous complex situations and latent threats. Geralt furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. It is indeed possible, but you will need to bring something that Tony Stark has closely used, such as a watch or a ring. These items have a strong connection to him, and perhaps through mystical divination, we might uncover his whereabouts. Absolutely, I'll head over right away. Coulson replied hastily before disconnecting the call, not daring to delay as he sped towards Tony Stark's residence. In truth, Geralt was acutely aware that he possessed no actual divination skills. He merely intended to convey Tony's location through a seemingly plausible mystical avenue. He calculated the time in his mind, knowing that Tony must have successfully crafted the suit by now. He thought to himself that after revealing the location to Coulson, he would also make his way to witness that historic moment of escape, akin to experiencing a breathtaking live broadcast. Before long, a knock on the shop door interrupted his thoughts. Geralt rose to answer, revealing Coulson's familiar figure at the entrance. Beside him stood a poised and astute woman, her stature upright, her gaze radiating determination and intelligence, exuding a distinct aura. Coulson offered a wry smile as he introduced her. "This is Ms. Pepper Potts, Tony Stark's secretary. Upon learning that we were coming to seek your assistance in locating Tony, she insisted on accompanying me to ascertain his whereabouts." Pepper Potts gazed eagerly at Geralt, her eyes filled with concern and anticipation. "Can you truly find Tony's location?" she inquired, her voice laced with urgency. "He has been missing for such an extended period that I find myself genuinely concerned for his well-being." Her voice quivered slightly, a testament to her struggle against the unease brewing within her. "Of course, no problem," Geralt replied with a confident smile, casting a sweeping glance over Coulson and Pepper before inquiring, "Have you brought the items once belonging to Tony Stark?" His tone was steady and composed, exuding a sense of trustworthiness, as though locating Tony were a mere trifle. Chapter 14. The Seance. Pepper hastily retrieved an exquisitely crafted luxury watch from her bag, presenting it to Geralt. The watch face was adorned with intricate diamonds, and the strap was fashioned from crocodile leather, with every detail exuding opulence, undoubtedly a possession of Tony Stark. "What will you do?" Pepper inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Geralt, a blend of curiosity regarding this mysterious method and a flicker of hope glimmering in her eyes. "If you have doubts, why not partake in the process yourselves?" Geralt suggested, gently donning the watch upon his wrist. He then turned toward a corner of the room, laboriously dragging a rustic round table into view, its surface broad and even. Upon this table lay a detailed map of the Middle East, already positioned for their endeavor. "Come, let us sit together, hand in hand. When we succeed, you shall understand," Geralt invited with a smile, his eyes radiating a mysterious power that compelled one to heed his guidance. Coulson and Pepper exchanged a glance before slowly approaching the round table. At Geralt's gesture, the three settled into their seats, extending their hands to clasp tightly together. Subsequently, Geralt gently closed his eyes and began to softly chant an incantation of unknown origin. As he intoned, the surrounding air seemed to quiver slightly, and the map upon the table appeared to respond to an unseen force, its edges trembling, enveloping the entire room in an enigmatic ambience. An extraordinary atmosphere gradually enveloped the trio. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, carrying an inexplicable chill. Pepper and Coulson felt an icy sensation wash over them, causing involuntary shivers. At that moment, an unforeseen image materialized in their minds. As vivid as a scene from a film, the image revealed Tony Stark in a dimly lit, austere space with an unfamiliar man, surrounded by an array of peculiar tools and metallic components. Tony wore an expression of intense focus and seriousness, engaged in a rhythmic exchange of hammering and crafting, seemingly immersed in a task of utmost significance. Yet, as Pepper and Coulson strained to discern their conversation, they discovered the image was veiled behind an invisible barrier, sound eluding their ears. Before they could fully comprehend the sudden vision, it vanished abruptly like a fleeting bubble. In the next instant, the map on the table ignited as if a fuse had been lit, bursting into flames. The flames surged upward in an instant, the orange-red tongues of fire voraciously licking the edges of the map, emitting a crackling sound. Pepper and Coulson were startled by this sudden turn of events, instinctively shrinking back. As the flames gradually extinguished, only a small portion of the map remained, the rest reduced to ashes. "All right, Tony is in this area. Send someone to search, and you will find him." Geralt calmly picked up the remaining fragment of the map and handed it to Coulson. Pepper and Coulson exchanged a glance, sensing a glimmer of hope in each other's eyes. Although Pepper harbored doubts about the mysterious process unfolding before them, in the absence of any leads, this seemed the only course of action. Without a moment's hesitation, they sprang to their feet and rushed toward the door, prepared to initiate a rescue mission, fervently hoping to locate Tony Stark as swiftly as possible. Once Pepper and Coulson hurried away, Geralt lowered his gaze to the exquisite watch adorning his wrist, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of meaningful satisfaction. "Consider it my reward for a performance well executed," he mused, recalling the technique he had employed to implant images in Pepper and Coulson's minds, a skill learned in the mysterious and ancient Camartage. Reflecting on that period of study, Geralt felt a wave of nostalgia. At that time, in Camartage, the supreme sorceress, Ancient One, had personally instructed him. "I should catch the live broadcast of Iron Man." Geralt murmured, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. No sooner had he spoken than he skillfully conjured magic, his hands dancing swiftly through the air. With a brilliant flash of light, a portal emanating an unusual aura slowly opened before him, revealing glimpses of the distinctive terrain surrounding the Ten Rings cave base. Stepping through the portal, Geralt found himself at his destination in the blink of an eye. Upon his arrival, he contacted Hans. "Boss, you've arrived." Moments later, Hans's tall, slightly disheveled figure came into view, jogging toward him, still dusted with a bit of sand. "Next, let us find a good spot to enjoy the show," Geralt cheerfully informed Hans, his grin infused with relaxation and pleasure. Subsequently, they searched the vicinity and finally discovered an excellent vantage point atop a small hill, offering a sweeping view of the Ten Rings cave base nearby. With a gentle wave of his hand, a large sunshade materialized out of thin air, firmly planted into the ground. Beneath the shade lay two comfortable lounge chairs, accompanied by a compact cooler. Geralt and Hans reclined in their respective chairs, retrieving 2 cans of chilled beverages from the cooler. After handing one to Hans, Geralt opened his own and savored a sip. The refreshing drink slid down his throat, dispelling the surrounding heat. The two lounged leisurely, sipping their icy drinks, their eyes peering through the edges of the sunshade, quietly awaiting the breathtaking spectacle of Iron Man's escape that was about to unfold in the distance. Deep within the dark and damp recesses of the cave, Tony Stark was wholly absorbed in assembling his meticulously crafted Hawkeye armor. The dim light flickered in this rudimentary environment, illuminating his face, which was smeared with grease yet bore an indomitable resolve. "I will buy you time," Ethan declared, his eyes ablaze with a fearless spirit. Grasping his weapon, he charged towards the cave entrance without hesitation. His silhouette, framed by the faint light, appeared resolute, embodying the valor of one willing to sacrifice for a friend. "Stick to the plan, don't act rashly," Tony shouted, his heart racing with urgency. Nevertheless, Ethan's steps did not waver. He surged forward towards the enemy with a fatalistic determination. Aware of the pressing time, Tony hastily donned the somewhat crude armor, each piece melding seamlessly with his body as if they were one. The moment he stepped out of the cave, he resembled a deity of war. The armor glimmered under the light. Its metallic sheen, though slightly rudimentary, exuded a breathtaking power. Upon his emergence, he unleashed chaos upon his foes, akin to a tiger among sheep. The enemies, wide-eyed with terror, frantically opened fire at him. A barrage of bullets rained down, striking the armor and sparking without inflicting any harm. However, when Tony glimpsed Ethan, lying on the ground and barely clinging to life after buying him time, fury ignited within him. He controlled the Hawkeye armor, advancing step by step toward the cave's mouth, where he was met with an even more ferocious hail of gunfire. It seemed as though all the enemy's firepower was directed solely at him, attempting to halt his advance. Yet, Tony stood undaunted. He activated the flamethrower on his armor, unleashing a torrent of fire that surged forth like a wrathful dragon, sweeping toward the mountain of missiles amassed by the foes. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion illuminated the sky with fierce flames. The massive shockwave radiated outward, consuming nearly all the terrorists in its fiery embrace. Without a moment's pause, Tony initiated the jet propulsion system amidst the blaze. As a powerful gust of air propelled him upward, he ascended like a cannonball, successfully breaking free from the inferno below. Chapter 15. Tony's rescue. This breathtaking battle was witnessed in its entirety by Geralt and Hans, who sat aloft as if on a splendid observation deck, capturing every detail. "What an exhilarating sight," Geralt exclaimed, savoring his drink while genuinely marveling at the spectacle. The coolness of the beverage danced upon his tongue, yet it did little to quell the fervor ignited within him by the thrilling conflict. However, a sudden turn of events occurred. Shortly after Tony soared into the sky, the jet propulsion system of the armor malfunctioned catastrophically. The once steady flow of thrust ceased abruptly, and the armor lost its momentum, plummeting towards the ground like a falling star. Tony's terrified scream echoed across the sky, imbued with despair and helplessness. Gravity swiftly pulled his body downward, while the fierce wind howled past his ears. Geralt, witnessing this scene, could not help but change his expression slightly. Although he had known from watching films in his previous life that Tony would emerge unscathed from such a height, the plot had long been etched in his memory. Yet at this moment, as he beheld the unfolding reality before his eyes, it struck him as absurd. After all, this was an extraordinary altitude. A fall from such heights would surely result in death. Should he intervene or remain indifferent? Geralt's mind was a battleground, with two inner voices fervently debating. His brow furrowed, a flicker of hesitation crossing his gaze. It was not until Hans nervously exclaimed, "Boss, at this height, he has done for," that Geralt's heart jolted. He realized he could no longer hesitate. If Tony were to perish, the consequences would be dire. Thus, he resolved to act. In midair, Tony plummeted like a bird with broken wings. The raging wind swept over his armor, his eyes wide with extreme terror, his vision blurring as he descended rapidly. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Beneath his armor, a peculiar white mist began to emerge quietly. This mist, as light as cotton yet imbued with mysterious power, swiftly expanded, cradling Tony and his suit like a vast, soft cushion, gradually decelerating his fall. The once bullet-like descent softened under the influence of the mist. As Tony, filled with trepidation, crashed into the sand below, a dull thud reverberated as his armor shattered under the immense impact. Fragments scattered, raising clouds of dust. The force left Tony dazed, his body racked with pain. After a considerable time, he finally regained his senses from the tumult and agony. Gasping for breath, his eyes still reflected the remnants of fear. However, astonishment quickly supplanted his dread as he gazed incredulously at his unscathed body, filled with confusion and relief. Surviving this ordeal, it seemed Tony Stark was indeed favored by fate. His voice resonated with exhilaration, and he sprang to his feet, disregarding the pain, spreading his arms toward the sky and laughing heartily. On a distant sand dune, Geralt observed this spectacle, relieved at Tony's miraculous survival. In that critical moment, he had wielded levitation magic just in time, pulling Tony back from the brink of death. At this moment, Geralt silently rejoiced in his timely intervention. Otherwise, at such a height, Tony would have surely met his end. He could not help but reflect that reality diverges significantly from cinematic narratives, and this experience had profoundly impressed that truth upon him. Having witnessed Tony's safety with his own eyes, Geralt's taut nerves finally relaxed. He exchanged a knowing glance with Hans, and the two quietly activated their teleportation to depart. Tony trudged alone through the vast desert. His figure, though slightly weary, remained resolute amidst the undulating dunes, the scorching sun casting its relentless rays upon him. Before long, military personnel, alerted by S.H.I.E.L.D., appeared in his line of sight, like a battalion descending from the heavens. The familiar uniforms and equipment brought an overwhelming sense of reassurance to Tony. Meanwhile, back at home, Geralt swiftly summoned Mina. "Mina, Tony Stark has been rescued." "That's wonderful," Mina exclaimed, her eyes igniting with fervor upon hearing the news. She leaped with excitement, exclaiming, "Our stocks will rebound, and this time we're bound to make a fortune." Her voice quivered with enthusiasm, as if she could already envision a plethora of wealth beckoning her. "Stay tuned. The moment Tony holds a press conference, we must liquidate all our stocks." A confident smile graced Geralt's lips. "But boss, once Tony Stark returns, won't the stocks continue to soar?" Mina furrowed her brow slightly, a flicker of hesitation crossing her gaze. She found it perplexing that Geralt would consider selling at what seemed to be a moment of perpetual stock appreciation. "Trust me, Mina." Geralt stepped closer, gently resting his hands on her shoulders, his gaze deep and sincere as he locked eyes with her. "There are reasons for my actions. You must understand. Some things cannot be judged solely by their surface. Unexpected circumstances always arise." Mina, held captive by Geralt's earnest gaze, felt her cheeks warm and her heart race involuntarily. As she looked into his confident and enigmatic eyes, her doubts evaporated, replaced by a profound sense of admiration. She nodded earnestly and softly replied, "I understand, boss. I will do as you say." Just as Geralt had anticipated, Tony Stark, having returned safely from the harrowing desert ordeal, prepared to hold a press conference while the world still reveled in awe of his miraculous escape. As the news spread, media outlets flocked to the venue like sharks sensing blood in the water. Under the intense scrutiny of the gathered crowd, Tony took a deep breath and declared, "I have decided to close the Stark Weapons Development Division." Upon hearing this, the reporters were momentarily stunned, followed by a wave of commotion. A cacophony of discussions erupted from the audience, and camera flashes lit up the room incessantly. At this moment, Geralt remained remarkably composed. He sat quietly in his shop, observing the fluctuations of stock prices on his computer screen, silently grateful for his decision to divest from Stark Industries ahead of time. Mina, beside him, gazed at him with wide eyes, her face radiating admiration. She looked at Geralt as if he were a superhero, excitedly exclaiming, "Boss, you're incredible. You were right again. Such occurrences appear to be within your foresight, as if you possess the ability to glimpse into the future." Geralt, taken aback by Mina's praise, slightly blushed with embarrassment. He scratched his head, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Haha, merely a stroke of luck." Yet, the glimmer of pride in his eyes betrayed him. Chapter 16. The unveiling of Obadiah's conspiracy within Tony's opulent seaside mansion. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the spacious and radiant living room. Tony found himself in his well-equipped high-tech studio, surrounded by an array of intricate instruments and tools. He was deeply engrossed in manipulating the components of his new suit. Meanwhile, Pepper stood nearby, cradling a steaming cup of coffee as she recounted the entire process of locating him. "Did you know? At that moment, we were utterly clueless, completely at a loss as to where to begin our search. Eventually, we encountered an individual who employed a rather unconventional method to find you." "Oh, an unconventional method? What might that be?" Tony inquired without lifting his gaze, still absorbed in his work, yet a hint of curiosity piqued his interest. He utilized divination, Pepper replied. Observing Tony with a hint of exasperation, seemingly skeptical of this approach, yet the truth remained that they had indeed located him. Are you suggesting that you found me through divination? Tony paused his actions, raising his head in disbelief. A sardonic smile played upon his handsome features as he scoffed. Divination? This is utterly preposterous. In this scientific realm, how could such absurdity exist? We genuinely followed the address he provided, and I, too, struggled to believe it, Pepper hastily clarified, setting down her coffee and moving closer to Tony. But it is the truth. I was present, and the scene was truly remarkable. Disbelief is warranted. Such unscientific matters are undoubtedly mere tricks. Tony furrowed his brow, confidence shimmering in his eyes. He firmly believed that science could elucidate all phenomena. It seems I must pay a visit to that establishment. I am eager to witness how he employs these deceptive ploys to mislead others. I shall expose him and demonstrate to you that science is the true essence of understanding, not those nebulous mysteries. Tony silently plotted in his mind to unveil Gerald's ruse, determined to prove to Pepper that in this world, nothing eludes scientific explanation. Meanwhile, Obadiah had just concluded his operation to silence the leader of the Ten Rings. His gaze fell upon the suit crafted from the remnants of Mark I. A flicker of astonishment danced in his eyes as he meticulously examined the shape formed by the fragments, inwardly admiring the ingenuity of its design. A slight smirk crept upon his lips as a thought took root within him. He would go to any lengths to acquire Tony's arc reactor. Days later, on Tony's side, he had successfully forged the striking Mark III suit. Eagerly, he embarked on a series of astonishing maneuvers, soaring towards the stronghold of terrorists in the Middle East. As he descended upon the land ravaged by smoke and warfare, it was akin to the arrival of a deity of battle. The array of advanced weaponry equipped within the Mark III armor unleashed an astonishing might under his command, allowing him to navigate effortlessly through a hail of gunfire, vanquishing terrorists with relentless precision. However, during his triumphant return, perhaps lost in the elation of victory or still mastering the intricacies of his suit, Tony inadvertently collided with a fighter jet from a foreign nation. Fortunately, this mishap did not result in any casualties. Observing the damaged aircraft, a twinge of guilt washed over Tony, yet he simultaneously felt a sense of relief regarding the overall success of the mission. He adjusted the flight posture of his armor and soared towards home, leaving a brilliant trail across the sky. A few nights later, Pepper appeared flustered. Her steps hurried as she descended from the Stark Industries building. Below, Coulson awaited in silence. Noticing Pepper's distressed demeanor, he felt a pang of concern and quickly approached her. "What's wrong? What happened?" he inquired with earnestness. Gasping for breath, her voice trembled with anxiety. "I have uncovered Obadiah's secret. He is collaborating with terrorists and has kidnapped Tony." Coulson's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness upon hearing her words. Given Obadiah's status and identity, any collusion with terrorists could have catastrophic repercussions. "I understand. This is exceedingly grave," he stated, swiftly retrieving his communication device, his voice deep and resolute. "Gather a team immediately. We must apprehend Obadiah without delay." Within the opulent yet ominously atmospheric confines of Obadiah's residence, a stifling tension permeated the air. Coulson and Pepper dashed through the labyrinthine rooms and corridors, desperately seeking an escape. Their figures appeared somewhat disheveled beneath the dim lighting, trailing behind them a scene of chaos and destruction. Just as they burst forth from the building, they found themselves far from safe. Behind them, Obadiah's colossal armored suit pursued like a prehistoric behemoth. The armor glimmered with a chilling metallic sheen under the moonlight, each step resonating with a thunderous roar upon the ground. The immense shadow it cast enveloped Coulson and Pepper, instilling an unprecedented sense of dread. Coulson could scarcely fathom that Obadiah had engineered such a formidable and gigantic suit, and he was further astonished to realize that Obadiah had somehow acquired Tony's arc reactor. As the monstrous suit closed the distance, Coulson's gaze hardened with determination. Something had to be done to thwart its relentless chase, or their very lives would be at stake. He halted, focusing his energy. Gradually, flickering arcs of electricity began to materialize in his hands. As he concentrated, the light intensified, resembling the brilliance of lightning captured within his grasp. "Lightning arrow," Coulson shouted, hurling the lightning arrow towards Obadiah's suit with tremendous force. The arrow soared through the night like a meteor, striking Obadiah's armor with pinpoint accuracy. With a deafening explosion, the suit was hit by a powerful surge of electricity, rendering it immobile in an instant. Dazzling sparks erupted from the surface of the armor. As a brief circuit failure occurred, the internal circuitry crackled ominously under the impact of the current, with various indicator lights flashing wildly. Seizing the moment, Coulson dared not delay. He swiftly turned, grabbing Pepper and sprinting towards the car parked a short distance away. He flung open the car door, pushing Pepper inside before quickly climbing into the driver's seat, starting the engine and flooring the accelerator. The vehicle sped away like an arrow released from a bow. leaving the temporarily incapacitated giant suit behind. Coulson drove at breakneck speed along the highway, his eyes fixed intently on the road ahead, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Obadiah would not let them escape easily. Once that massive steel suit regained its functionality, it would undoubtedly pursue them. With one hand free, he quickly retrieved his phone from his pocket and deftly dialed a number. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, Geralt was immersed in his magical laboratory in the basement of his shop. The air was thick with mystery, surrounded by an array of peculiar bottles filled with colorful, shimmering liquids. Alchemical apparatus lay scattered across the workbench, and Geralt was intently focused on the progress of his experiment. Suddenly, a shrill ringtone shattered the laboratory's tranquility. Frowning slightly, he set down his tools and picked up the phone, only to discover it was Coulson calling. Puzzled, he answered the call, and in an instant, Coulson's frantic voice burst through the receiver, as if trying to break free from the confines of the device. Geralt, come quickly. We need help. Chapter 17. Iron Tyrant. Upon hearing Coulson's panicked voice, Geralt's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes. What happened? He inquired. From the other end, Coulson's rushed voice responded, I'm being pursued and it's critical. I can't explain everything right now, but I'm on my way to you. His words were laced with urgency, as if time were of the essence. A sense of foreboding washed over Geralt, prompting him to abandon his work and hasten out of the shop. Outside, the street was dimly lit by the yellow glow of streetlights with scarcely a soul in sight. Before long, a sharp screech of brakes shattered the stillness. Coulson's car barreled down the street like a wild beast, coming to an abrupt stop not far from Geralt. The doors swung open, and Coulson and Pepper leaped from the vehicle. Pepper's face was as pale as a ghost, her body trembling slightly, clearly still reeling from the recent peril. At the very moment they disembarked, a deafening roar resonated through the heavens, approaching with increasing intensity. Subsequently, a colossal shadow descended from the sky, and as it became discernible, it revealed itself to be an immense suit of armor. Geralt's eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed, By your mother, is that not Ironmonger? Logically, he should have been engaged in a duel with Tony. How did he arrive here? A frown etched on Geralt's brow, his mind awash with perplexity. His gaze lingered upon the formidable and menacing figure of Ironmonger for a fleeting moment, while scenes from the film flashed through his mind. However, when his eyes fell upon Pepper, a sudden clarity struck him. It was Coulson who had inadvertently lured this formidable adversary to their midst. Geralt cast a displeased glance at Coulson and voiced his discontent. Did you bring him here, hoping I would confront him? Coulson scratched his head, an awkward smile creeping onto his face. There was no choice. The situation was dire. We had nowhere to flee. Can you handle him? He recognized the gravity of the predicament, but, in this desperate hour, could only place his hopes upon Geralt. At that moment, accompanied by the mechanical whirring of machinery, Ironmonger's massive visor slowly opened. Obadiah's arrogant visage materialized before them, his expression brimming with pride and arrogance. Run. Keep running. What's the matter? Why have you stopped? Geralt felt a surge of annoyance at Obadiah's brazen demeanor. Narrowing his eyes, a sharp glimmer sparked within them. If Tony were to learn of his beloved secretary's demise, he would surely be heartbroken. How delightfully wicked. Obadiah's twisted laughter echoed through the night sky, his eyes alight with madness. Before he closed the visor once more, he raised his robust arm, fitted with a multi-barrel machine gun. Witnessing this, Geralt's expression shifted. Without a moment to spare, he shouted, Everyone, take cover behind me. Coulson reacted swiftly, grabbing the terrified Pepper and sprinting toward the safety of Geralt's rear. Pepper's face was as pale as parchment, her body trembling slightly, yet under Coulson's guidance, her steps remained unwavering. The machine gun erupted in a frenzied barrage. The thunderous gunfire shattered the tranquility of the night. The flames spewing forth from the gun's muzzle akin to the tongue of a demon, voraciously ravaging everything in its vicinity. A hail of bullets rained down upon Geralt and the others. A brilliant light emanated from Geralt's being, coalescing into a vast and transparent magical shield that enveloped Coulson and Pepper securely within. The bullets pounded against the shield with reckless abandon. With each impact, it resembled a stone cast into a serene lake, generating ripples of exquisite and profound beauty. The ripples radiated swiftly from the point of bullet impact, shimmering with a fantastical brilliance. Yet, no matter how densely or ferociously the bullets rained down, they could not penetrate the seemingly fragile yet indomitable shield. Bullets struck the ground, sending clouds of dust and debris into the air. Obadiah, maneuvering the Ironmonger, wore a look of perplexity in his eyes. Through the observation system of the Ironmonger, he fixated on the mysterious energy shield that protected the adversary, his brow furrowed in confusion. What manner of technology is this? His voice was laced with astonishment and bewilderment. In his experience, he had never encountered such a marvel of defense, which completely transcended his understanding of modern technology. Originally disinclined to involve himself in this troublesome affair, The situation had compelled him to take notice, leading him to a path of self-destruction. Geralt's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. His voice was low, tinged with irritation at the interruption. He could have remained an observer, yet Obadiah's reckless actions ensnared him in this crisis. Divine judgment! Geralt exclaimed. Raising his hand abruptly, an arcane shockwave surged forth like a tumultuous tide, hurtling towards the Ironmonger. Upon impact, the tremendous force erupted instantly. The Ironmonger's colossal frame was effortlessly overturned, shooting backward like a cannonball. In its flight, it collided violently with an unsuspecting car, producing a deafening crash. The vehicle crumpled under the weight of the force, its metal frame contorting grotesquely, shards of glass scattering like snowflakes. However, the Ironmonger did not lose its combat capability. It struggled to rise, its mechanical arm swinging to lift the car behind it, exerting a tremendous force to hurl it towards Geralt with ferocity. Exalted divine judgment. Geralt's gaze sharpened, the shield enveloping the three of them radiating with intensified light, transforming into an arcane explosion. This eruption of arcane energy generated an overwhelmingly powerful shockwave, akin to an invisible tempest, wreaking havoc in its vicinity. The incoming vehicle was instantly propelled away by this force, crashing violently against a distant wall, raising a cloud of dust. Stand back, Geralt shouted to Coulson and Pepper Potts, understanding that their presence would only hinder Geralt's efforts. Coulson wasted no time in grasping Pepper's hand and fleeing towards safety. Once he confirmed that Coulson and Pepper were at a secure distance, Geralt inhaled deeply and gradually raised his hands. In an instant, brilliant arcs of lightning began to flicker from his palms, dancing like serpents, entwining around his fingertips, emitting a crackling sound. As the lightning intensified, the surrounding air seemed ignited, filled with a pungent, ionized scent. This formidable electromagnetic force radiated like invisible waves, swiftly spreading to every corner of the street. Electrical devices began to malfunction. The transformer atop the utility pole could no longer withstand the surge of energy, erupting in brilliant bursts of electric sparks. Shortly thereafter, the streetlights began to flicker erratically, their bulbs succumbing to the overwhelming current one after another, shattering and scattering glass fragments across the ground. The shop signs and electronic displays lining the streets emitted similar sparks, soon succumbing to a short circuit. Instantly, the entire street was enveloped in darkness. Professor Yang's kiss, Geralt bellowed, thrusting his hands forward with great force. A formidable chain of lightning, as thick as a barrel, surged forth from his palms. This chain of lightning resembled an enraged dragon, clawing its way toward the Iron Tyrant. Wherever it passed, the air was instantaneously ionized, creating a dazzling pathway of blue and white light. Chapter 18. I am Iron Man. Upon striking the Iron Tyrant, the colossal figure trembled violently under the impact of the lightning. Every system and circuit within its massive frame was obliterated by the relentless current. Sparks erupted from each joint and piece of armor, while the black smoke generated by the short circuit poured forth from its interior, quickly engulfing the entire machine. Accompanied by a cacophony of explosive crackles, all mechanical functions within the Iron Tyrant ceased, rendering it akin to a colossal steel beast that had collapsed under its own weight, stripped of its former grandeur. Inside, Obadiah fell unconscious under the onslaught of the powerful current, his fate uncertain. Observing the once mighty Iron Tyrant reduced to a heap amidst the chaos of the street, Coulson finally exhaled in relief and approached slowly. His gaze lingered on the massive, smoke-emitting armor before he turned to Geralt, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Is he dead? Probably not. I held back, Geralt replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as he brushed off the dust from his clothes, exuding an air of ease. At that moment, a sharp jet-like sound pierced the night, growing louder as it approached. Instinctively, the onlookers gazed upward to witness a dazzling mech suit, adorned in golden and crimson hues, descending like a meteor from the heavens. Obadiah? How dare he ambush me? Tony's voice, laced with fury, emanated from the suit as he deftly landed on the ground, fueled by a delayed rage. He had not anticipated being outmaneuvered by Obadiah, and a burning desire to confront the culprit welled within him. Mr. Stark, you are late. That over there is Obadiah's armor, Coulson remarked, pointing to the lifeless giant suit on the ground, his tone tinged with playful sarcasm, as if to express his discontent at Tony's tardiness. Gazing at the colossal armor, Tony's expression darkened further, his brows knitting tightly together. Who did this? They ruined my grand entrance. His voice was steeped in frustration. He had envisioned himself making a grand entrance like a hero, swiftly vanquishing Obadiah. Yet, upon seeing Tony arrive, Geralt's lips curled into a slight smirk. He had no desire to become entangled in Tony's grievances and the ensuing complications. In an instant, he vanished from sight, aware that his presence was no longer required. It was time to exit and allow the narrative to return to its original course. At this moment, the crowd, previously driven away by fear, began to gather, astonished to see the danger dissipate. Their eyes brimmed with curiosity as they unconsciously gravitated towards the epicenter of the event. Staring at the devastation surrounding them, Disbelief washed over their faces. The street resembled a battlefield, with deep craters and cracks marring the ground, walls collapsed, debris strewn about, and streetlights askew. Lying amidst the wreckage was a colossal suit of armor, its massive, menacing form marred by scorch marks and dents from the battle. Thick plumes of black smoke billowing from its crevices. In stark contrast, Tony's striking iron suit radiated a golden-red glow in the night. Its sleek lines and high-tech design leaving onlookers in awe. The crowd, taking it for granted that Tony's armor had triumphed over the giant robot that had wreaked havoc on the street, gazed at him with reverence and admiration. At that moment, Tony was gently comforting a still-shaken Pepper. Her body trembled as she clutched his arm, tears of fear lingering in her eyes. He softly patted her back, murmuring soothing words in her ear. As the crowd grew larger, Tony resignedly turned to Coulson and said, "The cleanup is in your hands." With that, he scooped Pepper into his arms, eliciting a startled gasp from her. Before she could fully process the situation, Tony activated the flight mechanism of his armor. With a powerful surge of air propelling them upward, they soared away to the awe and envy of the crowd, leaving Coulson behind to shake his head in exasperation at the chaotic scene. Upon returning home, Geralt wasted no time and swiftly dialed Mina's number. "Mina, convert all our funds back into Stark stocks." "Understood, boss." This time, Mina exhibited no hesitation. Her tone was buoyant, filled with unwavering trust in Geralt. Following a series of events, every one of Geralt's decisions had proven to be astutely correct, solidifying Mina's faith in his judgment. Seated at her computer, she promptly invested all their funds into purchasing Stark stocks. At this juncture, Stark Industries found itself in a precarious situation. Tony's announcement to shut down the weapons division sent shockwaves through the financial market, causing the stock price of Stark Industries to plummet to unprecedented lows. However, Geralt was acutely aware that the moment Tony declared himself as Iron Man, the situation would undergo a radical transformation. The image of Stark Industries would shift instantaneously from that of a conventional arms manufacturer to a cutting-edge conglomerate boasting a superhero. Consequently, the stock prices would inevitably soar like a rocket. The prospect of such financial gain made Geralt's lips curl into a faint smile. He could almost envision wealth beckoning to him, a surge of exhilaration and satisfaction flooding his heart. That night, as he lay in bed, his mind was awash with visions of a promising future, even eliciting a chuckle in his dreams. The following day, outside the press conference hall, a throng of reporters stood ready, their minds brimming with inquiries and curiosity, their gaze fixed intently on Tony Stark at the podium. Coulson approached Tony, patting him on the shoulder with a reassuring smile. "Mr. Stark, you can rest easy. All the aftermath from last night has been deftly managed. No one knows you are the Iron Man." Tony furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes. "By the way, are you really not going to tell me who that person is?" His curiosity about the enigmatic figure was palpable, igniting the insatiable explorer within him. Coulson maintained his courteous smile. "Rest assured, in due time, you will have the opportunity to meet them." His tone carried an air of mystery. Upon hearing this, Tony refrained from pressing further. He discreetly contemplated that Pepper must know this individual and resolved to inquire after the press conference concluded. Straightening his tie, he braced himself for the impending barrage of questions from the reporters. At that moment, a journalist rose, piercingly inquiring, "Mr. Stark, do you expect us to believe that the Iron Man is merely your bodyguard?" Whispers rippled through the crowd, all eyes eagerly awaiting Tony's response to this pointed question. Tony paused for a moment, scanning the sea of expectant and skeptical faces before him. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, grasped the microphone, and proclaimed with steady and resonant conviction, "Whether you believe it or not, the truth is." He hesitated briefly, surveying the audience once more, his gaze unwavering as he declared, "I am Iron Man." The hall was momentarily engulfed in silence, soon followed by a frenzied flurry of flashing lights and the clamorous inquiries of eager journalists. Chapter 19. Terrifying Tony. On this day, Geralt was, as usual, immersed in his potion research within the subterranean laboratory. Various bottles and jars cluttered the workbench, filled with materials exuding strange luminescence and aromas, while potions bubbled ominously in the cauldron. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed at the shop's entrance, shattering the tranquility. A luxurious supercar sped in like a bolt of lightning, coming to a graceful halt at the slightly antiquated entrance of Geralt's antique store. The car's gleaming exterior captivated the attention of many passers-by. The car door gently swung open, and Tony Stark descended with an air of unshakable confidence. Dressed in a meticulously tailored suit, his hair impeccably styled, he wore that signature expression of self-satisfaction that seemed to proclaim, "I am extraordinary." He strode into the shop with an imposing presence. Hearing the commotion, Mina emerged from the back room to attend to the guest. "How may I assist you?" she inquired politely, her voice a soft melody. Upon catching sight of Mina, Tony's eyes sparkled as if he had stumbled upon a rare gem. He was astonished to find such a stunning woman in such an unassuming establishment. With a charming smile, he approached her, declaring, I am Tony Stark, indeed. I am Iron Man. He slightly elevated his chin, proudly introducing himself, his gaze seemingly inviting her to admire him. Then, with a somewhat flirtatious tone, he added, "Lovely lady. Would you be interested in a position at Stark Industries?" Mina could not help but stifle a soft giggle, her charm enchanting. "Mr. Stark, you are quite amusing," she replied, her eyes inadvertently drawn to Tony's neck, swallowing nervously as her pupils flickered with a strange red hue. "Mina, control yourself," a voice interjected. At that delicate moment, Gerald emerged from the basement, instantly sensing Mina's peculiar demeanor. A flicker of concern crossed his eyes as he quietly cautioned, "Forgive me, boss, I seem to have lost composure." Mina snapped back to reality at Gerald's words, lowering her gaze as a blush crept onto her cheeks, the eerie red in her pupils dissipating swiftly. With a slightly embarrassed smile, she hurriedly turned and walked away, leaving Tony watching her retreating figure in bemusement. "So, Mr. Stark, what brings you here?" Gerald quickly regained his composure, donning a polite, yet enigmatic smile as he softly inquired. "I heard about you from Pepper. She is somewhat naive and easily deceived." "I came to witness your tricks," Tony replied, raising his head slightly, an air of superiority in his gaze. "Mr. Stark, I completely understand your skepticism," Gerald nodded slightly, his smile remaining calm while his eyes conveyed a profound tranquility. "After all, this is a realm that ordinary individuals like you have never had the opportunity to explore." He deliberately emphasized the words ordinary individuals, seemingly aiming to capture Tony's attention. "Let us sit down and converse at a leisurely pace. I possess some exquisite tea that may encourage you to savor its aroma while granting you greater patience with my discourse." As Gerald spoke, he picked up a nearby teapot and gently poured a cup of tea for Tony. In the delicate teacup, the emerald tea swayed gently, rising in wisps of steam, its fragrance instantly permeating the air, a subtle and elegant aroma lingering almost imperceptibly around the two individuals. Upon hearing the term ordinary person, Tony raised an eyebrow slightly, a clear expression of astonishment and discontent crossing his face. "An ordinary person? How could such a label ever be applied to me?" he murmured, his voice tinged with an unmistakable note of surprise and indignation. In his world, he had always been the genius perched atop the pinnacle of technology, setting trends and commanding countless resources, and being regarded as extraordinary had long since become second nature to him. Yet now, this individual, whom he perceived merely as the enigmatic proprietor of a quaint little shop, had nonchalantly classified him as an ordinary person, which struck a blow to his pride. "Well then, let me see what tricks you can conjure." Although displeasure tinged his demeanor, curiosity compelled him to sit down, albeit with a certain stiffness. He lifted the teacup to his lips, taking a delicate sip. The warm tea glided down his throat, imparting a unique flavor. His gaze remained fixed on Gerald, seemingly awaiting his next words. "My abilities, perhaps you might refer to them as tricks." Gerald intently met Tony's gaze and spoke slowly. "But you may also perceive them as a form of science, an exceedingly peculiar and bizarre science that few can truly comprehend. Its history is vast, ancient enough to have intertwined with the very development of human civilization, and people have bestowed upon it a name imbued with fantastical connotations, magic." Tony listened quietly. Yet as soon as Gerald's words fell silent, a distinct expression of mockery surfaced on his face. "Magic? You truly are a charlatan, attempting to deceive me with such nonsense." Tony scoffed, leaning back slightly, arms crossed over his chest. "If you truly possess magic, then show me a dove." His eyes sparkled with derision and skepticism. In his staunchly materialistic worldview, the notion of magic was nothing more than a child's folly, a fantastical concept that stood in stark contradiction to the scientific principles of the real world. "I employ magic, not mere tricks. While tricks might conjure a dove to amuse an audience, they are merely visual illusions. However, the wonders of magic extend far beyond that." Even if I cannot produce a dove, Gerald remained unfazed by Tony's disbelief, fully anticipating it. He rose calmly, and with a subtle turn of his body, a sharp crack shattered the brief silence. A flash of electricity flickered, and the Gerald who had stood there moments ago vanished, replaced by a dove as pure as snow. It fluttered its wings lightly, alighting gracefully on a nearby chair, its lively little eyes glinting with mischief. Then, the dove spoke, "But I can transform into a dove." "Oh, goodness." Tony, witnessing this astonishing spectacle, widened his eyes in disbelief, his mouth agape, his face a canvas of shock and bewilderment. He involuntarily rose to his feet, his hands gripping the armrests of the chair with a vice-like hold. His mind seemed to momentarily short-circuit, unable to comprehend the bewildering reality unfolding before him. After a brief pause, as if struck by a sudden recollection, his gaze darted like lightning towards the steaming cup of tea on the table. "What did you put in the tea? A hallucinogen?" Tony's voice trembled, his eyes filled with terror and skepticism. The only explanation he could fathom was that he had been drugged, leading to such absurd and bizarre hallucinations. In a flurry of panic, Tony stumbled backward, nearly losing his balance. Then, disregarding everything, He turned and dashed towards the door, bursting out into the street, fumbling as he opened the car door and started the engine. With a cacophony of screeching tires, the car sped away like an arrow released from a bow, leaving only a cloud of dust and a stunned Gerald in its wake. Chapter 20, A Return to S.H.I.E.L.D. Gerald stood rooted in place, watching as Tony drove off into the distance. A wry smile of helplessness crossing his face. In all honesty, his initial intention had merely been to showcase the allure of magic to Tony, hence employing the druidic transformation. However, he never anticipated Tony's reaction would be so vehement. Had he perhaps overstepped? Gerald pondered silently. He had envisioned engaging in a profound dialogue with Tony, even exploring the limitless possibilities of integrating magic with technology. Tony's remarkable accomplishments in the realm of science were globally renowned, while Gerald himself possessed a profound mastery of magic. Together, they could spark unprecedented innovations. Yet now, the course of events had veered far from his expectations. Gerald shook his head in resignation. It seemed that all delightful prospects would have to be temporarily shelved until Tony regained his composure. With a soft sigh, he turned and slowly made his way to the underground laboratory. Meanwhile, Tony burst into his high-tech laboratory. J.A.R.V.I.S. Conduct a full body scan immediately. I suspect I have been drugged. Tony's voice echoed with urgency and unease within the spacious lab. Yes, sir, replied J.A.R.V.I.S. in a voice that was ethereal yet slightly mechanical. Instantly, beams of scanning light shot down from the ceiling apparatus, enveloping Tony from head to toe like a delicate silver web. Various diagnostic instruments began to hum, methodically analyzing Tony's bodily metrics with precision. Lying on the cold examination table, Tony fixed his gaze on the ceiling, his mind racing. The astonishing image of a living man transforming into a dove and speaking human words kept replaying in his mind. This defied all scientific principles he had ever known. If he wasn't hallucinating due to being drugged, then how could he possibly explain it? After a brief pause, Jarvis's calm voice shattered the silence in the laboratory. Sir, your mental state is taut, your heartbeat accelerated. You are evidently somewhat anxious, yet physically there are no issues. Tony furrowed his brow slightly, a look of puzzlement etched across his face. So, you mean I haven't been drugged? How do I explain what I witnessed with that illusionist? He murmured, his eyes betraying a profound curiosity about the unknown. Sir, perhaps it is as he suggested. This may be a technology beyond our comprehension, Jarvis replied, his tone devoid of any emotional inflection, plunging Tony into deeper contemplation. Indeed, there must be something I have overlooked. I shall unravel his trick. Jarvis initiated an independent research project, aptly named Mystical Studies. Tony's gaze rekindled with determination, a hallmark of his genius as an inventor when confronted with challenges. He swiftly rose from the workbench, his eyes sparkling with excitement. As if he could already envision the moment, he would unveil an entirely new realm of science. Yes, sir. However, sir, recent diagnostics reveal that palladium from your chest reactor is infiltrating your bloodstream, posing a significant safety hazard, Jarvis continued in his monotonous and chilling tone. Upon hearing this, Tony's body stiffened slightly, the earlier excitement vanishing without a trace, replaced by a heavy silence. He had long been aware of this risk. From the moment he fashioned the arc reactor in his chest, this peril had continually loomed over his life, though he had yet to discover a solution. Sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, casting a serene glow upon the entrance of Gerald's antique shop, where everything appeared tranquil and harmonious. Inside, Gerald was engrossed in the study of an ancient tome of magic. Suddenly, a sharp ring of the telephone shattered this tranquility. Gerald frowned slightly, setting the book aside, and walked slowly toward the phone. Hello? He inquired softly. Gerald, didn't you mention that if we found a suitable candidate, you would take a look? The steady and familiar voice of Coulson resonated from the receiver. The director has recently launched a class specifically aimed at training for supernatural responses. As a consultant, it would be beneficial for you to attend a session and observe who exhibits potential in this area. Gerald's lips curved into a subtle smile. It seemed Fury had indeed found a candidate swiftly, demonstrating a genuine interest in this matter. He felt a flicker of curiosity about the supernatural response class and was eager to see what talents S.H.I.E.L.D. had gathered. Meanwhile, within the fortified walls of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters, Nick Fury sat in his spacious yet dimly lit office. He lifted his coffee cup, savoring a sip, his eyes narrowing slightly as he relished the momentary peace. However, this tranquility was short-lived. Suddenly, an oval-shaped white portal materialized before him without warning. The portal emanated a soft and enigmatic glow. The surrounding air seemed to warp under its influence, and the very fabric of space appeared to lose its stability. Nick Fury's body tensed instantaneously, his years of experience as an agent rendering his reflexes as swift as lightning. Without hesitation, he drew the truth pistol from his waist. The dark muzzle aimed squarely at the portal, his gaze betraying a blend of vigilance and wariness. At that moment, Geralt leisurely emerged from the portal. Upon seeing Nick Fury's defensive posture, he quickly raised his hands, a relaxed smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Whoa, take it easy, Director. Don't act like you've never seen anything before." His voice carried a hint of jest, attempting to diffuse the tense atmosphere. Was this the portal that Coulson had spoken of? Seeing Geralt, Nick Fury let out a slight sigh of relief and gradually lowered his firearm. His eyes remained fixed on the portal, which was slowly closing, glimmering with curiosity and inquiry. "How far can this portal transport you? Can it take you anywhere?" Nick Fury inquired, his brow slightly furrowed, curiosity evident in his gaze. "It can only take me to places I have previously visited. As for the distance, as long as the magical coordinates are set correctly, it can reach any location on Earth without issue," Geralt replied, arms crossed and demeanor composed. Since he had already decided to unveil this mystery before the SHIELD team, he had no intention of concealing any of its secrets. His voice was calm and steady, as if discussing an ordinary matter, yet for Nick Fury, this undoubtedly opened a door to an entirely new realm of understanding. Such a remarkable ability, if we could master and utilize it effectively. Nick Fury pondered to himself. "Now, let us proceed to see the candidates you have gathered for me. I hope to discover some gifted individuals among them." Geralt's words jolted Nick Fury from his reverie. Nodding slightly, an expression of anticipation flickered in his eyes as he gestured, invitingly, and said, "Follow me. They are all waiting at the training base." Chapter 21. Experience in the mystical arts course of dark powers in an expansive open area. A diverse group of individuals sat in silence. Clad in SHIELD issued training uniforms, they exhibited upright postures, their eyes reflecting a spectrum of emotions, determination, curiosity, and anticipation. As Geralt and Nick Fury entered the field of vision, the previously tranquil atmosphere was abruptly disrupted. These individuals, well-trained, swiftly and orderly rose to their feet, executing their movements with crisp precision, simultaneously offering a standard salute as a sign of respect and obedience to their superiors. Nick Fury nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and they resumed their seats in an orderly fashion. The entire process silent and efficient, showcasing the rigorous discipline and style of SHIELD. "This is our mystical arts consultant, Professor Geralt." Nick Fury stepped forward, ensuring that every individual present could clearly hear his introduction. "He will be responsible for imparting some knowledge of the mystical arts to you. Before your arrival, I had already conveyed to you the reasons behind your study of these matters. Henceforth, you shall be entrusted with the handling of certain supernatural occurrences." Geralt stood to the side, his gaze sweeping gradually over the assembly. Amidst the unfamiliar faces, he swiftly identified several familiar figures. In addition to Coulson, there was the renowned marksman Hawkeye, Clint Barton. Clint sat with the grace of a leopard, exuding a unique aura of vigilance and stoicism even in repose. The moment his eyes met Geralt's, he inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement, his expression hinting at a flicker of curiosity and anticipation regarding the impending lecture on mysticism. As Nick Fury's figure receded from view, Geralt cleared his throat softly and commenced his discourse on mysticism. What is mysticism? It pertains to realms of knowledge that transcend conventional understanding. Geralt raised his head slightly. Perhaps some among you have heard of peculiar and bizarre phenomena, events that often elude the explanations provided by modern science. These occurrences typically culminate in bloody tragedies, leaving in their wake an abyss of fear and anguish. Our mission, as members of SHIELD's Supernatural Response Team, is to unveil the mysteries behind these events, elucidate their causes, and manage them appropriately to safeguard the peace and tranquility of our world. After delivering this opening statement, Geralt paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping across the faces of those present. The elite members of SHIELD sat attentively, their expressions focused and earnest, though some bore hints of skepticism in their eyes. They refrained from disruption or casual inquiries, instead dedicating themselves wholly to Geralt's exposition. This elicited a silent nod of approval from Geralt, who held a deep appreciation for their caliber. He understood that skepticism was inevitable when confronting a discipline filled with the unknown and challenges. Yet the ability to temper one's emotions and maintain respect and concentration was indeed commendable. Geralt subtly adjusted his stance, grounding his feet firmly upon the floor, standing tall and confident as he delved deeper into the subject of mysticism. Today, I wish to emphasize a particularly perilous phenomenon, the curse. A curse is far from the ordinary concept of mere ill will or malicious expression. It embodies an insidious force born from the darkest abyss. In this world, curses manifest in myriad forms, akin to countless demons lurking in the shadows of human society, silently biding their time, and the vast majority of them possess lethal potential. Geralt's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. These curses do not typically resort to overtly fatal means. Instead, they excel at tormenting their victims through a variety of chilling methods. They infiltrate the depths of your consciousness, sowing seeds of fear that entwine like vines within your heart, growing relentlessly until they utterly consume your sanity. When one reaches the brink of mental collapse, they shall be met with a most brutal and sanguinary demise, as their very soul is reaped from them. As he spoke, he paced slowly. The methods of curses are diverse, including contagious curses, triggered curses, and summoning curses. The audience, fixated on Geralt, listened intently, each individual fully engaged. A solemn and focused atmosphere enveloped the air, with Geralt's voice reverberating through the expanse of space, recounting the arcane mysteries seldom disclosed. As the lecture gradually drew to a close, the audience found themselves immersed in a fantastical yet chilling realm of enigma, creating a weighty and tranquil ambience throughout the entire space. Is there anything unclear? Geralt inquired, calmly surveying the crowd below. His voice shattered the silence, like a stone cast into a placid lake, sending ripples across the stillness. Barton, renowned for his composure and decisiveness as an elite agent of SHIELD, was the first to voice his thoughts as soon as Geralt finished speaking. Professor, you have shared much, yet we have encountered no curses ourselves. Is there a means by which we might witness one? It is not disbelief. Rather, we yearn for enlightenment. His expression was grave and earnest. Indeed, that is a valid point. Without the courage to confront dark forces, complications may arise during future missions, Geralt acknowledged with a slight nod, extending his hand to gently support his chin. After a moment's contemplation, he appeared to arrive at a decision, acquiescing to Barton's suggestion. Very well. Let us allow you to experience a taste of it. Do not worry, I shall hold back. A faint smile, seemingly innocuous yet tinged with an eerie quality, graced Geralt's lips. Barton and the others exchanged glances, a wave of uncertainty washing over them. What precisely did the professor intend to showcase? If there are moments of profound joy in your lives, I invite you to recall them now. Hold steadfast in your convictions and never yield. Geralt's voice was low and solemn. He then stepped forward, proclaiming, "Now fear." A surge of violet-black light erupted from beneath his feet, expanding rapidly like a tumultuous tide, instantly engulfing the room. Before Barton could react further to Geralt's words, an icy chill coursed through him like a bolt of lightning. His body involuntarily trembled, as if touched by countless frigid hands. Before him, Geralt's figure, illuminated by the violet-black glow, loomed like a terrifying deity, his formidable presence enveloping all in attendance. The entire room felt as though it had plunged into an icy inferno. Chapter 22. Magical aptitude. Fear erupted like an uncontrollable fountain from the deepest recesses of Barton's heart, surging forth with overwhelming force, instantaneously submerging his entire psyche. This profound terror transcends the ordinary fear, manifesting as a despair and horror that penetrates the soul, capable of shattering one's will. Under this unprecedented wave of overwhelming dread, Barton felt his consciousness adrift like a solitary vessel amidst a tempest. Even the once unyielding strength of his resolve began to waver. Should he surrender? The sensation of helplessness was so profound that death seemed a preferable alternative. His mind was inundated with dark thoughts, and the belief in survival teetered on the brink of collapse under the weight of fear. Yet, in this critical moment, vivid images of his family's loving and warm countenances flickered through his mind. Those cherished memories sparkled like distant stars in the abyss. I shall not perish here. Ah. With a sudden jolt, Barton opened his eyes wide, bloodshot and filled with intensity, veins bulging like earthworms across his forehead and neck, summoning every ounce of strength. He bellowed and rose from his seat. In that instant of standing, the fear mysteriously dissipated without a trace. Barton awoke as if from a prolonged and harrowing nightmare. Drenched in sweat, his garments soaked, droplets cascading down his cheeks and arms. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for air, his legs trembling slightly. As the suffocating atmosphere of terror retreated, the scene revealed a chaotic aftermath. The once orderly assembly of people now lay in disarray, with only a few managing to remain conscious, their eyes reflecting relief and exhaustion from their narrow escape. Coulson, the typically composed agent of SHIELD, appeared pale and drenched in cold sweat. Meanwhile, the majority had succumbed, collapsing to the ground in shock. Geralt stood in place. A mix of embarrassment and regret etched on his face. He had merely intended for the crowd to experience a fraction of the fear inherent in the curse's power, and had indeed exerted himself to control and mitigate its effects, yet he was unprepared for the sheer potency of the sorcerer's fear magic. After all, this was his first instance of wielding such power against ordinary individuals, and his estimation of its impact had evidently been gravely inaccurate. At that moment, Nick Fury, who had been eavesdropping outside, was not entirely immune either, though positioned at a relative distance and only slightly affected. The chilling force of fear slithered into his being like a cold serpent, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength to regain control over his body. After a brief and arduous struggle, he inhaled deeply, striving to restore calm to his expression, and nonchalantly pushed open the door, stepping inside. His gaze swiftly surveyed the chaotic scene within, eventually landing on Gerald, and he feigned composure as he inquired, "What transpired?" Moments later, the SHIELD training ground resembled a makeshift emergency battlefield. A flurry of stretchers moved swiftly through the chaos. Medical personnel with tense expressions diligently lifting those felled by fear onto the stretchers. Just returned from outside, Natasha beheld the scene before her, her heart brimming with confusion. She turned to Coulson and inquired softly, "What has happened to them?" Coulson, with a resigned shake of his head, forced a bittersweet smile and replied, "They underwent a psychological test of fear." His words carried an indescribable blend of bitterness and jest, as though he were attempting to mask the gravity of recent events with a facade of levity. Nonetheless, Natasha remained perplexed, her bewilderment undiminished by Coulson's explanation. Meanwhile, within the imposing office of Nick Fury, Gillett was explaining with an expression of helplessness. "This isn't my fault. They insisted on the experience, and I did my utmost to minimize the impact." He spread his hands in innocence, though a flicker of apprehension regarding the earlier chaos danced in his eyes. Nick Fury sat behind his desk, his demeanor as stern as a statue, his singular eye fixated on Gillett, his tone brooking no dissent as he stated, "In any case, refrain from using that technique in the future. As you mentioned, its effects do not distinguish between friend and foe. I'll do my best to avoid it. Let's consider this matter settled." Gillett genuinely feared that Nick Fury would demand he cover the medical expenses of those affected. By the way, was there truly not a single individual among them with any innate talent? Nick Fury furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes betraying a hint of reluctance, before abruptly shifting the conversation, shattering the brief silence. He scrutinized Gillett intently, seemingly clinging to a sliver of hope, yearning for a different response. "Regrettably, it is quite normal. If you were to randomly assemble a group, it would be abnormal not to include someone with magical aptitude." Gillett gently shook his head. A semblance of resignation and sorrow etched upon his face. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury was inundated with a deep sense of regret. He understood all too well that in this realm fraught with the unknown and perilous supernatural phenomena, possessing a cadre of agents adept in magical powers would be invaluable for SHIELD in confronting various enigmatic threats. Is it truly impossible to learn magic without innate talent? He sighed softly, his voice laden with helplessness and discontent. Yet, it is not without its solutions. Gillett had merely muttered this in passing, yet the words fell like a stone into the still waters of Nick Fury's mind, creating ripples of intrigue. Nick Fury could scarcely believe his ears. His previously dim eyes now sparkled with a blend of astonishment and skepticism. Is there truly a method? He stepped forward eagerly, leaning slightly as if afraid he might have misheard or that Gillett might suddenly retract his words. There exists a rather unconventional approach known as the potion sequence. It can transform ordinary individuals into specialized potion mages, Gillett explained slowly, observing Nick Fury's eager demeanor. His voice was calm and steady, yet to Nick Fury, it resonated like a heavenly melody. Nick Fury's face instantly shifted from a moment of disappointment and resignation to an overwhelming sense of excitement and anticipation. His gaze was firmly fixed on Gerald. "Please, elaborate on this method. Do you understand why only those endowed with magical talent can learn the art of magic?" Gerald slightly raised his head and replied, "This talent is, in essence, the degree of sensitivity to magical elements. It is akin to how a radio receives electromagnetic signals. The stronger the sensitivity, the more adept one becomes at detecting the fluctuations of magical elements, thus indicating a greater talent. Conversely, a weaker sensitivity results in a struggle to learn magic, naturally reflecting a diminished aptitude. And if one possesses no sensitivity at all, it signifies a complete lack of talent." Nick Fury listened intently, his eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation, fearful of missing any detail. "However, this is not an absolute truth," Gerald continued, his tone shifting to one imbued with a hint of mystery. "In ancient times, there existed a group of ordinary individuals who were denied talent. Unwilling to remain forever on the periphery of the magical realm, they utilized their intellect to forge an alternative path, discovering a unique method to substitute talent with potions." Chapter 23, Potions. What exactly are potions? Nick Fury furrowed his brow, a flicker of uncertainty and caution evident in his eyes. The term alone exuded an eerie aura, provoking his skepticism. Potions are magical concoctions crafted from various special materials. They possess a remarkably unique efficacy, compelling ordinary individuals to accept the forces of magic. Gerald's voice was deep and deliberate. "It may sound rather brutal, but that is indeed the reality. This method harbors tremendous risks." He paused momentarily, his gaze turning serious as he regarded Nick Fury. "What kind of risks?" Nick Fury's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. He was intrigued. To him, if the only requirement was to face some risks, it was not an insurmountable obstacle. After all, in this world, whether in military research or espionage. Which monumental breakthrough has not been accompanied by peril? High risks often imply high rewards, and mastering magical power could potentially alter the security dynamics of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the entire world. The risk of losing control? Geralt's expression grew particularly grave, his eyes locked onto Nick Fury. We, the naturally gifted mages, acquire our powers through years of diligent study and monotonous training. Throughout this lengthy journey, we gradually establish a subtle and profound connection with magic, thereby mastering our abilities. This is essentially a process of adaptation to magic, a gradual melding until minds are in harmony. In contrast, those who become mages through potions do not resonate with magic intrinsically. They are forcibly infused with power without any adaptation process. Consider this. How can one guarantee that a person suddenly inundated with overwhelming magical energy will not lose control? Nick Fury listened intently to Geralt's account. His brow furrowed in contemplation as he sank into profound silence, weighing the potential gains and losses. After a moment, he came to a halt, lifted his gaze, and with a glimmer of resolve in his eyes, addressed Geralt. Are you capable of concocting such a potion? We could find a candidate to test the reliability of this method. The art of potion making had long since vanished from the annals of history, primarily due to the perilous risks of uncontrollability and the critical issue of missing materials. Geralt gently shook his head, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Years ago, I traversed the land, exerting great effort to gather a few potion recipes. However, I have consistently grappled with the materials required. They are exceedingly rare, and assembling them is akin to scaling a mountain. What materials are needed? Please provide me with a list, Nick Fury replied, slightly raising his chin, his eyes brimming with confidence and determination. He mused inwardly, what a jest. Who am I? The director of S.H.I.E.L.D., presiding over the world's largest espionage organization. What can S.H.I.E.L.D. not accomplish on this earth? A mere collection of potion ingredients cannot possibly thwart me. Upon hearing Fury's decisive reply, Geralt could not suppress a knowing smile, secretly relishing the moment. This was precisely the affirmation he had awaited. With the formidable resources of S.H.I.E.L.D. as his support, he would no longer need to worry about the costs of future research. As he prepared to depart, Geralt warned gravely. You must exercise utmost caution in selecting the test subject. This individual must not only possess exceptional physical resilience to withstand the potent impacts of the potion but, most crucially, they must be entirely willing to participate in this experiment. A lack of genuine acceptance of the potion could lead to a fierce mental and physical resistance during the infusion of magic, significantly heightening the risk of loss of control. At that point, do not say I did not forewarn you. You need not concern yourself with that. S.H.I.E.L.D. is replete with loyal individuals. Nick Fury replied, his chest slightly puffed out, his demeanor exuding confidence and pride. Loyalty? Humph. Just ensure you don't end up with a Hydra operative, Geralt thought to himself. After bidding farewell to Fury, he opened a portal and returned to his shop. He made his way straight to the underground laboratory, slowly approaching the workbench. Gazing at the unfinished potion prototypes laid out before him, he fell into deep contemplation. He began to earnestly reflect on the potion he had just convinced Nick Fury about. In truth, creating a potion that bestows abilities is not inherently difficult in principle. The crux lies in skillfully blending the seed of magic into a specific potion formula. However, Geralt envisioned far more than merely this. He intended to deconstruct the abilities into their constituent parts, gradually and meticulously infusing them into the potion. In doing so, he could forge a unique sequence of pseudo-potion. Yet, to bring this vision to fruition, a long and arduous path of research lay ahead. With this thought, Geralt inhaled deeply, immersing himself once again in the intricate study of potions. Meanwhile, at the training facility of S.H.I.E.L.D., those who had previously succumbed to the terror of Geralt's fear-inducing magic began to awaken, as if emerging from a profound nightmare, one by one regaining their consciousness. Their eyes were filled with a palpable sense of dread and horror, as though they had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Among them, some, overwhelmed by the harrowing experience, allowed their inner fears to dominate, promptly applying to withdraw from this perilous and enigmatic supernatural response team. After all, not everyone possesses the courage to confront the dark forces capable of shattering one's very soul. Those who remained, however, were a cadre of warriors with wills as unyielding as steel. Their gazes bore no trace of retreat or fear. Rather, they were infused with an intense curiosity and desire to explore the unknown mysteries. These individuals were the true elite, deserving of core membership in the supernatural response team. Notably, Barton's performance stood out. Rather than losing heart from the terrifying ordeal, he appeared ignited by a profound interest in the arcane. Sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, gently illuminating the tranquil paths of the campus, as Gerald's steady voice resonated within the classroom. In Norse mythology, the most renowned deities are the All-Father Odin and the thunder god Thor. Legends speak of Odin having a brother named Loki. However, there are some accounts that assert Loki is not Odin's brother but rather his son, thus Thor's sibling. Together, they dwell in the divine realm atop the world tree. The students were wholly absorbed in this mysterious and ancient mythos. Just amid this serene and focused atmosphere, a sudden cacophony erupted outside the classroom without warning. Curiosity piqued. All the students turned their gazes toward the window. Below, a multitude of American soldiers had mysteriously appeared on the roads of the campus, clad in camouflage uniforms. Their expressions serious and stern, marching in a precise and rapid formation. Behind them trailed armored vehicles, and heavy weaponry glinted ominously in the sunlight. What could the American military possibly want at the school? A wave of uncertainty washed over Gerald, and he furrowed his brow, a flicker of unease crossing his eyes. The sudden emergence of military force on campus was far from ordinary. He instinctively sensed that trouble was looming on the horizon. Chapter 24. The Incredible Hulk. Gerald surveyed the classroom, noting that the students' attention was completely captivated by the scene outside, their minds clearly detached from the lesson. Continuing to teach would evidently be futile, so he resignedly waved his hand and announced the end of class. Folks, if you're going to watch, keep your distance. They might be apprehending some terrorists, and we don't want to be caught in the crossfire. He raised his voice, attempting to ensure that, driven by curiosity, the students would nevertheless maintain a measure of caution. Upon hearing those words, the students excitedly streamed out, eager to uncover the mystery that lay ahead. Gerald observed their retreating figures, gently shaking his head before hastening out of the classroom himself, intent on discovering what had transpired. As he emerged, the sight before him momentarily stunned him. A small contingent of fully armed soldiers swiftly ascended the teaching building. They quickly surrounded the glass corridor between the rooms. Dispersing into a tactical formation, their weapons poised and vigilantly aimed in various directions, bracing for the unexpected. Below, armored vehicles were neatly lined up. What kind of terrorists warranted such an overwhelming display of force? Gerald murmured, his curiosity thoroughly piqued. Narrowing his eyes, he discerned a figure within the glass corridor. The individual bore no weapon, yet the surrounding soldiers remained utterly vigilant, their expressions tense and resolute, their dark muzzles aligned in unison towards the unarmed person. Below, an elderly commander with striking white hair yet a vigorous presence bellowed commands, and soon thereafter, 2 tear gas canisters whistled forth, shattering the glass with precision and plunging into the chaos within. In an instant, acrid smoke surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire corridor in a shroud of confusion and haze. Witnessing this scene, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over Gerald. Could it be what I think it is? His brow furrowed, eyes glinting with uncertainty and trepidation as he leaned forward, fixating intently on the smoke-filled corridor. At that moment, an enormous green hand slammed against the glass, causing it to fracture instantly. A resounding roar erupted soon after. Indeed, it was the Hulk. Gerald sighed in exasperation, a bemused expression crossing his face. He had never anticipated encountering the Hulk in such a setting. Amidst the swirling mist, the Hulk's massive form gradually came into focus. He lifted his leg high and delivered a powerful kick to the already fractured glass. With a crisp and resounding shatter, shards of glass flew in all directions as the Hulk leaped through the gaping hole. His broad chest heaved dramatically, eyes wide open, unleashing a ferocious and wrathful roar at the onlookers. The sound resonated like distant thunder, reverberating through the campus, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. In the distance, the students beside Gerald were momentarily taken aback by this sudden spectacle, yet their reaction was unexpectedly delightful. Rather than fleeing in terror from the Hulk's fearsome visage, these youthful and vibrant students seemed to have stumbled upon a rare treasure, their excitement palpable as they hastily extracted their phones from their pockets, eager to capture this astonishing scene. Observing their reaction, Gerald could not help but chuckle in disbelief. He slightly raised his head, gauging the distance between himself and the Hulk, and privately concluded that he was within a safe range. Thus, he refrained from intervening. He turned and swiftly made his way to a relatively quiet and unoccupied corner, extracting his phone from his pocket and adeptly dialing Nick Fury's number. "Director Fury, are you aware of the chaos occurring at my school? A gigantic green figure is rampaging and wreaking havoc." Gerald's voice carried a hint of curiosity and mockery. On the other end of the line, Nick Fury paused momentarily, seemingly weighing how to respond. Eventually, he spoke slowly. "You needn't involve yourself in this matter. It is a predicament of the military's own making, and they must bear the consequences." His tone indicated a clear understanding of the situation, yet he chose to remain aloof. Perhaps, as Gerald surmised, he intended to wait until the military found themselves in dire straits, unable to resolve the issue, before stepping in to assist, thereby gaining greater control amidst the turmoil. "Understood. I shall merely observe the spectacle," Gerald replied nonchalantly. In truth, he had no intention of entangling himself in the conflict between the military and the Hulk, for it was beyond the scope of his responsibilities. He ended the call, returned the phone to his pocket, and leisurely positioned himself in the corner, prepared to quietly witness the drama unfolding between the military and the Hulk. In this chaotic battleground of the campus, the Hulk had transformed into an unstoppable force of destruction. Armored vehicles crumpled under his powerful assaults, rendered as fragile toys, overturned and scattered in debris, leaving the scene in utter disarray. At this moment, a figure boldly stood before the Hulk, tall and defiant, exuding a sense of provocation. What courage! I believe his name is Blonsky, is it not? Geralt mused from a distance, narrowing his eyes as admiration welled up within him. To confront the Hulk's overwhelming strength with such audacity was a bravery few could match. However, in the next instant, a resounding thud echoed as Blonsky's body was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. The contorted position of his body suggested that most of his bones had likely succumbed to that single blow. When the Hulk's gaze unexpectedly fell upon a woman nearby, a flicker of tenderness shone through his furious eyes. Upon witnessing the Hulk flee with his girlfriend in tow, Geralt realized that this episode had reached its conclusion. He slightly lifted his head, gazing in the direction of the Hulk's departure, his thoughts drifting into a profound contemplation of the character of the Hulk. The Hulk's formidable power is renowned throughout the Marvel Universe. His strength derives from rage, a mechanism of power that is nothing short of miraculous. It is said that the angrier he becomes, the more powerful he grows, and this strength knows no bounds, amplifying infinitely. This prompted Geralt to reflect on the priestly spells he had mastered, pondering inwardly if the priest's soothing presence could calm the raging Hulk. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury sat solemnly before a vast display screen, his single eye betraying a weighty contemplation. On the screen, the Hulk wreaked havoc in the campus, leaving devastation in his wake, with armored vehicles crushed to smithereens. The sheer, terrifying magnitude of destruction rendered each image profoundly shocking. Nick Fury's brow furrowed deeply, resembling a pronounced. He meticulously gathered all available data on the Hulk, from high-definition video clips captured by surveillance cameras to textual information sourced through various intelligence channels, data analyses, and records of the Hulk's past experiences and capability assessments, systematically dragging this plethora of information into a newly created electronic document. Pausing momentarily at the document naming field, he decisively typed in the Green Giant. On one side of his computer desktop lay two additional documents, one labeled Iron Man and the other the Sorcerer, Chapter 25, Abomination. That day, within the antique shop, Geralt was engrossed in a book borrowed from Kamartosh, the yellowed pages turning gently beneath his fingertips. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by hurried footsteps as Mina rushed in, her cheeks flushed from exertion. "Boss, you must see the news," she exclaimed. "What is it?" Geralt slowly lifted his gaze, setting his book aside, a look of puzzlement etched across his face. Rising to his feet, he turned on the television. The screen revealed a shocking scene, a colossal, yellow-green monster rampaging through the city streets. It swung its powerful arms with abandon, leaving chaos in its wake. Destroyed vehicles littered the road, some overturned, others utterly mangled. Abomination? Geralt's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He had not anticipated that this formidable creature, born from Blonsky's mutation, would appear in the public eye so swiftly, unleashing such widespread destruction. I hope Banner arrives soon, otherwise the damage will be catastrophic. Standing before the television, Geralt's brow remained knitted in concern, his gaze fixated on the relentless rampage of the abomination. It roared as it hurled car after car into the air like mere toys, which then crashed down onto the buildings flanking the streets, causing walls to crumble and dust to billow. Terrified citizens fled in all directions, their cries and screams intertwining to create a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic nightmare. Moments later, Geralt's phone, resting on the table, suddenly rang. He hurried over and picked it up, finding it was a call from Coulson. "Geralt, have you seen the news? That monster is destroying the city." As soon as the call connected, Coulson's anxious voice rushed through the line. "I'm watching. Doesn't S.H.I.E.L.D. have a contingency plan?" Geralt had anticipated that S.H.I.E.L.D. would be prepared for such a crisis, yet Coulson's call left him somewhat disheartened. "We currently lack experience and means to combat this creature. Could you possibly handle it? Allowing it to wreak further havoc would lead to dire consequences." Coulson's tone was tinged with urgency and helplessness. He profoundly understood that, in the face of a formidable and unknown entity like the Abomination, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s current predicament rendered them rather powerless. "Me? Coulson, you must understand that I am a scholar, not a warrior. You can't keep sending me to the front lines." Geralt shook his head slightly, a visage of resignation etched upon his face as he spoke into the phone. "The only one we have capable of addressing this situation is you. Tony is too far away to make it in time." Coulson's voice resonated through the receiver, laced with a palpable plea. In this critical moment, SHIELD found itself ensnared in a quagmire, placing their hopes solely upon Jellet, the magic professor. Hearing Coulson's almost desperate tone, Jellet sighed softly. Though reluctant, he was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Very well, I will send my subordinate. Your subordinate? You mean that burly fellow named Hans? Is he up to the task? Coulson's words dripped with skepticism. In his mind, although Hans was robust, such strength seemed inadequate against the demonic might of the abomination, rendering it hard to fathom what he could accomplish. Do not underestimate him. He possesses considerable strength. Jellet asserted confidently. All right, we must place our trust in you, Coulson replied resignedly before ending the call. After placing the phone down, Jellet raised his voice slightly, calling out to the shop's exterior, Hans. Moments later, Hans's imposing figure rushed in. Boss, you called for me? He asked, standing respectfully before Jellet. You need to confront this creature. Tonight is a full moon, which will enhance your transformation. Jellet spoke while casting his gaze toward the screen, where the abomination continued its rampage. Yes, boss. Hans replied without hesitation, his tone betraying absolute obedience to Jellet's command. Subsequently, Jellet swiftly gestured with his hands, and a portal radiating white light gradually opened in the air. Hans stepped into the portal, vanishing instantly within the glow. Once Hans departed, Mina gracefully approached, her eyes reflecting a mix of concern and eagerness. Boss, should I go with him? This creature looks formidable. Jellet pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. You may accompany him, but do not push yourself. If it becomes overwhelming, retreat. He understood Mina's capabilities, although facing an adversary as powerful as the abomination was somewhat daunting. Her assistance alongside Hans could potentially tip the scales in their favor. At the edge of the city, malice surged like an uncontrollable beast, rampaging through the bustling streets, unabashedly unleashing its inner tempest of destructive desire. Amidst this chaos, Hans strode purposefully towards the direction of the malevolence. As he walked, he swiftly unfastened his garments, casting them aside. Hey, you scoundrel. Come face your grandpa, Hans. His voice resonated like thunder, piercing through the cacophony of destruction. Upon hearing this sudden provocation, the frenzied creature paused momentarily, its massive and grotesque head slowly turning, revealing a flicker of confusion in its blood-red eyes. This diminutive human dared to challenge it. In an instant, Hans's body began to transform. A layer of black fur gradually emerged, enveloping him entirely. His limbs twisted and elongated in an uncanny manner, the sound of cracking bones echoing as if they were reshaping themselves. The human visage contorted, the mouth protruding forward, eventually morphing into a fearsome wolf's head, with sharp fangs glinting ominously. In but a fleeting moment, Hans had successfully transformed into a towering werewolf, standing over 2 meters tall. He rose on 2 legs, his powerful frame exuding a primal aura, and let out a deep, menacing growl directed at the embodiment of malevolence. The creature's eyes fixated on the suddenly manifested werewolf, an exhilarating spark igniting within. It tilted its head back and unleashed a deafening roar, seemingly a retort to Hans's challenge. At last, a worthy adversary had arrived. Without hesitation, it released the half-destroyed vehicle it had been clutching. With its colossal form lunging towards Hans, the latter was undeterred, his werewolf eyes glinting with fierce intensity, a low growl rumbling in his throat. He crouched, muscles tensed, and charged at the beast. In the blink of an eye, their figures collided violently in the center of the street. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated, sending ripples through the surrounding air. The tremendous force radiated outward from the point of impact. Even the seemingly indestructible body of the creature stumbled under this power, its massive feet sliding back several steps. In stark contrast, Hans found himself at a disadvantage, akin to a cannonball being hurled away, crashing heavily onto a car. The vehicle crumpled and warped upon impact, Hans's form embedded within it, as the disparity in strength became evident. In this initial clash, he was utterly defeated. Yet, his werewolf eyes remained fixed on the embodiment of malice. Chapter 26, Fierce Battle with Malice. Gazing at the creature, Hans couldn't help but mutter to himself, this power is utterly outrageous. I am still under the influence of the full moon. It seems that sheer strength alone cannot prevail in a direct confrontation. Immediately, Hans pressed his limbs against the ground, his entire body taut like a coiled spring, and surged forward towards the abomination like an arrow released from its bow. His movements were swift and agile, leaving shallow imprints on the earth with his paws. The abomination, witnessing Hans's audacity to initiate an assault, felt its interest intensify. Its colossal hands slowly clenched into fists, muscles taut and veins bulging. Then, it raised its hammer-like fists high, bringing them down with tremendous force, targeting the charging Hans. Just as the abomination's fists were about to make contact, Hans leapt up with great force, his body soaring into the air like a shadow, swiftly landing atop the walls of a nearby high-rise. His claws embedded deeply into the masonry, securing his position. Meanwhile, the abomination's formidable fists crashed heavily onto the ground, producing a resounding boom as the earth fractured like fragile eggshells, cracks spreading outwards like a spider's web, causing the ground to tremble violently. Some nearby smaller structures swayed perilously under the sheer force of the impact. After a brief pause on the wall, Hans utilized its spring-like properties once more. Pouncing at the abomination's back with the ferocity of a hunting cheetah, he extended his sharp claws, slicing through the air with a glint of cold light before sinking them into the abomination's back. The resilient hide of the creature was instantly marred by Hans's claws, deep gashes opening up as green blood gushed forth like a fountain. Before the abomination could fully register the attack, Hans leveraged the wall's reaction force to quickly retreat, returning to the wall to prepare for his next offensive. Thus, he continued to exploit his agility, leaving a trail of wounds upon the abomination. With renewed vigor, Hans leapt high off the wall again, ready to unleash another assault. His eyes glinted with ferocity and focus, his fangs glimmering menacingly as he targeted the abomination with unwavering intent. At that moment, however, the grotesque and menacing visage of the abomination suddenly broke into a grin. Just as Hans was about to pounce, the creature's massive palm accurately seized his body in a powerful grip, rendering him immobile. Little pup, still hoping to escape? I shall tear you asunder. The abomination's raspy, brutal voice echoed ominously in Hans's ears, its hands tightening around him as it began to exert pressure, intending to rend Hans apart as one would tear paper. In a moment of dire peril, Hans's pupils dilated in fear. He could only cry out for help, his voice trembling and piercing through the eerie silence of the chaotic battlefield. Just as the abomination seemed poised for victory, unexpectedly, two bursts of green blood mist erupted from its hands, revealing two immense, bone-deep wounds. Filled with loathing and anguish, a pained and astonished expression spread across its face. In this dire moment, its hands fell helplessly to its sides, allowing Hans to seize the opportunity to break free from the lethal grasp and successfully escape. Thank you, boss. Hans, still shaken and trembling, landed on the ground, his heart racing, yet he did not forget to express his gratitude for the life-saving intervention. Do I bear a striking resemblance to the boss? At that moment, a crisp and slightly teasing voice rang out. There stood Mina, clad in a sleek black leather outfit, resembling a dark bat, silently poised atop a lamppost. Meanwhile, Geralt stood quietly atop a high building, surveying the chaotic battlefield below, reminiscent of a scene from a hellish arena. A mixture of gravity and relief clouded his gaze as he murmured to himself, "Fortunately, Mina has arrived. Otherwise, I would have had to intervene personally." To ensure the safety of Hans and Mina, he had employed magic to stealthily follow them to this location, selecting this optimal vantage point to provide timely assistance during a critical moment. Upon seeing Mina's appearance, Hans, whose fierce demeanor was softened by the battles he had endured, cracked a gentle smile, his voice tinged with the relief of survival. "So it is you, Miss Mina. I owe you my life. Without you, I would have surely perished." Mina, however, offered no reply, her piercing gaze fixed intently on the abomination before them. Before her eyes, the wounds inflicted by Hans's claws were regenerating at an astonishing rate, the torn flesh seemingly endowed with a life of its own, writhing and healing, until, in the blink of an eye, only faint scars remained where once there were gruesome injuries. Observing this, Mina furrowed her brow slightly. This is indeed formidable. It appears that we cannot triumph through sheer strength alone. We must unite our efforts. The boss had instructed them to hold it off, as powerful reinforcements would soon arrive. With that, Mina's body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Her slender fingers elongated, nails swiftly sharpening into what resembled deadly daggers. Her eyes glimmered with an eerie crimson hue, deep and enigmatic. Meanwhile, her previously gentle lips curled upward, revealing sharp, delightful fangs, her vampiric traits now fully unveiled. Mina and Hans exchanged a glance, inhaling deeply in unison before charging fiercely toward the abomination. Mina's form was lithe and agile, her speed reaching extraordinary heights, leaving behind a flurry of indistinct afterimages in the air. Hans, leveraging his formidable werewolf physique and explosive power, kept pace beside her. Together, they launched an assault on the abomination. Mina soared high, her razor-sharp claws slicing toward its neck and back, while Hans darted on the ground, delivering vicious bites to its legs and abdomen. They expertly exploited their speed advantage, weaving around the massive creature, relentlessly inflicting wounds upon its hulking frame. Yet, the abomination's endurance and regenerative capabilities proved to be astonishingly formidable. Despite the increasing wounds, it seemed oblivious to pain, maintaining a vigorous state, its colossal fist occasionally swinging out, forcing Mina and Hans to narrowly evade each assault. Moments later, both were panting heavily, their chests heaving with exertion, eyes reflecting a blend of fatigue and helplessness as they gazed at the seemingly unscathed abomination not far away. At that moment, military personnel finally recovered from their initial shock and began organizing their firepower for an assault. Two missiles, trailing long tails of flame, shrieked toward the monstrosity. Yet, it merely lifted its head slightly, a flicker of disdain crossing its gaze. With effortless ease, it caught the missiles and, with a swift motion of its arm, hurled them back like shooting stars. The subsequent explosions echoed loudly in the distance, igniting a blaze of fire and smoke. It was clear that conventional methods would not harm it. It was time to employ their ultimate technique. Mina's expression turned grave, her crimson eyes shimmering with resolute determination, as if on the verge of making a significant decision. Ultimate technique? Hans wore a baffled look, his furry wolf face reflecting confusion and innocence. Utterly unaware of what Mina referred to. Indeed, we can only unite. Mina spoke slowly. Chapter 27. Unite? Unite? Hans's furry wolf visage was etched with bewilderment. When had they acquired such a technique? Unite? It was unexpected that Mina and Hans had secretly mastered this forbidden move, a fusion of vampire and werewolf. It was a first for him to witness. He was eager to see how much they had grown over the years. Gerald, standing atop the building, wore a slight smile of satisfaction, his arms crossed, his gaze intently fixed on the two below, radiating anticipation and curiosity. Prepare. Mina's clear and resonant voice echoed through the air. She leaped gracefully upward, her black leather attire rustling in the wind, her red eyes glowing with intensity. Although unsure of the situation, Hans felt compelled to follow. Trusting Mina implicitly, he propelled his robust werewolf body high into the sky. The abomination, witnessing the sudden turn of events, momentarily displayed a flicker of confusion in its previously vicious gaze. Its enormous head tilted slightly. Blood-red eyes filled with bewilderment as it pondered the strange antics of its adversaries. It halted its actions, standing still, fixated on Mina and Hans soaring through the air. Unite! Mina and Hans shouted in unison. Upon finishing their cry, Mina gracefully leaped, landing securely upon Hans's broad wolf neck. Together, they charged toward the abomination. As they approached, the creature swatted its hand fiercely, aiming to strike Mina and Hans as they surged forward. With a resounding bang, Mina and Hans were mercilessly thrust away, their bodies crashing heavily into the adjacent wall. The wall instantly caved in, bricks shattered, and dust billowed forth, enveloping their forms in a hazy shroud. Mina slowly raised her head from the wall, her eyes glazed over, murmuring incoherently about the failure of their fusion technique. She seemed lost in the illusion of a perfect combination, unable to accept the harsh reality. Meanwhile, Gerald, observing from the upper floor, felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. What was I expecting? These two fools have deceived my feelings. It appears I cannot allow Mina to indulge in too many anime shows. The abomination, with its massive frame, began to move towards the embedded forms of Mina and Hans. Gerald, standing high above, sighed helplessly, mentally preparing himself to intervene. At that critical moment, a figure suddenly streaked across the sky, plummeting like a meteor. With a resounding crash, it struck the ground before the abomination. The tremendous impact caused the earth to fracture instantly. The abomination seemed to sense an unusual presence, halting its advance. Its colossal body leaning back slightly in vigilance, fixating on the crater formed by the collision. In an instant, a gigantic green hand exploded from the pit, followed by the familiar figure of the Hulk rising slowly. His furious roar reverberated like thunder, proclaiming his return to the abomination. Gerald, witnessing this scene, breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he would not need to intervene personally. The Hulk and the abomination immediately engaged in a fierce struggle, each clash resonating with tremendous sound. Hulk swung his fist, akin to a hammer, fueled by boundless rage, striking fiercely at the abomination. The abomination, undeterred, used its robust arms to defend while seeking opportunities to counterattack. The battle between them was breathtaking. Seizing the moment, Gerald cast 2 consecutive teleportation spells. In an instant, he vanished from his position and reappeared before Mina and Hans. Gently waving his hands, a soft glow enveloped the two, and he teleported them back to the rooftop. Boss, you've come too, Mina exclaimed upon seeing Gerald, her eyes sparkling with joy, her earlier dejection from their defeat instantly replaced by elation. Now, let us take a moment to rest and enjoy the show. Gerald smiled softly, then moved to the edge of the building and sat down, his gaze returning to the fierce battlefield below. In the chaotic fray, the Hulk and the abomination were locked in an impassioned brawl, their roars intertwined. And with each fierce collision of fist and feet, powerful waves of energy surged outward like a tumultuous tide. At this moment, high above in the hovering helicopter, General Ross's expression was stern, his eyes revealing a tenacious resolve. Ignoring the perilous situation of the intense battle unfolding below and the potentially grave consequences, he resolutely manned the machine gun and unleashed a barrage against the abomination. The dense rain of bullets cascaded down like a tempest. However, this seemingly ferocious assault amounted to mere trivial annoyance for the abomination. Infuriated by the unexpected attack, the creature abruptly raised its head, its eyes ablaze with fierce wrath. It leaped onto a towering building and, with a powerful bound, lunged directly at the helicopter. Amidst the terrified gazes of onlookers, the Abomination's formidable hand clamped down on the helicopter's landing gear with the precision of a vice, and with its terrifying strength, it wrenched the helicopter downwards. The aircraft lost control mid-air, flailing like a kite with severed strings, its body emitting a deafening alarm. Hulk watched in horror, his anger surging to a boiling point. He was acutely aware that his beloved girlfriend was aboard, the dearest person in his life. Desperation compelled him to rush forth to rescue her. Yet the Abomination's grip ensnared him, rendering him immobile. Hulk's eyes, bloodshot with fury, bulged as his muscles tensed to their utmost limit, every vein threatening to burst. He struggled with all his might, emitting furious roars in a desperate attempt to break free from the Abomination's grasp. Yet, the creature's strength was insurmountable. Its robust arms formed an ironclad shackle, binding Hulk firmly in place. Meanwhile, fuel from the helicopter began to leak due to the impact, igniting instantaneously, with flames rapidly engulfing the entire aircraft. The inferno raged in the wind, waves of heat surging forth. No! Hulk let out a desperate roar, his voice laden with profound anguish and defiance. He watched helplessly as the love of his life was consumed by the fiery abyss. Just then, an astonishing scene unfolded. From the seething flames emerged General Ross and his daughter, miraculously unscathed. They were enveloped in an oval shield emitting a gentle luminescence, akin to a mystical protective barrier that separated them from the raging fire and searing heat. The surface of the shield shimmered with a soft aura, and within its ebb and flow, enigmatic runes flickered into view. General Ross, you owe me a life. No, 2 lives. At that moment, Gerald's tall and imposing figure emerged slowly from the shadowy corner of the rooftop. Who are you? General Ross's gaze lingered momentarily on the shield radiating mysterious light before he swiftly raised his head, his expression filled with caution and curiosity, fixating intently on Gerald. Consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D. Gerald. Gerald inclined his head slightly, a polite and humble smile gracing his features as he introduced himself to Ross with neither subservience nor arrogance. S.H.I.E.L.D. You say? Nick Fury has indeed taken action. To have someone of your caliber among his ranks is remarkable, young man. You have saved the lives of my daughter and me. And I, Ross, shall remember this. General Ross furrowed his brow slightly, his tone laced with a hint of complex emotion. Upon hearing Ross refer to him as young man, Gerald merely chuckled softly, not overly concerned by the label. Gerald slowly turned his gaze back to the fierce struggle between Hulk and Abomination. On that battleground, the two titans continued their relentless clash. Upon witnessing his girlfriend emerge unscathed from peril, Hulk redirected his focus entirely onto Abomination. Their figures intertwined in a fierce and indecisive combat. In the throes of this intense battle, both combatants were evenly matched, plunging the conflict into a stalemate. However, Hulk, growing accustomed to Abomination's attack patterns and fueled by an unwavering inner rage, seized the fleeting moment of vulnerability following an assault. With a swift and decisive motion, he extended his powerful arm, ensnaring Abomination's neck with the precision of an iron clamp. A flicker of panic crossed Abomination's previously ferocious gaze as it struggled violently, its massive form writhing in a desperate attempt to escape Hulk's grip. Its robust arms flailed wildly, while its feet pounded against the ground, sending dust and debris flying. Yet Hulk maintained his grip, the veins in his arms bulging as he clenched his jaw, every muscle taut with exertion. As time elapsed, Abomination's struggles gradually waned, its movements becoming increasingly sluggish. Ultimately, under Hulk's formidable control, Abomination slowly succumbed to unconsciousness. Hulk regarded Abomination, his fury not entirely extinguished. Yet he ultimately restrained himself from delivering a lethal blow. He gradually released his hold on Abomination's neck and rose to his full height, his imposing figure standing starkly alone and powerful amidst the smoke-filled battlefield. Hey, no need to feign profundity. Your future father-in-law and girlfriend are still watching, came a teasing voice, oddly out of place amidst the lingering tension and smoke. Gerald stood nearby, observing Hulk, who remained as still as a statue, and kindly offered a reminder. Hulk's massive and somewhat fatigued form shuddered slightly as he turned his head. The remnants of battle-induced vigilance and a trace of confusion lingered in his gaze, which fixated intently on Gerald. After a brief moment, his eyes drifted to his girlfriend in the distance. A complex tapestry of emotions intertwined within his expression, affection, longing, yet tinged with worry and helplessness. He was acutely aware that his currently uncontrollable strength posed an unpredictable danger to those around him. After a fleeting silence and an internal struggle, Hulk ultimately reached a decision. He gazed deeply at his girlfriend, his eyes seemingly yearning to etch her image eternally in his heart. Resolutely, he turned away, choosing to depart alone, distancing himself from the clamor and chaos. In pursuit of a way to master this formidable power, Watching Hulk's departure, Gerald exhaled softly, feeling it was time to return to his tranquil abode and sort through his thoughts. Then, I shall take my leave, Gerald politely addressed General Ross and his daughter. No sooner had he spoken than a cascade of ethereal blue light enveloped him, and in a flicker, his figure vanished before their eyes. With Gerald's exit, the mysterious, glowing oval shield surrounding General Ross and his daughter dissipated into nothingness. General Ross stood there, dazed, his gaze still lingering on the astonishing scene that had just unfolded. Slowly lifting his head, he looked towards the direction in which Gerald had vanished, exclaiming with genuine admiration, "When will I have someone of such caliber under my command?" His voice carried a note of envy mixed with resignation. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, Gerald, accompanied by Mina and Hans, had successfully returned to their shop. However, this tranquility was short-lived as the phone rang. Gerald anticipated the caller, and upon answering, Nick Fury's voice resonated. In the office of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director. Nick Fury's singular eye fixed intently on the screen, which showcased breathtaking scenes. The werewolf darting across the battlefield with grace, its sharp claws slicing through the air. Mina, the vampire, moving with lightness, her crimson eyes ablaze like fire, her talons seemingly capable of tearing through anything, in the gigantic abomination, rampaging like a behemoth. The three were locked in a chaotic melee, rendering the scene akin to a fiendish revelry from the depths of hell. Nick Fury observed silently for a long while, his brow furrowing slightly, lost in thought. After a moment, he gradually lifted the phone on his desk and dialed Gerald's number. "Gerald, I owe you for today's events. But shouldn't you explain the situation regarding your two subordinates?" Nick Fury's tone was grave and low. Gerald, seated in his shop, answered the phone unhurriedly. Upon hearing Nick Fury's words, a slight smile graced his lips as he replied, "Didn't you see everything? Can you not deduce what they are? Though rare, there's no need for alarm." His tone was laced with teasing nonchalance, treating the matter as anything but dire. "Vampires and werewolves?" Nick Fury's voice came through the receiver, tinged with an unmistakable blend of astonishment and resignation. "I feel as though my worldview has been constantly reshaped since I met you. From now on, should anything peculiar arise, I doubt I will be surprised." He leaned back against his chair as he spoke. "Make sure to register them at S.H.I.E.L.D. when you have the chance." After Nick Fury issued his orders, he abruptly hung up the phone. Gerald listened to the busy signal emanating from the receiver and shrugged lightly. A wave of weariness washed over him. This day had been exhausting, and he still had to contend with the myriad affairs of S.H.I.E.L.D. Alas, S.H.I.E.L.D. shows no mercy. With that thought, he retired to rest. In a tranquil yet unremarkable town, a young girl lay in her bed. Suddenly, she was jolted awake as if pulled by an invisible force. Her eyes flew open, wide with terror and unease, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Once again, she had dreamed of that chilling figure, the eerie individual clad in a striped sweater, with metallic claws for hands. In her dreams, the figure was relentless, shadowing her no matter how fervently she fled or hid. The girl trembled slightly as she slowly sat up, instinctively clutching the cross that lay by her pillow. In her grasp, the cross became her sole anchor of hope, and she began to pray earnestly, "Oh God, please grant me respite from the torment of these nightmares, and allow me the peace to sleep soundly." At that moment, the entire town seemed to be enveloped in a strange atmosphere. On the darkened streets, it felt as though a pair of hidden eyes were watching everything. Shadows of the houses appeared to harbor some mysterious force, quietly stirring. It was as if a great storm was on the horizon, yet the townsfolk remained blissfully unaware, continuing to slumber beneath the facade of tranquility. Chapter 29. The beginning of Elm Street. Time passed quietly, and several days later, the iconic black vehicles of S.H.I.E.L.D. sliced through the serene roads surrounding the town, slowly making their way toward this enigmatic place shrouded in an eerie aura. However, they would find themselves lost to it. On another morning, Coulson and Barton stood at the edge of the town. Their expressions were grave as they scrutinized the eerie atmosphere enveloping the settlement. "Is this where our people went missing?" Coulson furrowed his brow slightly. The agent beside him snapped to attention, replying in a serious and respectful tone, "Indeed. They came to investigate the peculiar happenings in this town, but lost contact upon entering." His gaze remained fixed ahead, betraying no hint of complacency. "What peculiar happenings?" Coulson's frown deepened, his penetrating eyes filled with confusion as he cast his gaze back toward the seemingly tranquil town. "The residents of this town have been plagued by nightmares, all dreaming of the same figure, a creature in a striped sweater, wielding a metallic claw. Some have already perished at the hands of this nightmare entity." The agent's face bore an unprecedented seriousness. His words heightened the vigilance of Coulson and Barton to its zenith. Coulson stood at the town's edge for a long while. Ultimately, he resolved to take the risk and venture deeper into the town to uncover the truth. His black vehicle glided silently into the heart of the town. However, as the vehicle entered the town, Coulson was suddenly seized by an inexplicable chill that surged from the nape of his neck, swiftly enveloping his entire being. The icy sensation seemed to penetrate to his very marrow, causing every pore in his body to involuntarily constrict. "Stop the car." Coulson's voice was urgent and resolute, prompting his subordinate to slam on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to an abrupt halt. "What's wrong?" Barton in the other car called out through the window, his face a mask of confusion. He could not fathom why Coulson had ordered an immediate stop upon entering the town. "We can call Gellett now," Coulson replied, his expression grave and his tone low and serious. His vigilant gaze swept around, as if the very air was rife with watchful eyes. "Is it a mysterious incident?" Barton's demeanor shifted to one of tension, well aware that Coulson's mention of a mysterious incident hinted at grave danger. An unsettling tide of anxiety surged within him. "The moment we arrived in this town, my mental faculties have become alert, and my innate powers have begun to dull." Coulson slowly raised his head to gaze at the sky, which appeared shrouded in an invisible haze, like a colossal net ensnaring the entire town, where dark forces had evidently taken root. His voice resonated heavily in the eerie silence that enveloped them. Meanwhile, in Gellett's quaint shop, he sat quietly, perusing an ancient tome. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the crisp ring of a mobile phone. Gellett lifted his gaze from the pages, and upon seeing Coulson's name flash on the screen, a subtle smile graced his lips as he answered, "What's the matter, Coulson? You usually don't reach out without a reason." However, what came through the line was Coulson's grave and serious tone. "A mysterious incident has occurred. We need you here." The urgency and concern in his voice suggested that the situation had escalated to a critical level. "Is it serious?" Gellett's smile vanished instantly, replaced by an expression of intense focus. He understood well that any involvement in a mysterious incident typically heralded peril. "We have several agents who are missing, their fates unknown." Coulson's words stirred a tempest within Gellett. He rose slowly, closing the ancient book gently and placing it back on the table, adjusting his attire. He spoke with unwavering determination. "I understand. Please provide me with the address." Coulson patiently awaited Gellett's arrival at the edge of the town. Time flowed slowly in the eerie atmosphere, each minute and second seemingly stretched infinitely. Moments later, a clear, piercing cry of an eagle echoed from above. The group instinctively looked up, witnessing a majestic eagle swooping down towards Coulson with the speed of an arrow released from its bow. At the moment of descent, the eagle transformed into Gerald amidst a flash of light. His tall figure, draped in a flowing black cloak, exuded an air of confidence, characterized by his signature smile. This unexpected spectacle startled not only the inexperienced agents, but even the usually composed and seasoned Coulson, causing his heart to skip a beat. In an instinctive reaction, all agents, including Barton, swiftly raised their weapons, aiming at Gerald. The dark gun barrels glinted with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. "Hey, calm down, gentlemen. Are you really going to eliminate your superior?" Gerald remarked nonchalantly, raising his hands in a gesture of peace, his smile unwavering, attempting to diffuse the charged situation. "Is this something you can still do? Why not open a portal?" Coulson inquired, his initial shock quickly giving way to curiosity. "I can't. I lack the magical coordinates here. The location I teleport to must be one I have previously visited, hence my arrival in this manner," Gerald explained with a slight shrug, a hint of helplessness on his face as he clarified why he hadn't opened a portal as usual. His gaze then shifted to the seemingly tranquil, yet perilously ominous small town before them. His expression bore the weight of seriousness and focus, as if he could penetrate the facade and reach the dark core hidden beneath. "Is this the town where the incident occurred?" "Indeed, there seems to be a problem. This overwhelming dark force is on the verge of forming a demonic realm." Gerald's voice was low and grave. "A demonic realm? What does that mean?" Coulson asked, his face reflecting confusion. The surrounding agents perked up, their expressions a blend of tension and curiosity. A demonic realm is a unique ability possessed by powerful demons, within which their strength is significantly amplified, posing a considerable threat, Gerald elaborated, his words succinct yet intensifying the anxiety among the group. The agents felt a slight perspiration in their palms, their gazes tinged with apprehension. "Let us proceed and discover who dares to act so brazenly," Gerald declared, striding confidently towards Coulson's vehicle and elegantly settling inside. Coulson and the other agents promptly followed suit, and the convoy gradually moved forward, making its way into the heart of the town. As they ventured deeper, the air grew increasingly cold and oppressive. Chapter 30. The shadows of Nightmare Street. As Gerald and his companions entered the town, an indescribable feeling of oppression enveloped them. The streets lay eerily desolate, a suffocating silence pervading every corner. Gerald keenly sensed the presence of countless eyes lurking behind the windows of the houses, watching their every move. He lifted his gaze and indeed beheld the residents huddled within their homes, cautiously peering through the cracks of their curtains to scrutinize the unwelcome guests. Their faces were as pale as parchment, bereft of color, and their eyes, bloodshot and alarming, appeared as though they had endured countless sleepless nights. Exhaustion and fear were etched deeply upon their countenances. Gerald and Coulson exchanged a glance, each discerning the weight of gravity and uncertainty reflected in the other's eyes. They resolved to first proceed to the police station, hopeful that it might harbor some useful clues. Inside the police station, the dim lighting cast a somber atmosphere. The sheriff sat behind his desk, his expression dark as he regarded Coulson with evident dissatisfaction and weariness. "What brings you here again?" "A few days ago. Some individuals claiming to be from S.H.I.E.L.D. questioned me with the same inquiries, and I divulged everything I knew to them," he rasped. His voice hoarse and dry, with bloodshot eyes shadowed by pronounced dark circles, reminiscent of a panda, suggesting he had not rested properly for days on end. "Oh, do you know where they went?" Coulson inquired, stepping closer and fixing his gaze intently upon the sheriff, seeking a glimmer of information. "How would I know? They merely mentioned they were investigating the identity of the creature from the nightmares, and then vanished without a trace," the sheriff replied, shaking his head in resignation. Leaning slightly forward, his hands limply resting on the desk, he appeared to be crushed under an immense burden, embodying fatigue and helplessness. Gradually, the sheriff raised his head and began recounting the origins of this unsettling ordeal to Gerald and his companion. Almost a month prior, the townspeople had begun to be tormented by nightmares. The sheriff furrowed his brow, lost in reminiscence. Initially, no one paid much heed, dismissing the occurrences as mere nocturnal visions, assuming they were nothing more than ordinary nightmares. However, as days turned into weeks, a startling revelation emerged through their exchanges. Everyone had encountered the same sinister figure in their dreams, a man clad in a striped sweater, brandishing razor-sharp steel claws, who would relentlessly pursue them each time he appeared in their slumber. The sheriff sighed softly, continuing, "We had also attempted to report our plight to the relevant authorities in search of assistance. Yet, no one believed us, dismissing it as mere collective delusion or fanciful tales of the townsfolk." A bitter and resentful expression crossed his face as he recounted the moment when the gravity of the situation truly dawned upon them, when a life was lost. That individual had met a gruesome end, their throat slashed by the steel claws. At this juncture, the sheriff's body trembled slightly as he recalled how, from that day forth, a pall of fear enveloped the entire town. The residents remained in trepidation, uncertain of who would be the next victim of the nightmares, each night becoming a tormenting ordeal. Many, unable to endure the relentless suffering, chose to abandon the town, fleeing from this accursed place. Upon hearing the sheriff's meticulous description of the creature, Gerald's eyes abruptly narrowed, and an involuntary tightening gripped his heart. "Isn't that Freddy? When did Elm Street make its appearance in the Marvel Universe?" he murmured to himself, his voice tinged with astonishment and confusion. "Coulson, I was in a rush today, and didn't he ask, what is the name of this town again?" Gerald turned to Coulson with a questioning gaze. "It seems to be called Elm Town," Coulson replied after a moment of contemplation. He keenly observed the subtle shift in Gerald's expression, a flicker of doubt stirring within him, yet he chose to remain silent. Indeed, it was Elm Street. This meant that Freddy was the architect of the current predicament. Gerald pondered inwardly, his brow furrowing slightly, his eyes betraying a sense of gravity and focus. Upon confirming that the events here were instigated by Freddy, Gerald endeavored to recall the storyline of Elm Street. He vaguely remembered that the malevolent spirit named Freddy relentlessly dragged people into a surreal yet palpably real dreamscape, where he cruelly ended their lives. Ultimately, it seemed that someone had discovered Freddy's vulnerability within the dream and successfully extricated him from that illusory realm, thus bringing the nightmarish calamity to an end. However, the specific details and crucial intricacies eluded his memory. After gleaning the address of the missing agent from the sheriff, Gerald and his companion swiftly drove towards the location. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was stifling, almost suffocating. Coulson gripped the steering wheel with unwavering focus, while Gerald sat in the back seat, his brow knitted in deep contemplation. Upon reaching their destination, Coulson and his agents conducted a thorough investigation, eventually uncovering an electronic report on a computer. The page displayed clear information regarding the enigmatic figure, Freddy, along with his chilling ability, the capacity to kill within dreams. As Gerald absorbed this information, his expression shifted to one of profound complexity. A surge of intense doubt and unease swelling within him. This was evidently not a specter native to the Marvel realm, despite the town sharing the name Elm. He knew all too well that this Freddy was not the one from his memory. This had to be a fabrication. But who possessed the power to conjure such a being? Gerald whispered to himself, various thoughts racing through his mind. In this world, the only ones privy to Freddy's detailed tale and capable of such deeds, aside from himself, were limited to that one individual. The possibility of her interference darkened Gerald's countenance further. If it truly was her, then they were in deep trouble. After a protracted period of reflection and deliberation, Gerald recognized that, to effectively carry out their forthcoming endeavors, it was imperative for Coulson and his team to possess a fundamental understanding of the adversary they were about to confront. Thus, He resolved to reveal a portion of the truth to them. He subsequently gathered the agents together. Under the collective gaze of the group, Geralt slowly began to speak. Having seen those reports and the occurrences in this town, I finally comprehend the nature of the entity we are to contend with. It is a dream demon, Geralt continued, his gaze sweeping slowly across the faces of each individual, ensuring that they comprehended the gravity of his words. The so-called dream demon is typically born from the tormented soul of a tragically fated human who has endured immense suffering in life. Infused with the malevolent powers of a nightmare, this demon possesses the terrifying ability to slay you within the depths of your dreams, where it reigns supreme in a realm that is both ethereal and strikingly vivid. Should you fall victim to its gaze, the moment you succumb to slumber, you effectively place yourself within its merciless grasp, rendered helpless against its whims. As Geralt spoke, a solemnity and tension gradually etched themselves upon the faces of the agents. They began to realize that the arduous nature and peril of this mission far surpassed their initial expectations. Chapter 31. Freddy witnessing the expressions of concern and unease etched upon the faces of his subordinates, a subtle smile graced Geralt's lips, a gesture of reassurance. Do not be afraid. While the dream demon may sound fearsome, it is relatively manageable once one understands its vulnerabilities. What weaknesses does it possess? Barton emerged from the crowd, his demeanor resolute and unyielding. It is quite simple, Geralt responded calmly, his words succinct yet reassuring, serving as a balm for the agents' anxious hearts. The dream demon wields power solely within the confines of dreams. Once it steps into the realm of reality, it becomes an ordinary murderer. With that, Geralt's expression shifted to one of determination as he methodically began to outline the next steps of their operation. Coulson, you will lead a contingent to search for the whereabouts of the missing agents. Coulson nodded earnestly, promptly mobilizing his team. The rest of you shall remain. I have other arrangements, including you, Barton. Geralt's gaze lingered on the remaining agents, ultimately resting on Barton's steadfast countenance. To eradicate Freddy entirely. The key lies in drawing him out of the dreamscape. The means to achieve this is for one among you to succeed in dreaming of him. As long as one individual can conjure Freddy in their slumber, he shall remain within my grasp. Geralt's tone gradually soothed the agents' previously heightened anxieties, and under his guidance, they began to attempt slumber. The atmosphere became eerily tranquil, a heavy tension permeating the room. In Geralt's mind, given Freddy's propensity for chaos within dreams in this darkened town, should anyone dare to sleep peacefully, Freddy would undoubtedly appear in their dream, akin to a shark drawn by the scent of blood. However, as time slipped by and they gradually awoke, not a single individual had realized their desire to dream of Freddy. It seems he is aware of my presence and dares not take the risk, Geralt pondered silently. Meanwhile, Coulson's search team tirelessly conducted a thorough search throughout the town, ultimately uncovering traces of the missing agents within an abandoned factory. The agents lay sprawled on the cold ground, all plunged into a profound unconsciousness. Coulson and his companions swiftly brought them back. Just as everyone exhaled in relief, a peculiar occurrence took place. The unconscious agents suddenly stirred back to life, without warning. Jareth observed them intently, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, revealing a hint of disdain for Freddy's audacity. Are you so terrified of me? You would rather awaken them than grant me a chance. I find it perplexing that Freddy would invade our dreams merely to instill fear. Coulson furrowed his brow, his gaze filled with confusion and uncertainty. This is the creature's method of survival. Such demons typically feast on fear. Jareth raised his head slightly, declaring that the more we fear it, the more potent it becomes. Its murders serve a purpose, to instill terror within us, to remind us that once ensnared in its dreams, our fates are sealed. Thus, fear burgeons in the hearts of the people like rampant weeds, nourishing its growing power. After a while, the agents who had just awakened gradually regained their composure. Though traces of terror and dread lingered in their eyes, they endeavored to steady themselves and began recounting their harrowing experiences within the dream. While investigating an abandoned factory, we inexplicably succumbed to sleep. One agent recounted with a quivering voice, as if still trapped in that nightmarish realm. In the dream, only Freddy's eerie laughter echoed through the desolate factory. We ran desperately, attempting to escape his relentless pursuit, yet the abandoned factory resembled a labyrinth without exits. No matter how we ran, we remained ensnared in a ceaseless cycle. Freddy seemed to relish the chase, taking his time to close in on us, allowing our fear to escalate, an experience truly worse than death. The other agents nodded in agreement, their faces etched with the terror of that nightmarish ordeal. The following day, grim news arrived. 2 more had fallen victim to a horrific fate, their gruesome deaths chilling to the bone. One was torn asunder by an immense force. The other suffered even more, as his skin was brutally flayed away. His visage contorted in agonizing torment, his unblinking eyes seemingly recounting the unending suffering endured in life. These heinous crimes struck like a bombshell, shattering the already taut threads of fear that bound the small town. The residents' terror surged like a tidal wave, nearly breaching the limits of their resolve. As despair and helplessness permeated the air. Upon learning of these events, Jaretha's expression darkened instantaneously, his demeanor ominous enough to suggest it could rain. His brows knitted tightly in an intricate furrow, his deep-set eyes glimmering with a volatile mixture of anger and concern. Inwardly, he pondered, I cannot fathom why Freddy has begun to hasten his actions, resorting to murder to accelerate his harvest of fear. At that moment, Coulson hurriedly approached. His footsteps brisk, beads of sweat forming on his brow, and his gaze filled with urgency and anxiety. A calamity had struck. The entire populace of the town had succumbed to slumber, one by one. His voice, tinged with distress, altered slightly in pitch. Before his words could fully escape his lips, the surrounding team members began to collapse as if their very souls had been siphoned away. In mere moments, only Gerald and Coulson remained standing. Even the usually steadfast Barton had fallen prey to this fate. Have you resolved to confront me directly? Gerald scoffed. If so, let it be. Allow me to witness your prowess within the realm of dreams. With that, he turned to Coulson and instructed. Guard our bodies while I venture into the dreamscape to rescue Barton and the others, and to deal with Freddy. Are you confident in your ability? Coulson's face was etched with concern, his eyes betraying a deep-seated worry for Gerald's safety. This anxiety transcended mere personal peril. It encompassed the fate of the entire town and the looming question of whether they could thwart this nightmarish disaster. Do you truly believe you know who I am? Steer the ship closer, Gerald suddenly declared. Coulson responded, perplexed. Never mind, you wouldn't grasp the reference. Forget I mentioned it. With that, Gerald moved slowly to Barton's side. Crouching down to gently place his hand upon Barton's head. He inhaled deeply and gradually closed his eyes, his aura instantly transforming into one of tranquility and introspection, as if establishing a mystical connection with the surrounding world. Moments later, his consciousness effortlessly transcended the boundaries between reality and dream. Chapter 32. Confrontation in the Dream Within the Dream. The town of Maplewood resembled a cursed city, enshrouded in darkness. Thick mists hung like spectral veils, suffocating every inch of land. Towering, ominous crosses leaned at grotesque angles along the streets. The townsfolk, mercilessly pinned to these crosses, suffered in silence. Their limbs pierced by cruel iron nails, crimson blood flowing like rivulets, pooling on the icy ground, forming grotesque puddles of gore. The anguished wails echoed throughout the desolate town, resonating like the prelude to some nefarious ritual. Upon entering, Gerald immediately beheld Barton and his fellow subordinates in their pitiful state, similarly affixed to the crosses. You are undoubtedly far more dashing than Jesus, Gerald quipped, attempting to alleviate the tense atmosphere. Seeing Gerald instilled a sense of relief in Barton and the others. They felt a surge of hope, buoyed by their faith in Gerald's strength. A chilling laughter resonated from the far end of the street, sending shivers down their spines. Gradually, Freddy's distinctive, horrific figure emerged from the fog. Remain here for a moment. I shall handle this. Remember, you are merely dreaming. All pain is but an illusion crafted by your mind. Strive to master your subconscious, and you may uncover fascinating revelations. With resolute and steady strides, Gerald advanced towards the direction of Freddy. As he drew closer, Freddy's scarred visage became increasingly discernible before him. It was a countenance twisted and grotesque, the skin marred by burns presenting a pockmarked surface. Freddy's eyes glimmered with an eerie light, unflinchingly locking gazes with Gerald. The slight curl of his lips seemed to boast of his newfound formidable power, radiating a blind confidence in his current state. How audacious of you to appear before me. Do you truly believe in your own prowess now? Gerald's tone remained as tranquil as a placid lake, devoid of any tremor, as though Freddy were merely an insignificant insect, incapable of perturbing him in the slightest. When you first arrived in this quaint town, I held some trepidation, but now, I have gathered the souls of everyone in this town within my dream realm. Their fear and suffering grant me boundless strength. I am now terrifyingly powerful. Freddy's mouth widened, revealing a jagged array of blood-stained teeth, issuing a chilling cackle, his confidence bordering on hubris. His burnt visage appeared even more distorted and horrifying under the bizarre light of the dreamscape. Yet, before he could finish his boast, a surge of flame struck him. Freddy had no time to react as he was hurled backward, crashing directly into a house. In an instant, the walls of the building were obliterated, bricks and splinters flying in all directions, raising a dense cloud of dust. Power, such as the limited perspective of a frog at the bottom of a well. Gerald's voice emerged amidst the roaring flames and the crumbling structure, laced with disdain. He flexed his fingers, the joints cracking crisply, as if warming up for the impending battle. His gaze turned utterly serious. Then allow me to witness the extent of your so-called strength. With that, an overwhelming wave of magical energy radiated from him, causing the ground beneath to tremble slightly, as if the entire dream realm sensed his formidable aura. The house, into which Freddy had crashed, began to tremble violently. Cracks spiderwebbed across the walls, while tiles from the roof cascaded down with a cacophony of sounds. Then, under the onslaught of a surging wave of dark energy, The entire structure could no longer bear the weight and collapsed with a thunderous roar. A cloud of dust billowed upward, instantly enveloping the area. Freddy's furious visage flickered within the rising smoke, seemingly incensed by Gerald's contempt. With a sudden, fierce gesture, he directed the debris from the ruins, broken bricks, sharp splinters, and twisted metal towards Gerald like a barrage of bullets. However, a shimmering shield of arcane energy, glowing with a ghostly blue light, had already manifested before Gerald. The debris, striking the shield like a torrential downpour, erupted in brilliant sparks of energy, yet could not breach this formidable barrier, cascading harmlessly to the ground. At that very moment, the ground beneath Gerald's feet began to tremble violently without warning, fissures swiftly spreading across the surface. Soon after, sturdy rebar emerged from the earth like sinuous serpents, ensnaring his feet. A smug smirk spread across Freddy's face, as if he could already envision Gerald being subdued. Under the mockery of Freddy's gaze, Gerald was mercilessly dragged beneath the ground, vanishing from sight. However, Freddy's triumph was short-lived. Suddenly, a powerful surge of magic erupted from the depths below, akin to a volcanic explosion. In an instant, the ground was shattered by this force, sending dirt and debris flying in all directions. Gerald stood within the crater, gazing at Freddy. The once menacing rebar, now driven by Freddy's malevolent power, writhed toward Gerald with astonishing speed, resembling constricting ropes. They coiled tightly around his body, encircling him again and again, the cold, unyielding metal pressing against his skin as if to crush every inch of his flesh. Witnessing Gerald immobilized and bound, Freddy threw back his head and laughed maniacally. This is my world. Here, everything is under my control. You have no escape, just like this. His voice brimmed with arrogance and pride, as if he had become the sovereign of this dreamlike realm, wielding the power of life and death. With that, Freddy swept his hand once more, and the tightly bound Gerald was dragged along like a weightless puppet by the relentless rebar. Gerald's body was propelled like a cannonball toward a house, crashing through the wall and creating a massive hole. His form embedded within as bricks and wood scattered around him. Before the dust could settle, he was swiftly yanked out again, soaring through the sky like a meteor, crashing into another building. Thus, under Freddy's control, Gerald's body careened between the houses of the town, subjected to a barrage of chaotic impacts. Each collision resonated with a thunderous crash, the structures trembling under his assault, some collapsing into mere ruins. Yet, a flicker of confusion and astonishment began to appear on Freddy's face. He realized that despite his frenzied onslaught, Gerald remained unscathed, not even a tear marring his garments. Gerald's gaze remained calm, his formidable magic radiating a faint glow around him. With the dual protections of the armor spell and the mage's shield, you'd be lucky to even scratch me, Gerald thought with cold amusement. Chapter 33. If you delight in fear, I shall bestow it upon you. Upon recognizing the futility of his relentless attacks, Freddy halted his hands. Meanwhile, Barton, nailed to the cross, continually reassured himself deep within that this was merely a dream, and that all suffering and terror were illusions. At long last, propelled by his formidable willpower, a miracle transpired. The cross that had once held him captive lost its potency, gradually fading away until it vanished entirely, while Barton emerged unscathed, not a single mark left upon his body. Without a moment's pause, he swiftly liberated his fellow team members. Upon regaining their freedom, they exchanged glances, each reflecting the relief of having survived a near calamity. Barton gazed at the townsfolk who were nailed to the crosses and, without hesitation, sprinted towards them, intent on their rescue. However, as he approached, he was astonished to find them resembling lifeless marionettes, their faces blank, bodies unresponsive, as though they had already perished. A profound sense of unease surged within Barton. He sensed that the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. Unbeknownst to him, a far more terrifying crisis loomed silently on the horizon. All dark forces, drawn by an unseen yet powerful pull, converged from all directions towards Freddy's body. The souls of the townspeople were mercilessly siphoned away, merging into the ever-expanding form of Freddy. Standing before Gerald, Freddy's body swelled dramatically with the influx of souls, transforming him into a giant exuding an oppressive aura of darkness. His eyes gleamed with a strange and avaricious light, as though reveling in the ecstasy brought forth by this formidable power. This is my true strength. Now, my being is infused with at least hundreds of souls. Ha ha. Freddy's maniacal laughter reverberated through the air, causing it to buzz with intensity. His form had now ballooned to a horrifying extent, resembling a dark mountain, emanating a chilling presence. As his laughter echoed, the dark power surged tumultuously around him. Die. Freddy bellowed, his voice booming as he raised his colossal steel claws. With a sudden swipe, he unleashed a claw of pure dark energy, tearing through the void towards Gerald. The mage's shield and the armor spell should suffice to withstand it, but caution is prudent. I cannot afford to falter now. I shall also cast a word of power, evasion, along with the blessing spell, for added security. Alas, the invincibility skills are fraught with restrictions, otherwise, this would not be so complicated. Gerald, witnessing the overwhelming force of this strike, felt a shiver run through him. He understood the potency of Freddy's attack and dared not be careless. After enveloping himself in various protective spells, Gerald allowed himself a slight exhale of relief. The immense black claw struck him with tremendous force. In an instant, a burst of vibrant light erupted at the point of impact, illuminating the surroundings like fireworks. Gerald's body was propelled backward by this overwhelming strength, carving deep furrows into the ground as he slid back over 10 meters before the terrifying claw's force finally dissipated. It seems I overestimated its strength. It is not as formidable as I had imagined, a waste of my skills indeed. Gerald pondered inwardly, his previously tense expression easing slightly. A hint of disdain curling at the corner of his lips. Fear? Scream? Then perish. Freddy had been utterly overwhelmed by this sudden surge of power. His arrogance and hubris swelling to an insurmountable degree. His eyes sparkled with a frenzied light, as if he envisioned Gerald trembling before him, begging for mercy. Fear? Ah. Do you wish to witness the essence of true terror? If you crave fear so desperately, then let it engulf you. In response to Freddy's arrogance, Gerald offered a chilling, icy laugh. In that moment, an extraordinary transformation quietly unfolded within him. The mysterious and profound aura of magic that had surrounded him began to shift, as if eroded by darkness, gradually yielding to a sinister and bizarre force. The sorcerer's unique malevolent magic swiftly permeated his entire being, enveloping him in a halo of purplish-black light, from which faint echoes of demonic roars emerged. Gerald's gaze sharpened as a powerful wave of purplish-black magic surged forth from him, rapidly extending towards Freddy. Gerald unleashed a scream of terror with unrestrained fervor. This time, the sheer power of his fear was starkly contrasted with his earlier tentative strikes at S-H-I-E-L-D, akin to the difference between heaven and earth. When that howl, imbued with the raw essence of fear, struck Freddy, his massive form instantly froze, his once manic and arrogant eyes now fixated on Gerald, revealing boundless terror. Freddy let out a bone-chilling scream that reverberated through the air. It was as if he had glimpsed the most horrifying specter from the abyss of hell, a force capable of obliterating his wicked soul, causing his terror to soar to its zenith. He flailed his arms wildly, turning to flee in reckless abandon, each thunderous footfall shaking the ground beneath him. Yet, in his frenzy, he stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. At that moment, his stomach roiled like a tempestuous sea, violently heaving as if a formidable force struggled within, yearning to burst forth. The souls of the townsfolk he had devoured, influenced by the scream of terror, also spiraled into extreme panic and struggle, their wails intermingling with Freddy's cries. Freddy's body swelled like an inflating balloon, his skin stretched to near transparency, as if any slight external force could ignite an explosion. Observing this, Gerald prepared to gather his magic to deliver Freddy the final blow, granting him release from this torment of fear. Just as he was poised to strike, a black arrow shot forth from behind Gerald, piercing Freddy's distended abdomen with precision. In an instant, Freddy's body jolted violently. The precarious balance he had maintained shattered completely. With the black arrow embedded in his belly, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. Freddy's once swollen belly, akin to a gigantic balloon, abruptly burst, releasing a torrent of countless green souls that surged forth from within him, racing towards the sky. These souls flickered with an eerie green luminescence, each manifesting in diverse forms, some twisted and struggling, while others swayed like flickering candles in the wind. They intertwined in the air, creating a bizarre yet magnificent spectacle. Batten, drenched in cold sweat, staggered forward with faltering steps, tightly gripping the bow that launched black arrows. The recent terror had affected him as well. The soul-piercing fear had nearly consumed his sanity, fortunately having encountered a similar experience before. His indomitable will and prior mental preparation enabled him to break free, and at the crucial moment, he released that pivotal arrow. What are these? Batten gazed at the myriad of green souls swirling above, his eyes filled with bewilderment. These are the souls devoured by Freddy. They will return to their bodies on their own. There's no need to concern yourself with them, Gerald calmly explained, glancing at Batten before redirecting his focus back to Freddy. At that moment, Freddy was a stark contrast to his previous imposing self, once exuding an aura of boundless darkness. His form had drastically shrunk, becoming emaciated, as if all strength and vitality had been siphoned away. He curled upon the ground, trembling, his eyes brimming with fear and despair. The former arrogance and haughtiness had vanished without a trace, leaving only a profound dread of Gerald. Chapter 34. Prelude to Darkness. At that very moment, the dream realm, now devoid of Freddy's dark power, began to teeter and gradually collapse. The surroundings shattered like a broken mirror, the already peculiar light in the sky grew increasingly chaotic, and fissures spread through the void. Observing this, Gerald invoked the demon's binding. A chain of ethereal purple energy materialized, swiftly coiling around Freddy and ensnaring him tightly. Freddy struggled desperately against the chain's restraints, But the purple energy was as unyielding as stone, tightening further and gradually suppressing his resistance. We should awaken now, Geralt remarked softly, turning to Batten. He then snapped his fingers, a crisp sound resonating throughout the crumbling dreamscape. Instantly, in the realm of reality, everyone awoke as if from a prolonged and dreadful nightmare. They opened their eyes wide, still haunted by fear and confusion, recalling the terrifying scenes from their dreams. A wave of intense dread washed over them. The agents exchanged glances, finding in each other's eyes a shared relief at having survived the ordeal. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the silence that had just emerged from the grip of fear. The crowd turned in unison, witnessing Freddy's form engulfed in a swirling mass of purple flames. The flames danced like the infernal fires from the abyss of hell, exuding a chilling aura of malevolence. They mercilessly licked at Freddy's body as he writhed in desperation, emitting a series of heart-rending screams. Yet, his struggles proved futile, and he could only watch helplessly as the flames gradually consumed him. Moments later, the purple flames slowly dissipated. Where Freddy once stood, a gem emanating a faint purple glow now lay quietly on the ground. Geralt approached with a calm demeanor, bent down to pick up the soul stone, and casually placed it in his pocket, as if it were merely an inconsequential trifle. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the faces of Coulson and the others. Filled with bewilderment, a faint smile graced his lips as he shrugged and remarked, "What?" Someone had to take action. His tone was unperturbed, devoid of any ripples, and he offered no further explanation regarding the soul stone. Coulson exchanged a glance with Geralt, though his mind was clouded with questions. He wisely chose not to pry further out of respect and trust for Geralt. With a slight nod, he shifted his focus to the state of the team members and townsfolk, who were just beginning to recover from their nightmarish ordeal. Stepping outside, Geralt's expression was marked by gravity and concern, his brow furrowed as he gazed at the sky. What should have been a clear blue expanse was now shrouded in ominous clouds, exuding an indescribable sense of oppression and eeriness. "What is it?" Coulson, keenly attuned to Geralt's unusual expression, hurriedly approached to inquire. "Sense for yourself. The dark force enveloping this town has not dissipated, but rather has grown more active." A hint of unease tinged Geralt's voice. Upon hearing this, Coulson immediately composed himself, summoning his faint magical energy, and cautiously extended his senses outward. Moments later, his expression turned grave. "Why is this happening? Didn't Freddy die?" He was filled with confusion and anxiety. "It seems that the situation in this town is far more complicated than we imagined." Geralt slowly shook his head, a foreboding instinct stirring within him. At this moment, the town appeared deceptively tranquil, yet in Geralt's perception, it resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. The intensifying dark force akin to surging magma, slowly coursing beneath the surface. With a sudden resolve, Geralt transformed with a sharp crack, becoming an eagle in the blink of an eye. "I will take a look from above." He flapped his wings and shot towards the sky like an arrow released from a bow. Soaring in the air, he surveyed the entire town. The once familiar streets and buildings now laid bare beneath his keen gaze. Geralt intently observed the flow of dark energy, which twisted and turned like a black river, meandering through the various corners of the town, gathering and dispersing, seemingly adhering to some mysterious pattern. After a while, Geralt's expression darkened considerably, a flicker of shock passing through his steely eagle eyes. He had begun to sense the veiled secrets lurking behind the small town, a mystery likely far more complex than the menace they had previously encountered in Freddy. He descended rapidly, regaining his composure upon landing. "We must find a map of this town. I hope it is not as I fear." Geralt's tone was urgent, tinged with an unmistakable anxiety. Coulson immediately grasped his intent and sprang into action. Soon, a map of the town lay neatly on the table, marked with the locations of the 3 deceased individuals. Geralt's voice was grave and serious. Coulson, sensing the weight of the moment, took up a pen and meticulously marked the 3 locations from memory. As the final mark was made, all eyes converged on the map, revealing that the 3 points formed a perfect triangle. Moments ago, he had observed a surge of dark energy swirling ominously above, encircling the town in a seamless ring. The triangle of death was ensconced within this malevolent circle of energy. A grave concern clouded Geralt's gaze. What does this signify? Coulson noticed Geralt's serious demeanor, his heart sinking with an ominous premonition. He understood that the situation was likely far worse than they had anticipated. "This is a colossal summoning circle," Geralt articulated slowly. "Summoning what?" Coulson's eyes were fixed intently on Geralt, already suspecting, from the oppressive and sinister aura of dark energy, that whatever was to be summoned was far from benign. A demon. And given the scale of the circle and the potency of the dark energy, it was assuredly a formidable entity. Geralt's brow furrowed deeply, his expression a blend of urgency and resolve. "Coulson, contact Nick Fury, assemble all available personnel, and evacuate everyone from this town immediately. We must act swiftly." The once tranquil town of Elm, now shattered, was enveloped in an atmosphere of acute tension. A surge of camouflaged soldiers, armed and ready, flooded in, quickly establishing a tight perimeter around the town. Each soldier bore a serious demeanor, their vigilant gazes scanning the surroundings, silently declaring that this locale had been designated as an extreme danger zone. Outside the town, the whirring blades of armed helicopters echoed a deafening roar. Armored vehicles stood in orderly formation. Meanwhile, the residents, caught in a frenzy of panic and uncertainty, were hurriedly evacuated under the guidance of soldiers. The official reason cited was a biochemical leak. Faces pale with fear, families hastily retreated. Within the hastily erected command tent, the atmosphere was so heavy it felt stifling. Coulson glanced at Geralt, worry etched across his face, his voice trembling with anticipation as he asked, "What shall we do now?" Geralt lifted his gaze slightly, an unwavering determination and resolve shining through his eyes. "We shall proceed within. Should that entity emerge, we will confront it. Should we falter, let Nick Fury request a missile strike to reduce this town to mere rubble." Chapter 35. The Great Demon Unleashed. Geralt, leading the enigmatic team comprising Coulson, Barton, and other members, ventured into the heart of Utrecht town. At this juncture, the town was enveloped in a stifling silence, the vibrancy of yesteryears long extinguished, replaced by an atmosphere steeped in profound terror. Following the successful completion of the sinister summoning circle, all dark forces converged as if drawn by an overwhelming magical force, surging like a tumultuous black tide towards the town's center, burrowing into the earth below. Soon after, the ground began to tremble violently, the intensity of the quakes escalating. Accompanied by a chilling roar, the earth commenced to collapse, and in the blink of an eye, the area of the collapse rapidly expanded, forming a vast, bottomless abyss. This chasm resembled a gaping maw, exuding a sense of despairing darkness. From the endless depths of that darkness, faint echoes of screams and roars emerged. The sound sharp and jarring, akin to countless blades piercing the eardrums of the onlookers, reminiscent of demons from the depths of hell wailing in agony and fury. The members of the enigmatic team exchanged glances, each discerning the gravity and resolve reflected in the other's eyes, bracing themselves for what lay ahead. Amidst the seismic chaos, a demon's hand, the size of a house and adorned with rough scales, suddenly emerged, grasping the edge of the abyss with fierce tenacity. Each scale glimmered with an ominous, shadowy luminescence, the fingertips resembling sharp, curved hooks that embedded deeply into the ground, crushing the surrounding earth and stone into fragments. Following closely, a second equally enormous and terrifying hand emerged, the two hands standing like colossal pillars at the mouth of the chasm, seemingly opening a passage for an even greater entity to breach the realm of mortals. A massive head, gaunt as a desiccated corpse, its eyes aglow with blood-red light and crowned with two horns, gradually materialized from the depths. As soon as the head appeared, it unhinged its cavernous maw and unleashed a thunderous roar that resonated through the skies. That bellow surged forth like a cataclysmic tsunami, carrying with it boundless malevolence and frenzied power, sweeping across the land with overwhelming force. The powerful sound wave struck with tangible impact, causing Geralt and his companions to feel an invisible force assail them, their bodies swaying involuntarily, their footing faltering as if they might be toppled by the very resonance itself. Recognizing the imminent peril, Coulson and the others reacted without hesitation, swiftly aiming their firearms at the monstrous head and unleashing a barrage of fire. In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire, the flames erupting from the muzzles like enraged serpents. Various types of grenades rained down upon the demon's head, and shortly thereafter, rockets, trailing long tails of flame, soared forth, striking their target with unrelenting ferocity. In an instant, a dazzling and heart-stirring eruption of sparks burst forth from the demon's head, shrouding the area in a thick haze of smoke. Yet, beneath this tempestuous onslaught, the demon's head remained unscathed. Its blood-red eyes flickered with an uncanny glow amidst the smoke, seemingly finally noticing the source of the attack, and slowly turned its gaze. "You wish to manifest in the world. Have you consulted me?" Geralt stood tall, eyes wide with determination. With a sudden, deep inhalation, his chest heaved violently, and he bellowed, "Exile." In that moment, a violet luminescence enveloped his hands, pulsating in his palms, gradually coalescing and spreading until it cloaked his entire arm. Simultaneously, a layer of similar purple magic materialized above the demon's head, tightly adhering to its crown. Following this, an immense force surged down upon the demon's head. The creature's colossal form began to tremble slightly, its head being inexorably pressed downwards towards the abyss of endless darkness, as if it were on the verge of being cast back into the depths of hell. However, the demon sensed this overwhelming force. Its massive body began to thrash violently, every muscle taut as a bowstring, its horns thrashing desperately, emitting roars of rage. Its hands, like two enormous iron pincers, clung fiercely to the edge of the opening, sharp fingertips digging deep into the earth and stone. The demon fought desperately to claw its way free from this banishing power. Geralt could distinctly feel the unprecedented resistance against his exile spell. His magical energy surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, continuously pouring into the incantation. Thus, Man and demon found themselves locked in a stalemate at the heart of the Elm Tree town, the very air around them seeming to warp and tremble from the clash of their potent magics. As time slowly elapsed, Geralt began to feel his magical energy gradually depleting, his body growing increasingly heavy, as if he were dragging a colossal weight while attempting to wield the exile spell. His breaths became rapid and labored, beads of sweat forming on his brow, and a barely perceptible weariness flickered in his gaze. In my ordinary state, I cannot contend with him, Geralt sighed inwardly, resigning himself to the realization that in his usual condition, he could not overpower this demon. The violet glow in his hands began to flicker erratically. The once surging torrent of magical energy waned, and the powerful force suppressing the demon receded like the retreating tide. The demon, keenly aware of Geralt's predicament, revealed a maniacal grin upon its grotesque face, its gaping maw splitting open to unleash a bone-chilling cackle. With that laughter, its muscles tensed, erupting with renewed vigor. As its claws frantically clawed at the ground, disregarding all else in its desperate ascent, Geralt understood that the situation had turned direly against him. Prolonging the stalemate would only lead him into an even more perilous predicament. He cast a significant glance at Coulson, signaling the others to prepare for retreat. Geralt resolved to no longer restrain himself and to unleash his full power. At that moment, the demon's vast and terrifying form had already emerged halfway from the abyss of darkness, exuding an aura of malevolence that permeated the air, enveloping the entire town in a shroud of death and despair. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, the space surrounding the demon suddenly distorted without warning. Following this, the fabric of reality fractured like a fragile mirror, revealing cracks that spread throughout. The entire town began to rotate slowly. As if it were a colossal gear mechanism under the influence of some mysterious force, the ground tilted, buildings swayed, and the very heavens seemed to reverse. Amidst this chaos and strange spectacle, a figure clad in a yellow cloak quietly materialized. Enveloped by the cloak, her face remained obscured, yet her graceful movements indicated her femininity. Behind her, a circular portal, crackling with peculiar sparks, spun gently. Chapter 36. The Arrival of Ancient One. Sister Ancient One, you have finally arrived. I knew you would sense what was happening here. A look of surprise and relief intermingled on Geralt's previously tense face as he dashed toward the cloaked figure, positioning himself closely behind her, breathlessly. Meanwhile, the other members of the mysterious team found themselves in this bizarre world of inverted motion, their faces etched with shock and confusion. With wide eyes and slightly parted lips, they stared blankly at the paradoxical scene around them, their hearts brimming with questions and awe. What kind of power is this? Capable of such feats? Coulson murmured, his voice trembling, as his weapon instinctively fell from his grasp, overwhelmed by the extraordinary sight before him. Let's set aside unnecessary conversation until this matter is resolved. I shall handle it first. The Ancient One's voice was cold and calm, as if the chaos and crisis before her were mere trifles. With that, she gently raised her hand, elegantly unveiling the hood of her cloak to reveal her iconic bald head. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, she held a gesture with one hand and, with a subtle turn, the entire space seemed to be manipulated by an invisible hand, spiraling wildly in reverse. The edge of the abyss from which the demon had crawled began to vanish under the influence of this formidable power. The demon's massive form lost its foothold, its hands that had gripped the ground now flailing helplessly in the air, emitting roars of rage and terror. Its body began to uncontrollably descend, plummeting back into the infinite darkness of the abyss. The demon, unwilling to be cast back into the depths so easily, struggled fiercely in midair, its great horns thrashing as it desperately extended its arms, attempting to grasp the outer edge. As its hands were about to graze the precipice, a series of magical circles, shimmering with peculiar sparks, suddenly materialized around the mouth of the chasm. These circles radiated a luminous glow, their runes flickering with an aura of formidable mystery. The demon's hands, upon making contact with the magic circle, recoiled as if they had touched a searing iron, emitting a sizzle as dark smoke wafted from its palms. It howled in agony, attempting to force its way through, yet the power of the magic circle was as unyielding as adamantine. Each assault was mercilessly repelled, leaving its hands to flail futilely before the circle, unable to advance a single step further. Ultimately, with a roar filled with resentment and fury, the demon's colossal form plummeted back into the boundless abyss of darkness. Its silhouette was gradually enveloped by the shadows, the malevolent essence dissipating, leaving only a desolate silence in the heart of the town. Yet, amidst the collective focus on the demon's descent, a shadow darted like a wraith, seizing the moment of chaos to surge forth from the closing edge of the abyss. Its speed was astonishing, leaving behind a blurred trace in the air before vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed. Ancient One's gaze, sharp and discerning, captured every detail, though she merely furrowed her brow, revealing a flicker of barely perceptible concern. With the demon successfully banished back to hell, Ancient One waved her hand gently. In an instant, this tumultuous realm, filled with bizarre and twisted phenomena, seemed infused with a power that reversed the very fabric of reality, beginning to rotate slowly and restore its original form. The once upended world gradually realigned, the inclined ground became level again, and the teetering houses ceased their trembling. However, tranquility and tidiness were but distant memories. The town now a scene of disarray. Nevertheless, it was reassuring that the chilling darkness had dissipated, as sunlight once more graced the land, albeit mottled, bringing a glimmer of hope and warmth. Ancient One turned slightly, a faint smile gracing her features as she softly addressed Gerald. "Why not visit me? It has been quite some time since you last came." With that, she began to walk toward the circular portal behind her, sparking with strange flames. Gerald nodded in understanding. Turning to Corson with a serious demeanor, "Ensure that you take care of the aftermath and manage everything here." Corson solemnly nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of the awestruck and curious onlookers, Gerald swiftly followed Ancient One into the portal, shimmering with enigmatic sparks. As they vanished from sight, the portal extinguished like a firework, leaving Corson and the others standing amidst the ruins, contemplating the direction from which the portal had disappeared, their minds awash with thoughts. In the mysterious and tranquil Camartage, the ancient architecture exuded an aura of history intertwined with wisdom. Gerald sat across from the Ancient One, a finely crafted tea set adorning the stone table between them. The fragrant steam of freshly brewed tea wafted through the air, creating an inviting atmosphere. Gerald lifted his cup, took a delicate sip, and then set it down, his gaze fixed intently on the Ancient One, eyes reflecting both curiosity and inquiry as he inquired, "What is the origin of this demon, and why is it so fierce?" The Ancient One slightly lifted her head, her gaze calm and unhurried as she replied, "Its name is scarcely known among mortals. However, its father is a figure you are undoubtedly familiar with, Mephisto, the Lord of Hell." "Which heart demon?" Gerald blurted out, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. His brow furrowed slightly as a flurry of rumors about the Witch Heart demon raced through his mind. "Oh, you are aware." The Ancient One acknowledged with a gentle nod, continuing, "This time, Mephisto is likely unaware of its actions. After all, for its true form to step into the mortal realm is something even Mephisto would not dare to undertake lightly. Fortunately, it has been expelled." Gerald exhaled a sigh of relief, reclining comfortably against his chair. "Not completely expelled. I only banished its physical form, while its spiritual essence managed to escape." The Ancient One set her cup down, hands folded serenely on her lap, as she disclosed this unexpected revelation. "A demon could escape from your grasp?" Gerald's eyes widened, leaning forward in astonishment and disbelief. It was inconceivable that a demon could elude the watchful eyes of the Supreme Sorcerer. "A slight oversight," the Ancient One remarked, a faint smile gracing her lips, as though it were merely a trivial misstep. Surely it was intentional, Gerald mused inwardly. However, he did not dwell too much on the matter. After all, it was merely the spiritual essence of a demon, which posed a significantly diminished threat compared to its corporeal form, making it considerably easier to manage. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. conference room, Coulson stood before Nick Fury, beginning to recount the details of the recent incident. Nick Fury listened intently. When Coulson mentioned the mysterious figure who unexpectedly turned the tide of battle, he raised his head slightly, a glimmer of curiosity and inquiry in his eyes as he asked, "You say that individual is called the Ancient One?" "Indeed, Gerald referred to her as such," Coulson replied swiftly and decisively. "The Supreme Sorcerer, you say?" Nick Fury murmured to himself, falling into deep contemplation. Memories of Gerald's prior words surfaced in his mind, describing the Ancient One as the most powerful sorcerer in this world. Chapter 37. Tony's troubles in Camartage. Gerald's exchange with the Ancient One came to a pause. Upon returning home, he pondered the recent discourse regarding the demon and the deeper implications of the Ancient One's words. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the ringing of his phone. Gerald retrieved his phone to find Nick Fury's name illuminating the screen. "Are you back? Could you come to S.H.I.E.L.D. for a visit? There are many questions regarding this incident that I wish to discuss with you." Nick Fury's voice resonated through the receiver. Gerald's gaze was fixed on a distant point in space. With a gentle flick of his finger, a portal radiating a cerulean glow slowly materialized. Meanwhile, in the spacious office of Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury held a phone, awaiting Gerald's response. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before him without warning. It was Gerald, still clutching his phone, as if he had just traversed the boundaries of space, arriving instantaneously. "I have arrived," Gerald calmly announced into the phone. "I know, I saw you," Fury replied with a hint of resignation. Within the S.H.I.E.L.D. office, Gerald and Fury sat across from each other. Gerald took a moment to gather his thoughts before elaborating on the intricacies of the recent events. He recounted how the townspeople were plagued by inexplicable nightmares, their discovery of Freddy, the demon of dreams, in their ensuing battle with him. Even after Freddy's demise, the dark forces intensified rather than dissipating, leading to the revelation of a massive summoning circle concealed in the shadows, culminating in a harrowing confrontation with a terrifying demon that emerged from the circle, all without omitting a single detail. Fury listened intently, his expression grave, and as Geralt spoke, the lines on his forehead deepened. Upon hearing Geralt's description of the demon's formidable power, a flicker of concern crossed his features, prompting him to ask, "Are all these demons so powerful?" "Not necessarily. This one is somewhat unique. The demon known as the Witch Heart is a direct descendant of the Demon King." "Akin to a demon prince," Geralt replied, a slight, reassuring smile gracing his lips. He was acutely aware of Fury's trepidation regarding these supernatural forces, and such an explanation might ease his concerns. At this, Fury's tense demeanor relaxed slightly as he leaned back in his chair and nodded thoughtfully. However, his curiosity remained unabated. After a brief silence, he turned his gaze back to Geralt, an expression of anticipation and inquiry in his eyes. "What about the Sorcerer Supreme? Aren't you going to elaborate on that? What would you like to know?" Geralt met Fury's gaze with calm composure, already anticipating that Fury would inquire about the enigmatic Ancient One. Her sudden and formidable presence was indeed enough to capture the attention and suspicion of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s overseer. "I wish to understand her perspective on S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury's single eye glinted with sharp intensity. "Her perspective? Likely one of indifference. Rest assured, she only intervenes in matters of the mystical realm. As long as ordinary people's struggles do not escalate too severely, she will refrain from interference," Geralt replied, shrugging lightly and adopting a relaxed tone. He was acutely aware of Nick Fury's inner concerns. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he must maintain a vigilant stance toward any factors that could potentially impact the global security landscape. It is both his duty and the result of a deeply ingrained professional instinct. Geralt's words, undoubtedly, served as a soothing balm, allowing Nick Fury's previously taut nerves to relax, albeit slightly. Since discovering the existence of such a formidable mage, Fury had been enveloped in a profound anxiety. At this moment, hearing Geralt's explanation, the furrow in his brow began to ease, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. "By the way, I've gathered some of the materials from the list you provided last time." Nick Fury furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of confusion and perplexity in his gaze. "Does the method for concocting the potion truly work? Those materials are rather peculiar." As he spoke, Fury shook his head in disbelief, incredulous that such substances could yield something consumable. "If it does work, once you have collected everything, we can find someone to test it. Have you identified a suitable candidate?" Geralt's lips curled into a subtle smile, exuding a sense of confidence, as he regarded Nick Fury with calm eyes. He understood Fury's yearning for mastery over magical power. Although Fury currently displayed skepticism, he would not easily relinquish the opportunity that could grant S.H.I.E.L.D. an advantage in the supernatural realm. Fury picked up a document from the table and handed it to Geralt, saying, "Take a look at this individual. Both their psychological resilience and physical capabilities are exceptional, and they exhibit unwavering loyalty." Geralt reached out and accepted the file, curiosity and doubt stirring within him. He slowly opened the document, swiftly scanning the information on the pages. Upon encountering the name Grant Ward, his brow furrowed slightly, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. Moments later, a vague memory from a past life, one involving S.H.I.E.L.D. spin-off, surfaced, and he finally recognized the figure. "Damn it, Nick Fury, you actually found me a Hydra agent." What a farce of loyalty loyal to Hydra, no doubt, Geralt silently cursed, a flicker of resignation crossing his gaze. He lifted his head to meet Fury's expression of satisfaction regarding this candidate, unsure of how to respond. However, Geralt had to concede that, from an objective standpoint, the individual named Ward indeed exhibited outstanding qualities across various dimensions. If he could be swayed from Hydra's ranks to serve their cause, he might play an unexpectedly significant role in the future. "Let him join my enigmatic team for now. Inform me when all the materials have been collected." Geralt raised his gaze slightly, uttering this remark to Nick Fury before teleporting away. Meanwhile, within the opulent confines of Tony Stark's lavish mansion, Tony found himself engulfed in profound distress. The palladium levels in his blood were escalating alarmingly, and he had yet to discover a solution. The chilling premonition of his impending demise gripped him relentlessly. Tony had not confided this predicament to anyone. He is, in fact, a person of immense pride, harboring a deep-seated sense of dignity and steadfastness within. He is resolutely unwilling to reveal his vulnerable and helpless side to others, nor does he wish to become an object of sympathy. Thus, he finds himself incessantly consuming chlorophyll, attempting to buy time to discover a substitute material for palladium. Suddenly, a figure of a magician materializes in his mind. He muses quietly, since science is presently unable to furnish answers, perhaps the arcane arts might offer a solution. Chapter 38. The Purification Elixir. Outside Gerald's uniquely charming shop, a sports car, strikingly different from the one seen last time, sliced through the tranquility of the street. Racing towards him, the tires screeched against the pavement, emitting a sharp cry before coming to a steady halt at the entrance. The door opened slowly, revealing the iconic silhouette of Tony Stark. Clad in a sharply tailored suit, he could not conceal the fatigue and anxiety etched on his face. As he approached the shop with slightly heavy steps, pushing open the rustic door. Inside, Gerald was engrossed in a book. Upon hearing the creak of the door, he instinctively raised his head. The moment he beheld Tony Stark stepping into the shop, a flicker of surprise ignited in his eyes, swiftly blossoming into a warm smile as he jested. "Isn't this Iron Man? What brings you to my humble establishment?" Upon seeing Gerald, Tony's expression inadvertently shifted to one of discomfort. He had not forgotten the events that transpired here last time, and now, confronted with Gerald, the awkward and conflicted emotions surged once more. He hesitated momentarily, seemingly striving to compose himself. "The last trick was indeed impressive. Even I was taken aback. I came this time to see what other feats you might possess." Tony endeavored to maintain an outward calm. Yet the slight lift of his chin and his feigned nonchalance could not mask the unease within. His typically proud demeanor appeared somewhat rigid, as he sought assistance while still clinging to his lofty stature. "Oh, what is it you wish to see this time?" Gerald inquired, a knowing smile playing upon his lips. He stood quietly, awaiting Tony's next words. "Do you have any medical remedies, perhaps for detoxification or healing?" Tony's voice trailed off, a subtle blush creeping onto his face, rendering him rather bashful. Observing Tony's demeanor, Gerald was already aware of the situation. He understood that the harm inflicted by the palladium within Tony's body had intensified, thrusting the usually arrogant Stark into a state of disarray, compelling him to seek solace in the realm of mysticism, a field he was originally unfamiliar with and skeptical of. In hopes of finding a lifeline, "It appears that what resides in your chest may sustain your life, yet it could also spell your demise," Gerald said, narrowing his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Tony's. "You are aware of this?" Tony's body trembled slightly, astonishment and confusion flickering in his eyes. Before he could recover from his astonishment, anxiety and longing swiftly enveloped his entire being. He hastily inquired, "Do you possess any solutions? The crux of your predicament lies in your continued reliance on it. Hence, regardless of how I might cure you, you will inevitably remain susceptible to the toxicity of palladium. The most effective resolution would be to discover an alternative material." Gerald's voice was calm and steady, incisively pinpointing the essence of Tony's dilemma. "If only it were that simple. I have experimented with countless materials, none have proven effective. Otherwise, I would not have sought your assistance." Tony's shoulders sagged slightly, his visage marred by frustration. He reminisced about the countless nights spent in the laboratory, each attempt to test new materials culminating in disheartening failure. "I can merely extend your time, allowing you an opportunity to continue your endeavors. If you have truly exhausted all elements, perhaps you might consider synthesizing a new element. With your intellect, the possibility is not beyond reach," Gerald suggested. "A new element? Now that is a novel idea." A glimmer of hope flickered in Tony's eyes as he raised his gaze. "Now, show me what methods you possess to mitigate the corrosion of palladium." There was a hint of anticipation in Tony's tone as he fixated intently on Gerald. "Follow me." Gerald replied with a gentle smile, turning toward the underground laboratory. Without hesitation, Tony trailed closely behind, curiosity evident in his expression. Upon their arrival at the subterranean lab, Tony was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening at the sight before him. The spacious yet somewhat disheveled area was filled with an array of jars and containers. Some held what appeared to be dismembered limbs of some monstrous entity, contorted and grotesque. Some bore sharp claws, while others were enshrouded in scales, evoking a sense of dread in the dim light. Other bottles contained liquids of bizarre hues, bubbling as if alive, releasing faint popping sounds as the bubbles burst. This laboratory could frighten a child. "It's utterly reminiscent of a haunted house," Tony remarked, his brow furrowed in disapproval. "Ah, now this resembles a traditional wizard's laboratory," Gerald responded, scratching his head with a grin, seemingly unfazed by Tony's critique. Tony shook his head, wondering curiously about the lab, his gaze flitting from one object to another. Suddenly, he was drawn to a pair of handcuffs in the corner, inscribed with strange runes. "Are you engaging in some sort of BDSM here, complete with handcuffs?" Tony raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with both jest and intrigue. "These are not for play. They are my specially crafted rune handcuffs, designed to restrain individuals like myself who possess magical abilities. Once secured, one is rendered incapable of utilizing their powers," Gerald elucidated, stepping forward to pick up a pair of cuffs, gently tracing the runes with his fingers as he earnestly explained to Tony. As Tony absorbed Gerald's comprehensive explanation regarding the handcuffs, his gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon the two sets of cuffs, his eyes shimmering with a contemplative glimmer. At that moment, Gerald nonchalantly picked up a test tube containing a verdant liquid, reminiscent of the tranquil waters found in the depths of a serene forest. exuding an aura of mystery and allure. This is a purification agent I have just developed. You may wish to try it. It can eliminate most of the palladium within your body. Just developed? Are you using me as a test subject? Upon hearing this, Tony's brows furrowed tightly, revealing a visage of profound discontent. Do not speak so, it is quite safe. I have utmost confidence in my craft, Geralt replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as he endeavored to alleviate Tony's tension. Let me see you drink one first, Tony retorted resolutely, arms crossed, his gaze steadfastly fixed on Geralt. He was not one to take unnecessary risks. Witnessing the safety of the potion with his own eyes was imperative. Without hesitation, Geralt acquiesced to Tony's demand, tilting his head back and consuming the entire vial in one gulp. Upon finishing, he licked his lips with satisfaction, slightly narrowing his eyes as he remarked, minty flavor. Tony's eyes remained glued to Geralt's every movement. Observing Geralt's unwavering consumption of the potion and the absence of any immediate adverse reactions, Tony's doubts began to wane slightly. Nonetheless, his cautious nature left him hesitating in place for a considerable while. Ultimately, the yearning for survival prevailed, and he requested a vial for himself. Tony accepted the test tube, inhaled deeply, and then consumed the contents in one swift motion. In an instant, a refreshing sensation coursed through him like a gentle stream, rapidly spreading throughout his entire being. He gently closed his eyes, savoring the extraordinary feeling, acutely aware that his body seemed to undergo a profound cleansing and restoration. The weight and pain previously inflicted by the palladium began to dissipate, and he felt a resurgence of vitality and vigor. Chapter 39. The potion's dilemma. Indeed, it feels effective. Bring me another 100 bottles. Pack them up, Tony proclaimed, his face alight with exhilaration, his words brimming with boldness and audacity. Entirely disregarding Geralt's reaction as he waved his hand to place what appeared to be an unreasonable order. Do you regard me as a production line? 100 bottles? These few have already consumed considerable effort on my part, Geralt replied, his expression darkening, his eyes filled with displeasure and resignation. Yet, Tony paid no heed to Geralt's discontented demeanor. With a flourish, he produced his phone, executing a few simple commands to complete a transaction amounting to $10 million. Subsequently, he strode towards the shelf adorned with potions as if traversing a realm devoid of witnesses, effortlessly grasping 5 bottles of purification elixir. The entire sequence unfolded with fluidity, his eyes unwavering. For him, $10 million was merely a trifling sum. Truly, he was a paragon of extravagance. Geralt observed Tony's retreating figure, quietly voicing his disdain. Yet, contrary to Geralt's expectations, Tony did not hastily exit after completing his purchase. Instead, he began to wander through the laboratory with an air of casual indifference. Though his gaze inadvertently drifted toward the 2 pairs of handcuffs, a subtle smirk graced his lips, revealing a hint of cunning, and in a flash, he lunged to seize the cuffs. Before Geralt could react, Tony swiftly secured one pair around his own wrist, while the other was deftly affixed to Geralt's hand. The sharp click echoing throughout the laboratory. This time, you cannot resort to those peculiar methods, Tony remarked, his face radiating the satisfaction of a successful prank. You truly are dull, playing such childish games, Geralt replied, a wry smile creeping onto his face as he beheld his restrained hands. Yet, Tony's exhilaration was fleeting. He soon recognized the frivolity of his jest. With a slight shrug and an awkward expression, he addressed Geralt. Where's the key? Enough with the jokes, I must return. Mina, bring me the handcuff key, Geralt called out loudly, tilting his head upwards. In a short while, light footsteps approached, and Mina entered the laboratory, keys in hand. Her bright eyes sparkled with amusement upon witnessing the comical side of Geralt and Tony shackled together, her lips curving into a crescent as she suppressed a giggle. However, just as she poised to insert the key into the lock, she abruptly halted, a peculiar smile flickering across her face as her gaze danced between Geralt and Tony, as if pondering something delightfully mischievous. What are you waiting for? Unlock us, Geralt urged, his expression a mixture of confusion and impatience. Yet Mina merely tilted her head. A moment later, a mysterious and playful smile re-emerging as she turned and dashed away, key in hand. Hey, Mina, what are you doing? Geralt shouted in exasperation. Like a joyful breeze, Mina swiftly exited the door, spotting Hans diligently at work. Hans, you can leave early today. The boss is spending the entire day conducting research with Tony Stark. Upon hearing this, Hans paused, a look of surprise and gratitude illuminating his face as he hastily gathered his belongings and departed the small establishment. Mina gazed contentedly at Hans's receding figure before turning away and gently closing the door of her quaint shop. At that moment, she caught sight of Geralt and Tony ascending from the basement in a most peculiar manner. Their hands were shackled together, rendering their movements exceedingly cumbersome. Each step resembled a laborious dance, their bodies swaying awkwardly, feet stumbling, and expressions marred by a blend of resignation and urgency. Come on, Mina. Be a dear and help us out, Gerald implored eagerly upon spotting her. Boss, you and Mr. Stark should enjoy yourselves. It will be quite amusing. Mina replied with a playful wink, turning away with a light-hearted step. In an instant, the shop descended into a profound silence, leaving Gerald and Tony exchanging glances. They could distinctly hear the heavy breaths escaping from one another, along with the occasional soft clink of the handcuffs. An atmosphere of awkwardness and helplessness enveloped the air. Is there truly no other way? Tony asked, his brow furrowed, a hint of anxiety evident in his gaze. I can gradually wear down the magic within me. Just give me some time, and the runes on the cuffs will falter, Gerald replied, taking a deep breath to steady himself. His expression grave and focused as he summoned his inner strength to sense the magic within him. Just then, an ominous rumble emanated from Tony's stomach. As if stirred by an unseen force, echoing like distant thunder in the stillness of the shop. Tony's face turned ashen, his eyes widening in terror as he exclaimed. There is something wrong with your potion. Impossible. I drank it too, didn't I? Gerald instinctively retorted, but before he could finish, he felt a tumultuous discomfort in his own abdomen, his complexion darkening. Their gazes met, reflecting the shared agony and embarrassment they both faced. We need to get to the restroom, quickly, Tony shouted, bolting towards the lavatory, his steps unsteady and frantic. As he reached the door, Gerald called out urgently, wait. His voice tinged with a hint of desperate struggle. How can I wait? I can barely hold it. Tony's voice was laced with a whimper, his body trembling. Footsteps growing ever more chaotic. Just think about it. Two grown men trying to use the restroom together. Can you even manage that? Gerald nearly shouted, his face flushed. Veins protruding from his forehead, hands shackled in an awkward position as he clutched his stomach. I can't do it. Tony's complexion had turned a shade of green. Halting at the restroom door, his body quaking violently like a leaf in the wind. Just the thought is terrifying. You must think of a solution. Tony's face was a portrait of fear and despair, his voice trembling. Gerald squinted slightly, a flicker of resolve flashing in his eyes. He inhaled deeply, as though organizing his thoughts, and then slowly began to speak. I have 3 proposals. For heaven's sake, just spit it out, Tony exclaimed, nearly jumping from his seat. His eyes wide with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Gerald. With a serious expression, Gerald elaborated. Plan 1. While one person resolves the matter, the other waits by the door. However, the downside is that the person by the door will witness the other in action. This implies that one of us must endure the extreme awkwardness of such a visual experience. Upon hearing this, Tony's face contorted with utter disdain and resistance. He shook his head vehemently, shouting, No way, absolutely not. That is just perverse. Gerald continued. Plan 2. The person waiting outside stretches their hand into the cubicle. But the drawback is that the door cannot be closed. Consequently, there would be no privacy whatsoever. Tony's brow furrowed even deeper. Clutching his stomach, he bent slightly. Pained as he uttered, This won't do either. I can't handle it psychologically. Is there no other option? Plan 3. The door can close, and the individuals 1T have to see one another. However, the downside is that the person inside must maintain a low position while the one waiting lies on the ground, extending their hand underneath the door. Although this arrangement offers a degree of privacy, the posture is exceedingly peculiar, and sustaining it for any length of time is far from easy. Upon finishing, Gerald gazed at Tony with resignation, awaiting his decision. Come on, decide which one, Gerald urged, his eyes fixed on Tony. A hint of anxiety and anticipation evident in his expression. His stomach churned violently, akin to a tempestuous sea, with each moment of delay feeling like an immense torment. Despite the inability to lock the door, I choose Plan 3, Tony gritted his teeth, his expression fraught with conflict. So do I. The only remaining task is to determine who goes first. Gerald sighed in exasperation. With that, both men grimaced as they regarded one another. They slowly raised their hands and shouted in unison, rock, paper, scissors. Tony exclaimed with excitement, Yes, I won. Wait, I believe best 2 out of 3 would be better. Gerald said, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. He was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Don't pull any tricks at this critical moment. Tony roared in anger, delivering an elbow jab toward Gerald. Caught off guard, Gerald was struck on the shoulder, wincing in pain. The two were instantly engulfed in a chaotic scuffle. It's precisely because this is the most critical moment that we cannot relent. Gerald's eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead as he clutched his stomach and struggled with Tony, both of them vying to approach the bathroom door. Amidst the turmoil, they finally managed to open the door. However, upon beholding the sight before them, they were struck dumb, as if hit by lightning, frozen in despair. What lay before them was a traditional squat toilet, which, to their eyes at that moment, appeared as an insurmountable chasm. The restroom in your establishment. How could you not be aware that it is a squat toilet? Tony's face was a portrait of despair and fury, his voice sharp as a blade, his gaze seeming to threaten Gerald with a visceral end. Having taken over this establishment, I have never once used the restroom here. How was I to know? Gerald retorted. equally unyielding, his voice resonating with desperation and helplessness, his hands shackled together, his body trembling slightly from the pain in his abdomen. Enduring Tony's accusations only intensified the tide of grievance and frustration swelling within him. The squat toilet signified a plan. For the necessity of squatting would render the distance for the person at the door insufficient, thus making it unfeasible. The plan, for the same reason, appeared doomed to fail. Gerald's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with despair and helplessness, his voice quivering as though foretelling the impending apocalypse. The two stood before the squat toilet, time seemingly suspended in that moment. They could distinctly hear each other's labored breaths and the rising protests from their bellies, yet were utterly powerless to alter the dire situation before them. The handcuffs felt like the cruel shackles of fate, binding them together, ensnaring them deeper into this abyss of embarrassment and discomfort from which there seemed no escape. Wait, we cannot surrender just yet. I still have a plan. A glimmer of resolve flickered in Gerald's eyes as he fought against the turmoil within his stomach, striving to straighten his posture. As if clutching at the last straw of salvation in a dire situation, his tone imbued with an unassailable conviction. A plan? Tony abruptly halted his frantic movements, his eyes widening with a mixture of hope for new possibilities and trepidation towards the unknown scheme. The plan. The two would place their palms against each other, with the waiting individual standing upside down atop the one executing the task. This would allow them to lock the door while evading the gaze of the other. However, this method would demand extreme physical exertion from both parties, rendering it a desperate measure. As Gerald articulated the scheme, he gestured with his shackled hands, attempting to convey the absurd yet unavoidable nature of the plan to Tony. Could such a desperate method truly be executed by mere mortals? Tony gazed at Gerald. Disbelief and terror etched across his face as images of the ludicrous scenario flooded his mind, compelling him to instinctively step back, as if to resist this illogical proposition. Yet, the intensifying pain in his abdomen clawed at him like a demon-esque talon, pulling him back to reality, forcing him to reconsider this seemingly ridiculous, yet potentially sole avenue of escape. There are no alternatives left. We must give it a try. Gerald inhaled deeply, an expression of resolute determination in his eyes. After enduring a harrowing sequence of struggles and turmoil, the two ultimately, through sheer will and an intense yearning for liberation from their predicament, managed to execute the plan amidst overwhelming difficulty. After a considerable time, the two gradually regained their composure, dragging their weary bodies to the chairs within the establishment. They chose to act as if the recent events had never transpired. Tony was the first to shatter the silence, his voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness and fatigue, his gaze emanating profound sincerity and a plea. Nothing occurred just now. Gerald responded without hesitation, his tone resolute. At that moment, Gerald gently closed his eyes, concentrating on summoning the remnants of magic within him. His hands trembled slightly as ethereal azure light began to flicker and entwine at his fingertips, slowly extending towards the handcuffs. As if sensing the encroaching magic, the handcuffs began to glow with a faint purple hue, the radiance intensifying until it transformed into a blazing purple flame. The flames danced and swirled, yet astonishingly, not a trace of heat affected their hands. Instead, it gradually devoured and disintegrated the cuffs. Amidst the resplendent and enigmatic glow of the flames, the handcuffs eventually reduced to a pile of ashes. In a flurry, Tony dashed out the door, eager to escape the embarrassing situation that left him feeling utterly humiliated, while simultaneously, an urgent desire for research on new elements began to consume his thoughts once more. Time flowed quietly, and soon it was afternoon. Mina, resembling a child who had misbehaved, cautiously peered into the shop. Her lively eyes searched the interior, and upon confirming that Gerald was nowhere to be seen, her previously tense nerves began to relax, allowing her to exhale softly, as if a heavy burden had finally been lifted from her heart. What are you looking at? Are you admiring your own mischief? However, just as she reveled in her moment of relief, Gerald's deep and somewhat authoritative voice suddenly resonated behind her, like a clap of thunder, startling Mina into a shudder. I shall lock you in the restroom for the entire night. Gerald's tone was unmistakably laced with irritation. No, please. I realize my mistake, boss. Mina's face contorted in an instant, tears welling in her eyes, as she called out in a sweet, endearing voice, her body instinctively swaying slightly, attempting to earn Gerald's forgiveness with her charm and vulnerability. In the stillness of the night, faint sobs echoed from the restroom of the small shop, the sound resonating throughout the empty space with startling clarity. Chapter 41. Hunter Sequence 9 Potion. As the first gentle rays of morning sunlight bathed the entrance of the shop, Hans arrived for work as usual. Upon stepping inside, his attention was immediately drawn to Mina's rather pale and fatigued countenance. Miss Mina, what troubles you? Your complexion appears quite poor, Hans inquired, his eyes filled with concern and curiosity. It's nothing. I didn't sleep well last night, Mina replied, forcing a strained smile in an attempt to mask her inner exhaustion and unease. Her voice carried a slight rasp, and remnants of last night's fear lingered in her gaze. Geralt sat on a nearby chair, cradling an ancient tome, his gaze drifting between the pages. Upon hearing the conversation between Hans and Mina, he lifted his head slightly. Glancing at the two, a subtle smile curving his lips before he returned his attention to the book. In this seemingly tranquil moment, a figure quietly appeared at the door of the small shop. Instinctively, Geralt raised his head, and as he recognized the newcomer's features, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. How extraordinary. What brings you here? Geralt set aside his book, slowly rising, his expression tinged with curiosity and intrigue. Clint Barton stepped into the shop. Having endured the nightmarish onslaught of Freddy and the harrowing confrontation with the Demon Prince, Barton's heart had been profoundly shaken and moved. He had witnessed firsthand the fragility and helplessness of ordinary citizens under the rampage of supernatural monsters, their lives crushed in an instant, rendered as vulnerable as ants. Even those formidable weapons, which were typically regarded as harbingers of hope and destruction, appeared woefully inadequate against the malevolent forces emerging from the abyss. They merely left insignificant marks upon the indomitable forms of these supernatural beings, failing to deliver any fatal blows or halt their relentless march upon humanity. The harrowing scenes were etched deeply in Barton's mind, igniting within him an intense yearning for supernatural power. He understood that in a world fraught with countless unknowns and dangers, only by mastering such power could he hope to safeguard the innocent from the clutches of evil in the future. Thus, despite the results from the last SHIELD training course indicating that he lacked innate magical talent, Barton refused to succumb to such a fate. With unwavering resolve, he decided to seek Geralt in person, yearning to inquire whether it was possible for him to transcend the limitations of his natural gifts. He arrived at the shop, his heart heavy with trepidation and conflict. Yet when he stood before Geralt, he found his throat constricted, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Geralt had long been aware of Barton. Hawkeye would eventually become a member of the Avengers, and Geralt recognized the significant role he would play within that esteemed circle. Although Barton appeared to be an ordinary man devoid of extraordinary abilities, his exceptional archery skills had already placed him at the pinnacle of human prowess. Geralt had an inkling of the purpose behind Barton's visit. Coincidentally, he possessed an item that seemed tailor-made for him. Barton, if you seek power, voice your desire aloud, and let me witness your determination, Geralt said, slightly raising his chin, his gaze piercing as it locked onto Barton's eyes, his words resonating deeply within Barton's heart. Upon hearing Geralt's words, Barton's previously tormented and almost frozen expression transformed into one of profound clarity, as if he had been roused from a deep confusion. After a brief pause, an unwavering determination took root in his gaze. I desire power. I yearn for formidable strength sufficient to combat evil, he proclaimed, tilting his head back and shouting with fervor. Witnessing Barton's fervent longing, a subtle smile graced Geralt's lips, revealing a hint of significance. Then follow me, he beckoned. Turning towards the entrance of the underground laboratory, Barton followed closely behind, his heart racing uncontrollably. For some time now, Geralt had been exploring the amalgamation of his unique powers with potions. After countless trials and explorations, he had recently achieved notable breakthroughs. Initially, he intended to compile these findings for sale to Nick Fury, given the SHIELD's long-standing interest in supernatural power research. However, Barton's unexpected visit prompted a shift in his plans. In Geralt's perspective, although Barton was merely an ordinary human at present, the potential he possessed was undeniable. From a long-term viewpoint, this could serve as a promising investment in Barton's capabilities. As the two arrived before a stone table deep within the laboratory, Geralt halted. He leaned slightly, carefully retrieving a vial that emanated an ethereal, azure glow from a concealed compartment shrouded in shadows. What is this? Barton inquired, his eyes fixated on the blue potion, brimming with curiosity. This is the Hunter Sequence 9 potion, Geralt replied, lifting his gaze slowly. I have long been researching methods to bestow ordinary individuals with magical abilities. This is my latest achievement, and no one has ventured to try it yet. He gently swirled the vial, causing mysterious ripples of luminescence to dance within its glass confines. What do you say? Are you brave enough to use it? Geralt's gaze returned to Barton, imbued with scrutiny and anticipation. Barton's heart raced at Geralt's words, a sudden realization hitting him. He felt as though Geralt intended for him to serve as a test subject. A slight furrow appeared on his brow, hesitation flickering in his eyes. Yet an insatiable desire surged within him. What effects does it have? He asked, his focus unwavering on the vial. I mentioned it is particularly suited for you. As for the abilities it may grant, that varies from person to person. However, it should enhance your inherent capacities, Geralt explained, observing Barton's indecision with calmness. There is no need for concern. The Sequence 9 potion carries minimal risk. Besides, one must embrace a measure of peril to attain strength. Drink it. This is your destiny. Gerald exuded complete confidence in the potion's efficacy. Barton found himself engulfed in a tumultuous internal battle, his gaze oscillating between Gerald and the potion. Ultimately, driven by an overwhelming yearning for power, he slowly extended his hand, hesitating momentarily before accepting the vial. He raised the potion to his eyes, scrutinizing it intently. At this moment, an unusual fragrance slowly infiltrated his nostrils, an aroma so ineffable yet imbued with an irresistible allure. As if it were gently teasing the depths of his soul, enticing him to consume the liquid within the vial in one swift gulp. He could distinctly sense that this potion seemed to possess a life of its own, exerting a remarkable attraction on his body, with every cell seemingly yearning for its nourishment, clamoring for him to act swiftly. Without further hesitation, Barton tilted his head back and poured the elixir into his mouth. In an instant, a warm sensation began to spread like a gentle stream from his throat, swiftly enveloping his entire being. Chapter 42. Tony's invitation, however. Before he could fully savor this extraordinary sensation, Barton's consciousness began to waver. Before his eyes, a hazy vision gradually emerged, with myriad colorful specks of light swirling like twinkling stars, leaping and dancing, weaving together into a splendid and enigmatic tapestry. Amidst this ocean of light and shadow, the points of illumination surrounding Gerald were the most concentrated, resembling a legion of faithful sentinels, densely encircling him. Barton felt as though he were ensconced in an ethereal dream, where time and space had lost their original significance. Uncertain of how long this surreal tableau persisted, the dreamlike imagery began to fade, and his awareness gradually returned to clarity. To his astonishment, he found that he could perceive everything in the darkness with crystal clarity. The instruments, reagent bottles, and mysterious runes on the walls, once concealed in shadow, now lay unveiled before him, as if the darkness had ceased to be an obstruction. Immerse your mind within, feel the power within you, and then gently guide it forth. Gerald's voice resonated in Barton's ear. Taking a deep breath, Barton slowly closed his eyes, striving to calm his tumultuous thoughts. Under Gerald's guidance, his consciousness steadily delved deeper into his mind. As he focused more intently, he began to sense an elusive power, gradually awakening within him. This force flowed like an invisible stream, emerging from the depths of his consciousness and coursing along his neural pathways, spreading downwards. Barton's body trembled slightly. He could distinctly feel the trajectory of this power traversing within him, akin to a wondrous current, both foreign and exhilarating. When this energy reached his hands, a sudden warmth surged in his palms, followed by the emergence of a faint blue light. Gerald stood quietly beside him, his gaze firmly fixed on Barton, revealing a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Upon witnessing the pale blue radiance in Barton's hands, he comprehended immediately. He nodded slightly, as if he already harbored suspicions regarding the abilities Barton had acquired. In this moment, he chose not to intrude upon Barton's experience, but rather opted to wait patiently, intending to discuss the applications of this newfound power once Barton had fully settled into tranquility. After a brief moment, the two emerged from the basement, returning to the store. Your eyes, aptly dubbed Hawkeye, indeed allow you to perceive distant objects and possess the extraordinary ability of night vision. Furthermore, the power you can channel into your arrows enhances their potency, enabling them to harm certain supernatural dark entities, a technique known as arcane shot. Gerald explained this in a calm tone as Barton sat quietly in his chair, listening intently. His eyes sparkled with excitement and wonder. Upon hearing the detailed description of this ability, his heart brimmed with joy and satisfaction. It seemed as though this power had been custom-tailored for him, perfectly aligning with his skills and needs as an archer. He could hardly contain his eagerness to return to the training grounds and put it to the test. However, amidst his exhilaration, Barton's rationality remained intact. He furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his gaze, and inquired, "So, Gerald, what is the cost?" "It's free. Consider it an investment in your future," Gerald replied with a mysterious smile. Barton's eyes widened in surprise at this revelation. Yet, this astonishment did not linger long in his mind, as he swiftly redirected his focus to the newfound magical ability he had just acquired. After attentively absorbing Gerald's cautionary notes regarding the use of this power, he rose, nodded at Gerald, and departed, brimming with excitement and impatience. Watching Barton's retreating figure, Gerald maintained a subtle smile. Hawkeye has truly metamorphosed into Hawkeye, he mused softly, tinged with a hint of teasing and reflection. Suddenly, a bolder and more peculiar thought flashed through his mind. What if I were to enhance each member of the Avengers? In Barton's private archery range, his gaze was intensely focused on the target ahead. He slowly nocked an arrow, his arm taut with muscle, veins prominent, as an invisible force coursed through his arm and into the bowstring. He then released his fingers, and the arrow soared forth like a released bolt. As it flew, it was enveloped in a shimmering blue aura. With a resounding crash, the target disintegrated into countless fragments upon impact. Barton gazed at this breathtaking scene, a glimmer of astonishment crossing his eyes. Stronger than I imagined, and both my strength and reflexes have significantly improved. My vision is astonishingly acute, he muttered, his voice brimming with awe and satisfaction regarding his newfound abilities. He could distinctly feel the surge of this novel power within him, transforming him as if he were reborn. Every movement became more agile and powerful, each perception sharper and more precise. Soon after, his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to Gerald's words. Above, there exists a sequence of 8. With each ascending level, one acquires an array of additional abilities, the extent of which remains a mystery. A glimmer of anticipation danced in Barton's eyes. At that moment, Gerald was seated at the table, where 2 exquisitely crafted invitations caught his gaze. He gently picked up the invitations, examining them with care. Upon discovering that the sender was none other than Tony Stark, a faint smile, rich with implication, graced his lips. What could have prompted Tony to invite me to the expo? Is it merely to witness his flamboyant display? He mused playfully. Nearby, Mina, who was tidying the shelves, inadvertently caught sight of the invitation in Gerald's hand. Instantly, her previously calm eyes sparkled like stars scattered across the night sky. Boss, we must go. Iron Man is my idol, Mina exclaimed, rushing to Gerald's side, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Her gaze was fixed on the invitation, brimming with longing and dreams. As if she were already immersed in the grandeur of the technological expo, eagerly anticipating the sight of Iron Man in all his splendor. I suspect Tony is primarily inviting you. I'm merely an afterthought, Gerald remarked, unable to suppress a chuckle at Mina's adorable demeanor. Upon hearing this, Mina's face grew even warmer. She shyly lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her shirt. Gerald contemplated for a moment, realizing that there was little of urgency at the shop lately. Attending the Technological Expo to witness Tony's latest innovations could prove to be a delightful diversion. Moreover, considering Mina's fervent enthusiasm, it would serve as a splendid opportunity for her to unwind. Thus, he set down the materials in his hand, rose from his seat, and addressed Mina. Very well, let us join the festivities. Upon hearing this decision, Mina immediately lifted her head, her face illuminating with a radiant smile. Chapter 43. Stark Expo. Beneath the night sky, the Stark Expo came alive. The venue shimmered with brilliance, a dazzling array of lights illuminating the entire space as if it were midday. Crowds gathered from all directions, their faces aglow with excitement and anticipation. Their collective gaze fixated on the area above the stage, ensconced in the spotlight. Amidst the eager watch of the assembly, an aircraft glided gracefully through the air. Suddenly, a figure leaped from the plane. It was Tony Stark. Clad in his iconic iron armor, he streaked across the night sky, leaving behind a dazzling metallic sheen. As he descended, he adjusted his posture, landing with an impressively cool and powerful superhero-like kneel on the stage. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, and then, like a surging tsunami, a cacophony of cheers erupted from the crowd. The roars of applause and screams intertwined, creating a deafening wave of sound that reverberated throughout the venue. Enthusiastic attendees waved their glow sticks and banners, their faces alight with exhilaration and adoration. Tony Stark slowly rose to his feet, slightly lifting his head, a confident and triumphant smile gracing his lips as he reveled in the adulation of the crowd. Beside him, Gerald observed the equally animated Mina, her cheeks flushed with excitement, and shook his head in exasperation. Yet, he could not deny the undeniable charm of the iron suit. On stage, mechanical devices were to life. A series of technologically advanced robotic arms deftly unfastening the various components of the suit amidst the gentle sounds of metal scraping and the low hum of machinery. Their movements precise and fluid. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, Tony elegantly stepped out, adjusting his tie before striding confidently to the center of the stage. At that moment, the thunderous applause from the audience gradually subsided, and the spectators settled into an expectant silence, their eyes riveted on Tony's figure. Clearing his throat, Tony began to articulate his grand visions for future technology in his compelling voice. Now, a special guest will return from the past to elucidate all of this for you. Please welcome my father, Howard Stark. Tony's voice resonated throughout the venue, and as Howard's video played, he turned and gracefully made his way backstage. In a relatively quiet corner of the backstage area, Tony quickly found Gerald, his face radiating an unmistakable pride. So, what do you think of my expo? He boasted, a hint of arrogance lacing his tone. Is that why you sought me out? To boast? Gerald replied, shrugging in resignation, a bemused expression crossing his face. Would you consider performing a magic trick on stage? With your skills, you would undoubtedly captivate the audience, Tony suggested, envisioning the spectacle Gerald could create as a highlight of the evening. Magic? You insult my dignity as a mage. I shall not stoop to perform such antiquated arts, Gerald replied, frowning, his eyes betraying his displeasure. He straightened, his expression serious, resolutely declining Tony's proposal as if defending an inviolable creed. $1 million, Tony offered without hesitation, a tempting figure thrown into the air. This is not a matter of money. It is my pride that is at stake, Geralt countered, unmoved. $3 million. Tony raised the ante, his gaze brimming with confidence, seemingly certain that Geralt would ultimately succumb to the allure of wealth. I will not perform. Geralt steadfastly maintained his position. $5 million, my final offer. Tony's voice rose slightly, underscored by an undeniable firmness. What do you want to see? Geralt retorted promptly. Upon hearing this, Tony's face broke into a triumphant smile. Internally, he mused that indeed, there was nothing that money could not accomplish. If there were, it simply meant that the sum was insufficient. With a confident stride, Tony once again stepped into the spotlight at the center of the stage. At this moment, the exuberant cheers from the audience were gradually subsiding, their gazes fixed intently upon him, eagerly awaiting his next words. Now, it is my great pleasure to introduce my personal magician, who will deliver a spectacular performance for you all. Tony's voice reverberated through the microphone, instantly igniting a new wave of enthusiasm among the spectators. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, the backstage figure of Geralt emerged, his demeanor slightly hesitant. His movements appeared somewhat awkward, and his expression bore a hint of unease, starkly contrasting with his usual calm and composed self. After all, for someone accustomed to a life of discretion, immersed in the study of enigmatic magic, performing on such a prominent stage was undeniably a novel and somewhat awkward challenge. Initially, Geralt's actions were somewhat restrained. However, as the audience's enthusiastic cheers echoed in his ears, he seemed to be enveloped by the vibrant atmosphere, gradually setting aside his reservations and allowing himself to relax. In that moment, he began to comprehend why Tony was so passionate about showcasing himself under the adoration and anticipation of the crowd. The feeling of being revered and expected brought an indescribable joy and satisfaction. Then, Geralt commenced his official display of magic, extending his right hand slightly, palm facing upwards. A blazing flame materialized out of thin air. He then gently flicked his wrist, casting the flame into the sky. Remarkably, the moment the fire left his palm, it appeared to be imbued with life, swiftly morphing in the air. At first, it danced like an agile brush, sketching the outlines of vibrant animals that galloped and leaped, as if engaged in a grand celebration. Following this, the flames transformed into graceful dancers, twirling elegantly in the air, their skirts billowing, each movement fluid and exquisite, as if narrating a poignant tale. The audience was profoundly captivated by this magical spectacle, mouths agape and eyes wide. They remained transfixed on the fiery wonder overhead, their faces alight with awe and disbelief. Moments later, an eruption of thunderous applause and cheers filled the venue, reverberating throughout the space. In the backstage area, Tony stood quietly, his eyes intently fixed on every movement of Geralt on stage. As he witnessed Geralt's enchanting performance, a fleeting glimmer of surprise crossed Tony's previously confident gaze. Indeed, he truly ought to pursue a career as a magician, Tony mused softly, a note of genuine admiration for Geralt's magical prowess lacing his voice. As his thoughts drifted alongside the ever-changing flames on stage, a daring idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Could his magic be combined with my iron suit? A magical iron suit. The concept was simply magnificent. Tony's eyes gleamed with excitement. He excitedly rubbed his hands together. The notion of merging magic with advanced technology opened a door for Tony, leading to an entirely new realm brimming with limitless possibilities and unforeseen challenges. Once he found the time, he resolved to engage in a discussion with him. Chapter 44. Health consultant within the confines of Tony's high-tech home laboratory. An array of intricate instruments and experimental apparatus surrounded him. With a grave expression, Tony placed a small vial of his drawn blood into the testing chamber of the device. Checking palladium content. Blood content. 24. Jarvis's signature calm and mechanical voice resonated clearly in the stillness of the lab. Wordlessly, Tony turned and approached a nearby workbench. Seizing a specially designed bottle filled with a purifying agent, and without hesitation, he raised it to his lips and drank it down in one gulp. A moment later, Tony returned to the blood testing apparatus for a second analysis. Blood content, 01. Jarvis's report came through, and Tony exhaled a sigh of relief, his previously tense shoulders easing slightly. His gaze then drifted toward the remaining 2 vials of the potion on the workbench, revealing a flicker of complex emotion in his eyes. Jarvis, have the components of the potion been analyzed? Is it possible to replicate it? Sir, only a small portion of the potion's constituents has been identified. A significant part remains untraceable, composed of elements we have never encountered before. Replication, for now, remains a distant prospect. Jarvis's response painted a clear picture of disappointment across Tony's face. He slowly approached the workbench and sat down, staring blankly at the 2 vials, lost in profound contemplation. This is not a solution. I must find a new element to replace palladium to completely resolve my palladium poisoning issue, Tony murmured. His brow furrowed and his expression filled with distress. I have simulated every known element. None can substitute for palladium. Sir, your time and options are dwindling. Jarvis's cold and mechanical voice echoed in the quiet laboratory, causing Tony's body to shiver slightly. He stood at the center of the lab, enveloped in deep thought. After a considerable pause, it seemed he had reached a decision. Jarvis, contact Gerald. I need to see him. Understood, sir, Jarvis promptly replied. At Gerald's small shop. Gerald received a call from Nick Fury. Gerald, I hear you've been getting close to Tony lately. You must have some insight into his health condition. To some extent. I've prepared some potions for him that can temporarily alleviate his symptoms. Gerald responded calmly. I need you to check on him. Do your best to keep him alive. He is a genius, and his death would be a tremendous loss for the world. Nick Fury's voice carried a weight of seriousness and gravity. Fully aware of Tony's significance in the grand scheme of things, his remarkable innovations in the realm of technology, coupled with the unique wisdom and courage he demonstrates in the face of various crises, have rendered him an indispensable figure in this world. I strive to assist. Yet one must understand that his predicament lies within the reactor embedded in his chest. Ultimately, he must rely on himself. Gerald furrowed his brow slightly. He comprehended Nick Fury's intentions but was acutely aware that Tony's challenges could not be resolved by external forces. I am confident he will prevail. What he lacks is time. Nick Fury's words were imbued with unwavering faith in Tony. After concluding the call with Nick Fury, Gerald's phone rang again. It was Tony, indicating a desire for an immediate meeting to discuss matters in detail. Shortly thereafter, Gerald arrived at Tony's opulent office situated on the upper floors of Stark Tower. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of the cityscape, as sunlight poured in unabated, yet it failed to dispel the shadows that loomed over Tony's countenance. Seated behind his expansive desk, Tony absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on the surface, producing a rhythmic sound, his eyes betraying a hint of fatigue and unease. I wish to enlist you as my health consultant. I believe you possess various methods to alleviate my symptoms until I discover a solution, Tony stated bluntly, laying forth his request. Upon hearing this, Gerald contemplated inwardly. It appeared that Tony was genuinely anxious. Simultaneously, he recalled Nick Fury's expectation for him to closely monitor Tony's condition, and accepting this appointment would conveniently fulfill that objective. Thus, he replied, no problem, but my services do not come cheap. Money is no object, Tony responded without hesitation. In his view, as long as the current health crisis could be addressed, financial concerns were trivial. A few days later, the opulent and vibrant city of Monaco was enveloped in the fervor of a grand car racing event. Crowds thronged the streets, as wealthy individuals and social elites from around the globe converged, akin to stars gathered in the night sky, all heading towards the racecourse. Tony Stark, under the vigilant protection of his bodyguard Happy, strode confidently into the venue, accompanied by Pepper, who had recently taken charge of Stark Industries. Meanwhile, Gerald trailed leisurely behind, his expression tinged with resignation. In recent days, Tony had insisted on Gerald's constant companionship, ostensibly to ensure his health and safety. Yet it made Gerald feel more like a standby medical attendant. Upon entering the venue, Gerald's gaze casually scanned the crowd, when suddenly it landed on a familiar figure, causing an involuntary gasp of surprise. Goodness, it's Elon Musk. The legendary figure of the tech world stood nearby, engaged in lively conversation with several prominent individuals. Just then, a striking sight captured the attention of the onlookers. The Black Widow, Natasha, appeared as if she had descended from the cover of a high-fashion magazine, gracefully approaching in a resplendent peach-colored gown. The exquisite tailoring of the dress accentuated her flawless silhouette, revealing her perfect curves. It was likely that Nick Fury, concerned for Tony, had previously instructed her to infiltrate his vicinity for timely surveillance. In the fleeting moment, when Natasha's gaze met that of Gerald, there was a subtle flicker before she nonchalantly averted her eyes. She adeptly blended into her surroundings, continuing her covert mission with an air of tranquility. At that moment, Tony was engaged in conversation with Justin Hammer, while Gerald stood nearby, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The villain known as Whiplash was scheduled to make an appearance today. However, Tony was undoubtedly capable of handling it, and Gerald would be present to oversee the situation. Sure enough, it was too long before Tony resolutely declared his intention to personally drive in the race. Outside, Pepper Potts, upon hearing this news, felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, when her eyes caught sight of the composed Gerald nearby, she felt a slight relief wash over her. She was well aware of Gerald's prowess. With him by her side, her worries diminished significantly. Chapter 45. Whiplash at the exhilarating racing event, where the roar of engines reverberated like a raging fire. The atmosphere was electric with fervent cheers and shouts from the audience. Amidst the thrilling competition, a figure stealthily emerged onto the racetrack. His piercing gaze matched his striking appearance. He strode confidently to the center of the track, then slowly opened his jacket, revealing a miniature reactor pulsating with an eerie blue glow, identical to Tony's. In an instant, he swung his arms dramatically, unleashing two long whips that crackled with dazzling arcs of electricity, resembling serpents slithering through the air. The sharp sound of electric currents pierced the momentary silence. Without mercy, he lashed out at Tony's racing car with a powerful whip. The whip, charged with formidable energy and impact, struck the vehicle with precision. A thunderous explosion resonated as Tony's car was violently torn asunder, metal fragments scattering like fireworks, while the wreckage emitted black smoke and a pungent burned odor. Despite enduring the brutal collision, Tony summoned his indomitable will and struggled to extricate himself from the wreckage. Warily eyeing his adversary. Outside the track, Pepper witnessed this heart-stopping scene, her face turning pale. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned to Happy and shouted, "Drive. We must save him." As she rushed towards the car, she instinctively grasped Gerald's hand. Surprised by her sudden action, Gerald quickly comprehended her intent and offered no resistance, allowing her to lead him towards the vehicle. Just as Whiplash, wielding his electric whip, advanced menacingly towards Tony, prepared to deliver a fatal blow. Happy drove the car forward like an arrow released from a bow. Whiplash sensed the impending danger, yet it was too late. He could merely shift slightly to the side before being violently thrust against the wall by the car. Tony, witnessing Whiplash's struggle against the wall, urgently called out to Pepper, "Quick, hand me the briefcase." Upon hearing this, Pepper frantically rummaged through the vehicle and finally unearthed the case containing the Iron Man suit, straining to pass it toward Tony. Whiplash, having finally regained his composure after the collision with the wall, glared with furious, bloodshot eyes. Upon seeing Pepper extend the briefcase, he unhesitatingly raised his hand, and the electric whip in his grasp crackled with deadly energy as he lashed out toward the car. To his astonishment, just as the whip was about to strike, the entire vehicle was enveloped in a shimmering layer of energy akin to a translucent shield. The whip made contact, merely producing a few feeble sparks, while the car remained utterly unscathed. Meanwhile, Tony had swiftly positioned himself atop the briefcase. As he crouched slightly and then rose, the Iron Man suit began to assemble itself around him with remarkable speed. Accompanied by the rhythmic clatter of machinery, Tony transformed into Iron Man in a spectacularly stylish manner. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the car flying. Tony then turned, directing his full attention toward Whiplash, launching into an offensive without a moment's pause. Whiplash, refusing to yield, wielded his electric whip, creating arcs of light in the air. Each swing released a surge of electricity, attempting to suppress Tony. However, his equipment paled in comparison to the Iron Man suit, lacking both defensive capabilities and sustained offensive power. After initially being pressured by Whiplash's fierce attacks, Tony quickly adapted to the rhythm and tactics of Whiplash's assaults, thanks to the suit's formidable adaptive abilities. With a series of powerful punches, he forced Whiplash into retreat until he ultimately crashed heavily to the ground. Tony showed no mercy, stepping forward to grasp Whiplash's chest reactor, and with a faint cracking sound, he crushed it completely, rendering Whiplash incapable of further resistance. At this moment, Gerald, seated within the car, gradually dissipated the shield enveloping the vehicle. A glimmer of admiration and reflection shone in his eyes as he contemplated. "Today I witnessed an impressive display. Yet, I must admit that this fellow, Whiplash, is quite the genius. To craft a miniature reactor from mere schematics is a feat only he and Tony could accomplish." After the chaotic events in Monaco, Tony returned to his opulent yet somewhat lonely home, utterly exhausted. Once, through unparalleled intellect and unwavering determination, he had tirelessly sought a substitute for palladium to save his own life. Yet, after countless attempts, he remained empty-handed. Gradually, despair began to take root within him. He began to confront this harsh reality in an almost self-destructive manner. Thus, he hosted a grand and raucous party at his home. The music blared deafeningly, reverberating through every corner. The flickering lights intertwined, illuminating the entire space as if it were a surreal dream. People twisted and turned on the dance floor, their laughter mingling with the clinking of glasses, creating a cacophony of chaos. Tony, clad in his iron suit, found himself amidst the revelers, clutching a glass tightly and indulging in drink after drink. Before long, he was inebriated, his gaze unfocused and his steps unsteady, the once vibrant image of Iron Man fading into oblivion. Natasha observed the scene quietly. She approached Gerald and softly inquired, "Aren't you going to stop him? You are his health advisor." Gerald merely raised his champagne glass slightly, took a sip, and replied calmly, "I am his health advisor, not his life coach. Besides, someone will intervene." Indeed, it wasn't long before Rhodey appeared at the party, adorned in his silver armor. His eyes reflected determination and anger as he strode directly towards Tony. Sensing Rhodey's presence, Tony staggered to his feet, a flicker of defiance in his gaze. Without exchanging further words, they instantly grappled with one another. The crowd, startled by this sudden turn of events, dispersed in shock, plunging the entire party into chaos as onlookers gaped at the fierce confrontation between the two Iron Men. How did Rhodey don the iron suit? Natasha's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she furrowed her brow, her gaze fixated on the gleaming silver armor that enveloped Rhodey. Filled with confusion and curiosity, Do you truly believe he could don the Iron Man suit without Tony's consent? Do you think artificial intelligence is mere decoration? Gerald gently swirled his champagne glass, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Upon hearing Gerald's words, Natasha paused momentarily, then realized. The core drive of the Iron Suit is a highly intelligent artificial intelligence system that meticulously monitors every operational aspect and the user's identity permissions. Without Tony's authorization, it is nearly impossible for anyone to commandeer the suit. Thus, it stands to reason that Rhodey's appearance in the armor must have been sanctioned by Tony from the shadows. Chapter 46. Ironclad brawl. The conflict between Rhodey and Tony intensified as they charged through the space once filled with revelry. The sound of fists colliding with metal bodies was thunderous. As the battle escalated, mere physical blows could no longer contain the raging anger and suppressed emotions within them. They began to seize objects around them, hurling them at each other with ferocity. Sofas, coffee tables, and decorative items became their weapons. To prevent innocent bystanders from being caught in the chaos, Tony found himself compelled to take action. He unleashed a fierce roar through the amplification system of his iron suit. The crowd, as if awakening from a trance, erupted into terrified screams, hastily surging towards the exits. In mere moments, the once bustling hall was rendered desolate, leaving only Gerald and Natasha, who remained undisturbed in their corner, holding their glasses and quietly observing the clash of steel, ignoring the surrounding tumult. The two continued their fierce duel amidst the cacophony of metal colliding. At that moment, Pepper rushed into the fray, her expression fraught with concern and urgency as she hurried towards Gerald. "You must stop them. I know you have the power to do so." Her voice trembled, her hands gripping Gerald's arm tightly. "It's not the right time to intervene. Let them expel their emotions for now. Rest assured, I will keep watch." "They will be fine," Gerald replied gently, setting his glass down and raising his gaze to meet Pepper's with a calm and steady demeanor. As the battle reached its fevered climax, Todd and Roni simultaneously raised their arms, palms facing each other. The energy devices in their iron suits ignited with a blinding brilliance. Instantly, two surging shockwaves surged towards one another. Upon their meeting, the shockwaves collided and compressed, forming a vortex of energy that began to expand violently in all directions. The dispersing shockwave resembled a raging tsunami, engulfing the entire room. Everywhere it swept, walls began to crack, fissures spider-webbing across surfaces, chandeliers trembled precariously from the immense force. Bulbs shattering as glass rained down like heavy droplets. Once sturdy furniture toppled and splintered as if made of mere toys, wooden shards and metal fragments swirling through the air. Startled by the sudden onslaught of force, Pepper and Natasha paled, instinctively crouching low and shielding their heads with their arms. After a moment, when they felt no anticipated impact, confusion and astonishment filled their hearts. They cautiously lifted their heads and opened their eyes, only to find Gerald standing before them, calm and resolute, with one hand raised. A protective shield emanating a soft blue light enveloped the three like a vast, translucent dome. The raging shockwave energies, upon contact with the barrier, were repelled as if meeting an insurmountable wall, dissipating and leaving only faint ripples on the surface of the shield. "See, I told you there would be nothing to worry about," Gerald said, a confident and composed smile gracing his face as he turned to Pepper and Natasha. He then slightly raised his head, his gaze steady upon Tony and Rhodey, who were still embroiled in their fierce altercation. "Gentlemen, your brawl has escalated a bit too far." The ladies nearly bore the brunt of it. Upon hearing the words, Tony's body jolted. He swiftly turned his head, and upon seeing Pepper and Natasha, a flicker of regret and guilt passed through his eyes. "Why haven't you left?" "This is perilous," he uttered, his voice imbued with a hoarse quality, revealing a complex inner turmoil that encompassed both concern for their safety and remorse for his own loss of control. "You've vented your frustrations. Perhaps it's time for both of you to regain your composure." Gerald's voice resonated once more within the disheveled room. The space was a chaotic mess, with cracks in the walls serving as an external manifestation of their inner scars. And the remnants of shattered furniture strewn across the floor bore witness to the madness and excess of their fierce conflict. Rhodey gradually unclenched his tightly held fists. He cast a deep gaze at Tony, filled with a myriad of intricate emotions, years of camaraderie intertwined with a sense of helplessness and sighs over their current predicament. Subsequently, he uttered not another word, activating the flight mechanism of his suit. With a low rumble, the silver armor sliced through the air, vanishing into the night sky like a shooting star. Tony stood frozen in place, staring blankly in the direction Rhodey had departed, lost in thought. After a moment, he seemed to regain his senses and slowly rose from the ground. At this juncture, Pepper was about to approach him, her eyes brimming with concern and compassion, wishing to offer solace, yet uncertain of how to begin. However, Tony appeared to shy away from Pepper's concern and inquiries. A fleeting look of avoidance crossed his gaze. He too activated his suit's flight capabilities, propelling himself skyward like an arrow released from its bow. Witnessing Tony and Rhodey depart in succession, Natasha let out a soft sigh. She intended to meticulously report everything that had transpired here to Nick Fury. Meanwhile, Gerald returned to his modest shop, leaving behind the chaotic battlefield and Pepper, who was left to confront the aftermath alone. Pepper shook her head in resignation. The following morning, a cozy donut shop basked in a golden glow. Tony Stark sat atop the enormous donut-shaped sign at the entrance, holding a freshly baked donut, nibbling at it absent-mindedly. His hair appeared tousled, and his eyes reflected a semblance of confusion and weariness, as if the madness of the previous night still reverberated in his mind, refusing to dissipate. "Sir, please step down from the donut." Nick Fury's voice suddenly rang out at the entrance. Moments later, the two were seated across from each other inside the donut shop. "I've already stated that I have no desire to join your motley crew," Tony replied with a weary tone. Nick Fury chuckled at this remark, as if he had anticipated Tony's reaction. "Let us set that aside for now. How's your health? Palladium poisoning is no trivial matter. What about the staff at this establishment?" Tony furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze betraying a deliberate avoidance of Nick Fury's inquiry regarding his health. "I have cleared the entire area, but it would be wise not to linger too long." A crisp and familiar voice resonated within the store, prompting Tony to instinctively turn his head. There, he beheld Natasha, clad in a sleek agent uniform, striding towards him with an air of confidence. In that instant, Tony comprehended the situation. A flicker of exasperation and irritation crossed his gaze as he addressed Natasha. "You've been dismissed." "Tony, this is Agent Romanoff from S.H.I.E.L.D." Nick Fury interjected, observing Tony's reaction with a smile. "Fury knows you've been unwell and has sent me to keep an eye on you." Natasha raised her chin slightly, meeting Tony's eyes with a calm and earnest expression. "I don't need watching over," Tony retorted defiantly, his neck stiffening, an undertone of bravado evident in his eyes. "Is that so? How is your new element project progressing? Time is not on your side." Nick Fury's piercing gaze bore into Tony. "I have ways to extend my time," Tony replied, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes, quickly replaced by determination. "The Gerald's medication?" Nick Fury raised an eyebrow. "You know him. He can't possibly be." A sense of foreboding surged within Tony, his eyes reflecting uncertainty and vigilance. "Rest assured, he is not an agent, though he serves as a consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury said with a subtle smile, seemingly to allay Tony's concerns. "The crux is that you cannot rely on this medication indefinitely. The underlying issue remains unresolved." "Why not? I could simply procure hundreds of bottles," Tony countered without hesitation, convinced that his substantial wealth could secure an abundant supply of Gerald's medication to buy him more time in his quest for the new element. "Did he not inform you that this medication has a tolerance issue? The more you consume, the less effective it becomes." Nick Fury gently shook his head, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "What? That fellow never mentioned it to me," Tony exclaimed, his eyes wide with anger and frustration. "Tony, you must pull yourself together and focus. I believe in your capability," Nick Fury urged, attempting to rekindle Tony's resolve. "How do you know I haven't been focused? I've experimented with every conceivable combination of elements, yet none have yielded results." Exhaustion and disheartenment etched on Tony's face as he sighed. "You have not yet attempted them all," Nick Fury replied with a mysterious smile, turning to signal Coulson to bring forth a suitcase. Coulson promptly approached and placed the suitcase gently on the table before Tony. "This belonged to your father. I hope it proves beneficial." After imparting this information, Nick Fury turned to Natasha, instructing, "Natasha, keep an eye on him. Do not allow him to wander." Natasha nodded in understanding, and shortly thereafter, Nick Fury departed. Upon returning home, Tony opened the belongings left by his father, drawing inspiration and beginning to regain his resolve. He immediately sprang into action, inspired by a torrent of innovative ideas that surged within his mind, and began to manually construct a miniature accelerator in the spacious living room. The device successfully activated amidst a dazzling brilliance. An unprecedented beam of light erupted from its center, pure and radiant, akin to the first light of dawn, illuminating the entire room and dispelling the shadows within Tony's heart. "Congratulations, sir. You have synthesized a new element that can perfectly replace palladium." Jarvis's voice resonated in the room. Tony stared blankly at the glowing new element, murmuring to himself, "At last, it is complete. Look at that, Tony, I knew you could do it." At that moment, the familiar voice of Gerald echoed from the doorway. His gaze fell upon the luminous new element, revealing a flicker of awe and admiration in his eyes. "How dare you come here without informing me that your drug has a resistance, and that you are, in fact, affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony's voice was laced with evident irritation, his eyes widening as he fixed his glare on Gerald. "Don't be so dramatic. Isn't it common knowledge that drugs can develop resistance? As for S.H.I.E.L.D., you never inquired," Gerald replied, maintaining an air of nonchalance, a seemingly innocent smile gracing his features. Tony shot Gerald an exasperated look before deciding to ignore him. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his excitement, redirecting all his focus to the newly synthesized element. He slowly extended his hand, gingerly lifting the glowing element to eye level, his gaze filled with curiosity and reverence. Gerald's eyes remained locked on the extraordinary new element in Tony's hand, a unique glimmer sparking in his expression. After a moment, he raised his head slightly, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes as he addressed Tony. Would you like to enhance it? Enhance it? What do you mean? Tony furrowed his brow, his expression a blend of confusion and intrigue. He ceased his examination of the new element, channeling all his attention to Gerald. As a genius scientist, don't you yearn to explore new realms, to merge my magic with your technology? Gerald proposed, gradually lifting his palm. In an instant, a soft blue light surged forth from his hand. Tony's gaze was instantly captivated by the ethereal glow, his heart racing uncontrollably. He had contemplated such possibilities before. Perhaps today was the day to experiment. Noticing Tony's lingering hesitation, Gerald calmly remarked, "What harm is there in trying? Even if it fails, you can simply synthesize another one." A flicker of uncertainty crossed Tony's eyes as he slowly raised his head, his voice imbued with curiosity and eagerness. "How do you intend to proceed?" "It is quite simple. I merely need to channel my magical energy into it and observe what transpires," Gerald succinctly elucidated. Moments later, within the well-equipped, technologically advanced laboratory of Tony, the atmosphere grew tense with anticipation. Tony sprang into action, methodically directing Jarvis. "Jarvis, monitor all conditions closely and ensure that every data fluctuation is recorded with precision. No subtle variation should escape our notice." Jarvis's mechanical yet efficient voice resonated throughout the lab. "Acknowledged, sir." Meanwhile, Gerald stood beside the experimental platform, firmly grasping the luminous new element. He inhaled deeply, slowly closing his eyes to concentrate on harnessing his internal magical prowess. Shortly thereafter, a vibrant pale blue light began to emanate from his palm, gradually flowing along his arm towards the new element. The element began to tremble slightly, as if it sensed a formidable and unfamiliar force being infused within it, its internal energy structure seemingly undergoing a silent transformation. Chapter 48. The Magic Reaction Furnace. As Gerald continuously infused his magical energy into the new element, a wondrous spectacle unfolded like a dream. Initially, only the point of contact between his palm and the new element radiated a soft pale blue halo. However, in an instant, the light appeared to possess a life of its own, beginning to extend outward. Brilliant and resplendent blue light tendrils, akin to agile serpents, spiraled from Gerald's form. They danced gracefully through the air, each tendril flickering with an enigmatic and profound blue luminescence, as if harboring boundless mysteries and energy. The tendrils intertwined and coiled together, gradually forming an ethereal whirlpool of energy, rotating slowly around Gerald. This vortex exuded a powerful allure, causing the surrounding air to twist and distort slightly. The blue radiance reflected off the laboratory walls, instruments, and various metallic devices, casting a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors that enveloped the entire space in a surreal and enchanting ambience. Tony stood outside the laboratory, peering through the transparent protective glass, witnessing this breathtaking scene with astonishment. The spectacle before him transcended all his previous understanding and experience. Even with his exceptional scientific acumen and vivid imagination, he found it challenging to articulate the nature of these blue tendrils. "Sir, these are pure energy entities. The energy index is unquantifiable, and there are some anomalous elements within." Jarvis's calm and mechanical voice aptly interrupted Tony's momentary stupor. Tony furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting intense curiosity and a desire for exploration, fixated on the peculiar tendrils of light. As Gerald gradually ceased the output of his magical energy, the once wildly dancing, dreamlike blue luminescence within the laboratory began to dim, ultimately dissipating into the air, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, both individuals focused their gaze upon the new element held in Gerald's hand. Its shape retained the distinctive triangular form, yet its essence had undergone a profound transformation. On the surface of the originally radiant substance, mysterious blue runes had appeared, seemingly ancient inscriptions. Gerald squinted slightly, raising the new element to his eyes, scrutinizing the suddenly manifested blue runes. A glimmer of curiosity and contemplation flickered in his gaze as he endeavored to decipher their meaning. While he was engrossed in his exploration of the runes, outside, Tony could no longer contain his eagerness and curiosity. He hurriedly approached Gerald, and without a word, snatched the new element from his grasp, immersing himself in an equally meticulous examination. How fascinating. The energy structure remains unchanged, yet it now harbors additional components. "I wonder what their purpose might be," Tony murmured, his eyes sparkling with a blend of excitement and perplexity. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he promptly issued an instruction to Jarvis. "Jarvis, arrange for immediate experimental testing." His voice brimmed with a thirst for exploration into the unknown. Gerald observed Tony's fervent, impatient demeanor and shook his head in resignation, smiling. "Sir, the energy properties of the new element have become exceedingly volatile, and the unique constituents cannot be analyzed. It is currently unclear what implications this alteration may hold. Jarvis's mechanical, yet composed voice echoed in the laboratory, relaying the results of the recent analysis. However, upon hearing Jarvis's report, Tony, almost instinctively, reached out to seize the enigmatic new element imbued with magical essence, unhesitatingly inserting it into the reactor. Jarvis, you know my motto, let us act first and discuss later. He then expertly positioned the reactor precisely against his chest. As the reactor harmoniously aligned with his body, a subtle wave of energy radiated from his chest, prompting the new element to swiftly activate within the reactor, unleashing unprecedented energy pulses. Tony gently closed his eyes, feeling this unfamiliar yet formidable energy coursing through him. Meanwhile, Geralt quietly observed the entire process, secretly admiring Tony's audacity. Standing still, Tony could distinctly sense a marvelous transformation subtly unfolding within him. The palladium poisoning symptoms that had long plagued him were now receding at an astonishing pace. The once all-consuming fatigue, the occasional waves of weakness, and the indescribable aches throughout his body seemed to be gradually drawn away by an invisible force in that very moment. He felt as though he were a weary traveler, burdened by an overwhelming weight throughout his life, and at this moment, he finally laid down that suffocating load with gentle relief. An unprecedented sense of ease washed over him like a tidal wave, each cell in his body rejoicing in the bliss of this newfound liberation. He slightly closed his eyes and took several deep breaths, attempting to immerse himself in the rare and hard-won sensation of comfort and freedom. Standing nearby, Geralt observed Tony's transformation, a surge of intense curiosity bubbling within him. He narrowed his eyes, focusing his mind, and unleashed a wave of mental perception to gently probe Tony's being. In that instant, he was astonished to discover that threads of magical energy were quietly swirling within Tony's body. This magic danced between Tony's veins and flesh, intertwining with his very life force. Did this signify that Tony had indeed acquired magical power? A thought flickered in Geralt's mind, his gaze shimmering with excitement and anticipation. How do you feel? Geralt could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired of Tony. I feel absolutely fantastic. Tony replied, still immersed in the profound sensations of his body's transformation. Just then, a sudden, urgent ring of a phone shattered the tranquility and joy. Tony furrowed his brow slightly and instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to answer, discovering it was a call from Whiplash. Tony, how are you? I followed your advice and increased the reactor's RPM, indeed producing more energy. Thank you for the suggestion. Whiplash's voice, thick with a Russian accent, resonated clearly from the other end, laced with a hint of pride and mockery. Tony's expression shifted instantaneously. The relaxed demeanor brought on by his improved condition turned grave and serious. J.A.R.V.I.S. Trace the call, he commanded in a low voice. What your father did to my family 40 years ago, I shall return the favor within 40 minutes. I hope you are prepared. Whiplash's voice continued, filled with hatred and resolve, before the call abruptly ended. Yet, this brief interval was ample for Tony and J.A.R.V.I.S. After a moment of silence, J.A.R.V.I.S.'s mechanical and efficient voice broke through. Sir, the call has been traced. Chapter 49, The Grip of Death. The Stark Expo was a bustling scene, alive with energy and excitement. Today, the spotlight would shine on Justin Hammer's weapons exhibition. Geralt flickered into existence at the expo, his expression tinged with resignation as he muttered to himself, alas, I have truly become his bodyguard. Earlier, Tony had sought him out, earnestly pleading for his assistance in safeguarding Pepper, particularly in light of Whiplash's threats, leaving Tony no room for complacency. At that moment, Pepper sat attentively in the audience, clad in a simple yet elegant professional outfit, her gaze fixed intently on the stage where Justin Hammer stood. Hammer's exaggerated and somewhat clumsy speaking style caused Pepper to furrow her brow slightly. Ladies and gentlemen, today I shall introduce to you the United States military's new visage, the Hammer Iron Soldiers. Justin Hammer's voice reverberated throughout the venue via the loudspeakers, imbued with boastfulness and self-satisfaction. As his words faded, a row of iron soldiers gradually ascended from the platform. These soldiers emanated a cold metallic glow, their formidable designs exuding an intimidating presence, lined up neatly as though awaiting inspection as a mechanical legion. Below the stage, Pepper and Natasha exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of solemnity. An unsettling feeling stirred within Pepper, while Natasha, with her keen instincts as an agent, sensed an unusual tension in the air. Her eyes scanned the surroundings like a hawk, ever prepared for any potential upheaval. As Justin Hammer continued his introduction, a massive platform slowly rose from the stage floor, revealing Rhodey clad in his iconic Iron Man suit. The armor gleamed under the lights, radiating a distinctive metallic luster, and his imposing stature exuded an air of authority, prompting gasps and admiration from the audience. Just then, a deafening roar of jet engines filled the sky, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Tony descended from above, donning his classic Iron Man suit. He landed deftly beside Rhodey, his movements precise and unhesitant. Upon touching down, he immediately approached Rhodey, urgency and sincerity evident in his gaze. "Rhodey, listen to me. Justin may have allied with Vank." Tony's voice resonated clearly through the suit's amplifier. "We must proceed with caution. Our immediate priority is to evacuate the crowd and ensure their safety." As he spoke, he raised his hand, utilizing the suit's scanning devices to swiftly assess the environment. Rhodey slightly lifted his head, gazing at Tony through the visor of his armor, a flicker of confusion and hesitation crossing his features. Yet, upon meeting Tony's earnest eyes, he chose to trust him without reservation and nodded slowly. "Tony, I believe you." At that moment, the weapon systems of Rhodey's suit activated unexpectedly, the barrels rotating to lock onto Tony with precision. Alarm surged through Rhodey. He desperately attempted to regain control of the suit, but all was in vain. His commands elicited no response. "Tony, get away. My suit has been compromised." Without a moment's hesitation, Tony activated the suit's thrusters, launching himself into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. He understood that he needed to divert the imminent danger away from the densely packed venue, ensuring that innocent civilians remained unharmed. However, the crisis was far from over. As Rhodey's suit spiraled out of control, all the Iron Soldiers appeared to receive a unified command, aligning their weapons in unison, targeting Tony with chilling precision. In an instant, the venue erupted with the sound of gunfire, as countless bullets rained down upon Tony in the sky like a torrential storm. The dense barrage of fire intertwined to form a lethal curtain of death wherever it struck. The overhead glass shattered, cascading down in sharp shards that floated like snowflakes. Witnessing the glass fall, the crowd was instantly plunged into a state of extreme panic. People screamed and shouted, frantically scattering in all directions, transforming the formerly orderly venue into utter chaos. Yet, curiously, those glass fragments that should have fallen like deadly blades seemed to encounter an invisible resistance just before reaching the heads of the crowd, slowly floating in midair. It was as if an unseen hand gently cradled them, creating a bizarre yet magnificent spectacle. Amidst the turmoil, Natasha keenly sensed this anomaly, scanning her surroundings. Her gaze swiftly fixated on Gerald not far away. Gerald had raised his right hand high, palm facing upwards, as a ghostly blue light emanated from it, enveloping the entire venue like a transparent energy shield, securely blocking the perilous glass shards. Rhodey's Iron Man suit had completely slipped from his control, pursuing Tony relentlessly. Meanwhile, the remaining Iron Soldiers received the same directive, preparing to follow in Tony's wake. Just as they took flight, massive purple-black magical hands suddenly materialized around half of the Iron Soldiers. These magical hands radiated a chilling and eerie glow, gripping the metallic bodies of the soldiers tightly. "Want a soar? First, you must consult me." Gerald's eyes were steely as he whipped his arm downwards. In an instant, the magical hands seemed infused with power, clenching fiercely, exerting tremendous force that yanked the Iron Soldiers downwards. The soldiers struggled desperately in midair, their metallic joints screeching in protest as they attempted to break free from the grip of the giant hands. But all was in vain. Under Gerald's immense magical pull, they were violently dragged towards the ground. With a series of deafening crashes, the Iron Soldiers plummeted like falling meteors, crashing heavily onto the earth. The collision of metal against the ground sent clouds of dust and sparks flying. After twitching a few times, the soldiers lay still, remnants emitting wisps of black smoke, quietly resting in their demise. "I've already helped you halfway. The rest is up to you now, Tony." Gerald slightly raised his head, his gaze resolutely fixed on the direction in which Tony had fled. "I plan to head to Justin Hammer's company to seek out Vank. Would you care to join me?" Natasha approached Gerald, having just witnessed his astonishing prowess. Her eyes shimmered with anticipation as she tilted her head slightly to gaze at him. "I am not an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. I am merely an advisor. Such trifles you can handle on your own." Gerald replied with a faint smile. Natasha, upon hearing this, refrained from further discourse. She understood Gerald's temperament and modus operandi. Any insistence would be futile. Thus, she pivoted and, alongside Happy, sped towards Justin Hammer's company. Chapter 50. Release my woman. Upon entering Justin Hammer's establishment, Natasha effortlessly subdued the security personnel, skillfully breaching all defenses. Once inside Vank's office, her vigilant gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, yet she found no trace of Vank. A slight frown creased her brow as she promptly set about deciphering the armor's control program. At last, accompanied by a soft electronic chime, Rhodey's suit returned to normal. After a brief moment of regrouping, Rhodey and Tony launched their assault. Their synergy was remarkable, amidst the hail of gunfire. They unleashed the formidable firepower and agility of the Iron Man suit upon their adversaries, delivering a relentless barrage. Through their concerted efforts, the remaining Iron Soldiers were swiftly dispatched, and the situation gradually came under control. Be cautious. Another Iron Soldier approaches, and this one appears distinct, with an exceptionally high energy index. At that moment, Natasha contacted Tony via comms. Before her words could fully materialize, Venk, clad in a uniquely designed iron suit, descended rapidly from the air. Across the venue, Gerald stood quietly beside Pepper, his gaze traversing the remnants of the Iron Soldiers, a faint sense of unease stirring within him, as if something significant had been overlooked. Suddenly, a flashing red light emanated from the chest of the Iron Soldier debris. I forgot they could self-destruct. He cursed internally. There was no time for hesitation. He swiftly extended his arm, encircling Pepper's slender waist. In an instant, a portal radiating a ghostly blue light opened. Without a moment's pause, Gerald stepped into the portal, cradling Pepper, their figures vanishing from the venue. At that very moment, the self-destruction sequence of the Iron Soldiers activated. A deafening explosion erupted, akin to a surging tsunami, engulfing the entire venue. Flames and shockwaves surged forth, mercilessly obliterating everything in their path. Tables and chairs were overturned, decorations torn asunder, and the venue was instantly consumed by fire and ruin. Meanwhile, having just dispatched Venk, Tony raced towards the venue, urgency driving him onward. His speed was remarkable, the iron suit slicing through the air with a dazzling brilliance. Yet, upon arrival, he was met only with a landscape of raging flames and the sprawling chaos of destruction. Pepper, Tony cried out desperately, searching through the debris, his eyes reflecting profound anxiety and distress, as if he had lost his entire world. Hey, Tony, what are you searching for? Gerald's teasing voice suddenly emerged from behind Tony, standing unscathed a short distance away, with Pepper tightly held in his embrace amidst the wreckage and smoke. In an instant, Tony's face revealed a blend of surprise and joy, a fortunate relief after a period of intense worry and despair, as if hope had suddenly emerged. Almost immediately, however, his expression transformed into one of fury. Hey, remove your filthy hands from my woman. Gerald observed Tony's enraged demeanor, yet maintained a calm, serene smile. He gently set the shaken Pepper down. The moment her feet touched the ground, Tony rushed over, reaching her side in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, he wrapped his arms around Pepper, who nestled into his embrace, her body still trembling slightly, clearly shaken by her recent ordeal. Gerald stood quietly, watching the heartfelt reunion of Tony and Pepper, and silently concluded that his part in this matter was over. He stepped into the portal, his form disappearing in an instant, soon returning to his modest shop. The following day, in Tony's office, Nick Fury appeared, as always, clad in his iconic black trench coat. Tony, I'm here to discuss the urgent response team, Nick stated earnestly. This team is primarily tasked with addressing world-threatening emergencies. As you know, the world is far from peaceful these days, with various supernatural and high-tech threats emerging continuously. We need a formidable and elite force to safeguard peace. Currently, the team is not fully staffed. Would you be interested? Tony lifted his gaze slightly, a confident yet teasing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. To be honest, you really can't afford me. However, he swiftly redirected the conversation, inquiring, is Gerald part of this team? His eyes revealed a glimmer of anticipation and curiosity, evidently, after their previous experiences. He had gained a profound respect for Gerald's abilities and was eager to collaborate with him once more. Nick raised an eyebrow, having anticipated Tony's question. And a knowing smile graced his face as he replied, I intend to invite him. He will play a pivotal role in the team. His knowledge of the arcane and formidable magical powers are irreplaceable assets in addressing certain unique threats. Upon hearing this, Tony promptly declared, then count me in. In the vast, arid expanse of the New Mexico desert, the relentless sun blazed down, mercilessly scorching the earth, saturating the air with an oppressive heat. Coulson drove the vehicle, navigating through the swirling clouds of dust toward their destination. Outside the window, the monotonous yellow sand stretched like an endless canvas, occasionally punctuated by a few desiccated cacti, further emphasizing the solitude and desolation of the land. At last, he arrived at his destination. Coulson gradually halted the vehicle, opened the door, and was met by a wave of heat. He squinted slightly, adjusting to the intense light. As his gaze fell straight ahead, a vast and striking impact crater suddenly came into view. At the center of this crater lay a mysterious object, quietly resting. Its shape resembled that of a hammer. Yet its unique form and exquisite texture seemed to have emerged from an art exhibition, starkly contrasting with the desolate desert surroundings. Boss, I found it. Coulson swiftly retrieved his communication device to contact Nick Fury. Soon, this once desolate expanse of desert was meticulously cordoned off. Vehicles adorned with the S, H, I, E, L, D insignia arrived in succession, and a multitude of experts and technicians surged onto the scene like an incoming tide. Clad in white protective suits, they bore an array of advanced testing instruments and swiftly erected a temporary research base around the crater. Thus commenced a comprehensive investigation into this enigmatic hammer. Coulson stood by, quietly observing all that unfolded. Suddenly, he felt the shamanic energy within him stirred by an inexplicable force, beginning to resonate subtly. This energy flowed through his veins like a warm stream, imbued with an indescribable power fluctuation, as if it were establishing a delicate resonance with the mysterious hammer before him. Chapter 51. New member Grant Ward. Within the tightly sealed area, a bald man wearing glasses entered the core research zone. So what have you discovered? He inquired. The composition of this hammer is untraceable. It does not appear to be of earthly origin, and it intermittently emits electromagnetic waves, replied a research scientist. His expression one of resignation. Various advanced instruments encircled the hammer, yet the data they provided resembled a tangled mess, failing to assemble a coherent answer. After attentively listening to the report, the bald man turned to Coulson with a grave expression to relay the details. Coulson's curiosity and confusion intensified, prompting him to delve deeper into the investigation personally. As he approached the hammer, resting quietly in the impact crater, an extraordinary sensation welled up within him. He could distinctly feel the shamanic energy within him ignited like a flame, growing more vibrant with each step closer to the hammer. Standing before the object, Coulson inhaled deeply and extended his hands, attempting to lift the mysterious hammer. However, regardless of his exertion, it remained utterly immovable, as if fused with the earth itself. A slight furrow creased his brow. Subsequently, he concentrated, channeling the active energy within him, and gently touched the surface of the hammer. At that moment of contact, a mysterious symbol began to emerge slowly on the hammer's surface. Coulson gazed intently at this enigmatic symbol, realizing that with his current knowledge and abilities, deciphering it would likely prove beyond his reach. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke softly. It seems I should contact Jarrett. At the entrance of the tranquil and quaint little shop, warm sunlight cascaded down like a golden veil. Geralt reclined comfortably in an old wicker chair. His eyes slightly squinted as he savored the languid moment. A gentle breeze caressed him, carrying with it a hint of freshness, while a few leaves danced downwards, twirling gracefully to the ground. Just then, the tranquility was abruptly shattered by the urgent ring of a telephone. Geralt leisurely opened his eyes, reached for his mobile device resting on a nearby table, and noted that the caller was Coulson. He let out a soft sigh and, in a languid tone, remarked, "Coulson. What is it this time?" "Geralt, I need you here. It's a mysterious incident." Coulson's voice echoed from the other end of the line. Geralt's previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of keen focus. He straightened his posture, curiosity and alertness flickering in his eyes as he inquired, "What incident? Where?" "In New Mexico," Coulson replied succinctly. Upon hearing the location, Geralt furrowed his brow, already forming a few conjectures in his mind. It appeared that Hammer had indeed arrived. "Send someone to pick me up. I've never been to New Mexico," Geralt stated into the phone. "Understood. I'll arrange it immediately," Coulson responded decisively, swiftly setting about his tasks. Before long, the air was filled with the thunderous roar of a helicopter's rotors, the sound intensifying as it approached. An armed S.H.I.E.L.D. helicopter descended gradually onto the open ground outside. The powerful gusts from the whirling blades stirred the surrounding flora and sent dust swirling into the air. The cabin door swung open, and a robustly handsome man stepped down, his tall figure exuding an air of confidence and competence. He strode directly toward Geralt, a respectful expression gracing his features as he announced, "Sir, I am Grant Ward, a new member of the mysterious response team, here to escort you." His gaze conveyed a reverence for Geralt, yet beneath that seemingly genuine look, there lurked an elusive quality. The mention of Grant Ward stirred something within Geralt. "Grant Ward? Indeed. It seems he has joined my team. Intriguing. Let us see what Hydra desires." He mused internally while maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor as he scrutinized the man before him. The Hydra organization, which loomed as a persistent threat to S.H.I.E.L.D., had brought Grant Ward here. His presence surely indicated that this task was not merely a simple escort. This journey to New Mexico would certainly not be dull. Inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicopter, Geralt sat quietly in the cabin, his gaze fixed through the narrow window at the rapidly passing blue skies and white clouds. At that moment, Ward, adopting a seemingly casual gait, slowly took a seat opposite Geralt. "Sir, since joining the team, I've often heard tales of you. Has this team truly endured those harrowing experiences?" Ward's eyes sparkled with curiosity, tinged with a subtle hint of probing, as he sought to glean more information about this enigmatic group from Geralt's response. Geralt slightly turned his head, his deep-set eyes casting a glance at Ward. "Did Nick Fury not mention to you before you joined that our team faces challenges far beyond your imagination? If you lack the necessary psychological resilience, it would be wise to withdraw as soon as possible." "Sir, I have consistently excelled in the psychological evaluations of S.H.I.E.L.D. I am confident in my abilities," Ward replied, standing tall, his expression serious and resolute. Is that so? I hope you truly possess the confidence you claim. I have high hopes for you, Grant Ward, Gerald remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. Sir, I have also heard that you possess mysterious powers. May I have the privilege of experiencing them? The members of our team have already faced your abilities, and I too wish to understand what that feels like. Ward's eyes sparkled with intense curiosity and desire. Gerald regarded Ward silently. After a moment, he slightly nodded. Indeed, this could serve as a psychological preparation, beneficial for future missions. With that, Gerald slowly rose to his feet. His gaze was piercing, directly fixated on Ward, a mysterious and profound energy gradually surging within his eyes. Ward felt as if a shadowy light flickered within Gerald's gaze, akin to a deep, enchanted abyss that held a captivating allure. Suddenly, Ward's consciousness seemed to be yanked by an invisible force into an endless chasm of darkness. In an instant, everything before him faded into blackness. As if the entire world collapsed and dissolved at that moment. He attempted to struggle, but found his body devoid of control, his awareness adrift helplessly in the void. Time became indiscernible. Perhaps it was merely a fleeting moment, or perhaps it stretched into an eternity. Eventually, Ward slowly regained his senses. He opened his eyes abruptly, only to be taken aback by the scene before him. He found himself amidst a desolate wilderness, strewn with jagged rocks of various shapes and sizes. Some towering boulders reached skyward like the fangs of ancient beasts, piercing the heavens. Others lay sprawled upon the ground, their surfaces marred by the ravages of time. The earth beneath him was cracked and barren, sparse grasses shivering in the wind, producing a faint rustling sound that added to the air of desolation and solitude. Ward surveyed his surroundings in bewilderment, his heart brimming with shock and confusion. Chapter 52. Manolos. Without warning, the ground began to tremble violently, the intensity of the tremors escalating. Ward's expression turned tense. He could distinctly sense a colossal entity drawing near. Soon, an enormous green hand of a monstrous creature came into view. The hand was the size of a small hill, its muscles bulging and veins pronounced, firmly grasping a massive boulder. The sheer force exerted caused fissures to appear along the edges of the stone, debris cascading down. As the creature emerged, Ward was rendered speechless by the sight before him. It was an immense being, crowned with twisted, giant horns that glimmered with an eerie light. A pair of demonic wings unfurled slowly behind him, stirring a tempest that swirled dust and debris into the air, obscuring Ward's vision and amplifying his sense of dread and helplessness. The creature's gaping maw resembled an unfathomable abyss, its sharp fangs glinting ominously, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Atop its head, flames of a fierce, verdant hue blazed fiercely. Behind it trailed a massive, muscular tail, each swing cutting through the air with a whooshing sound, as if proclaiming its dominion over all. As the full visage of the monster was revealed to Ward, an overwhelming sense of oppression surged towards him like a tidal wave. He felt as though his heart was ensnared by an invisible hand, his breath quickening and becoming labored. Each gasp a struggle against the formidable weight pressing down upon him. His legs trembled uncontrollably, his body seemingly frozen in place, unable to act on even the faintest urge to flee. The creature appeared to sense Ward's presence, unleashing a deafening roar that reverberated through the wilderness like thunder, causing Ward's eardrums to throb and his mind to buzz. In an instant, the creature's cavernous mouth opened wide, unleashing a beam of green light towards Ward. This beam, akin to a harbinger of death, ignited the air upon contact, melting the sand and stone beneath into flowing magma. Despair washed over Ward as he watched that deadly green ray approach, his mind blank except for a singular thought: am I to perish? In this critical moment, his body instinctively sought to evade, yet was ensnared by a paralyzing fear, rendering him utterly unresponsive. As the green beam drew nearer, Ward's consciousness was gradually swallowed by the blinding luminescence, leading him to an irrevocable demise, plunging him into an abyss of darkness. Ward jolted awake from his stupor, his eyes wide with terror and confusion, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead like pearls from a broken string, instantly soaking his clothing. His body trembled violently, and he gasped for air as if he had just clawed his way back from the depths of death. The sudden outburst echoed within the confines of the cramped helicopter cabin. The pilot, engrossed in flying, was startled by the unexpected commotion, instinctively turning his head, concern and curiosity flickering in his gaze as he sought to discern what had transpired behind him. "You're awake. I truly didn't expect you to faint," Gerald remarked. Seated beside Ward, a gentle smile gracing his face, he observed Ward quietly, as though awaiting his return from the depths of that abrupt nightmare. "What is happening?" Ward's voice trembled noticeably, his mind relentlessly replaying the horrifying scene he had just witnessed. The colossal green monster, its gaping maw, the emerald flames, and the lethal beams of light. Each image was indelibly etched in his memory, akin to a nightmare that left him profoundly unsettled. His heart continued to race within his chest, as if it sought to break free, while a deep-seated dread ensnared his soul, rendering him momentarily unable to find calm. "This is one of the things we may have to confront in the future. So, do you wish to withdraw?" Jarrett's voice was calm yet serious, his gaze fixed intently on Ward. Moments ago, Jarrett had implanted the meticulously altered terrifying images of Manolo's into the depths of Ward's consciousness. He wanted to observe how Ward would react when faced with such an unimaginable source of fear. However, Jarrett was genuinely astonished that, after experiencing the overwhelming might of the abyssal demon, Ward could extricate himself from the paralyzing terror in such a brief span. Gradually regaining his composure and striving to recalibrate his mind and body, such unwavering resilience and rapid recovery were qualities far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Jarrett mused internally that a talent like Ward's was regrettably wasted within the ranks of Hydra. He needed to devise a way to lure Ward away from their faction. Ward's mind flickered like a film reel, replaying the breathtaking and harrowing scenes he had just witnessed. The immense creature, exuding an aura of boundless malevolence, was etched into his memory with every detail, its mountain-like physique, its fearsome visage, and its formidable power capable of obliterating everything. As if it were a demon from the very depths of hell, merely recalling it sent a chill racing through him, causing his blood to feel as though it had momentarily frozen. Soon after, his thoughts surged like a tide, pulling him back into his past with Hydra. In truth, Ward had never harbored deep feelings for Hydra. In his youthful naivety, his mind was not yet fully formed, and he had been swayed and brainwashed by its members. At that time, he innocently believed he was engaged in a grand endeavor capable of altering the world and securing a place in history. However, when the terrifying visage of that monster struck his once unwavering beliefs like a sledgehammer, Ward's inner world began to tremble and reshape. He suddenly realized that the power struggles and conspiracies pursued by Hydra appeared minuscule and insignificant in the face of a crisis that could threaten the very existence of the world. They were merely a group of blinded mortals, ensnared by their own selfish desires, playing a trivial and narrow-minded game upon the stage of power. In comparison, obliterating those monstrous entities that could usher in apocalyptic disasters, safeguarding the tranquility and harmony of all existence, and rescuing the world from the brink of calamity, this is the truly grand and awe-inspiring endeavor worthy of Ward's lifelong dedication and fervent struggle. This is the noble objective for which he is resolutely determined to strive. I wish to join, never to withdraw. A steadfast and fervent flame burned in Ward's eyes, his voice resonating with unwavering conviction. Chapter 53, The Hammer of Thor. Upon hearing Ward's resolute declarations, Geralt's lips curled into a faint smile of satisfaction and reassurance. He nodded gently and remarked, "Excellent. Perform admirably. This mission is no trifling matter." "Understood, sir. I shall not disappoint you," Ward replied promptly and respectfully, executing a precise military salute. Before long, the helicopter descended steadily onto the base's helipad. Coulson stood outside, his posture impeccably straight as he focused intently on the helicopter's landing, a trace of solemnity evident in his gaze. As the cabin door slowly opened, Geralt was the first to disembark, followed closely by Ward and the other team members. With Barton and the enigmatic members of Geralt's squad assembled at the scene. "Lead me to it. I can already sense a surge of thunderous energy resonating in the vicinity," Geralt said eagerly as he stepped into the base. Under Coulson's guidance, Geralt and his party swiftly advanced into the specialized area where Thor's hammer was secured. This zone was heavily fortified with an array of advanced technological defenses. As they entered the area, a bespectacled bald man hurriedly approached them. His gait was slightly hurried, and his gaze held a mixture of scrutiny and curiosity as he directed his attention to Coulson, inquiring, "Coulson, is this the special advisor?" "Not merely an advisor. He is now the head of this operation," Coulson replied with firm gravity. "Oh, my apologies, sir," the bald man stammered, momentarily taken aback by Coulson's response, before a slightly awkward smile crossed his face as he offered an apology to Geralt. However, Geralt's thoughts were far removed from the superficial pleasantries and apologies. His focus was firmly fixed on the bald man before him, silently pondering, "This fellow is also a Hydra operative." With that, he disregarded the bald man, striding with resolute and steady steps towards the hammer situated on the central platform. The air around him crackled with an undercurrent of electricity, emitting a faint, hissing sound. Geralt slowly extended his hand, gently grazing the surface of Thor's hammer. He distinctly sensed the immense energy contained within the runes etched onto the hammer's exterior. The powerful and unique vibrations of that force convinced Geralt that it was indeed crafted by Odin himself. Standing before the hammer, an intense impulse surged within Geralt, compelling him to test whether he could lift this legendary artifact. However, as his gaze inadvertently swept across the eager and focused faces of those around him, he felt a pang of embarrassment at the thought of not picking it up, and thus he relinquished the idea. Subsequently, Geralt meticulously examined every detail of Thor's hammer. Moments later, he turned to face Coulson and, with a grave expression, stated, "I believe I have discerned the nature of this object. It is best to discuss this matter with Nick Fury." In Coulson's office, he initiated a video call with Nick Fury. Before long, Fury's iconic one-eyed visage appeared on the screen. "Let us get to the point. What is the origin of this hammer?" Fury inquired directly. I'm unsure of your familiarity with Norse mythology. Geralt calmly posed the question, raising his gaze slightly. Norse mythology? What does it have to do with this hammer? Fury furrowed his brow, a clear look of confusion etched across his face. Coulson, standing nearby, mirrored his bewilderment. This hammer is called Mjolnir. If you have any knowledge of Norse mythology, you should have heard of this name, Geralt continued unhurriedly. The hammer of the thunder god. Coulson's eyes suddenly brightened as he quickly connected the dots. Evidently, he had some exposure to Norse mythology in his past experiences or studies and was aware of Mjolnir's formidable reputation in the legends. A look of surprise and realization crossed his face as he began to grasp that this situation might exceed their previous assumptions. Indeed, it is the hammer of the thunder god. This is the weapon of Thor from Norse mythology, Geralt stated with a serious demeanor. Thor? Are you joking? We've encountered wizards, vampires, werewolves, and demons, and now a thunder god has emerged? Good heavens, what on earth is happening in this world? Fury's eyes widened in disbelief. Many myths are not entirely fabricated. Some have roots in reality. You need not overthink it. Simply regard them as powerful extraterrestrials, and that will make it much more palatable. Geralt shrugged lightly, attempting to elucidate the situation in a more comprehensible manner. Then how did this thunder god's weapon end up here? Fury's brow furrowed deeply. His eyes filled with uncertainty and concern. That is precisely where the complication lies. Thor typically keeps his hammer close at hand and would not easily part with it. The fact that the hammer is here while Thor is conspicuously absent indicates that he may very well be in peril. It is important to remember that Thor is the son of Odin, the All-Father, and the heir to the realm of Asgard. Should he encounter misfortune on Earth, the consequences would be unimaginable. One can only speculate the fury of Odin. Geralt's expression was laden with seriousness. How powerful are these gods? Fury's question slipped out. For he understood that in the face of such unknown formidable forces, a clear understanding of the enemy was essential to devise an appropriate strategy. At that moment, his gaze reflected an unease about the impending unknown power. Asgard stands as one of the most formidable civilizations in this universe. Not only is their technology exceedingly advanced, but their physical prowess also surpasses that of mere earthlings. Our conventional weaponry appears as mere toys before them, utterly incapable of inflicting any substantial harm. Most critically, they possess planet-destroying weaponry. Geralt's voice was low and grave. Upon hearing the term planet-destroying weapon, Nick Fury's countenance shifted dramatically, for he understood the implications. Without hesitation, he promptly issued a command to Coulson. Locate this Thor with utmost urgency. Following Nick Fury's directive, Coulson sprang into action. He dispatched the majority of his subordinates to conduct a thorough search across various locations, while he chose to remain at the base, firmly controlling the core of the overall situation. By the way, can you lift the hammer? Coulson, amidst his busy endeavors, turned slightly to Geralt, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. That hammer has been enchanted by King Odin himself. It cannot be lifted by an ordinary individual. A hint of an awkward smile appeared on Geralt's face. His gaze tinged with a touch of resignation as he continued. However, it is said that if someone were indeed able to lift it, that person would gain the power of the thunder god. The power of the thunder god? Coulson murmured, a glimmer of contemplation evident in his eyes. Chapter 54, The Transformation of the Phantom Wolf. In this momentary lull of tranquility, Geralt immersed himself wholeheartedly in the study of the runes inscribed upon the hammer of the thunder god. The rune magic of Asgard is truly unique, powerful yet subtle. It seems a journey to Asgard is in order, perhaps to engage in some scholarly exchange. Geralt pondered silently, his fingers gently tracing the runes on the hammer, attempting to perceive every nuance of magical energy contained within. Observing Geralt's unwavering focus on the runes reignited Coulson's curiosity and thirst for knowledge. Can't you teach me a few more tricks? So far, I only know that lightning arrow. Or perhaps you could simply give me that book, and I'll learn on my own. Coulson expressed a mix of anticipation and mild dissatisfaction. Withholding that book is for your own good. I fear you might recklessly flip through it and cause a mishap. Mastering this requires patience and a grounded approach, Geralt replied with a smile. However, upon seeing Coulson's skeptical gaze, Geralt eventually relented. Very well, I shall teach you one more technique. Geralt stood tall, slowly raising his arm, his fingers tracing patterns in the air. As his fingertips danced, a faint shimmer of magical light began to flicker and coalesce in the atmosphere, gradually revealing a complex and exquisite mystical rune suspended in the air. This rune appeared as an intricate tapestry woven from countless ancient lines and enigmatic designs, emanating a deep azure glow. Feel its power and commit it to memory. With your current level of mastery, you should be able to invoke it, albeit with some difficulty. Geralt's gaze was intently fixed upon Coulson, fully aware that this presented a considerable challenge for him. Yet, he held steadfast belief in Coulson's ample perseverance and innate talent to endeavor to master it. Coulson's eyes were riveted on the radiant rune suspended in the air. revealing an unprecedented level of concentration and seriousness. The rune seemed to possess a certain enchantment, deeply captivating his attention, rendering his entire world to revolve solely around this enigmatic symbol. Beads of sweat began to accumulate on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks. Yet he remained oblivious to it all. In that moment, time appeared to stretch infinitely. Each passing second was laden with Coulson's arduous recollection and comprehension. After a prolonged and torturous effort, he finally managed to grasp the essence of the rune, despite being drenched in perspiration. Observing that Coulson had nearly mastered the form of the rune, Geralt spoke softly. "The rest is up to you. Take your time to sketch it out and practice." "What is this technique called, and what purpose does it serve?" Coulson asked, slightly out of breath, striving to calm his frayed nerves. His eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation. Eager to uncover the mystical powers encapsulated within the rune he had labored so diligently to memorize. This technique is known as Phantom Beast Transformation, allowing you to assume the guise of various animal spirits. The specific animal is for you to decide, and while transformed, you will be immune to physical attacks. Geralt explained with a smile. "Phantom beasts? Are there any limitations on the animals I can transform into?" Coulson inquired, his eyes gleaming with inquisitiveness. "Certainly. You cannot transform into animals that differ vastly in size from your own. Moreover, given your current abilities, you will likely only be able to maintain the transformation for a short duration," Geralt replied with a slight smirk that hinted at playful irony. Upon hearing Geralt's words, a look of satisfaction and excitement blossomed on Coulson's face. Meanwhile, outside the base, an unusual operation was quietly unfolding. Thor's eyes were fixed firmly on the heavily fortified base. There had been no satellite crash. Otherwise, why would they not clear the debris, but instead erect a fortress? Not far away, Jane Foster peered through binoculars, meticulously scrutinizing the base's activities. "Stay here. I will retrieve Mjolnir and then return for you," Thor declared, his body tensed and fully prepared to breach the stronghold. As Geralt and Coulson were immersed in a detailed discussion of the newly acquired technique, a sudden commotion erupted outside, shattering the tranquility. Immediately, an agent burst through the door, reporting loudly, "Sir, we have an intruder." Coulson instantly became alert, rising swiftly to head outside. Upon reaching the monitoring room, they beheld Thor on the screen, resembling a rampaging bull. With every punch he threw, accompanied by a thunderous sound, Coulson's subordinates fell to the ground, utterly defenseless. Thor showed no signs of halting, charging boldly toward the area where Mjolnir was located. "So this is Thor? Even without his divine power, his combat prowess is impressive," Coulson mused. Geralt subsequently approached, standing beside Coulson, gazing intently at the video feed while pondering silently. Noticing this, Coulson was about to issue orders for the personnel outside to storm the base and subdue the ominous visitor, Thor, but was promptly halted by Geralt's timely intervention. "Wait a moment, let him in. We shall ascertain whether he is indeed the one. A mere grasp of the hammer will reveal the truth." Geralt seemed to anticipate the unfolding events, filled with curiosity and expectation regarding the outcome. Coulson paused, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind, yet trusting Geralt. He temporarily set aside his radio and, alongside Geralt, quietly observed the surveillance footage, awaiting Thor's approach towards the enigmatic Mjolnir. Ward entered the room, striding directly to Geralt and volunteered, "Sir, I can subdue him. Though this man is robust, his techniques are rather crude, making him easy to counter." Ward slightly lifted his chin, his chest puffed out, eager to showcase his abilities and worth before Geralt. "No, let us observe first. Await my command before proceeding," Geralt replied, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the monitor, his focus solely on Thor, who was about to interact with the legendary hammer. In the surveillance footage, Thor had successfully reached Mjolnir. He slowly extended his arm, firmly grasping the hammer's handle, then summoned his strength in an attempt to lift it. His muscles tensed, veins bulging, yet Mjolnir stood unmoved, like a towering mountain, resolute and unyielding. Astonishment flitted across Thor's face as he stubbornly attempted again and again. But the outcome remained unchanged. In despair, he tilted his head back and cried out to the heavens, "Why, Father?" His voice, laden with anguish and helplessness, echoed through the silent base. "Now you may subdue him, but remember, do not harm him. Be gentle." Geralt observed this scene, his judgment already formed, recognizing that this was the opportune moment to engage Thor in conversation. Thus, he decisively issued the command to Ward. Chapter 55, The Art of Transformation. Upon receiving Geralt's instruction, Ward entered and engaged Thor in close combat. Leveraging his experience and skills, Ward executed a flawless shoulder throw, bringing Thor crashing to the ground, momentarily incapacitating him. At this moment, Geralt, unhurried, led the others to approach slowly. The subdued Thor lay on the ground, yet his thoughts remained fixated on Jane, who was still waiting outside the base for him. When he saw Geralt, the leader, emerge, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. Is this the head of the base? If I capture him, I can coerce him into freeing me. In a moment when everyone believed he had been thoroughly subdued, Thor erupted with astonishing power, forcefully casting aside Ward, who had been tightly restraining him. Taken aback by this sudden turn of events, Ward staggered, nearly losing his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Thor charged towards Geralt like a bolt from the blue, resembling a wild beast recklessly launching itself at its target. "Hey, don't be rash," Geralt exclaimed as he saw Thor barreling towards him. A wry smile crossed his face as he snapped his fingers. With a resounding pop, Thor's form shimmered and, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a fluffy sheep. Its hooves stamped anxiously in place, and the bleating echoed around, appearing both comical and inexplicably endearing. "I told you not to be rash," Geralt remarked. This sudden and unimaginable spectacle left everyone present in stunned silence. Ward's eyes widened in disbelief. He instinctively rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he was mistaken. The other agents were equally astonished, exchanging bewildered glances that reflected their shared confusion and shock. "What are you all waiting for? Quickly take him to the interrogation room. He'll revert soon," Geralt said, shaking his head at their dazed expressions. His voice finally roused them from their profound astonishment. Ward was the first to respond, hastily approaching the bleeding sheep, carefully picking it up. Despite his lingering incredulity about this miraculous transformation, he followed Geralt's directive and hurried towards the interrogation room. The others trailed behind, the entire group moving in an atmosphere that was both peculiar and filled with curiosity, each person harboring a growing sense of awe and intrigue towards Geralt's mysterious powers. In the dimly lit interrogation room, permeated with an air of tension, Thor regained his original form. Confusion and anger flickered in his eyes as he cautiously surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Coulson scrutinized the screen. His brow furrowed in perplexity. He didn't even pick up the hammer. It can't be him. His gaze was filled with bewilderment, unable to ascertain the true identity of this peculiar intruder. After all, in his understanding, only one capable of wielding Mjolnir could be the true god of thunder. Yet, this individual had not done so. "No, it is him. I sensed the divine power within him when I transformed him into a sheep. Though I cannot fathom why his powers are dormant," Geralt stated assuredly, observing Thor on the monitor. "However, it is time we had a conversation." With that, Geralt adjusted his attire and made his way toward the interrogation room. As Geralt leisurely stepped into the interrogation room, Thor's gaze was immediately drawn to him, his eyes glimmering with a hint of curiosity as he spoke first. "It is astonishing that such a formidable sorcerer exists on Earth. Your shape-shifting prowess far surpasses that of Loki. It seems you are rather uninformed about the happenings on Earth, Your Highness Thor," Geralt replied with a subtle smile. "You know of me? I had assumed no one here recognized me. Yet, there is no need to call me Your Highness. I have been exiled from Asgard and stripped of my divine powers. I am merely a mortal now." Thor's face registered evident surprise. He had believed himself to be unknown in this distant realm, only to find that the man before him was aware of his identity. However, upon mentioning his banishment, a trace of melancholy and despondency flickered in his eyes. The once exalted son of a god had now fallen from grace, reduced to a powerless ordinary man, a profound disparity that stirred a tumult of emotions within him. "Stripped? Thor, your divine powers have not been eradicated. They are merely in a state of enforced slumber, awaiting reactivation," Geralt stated, his gaze unwavering as he regarded Thor. "Really? Does that mean I still have a chance to wield Mjolnir once more? That would be splendid." Thor's previously despondent expression brightened in an instant, his spirit revitalized. "That depends on your own efforts," Geralt replied. "Thor, what led to your exile on Earth?" Geralt narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he was already privy to the underlying details, he felt it necessary to adhere to the formalities of inquiry. Thor took a deep breath and began to recount the circumstances that led to his banishment. His eyes occasionally flashed with anger and regret as he recounted how a moment of impulsiveness ignited a conflict with the frost giants, defying Odin's will, and the struggles and choices he faced throughout that tumultuous series of events, all of which he narrated to Geralt with candor. "Thor, you should rest well here. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to let us know," Geralt said after patiently listening to Thor's tale. He gently patted Thor's shoulder, offering a gesture of comfort and encouragement. Turning, he slowly made his way towards the door, his pace unhurried, as if lost in contemplation. Just as he was about to step out, Geralt cast what seemed to be an inadvertent glance towards a shadowy corner of the room. There, in the dim light, stood Loki, quietly observing. Were it not for Geralt's keen perception, a mere mortal would never have detected his presence. He must have employed an invisibility spell. Geralt merely cast a fleeting glance before discreetly averting his gaze, feigning ignorance, as he had no desire to entangle himself in the complex familial troubles of Asgard. Thus, he chose silence, departing the interrogation room while leaving Thor to rest alone within. Once Geralt had exited, the air seemed to ripple with an almost imperceptible tension. In the shadows of the corner, Loki gradually emerged, revealing to Thor the devastating news of Odin's demise and the unwillingness of the people of Asgard to welcome him back. These few words, sharp as a blade, pierced deeply into Thor's heart, causing his body to tremble violently as if struck by a heavy blow. Loki, however, merely gazed at him in silence, his demeanor seeming to declare that this was an inescapable truth. After a moment, Loki let out a soft sigh, his figure fading away, leaving Thor alone in the desolate interrogation room, his heart filled with sorrow. Chapter 56. The appearance of Loki at the place where the hammer of the thunder god lay. Loki approached quietly, his gaze fixated upon the mighty weapon, his eyes glimmering with a complex blend of desire and ambition. He slowly extended his hand, yet despite his efforts, the hammer remained steadfastly anchored to the ground, immovable. A flicker of disappointment crossed Loki's face as he sighed softly and turned to leave. In that fleeting moment, an inexplicable sensation of being observed washed over him. Unbeknownst to him, the entire scene had been witnessed by Geralt, who lurked in the nearby shadows. A subtle smile threatening to break forth as he contemplated the unique allure of the Thunder God's hammer, which seemed to evoke an irresistible curiosity and challenge within everyone, compelling them to test their worthiness to wield it. Meanwhile, outside the base, Dr. Eric and Jane were anxiously negotiating with the guards, imploring them to release Thor. Their eyes were filled with concern and determination, particularly Jane, whose gaze revealed her deep care for Thor. Upon learning of the situation outside, Geralt strode forth with measured steps. As he appeared before them, both Eric and Jane could not hide their astonishment. It had been quite some time since they last saw Geralt, and to their surprise, Jane was also present. Professor Geralt. Eric and Jane had never anticipated encountering him here. The former was a colleague of Geralt, and the latter had been one of his students. Sir, they wish to take the intruder away, Ward reported briskly as he approached Geralt. Sir? Eric exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. When did you become an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D.? I serve as a consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D. Alongside my teaching duties, Geralt replied, his signature smile still gracing his face, his tone casual. Professor Geralt, could you persuade them to release Thor? He is merely a bit unhinged, lacking malicious intent, Jane implored, desperation evident in her voice. What is your relationship with him? You must understand, he infiltrated alone. Which is no ordinary feat, Geralt said, narrowing his eyes slightly as he scrutinized Jane intently. Geralt had already made a decision in his heart after their appearance, intending to let Thor accompany them. After all, Thor remaining here was akin to a lightning rod, inevitably attracting more troubles and conflicts. His inquiry at this moment was merely a formality. He is our friend, a fitness enthusiast, and his prowess is a result of rigorous training. The excuse hastily concocted by Jane seemed particularly flimsy, and even she appeared somewhat lacking in conviction as she uttered it. However, Geralt was not inclined to dwell excessively on this pretext. He nodded gently and then issued the command, signaling his subordinates to release Thor, allowing him to depart alongside Jane and the others. Is it truly wise to let him go just like that? Did you not assert that his safety was paramount? Coulson furrowed his brow, an expression of confusion and concern in his eyes as he watched the figures of Thor and the others recede into the distance. Turning to Geralt with a question, would it not be more prudent to keep him under close watch rather than granting him the freedom to act? Geralt folded his arms, his gaze penetrating as he stared into the distance, calmly and steadily elucidating his perspective. Coulson nodded slightly, signaling his understanding. I shall take a stroll outside. It feels stifling within the base. Geralt suddenly broke the brief silence, his voice soft. Although Coulson was filled with doubt, he refrained from voicing it, trusting Geralt implicitly. Geralt slowly exited the base, stepping into the vast, desolate expanse of the night desert. He walked step by step, the sand beneath his feet producing a faint rustling sound. As if it were the only reply from this silent realm, he continued walking for quite some time, until the silhouette of the base had completely faded from view. Come out, you have followed me for so long. What do you wish to do? Geralt abruptly halted, turning to glance behind him. In that instant, the air seemed to shimmer slightly, and Loki's figure materialized like a phantom in the background, dressed in a sleek black suit. His signature wicked smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. He stood there quietly, locking eyes with Geralt. To think there exists such a formidable sorcerer on Earth. You must have sensed my presence long before, Loki remarked, tilting his head slightly, that characteristic mischievous grin playing on his lips, his gaze imbued with a blend of amusement and provocation. I saw you when you arrived at the base, but I had no desire to involve myself in your troubles. Besides, I had already pretended not to see you. Why then do you seek me out? Geralt met Loki's gaze with unwavering calm. Someone like you, lingering near Thor, poses a nuisance to me. Therefore, I intend to eliminate you now, once and for all, Loki retorted with a cold smirk. Upon hearing Loki's menacing words, Geralt was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. It seems you were somewhat mistaken. My feigned ignorance of your presence was not born of fear, but rather a desire to avoid complications. Eliminate me? Geralt's tone grew increasingly severe, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure. His gaze was sharp as a blade, directed straight at Loki. "You are somewhat audacious, aren't you?" As the words left his lips, an ominous and mysterious purplish-red aura began to surge around Geralt. This aura, as if imbued with life, slowly rose and spread, gradually coalescing into tendrils reminiscent of octopus arms, writhing and twisting in the air while emitting a faint hissing sound. Loki's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Geralt, who radiated an aura of malevolence. A chill, unlike any he had ever experienced, surged through him, as though he were ensconced within an icy tomb. In his perception, the direction in which Geralt stood was now enveloped by a cold breath of death. Loki's body involuntarily tensed, and he swiftly adjusted his stance. His gaze was filled with vigilance and gravity, fixated intently on Geralt. In his hands appeared two glistening daggers, their blades cold as ice, poised for an assault on Geralt. However, just as he was about to make his move, he was taken aback to discover his body seemingly ensnared by an invisible, colossal force. No matter how he struggled, his limbs could not budge an inch. In shock, he glanced down to see a massive purplish-red hand, akin to a demon's claw emerging from the abyss of hell, gripping him tightly. The wrist of this hand was connected to the writhing, sinister tendrils behind Geralt, which twisted violently in the air. "How dare you claim to be the foremost mage of the Nine Realms? This is the cinematic universe, not the comic universe." Geralt sneered as he clenched his fist with one hand. Chapter 57. Loki is dazed. Geralt raised his clenched fist high, and that formidable power surged through his arm, coursing into the immense, purplish-red grip of death, forcefully propelling the ensnared Loki downward. With a thunderous crash, Loki's body collided violently with the sandy ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Geralt showed no sign of respite, seizing Loki once more and repeatedly slamming him against the earth. After multiple iterations of this brutal treatment, Loki lay crumpled on the ground like a puddle of mud, his gaze vacant and dazed, as if his very soul had been shaken from his body. Observing this, Geralt slowly approached, his eyes still tinged with caution. Just as he was about to draw closer to Loki, the latter's form suddenly dissipated like smoke, transforming into an ephemeral illusion. In the next instant, Loki emerged behind Geralt, brandishing a dagger that glimmered with lethal coldness, striking towards Geralt's back with lightning speed. Yet, the ethereal mage's shield surrounding Geralt flared to life, appearing as an indomitable barrier. The dagger struck the shield, producing a faint arcane glow and a crisp ringing sound. Immediately thereafter, a surge of potent arcane energy erupted from the shield. With a resounding boom, Loki was repelled by this overwhelming force, his body tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily back onto the sandy ground nearby. Geralt slowly turned his head, gazing at the fallen Loki, inwardly relieved that he had equipped himself with various protections before the confrontation. Otherwise, he might have truly been deceived. His expression grew exceedingly serious, the once calm demeanor now transformed into a sharp intensity. "You dare to strike me in such a manner?" Loki, recognizing his inability to prevail, gradually vanished into the air, seemingly merging with the vast expanse of the desert, leaving Geralt standing alone, alertly surveying his surroundings, poised for Loki's next unforeseen assault. Geralt stood silently amidst the desert, his eyes gently closed as he exerted his perceptive abilities to the fullest. However, after a considerable time, he slowly opened his eyes, his brow slightly furrowed. Pondering to himself, has he fled? A blend of helplessness and disdain flickered across his face, and with a subtle twist of his lips, he turned and made his way back towards the base. Upon returning to the base, tranquility returned to Geralt's visage. He chose not to disclose the incident to Coulson and others. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of Asgard, Loki returned in a state of disgrace and fury. "I shall see you dead," he roared inwardly, the experience of his easy defeat weighing heavily upon his heart like a colossal stone, driving him to the brink of madness. Just then, a soldier rushed in, panic etched on his face, reporting, "Your Highness, the 4 warriors of the fairy palace have ventured to Earth to seek Thor without your notification." Upon hearing this news, Loki was momentarily taken aback. Then a cold and resolute smile crept across his lips. "If they have gone, let them not return. May they remain on Earth with Thor forever." With that, he strode towards Odin's treasury, intending to activate the destroyer. The next day, sunlight bathed the S-H-I-E-L-D base, the previously serene atmosphere shattered by the sudden blare of alarms. "What is happening?" Coulson queried, his expression urgent as he hurried from afar, his eyes betraying a hint of tension and confusion as he headed straight for the monitoring room. Within, the technicians were diligently operating various instruments, striving to decipher the origin and nature of the anomalous energy. "It is unclear. A surge of energy appeared suddenly and then vanished, located 15 miles to the northwest," reported a technician, his forehead glistening with sweat, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, his voice trembling slightly. His fingers flew across the keyboard, attempting to extract more useful clues from the chaotic data. "I will go take a look," Coulson decided without hesitation, adjusting his gear. preparing to personally lead his team to the site of the incident. At that moment, Geralt appeared, addressing everyone. It is Asgardian energy. It seems they have sent someone else. A hint of concern shone in his eyes, as if he sensed the impending events. I will head over first. You all hurry and follow. I have a foreboding feeling that trouble is imminent. Having spoken, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a crisp crack resonated as his form swiftly transformed into a bird. With a powerful flap of its wings, amidst the spectators' astonishment, it soared high into the sky, racing towards the northwest. Fortunately, among the group were members of a mysterious squad, whose mental fortitude and experience surpassed that of the average onlooker. After the initial moment of surprise, they quickly regained their composure and unhesitatingly followed closely behind Coulson. Meanwhile, on the other side, Thor was enveloped in the joy and sentiment of reunion with the four warriors of the fairy palace. They sat together, fervently exchanging tales of their experiences during their separation. Suddenly, the news brought by the four warriors struck Thor's heart like a thunderous explosion. Odin is still alive. Thor's body jolted, his face displaying a complex mix of shock and confusion. His eyes widened as he muttered to himself, "This means Loki has deceived me. Why would he do such a thing? This way, you would have no desire to return, and Loki could ascend to the throne." Sif, her gaze resolute, fixed her eyes on Thor and slowly revealed the truth. Upon hearing this, Thor was overwhelmed with a tumult of emotions. Anger, regret, and bewilderment regarding Loki surged within him. However, before they could delve deeper into the discussion, an immense energy descended upon them like a raging tide. Their expressions instantly turned serious and alert. Without the need for words, they exchanged glances and swiftly rose to their feet. Upon their arrival, they beheld a swirling cloud of dust, from which the towering and formidable destroyer armor gradually emerged. Its colossal metallic form glinted with a chilling light in the sun. Each step it took resonating with a thunderous sound. As the oppressive sight of the destroyer armor came into view, Thor's demeanor grew grave. Fully aware that the trouble before them was far from trivial, the four warriors of the fairy palace reacted swiftly, gripping their weapons tightly, their muscles tensed, prepared for a fierce battle. At that tense moment, a shadow plunged from the sky. The great bird, transformed from Geralt, cut through the air. Just before landing, it instantaneously reverted to the human form of Geralt. Jane and Eric stared wide-eyed, their faces a canvas of disbelief, their mouths slightly agape, seemingly at a loss for words. "Let me explain everything once this is over. For now, you two must seek refuge. We shall handle things here," Geralt said with a gentle smile, attempting to soothe their emotions with a calm demeanor, before directing his steadfast gaze towards the looming destroyer armor. "Is this sorcerer your friend?" Sif inquired softly, a hint of uncertainty and caution in her eyes as she looked at Thor. "Somewhat. He will lend his assistance," Thor replied with a slight nod, his eyes reflecting trust and gratitude towards Geralt. At this moment, all eyes were intently fixed upon the approaching destroyer armor, each individual bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. Chapter 58, The Arrival of the Destroyer. The colossal and imposing head of the destroyer armor suddenly began to shimmer with dazzling flames. In an instant, a searing beam of fire shot forth, hurtling towards the crowd with blinding speed. Wherever the fiery ray passed, the very air seemed to ignite, as the scorching heat warped the surrounding space, allowing everyone to palpably sense the aura of annihilation. In response to this terrifying sight, the crowd was filled with alarm, instinctively scattering in all directions. Geralt had initially believed the target of the destroyer would be Thor, considering that all the discord stemmed from him. However, to his utter astonishment, the fiery beam was aimed directly at him. Confusion and disbelief washed over his face as he gasped, "Wait, ISNT your target, Thor? Why are you aiming at me?" Yet, the gravity of the situation left no room for hesitation. As the flame was about to strike him, Geralt swiftly conjured a teleportation spell, vanishing from his original position in an instant. The ferocious firebeam, having lost its mark, struck a building behind Geralt with tremendous force. A deafening explosion ensued as the structure crumbled under the onslaught of flames, debris and dust cascading down like a torrential rain, enveloping everything in a thick haze of smoke. Vandal, witnessing this devastation, let out a furious roar, raising his axe high, his eyes gleaming with fearless resolve, akin to a mighty lion charging at the destroyer. However, the destroyer effortlessly raised its arm, meeting Vandal's axe with a thunderous clash. In that moment, Vandal felt an overwhelming force surge through him, propelling his body uncontrollably backward, crashing into a nearby car, which crumpled under the impact. Seeing this, the Valkyrie Sif seized the opportunity while the destroyer was engaged with Vandal, deftly maneuvering to its rear. She leapt high into the air, channeling all her strength into a fierce thrust of her sword towards the destroyer's head. The blade struck true, piercing through the destroyer's cranium. Sif's heart filled with elation, believing she had successfully thwarted the destroyer's assault. Yet, to her dismay, the destroyer merely paused momentarily before reigniting its fury. Its immense form trembled violently, flinging Sif away like a mere insect. Sif arced through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, pain evident in her gaze. Vostag and Hogan exchanged resolute glances, recognizing the determination reflected in each other's eyes. Without hesitation, they charged towards the destroyer in unison. Vostag swung his hefty weapon with all his might at the destroyer, yet when it collided with the armor's formidable exterior, it merely sparked feebly, as if an ant were attempting to shake a tree, failing to even dent the powerful armor. Hogan moved with remarkable agility, darting around the destroyer like a wraith, seeking any chink in its formidable armor. The blade in his hand gleamed with a chilling light as he struck fiercely at the joints and seams of the destroyer. Yet each assault was effortlessly thwarted by its seemingly impenetrable defenses, leaving not even a single scratch. Amidst the fierce struggle, an arrow glowing with azure light streaked through the air like a meteor, whistling sharply as it accurately targeted the destroyer. Upon impact, it erupted in a dazzling display of electric brilliance. Although this strike failed to pierce the destroyer's indomitable form, the explosive force compelled its massive frame to stumble backward involuntarily. As the onlookers focused, they realized that it was Coulson and Barton who had arrived just in time. Coulson quickly instructed his team to evacuate the civilians. Geralt appeared beside them as if by teleportation. Having witnessed the terrifying might of the destroyer, Coulson understood the gravity of the situation without hesitation. He turned decisively, commanding his subordinates with urgency, "Everyone, disperse immediately. Evacuate the nearby civilians with utmost speed and ensure their safety." The team responded in unison and swiftly scattered in different directions. "What on earth is that?" Barton exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the colossal and fearsome armor of the destroyer. He had thought that his powerful arcane shot would at least leave some mark, but to his astonishment, the arrow had struck the armor without leaving a trace. "Asgard's heavy weaponry must be tactical grade," Geralt remarked, scanning the battlefield. The four warriors of the Celestial Palace were already in a dire predicament in their fierce confrontation with the destroyer. Vandal, having been thrown back, struggled to rise from the wreckage of a car, his body covered in dust and abrasions, with his axe showing signs of damage. Valkyrie Sif lay on the ground, blood seeping from her lips, her eyes still defiant, though her injuries hampered her movements. Volstagg and Hogan's relentless attacks yielded no results, their stamina rapidly depleting, their faces reflecting exhaustion and resignation. "Continue your assault. While it may not inflict harm, it can still slow it down. I will go and grant them bloodlust, allowing them to hold on a bit longer. My ultimate ability requires time," Geralt said gravely to Barton. With that, he vanished in an instant to join the Celestial Warriors. Geralt raised his hands slowly, a rich and profound crimson glow beginning to emanate from his palms. The light danced within his grasp like a blazing fire, pulsating and radiating a mysterious and powerful aura. The four valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace halted their actions, their faces etched with confusion as they gazed at him, their eyes brimming with curiosity and perplexity, uncertain of the intentions of this enigmatic sorcerer. Suddenly, a fiery red luminescence, akin to the flickering shadows of serpents, erupted from Geralt's palm, swiftly enveloping the four warriors. In an instant, their forms were shrouded in this extraordinary glow. I feel invigorated," Sif exclaimed first, her eyes instantly ablaze with a fiery crimson, resembling two burning embers. Concurrently, her physique began to swell at a visible rate, her already athletic stature growing even more imposing. The remaining three warriors experienced a similar transformation, their veins bulging as surges of power coursed through their bodies, the fatigue and disarray from their recent battle dissipating in an instant. They emitted guttural roars from their throats, akin to enraged beasts. Their spirits rekindled with fervent determination as they charged once more at the destroyer without hesitation. This time, they unleashed their full might, each strike delivering a force more potent than before, engaging the destroyer in a fierce contest, leading to a stalemate on the battlefield. However, such a stalemate could not endure for long, as preparations for the apocalypse ritual were imminent. Geralt, observing that the four warriors had momentarily held back the destroyer, felt a slight sense of relief wash over him. He then turned and hastened to a secluded area. Chapter 59. The Guardians of the Apocalypse. He came to a halt, murmuring incantations as a colossal purple summoning circle gradually materialized upon the ground. The circle emanated a chilling and profound radiance, resembling a portal to the abyss. Within the circle, mysterious runes flickered with an eerie brightness, intertwining and swirling, coalescing into a powerful surge of magical energy. Before long, a gigantic hellhound began to emerge from the circle, tightly bound by the purple magic. "You shall be the offering. I hope that creature does not demand too much," Geralt remarked, observing the struggling hellhound with a slight frown. Murmuring to himself, after taking a deep breath, his expression turned grave as he immersed himself entirely in the summoning ritual of the Guardians of the Apocalypse. The purple summoning circle blazed with increasing intensity, as if engaging in a mysterious communion and packed with some formidable entity from the depths of hell. In that desolate expanse, The purple summoning circle flashed with a burst of light, and the previously roaring and thrashing hellhound was abruptly consumed by that mysterious force, vanishing without a trace. Yet, contrary to expectations, the silhouette of the Guardian of the Apocalypse did not materialize within the circle, plunging the area into an eerie silence. Geralt stood beside the circle, his lips twitching slightly as a bitter smile graced his features. He shook his head in resignation. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly retrieved a soul stone emanating a purple glow from his pocket. Geralt gazed at the fragment of the soul stone for a moment before gently casting it into the silent summoning circle. As the soul stone was engulfed by the radiance of the circle, it seemed as if a powerful vitality surged into the formation, causing the previously tranquil runes to surge wildly, unleashing a torrent of malevolent magical energy. This energy spiraled like a black tornado within the circle, distorting the very fabric of space wherever it passed. At the heart of this formidable power, a colossal figure began to manifest slowly. It was a gigantic demon, adorned with a pair of wings and hooves that struck the ground. Towering several meters high, its muscles bulged like iron forged in fire. Its wings unfurled like two immense storm clouds, with scales reflecting a sinister glow in the light of the dark energy. The demon's massive head bore twisted horns, and its blood-red eyes blazed like two burning flames, exuding an aura of insatiable ferocity and wickedness. "Ha ha, I am free once again." The demon opened its gaping maw and let out a chilling, malevolent laughter that echoed through the area, reminiscent of a decree from the depths of hell, instilling fear in all who heard it. Meanwhile, far away in the ancient sanctum of Kamartosh, the Ancient One sat in serene contemplation. Suddenly, her eyes flickered open, as if sensing a disturbance. A trace of resignation and concern crossed her gaze as she murmured to herself, "Has Geralt resorted to that tactic again? Wasn't he advised against it? It seems the Destroyer's armor has pressured him." With a gentle sigh, she closed her eyes once more, deciding to refrain from intervening for the time being. "Hey, is it you who has summoned me again, boy? However, the price this time seems rather low. What do you wish of me?" The booming voice of the Doomsday Guardian resonated through the air as it slowly turned to face Geralt, its enormous and menacing head revealing a hint of dissatisfaction in its blood-red eyes. "Do you see the iron golem ahead? Eliminate it. Once you accomplish that, I shall reward you handsomely." Geralt met the Doomsday Guardian's gaze with unwavering resolve. The Guardian directed its attention toward the towering and formidable Destroyer's armor that Geralt indicated. Initially taken aback, it soon curled its lips into a disdainful smirk, its laughter brimming with contempt and arrogance. "This will be child's play. Allow me to handle it. If your reward fails to satisfy me, I shall consume your soul." Upon finishing its declaration, the Doomsday Guardian spread its wings wide, and with a powerful flap, a tempestuous wind erupted. Its massive form shot skyward like a cannonball, hurtling toward the Destroyer's armor with remarkable speed. "Easy? Let us see you experience the wrath of Asgard's Iron Fist first. Once you are incapacitated, I shall terminate the summoning. A reward? Spare me your hollow promises." Geralt remained steadfast, watching the Guardian fade into the distance, a cold smile playing on his lips. At that moment, the effects of bloodlust had waned, leaving the four valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace gasping for breath, their chests heaving with exhaustion. They were beset by fatigue and defeat, their vacant gazes fixed upon the indomitable Destroyer armor, which remained unscathed and unwavering. Their eyes betrayed a profound sense of helplessness and despair. "Brother, if you harbor any grievances against me, direct them at me. I am prepared," Thor declared, inhaling deeply and summoning every ounce of courage. A flicker of resolute determination and tragic nobility shone in his eyes as he approached with steady steps. Within his heart, he had resigned himself to the worst, contemplating the sacrifice of his own life to conclude the calamity that had arisen from his actions, in hopes of restoring peace between Earth and Asgard. The colossal metal head of the Destroyer turned slightly, its crimson gaze locking onto Thor with unyielding intensity. Without hesitation, it raised its arm, delivering a devastating blow toward Thor. At that critical juncture, a massive figure surged forth with an overwhelming force, crashing into the Destroyer with tremendous impact. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air as the Destroyer's immense form was flung backward, crashing to the ground and stirring a cloud of dust and debris. Everyone was left in stunned silence, their astonished eyes drawn to the mysterious titan that had suddenly appeared, the Doomsday Guardian. The Guardian wasted no time or words. Its cavernous maw opened slightly, unleashing a torrent of vibrant green flames that engulfed the fallen Destroyer like a surging tide. The emerald flames blazed fiercely, radiating a stifling heat and an aura of annihilation. Wherever the flames touched, the ground melted instantly, forming bubbling pools of molten rock. "Thor, the courage you displayed in sacrificing for your friend is commendable. After these past few days, you should now grasp your father's intentions. You may now attempt to summon the God of Thunder's hammer. You are worthy," Geralt whispered as he approached Thor, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. his tone filled with hopeful encouragement. Thor nodded slightly, etching Geralt's words deeply into his heart. His expression transformed into one of unwavering focus as he turned his gaze towards the base, silently gathering his conviction and strength to initiate the call for the hammer. On the opposite side of the battlefield, the destroyer armor, enveloped in green flames, erupted with astonishing resistance. Its headpiece flickered with light before unleashing a searing beam of fire. The ray shot forth like a blinding laser, possessing formidable penetration power, instantly piercing the Guardian's massive and resilient wings. The Doomsday Guardian roared in a pained fury, its crimson eyes ablaze with wrath, driven to further madness by the excruciating pain. Without regard for its own safety, it lunged at the rising destroyer. And the two commenced a breathtaking clash of close-quarters combat. Chapter 60, The Brave Sacrifice of the Doomsday Guardian. Each strike of the Doomsday Guardian was infused with a dense, viridescent, demonic energy, coiling around its claws like a tangible force. With every swing, it left profound scars upon the formidable shell of the destroyer, sending metallic shards scattering in all directions. However, the destroyer was no mere adversary. Its heavy fists descended like torrential rain upon the Doomsday Guardian, each blow imbued with a power capable of shaking mountains. When the fist struck the Guardian's form, a torrent of green blood erupted, exuding a pungent odor that corroded the ground beneath, creating numerous small craters. In the heat of battle, the Doomsday Guardian began to awaken to the grim reality. It realized it had likely been deceived by Geralt, the armored behemoth before it was far from the so-called Iron Golem. Its strength and combat prowess surpassed all expectations, rivaling even that of advanced magical mechs. A profound sense of regret and fury surged within the Guardian. Yet it found itself entrenched in a quagmire of conflict, with only its utmost effort offering a glimmer of hope for survival. Amidst this fierce and nearly frenzied close-quarters combat, the destroyer's armor unleashed a series of astonishingly underhanded tactics, strikes that were both chaotic and devastating. Faced with such unpredictable and lethal maneuvers, the Doomsday Guardian began to falter. Its once resilient skin was marred by deep gashes, green blood gushing from the wounds, staining its massive form and rendering it a patchwork of injuries, its breath increasingly erratic. In a fleeting moment of respite, a glint of ferocity flashed in the Guardian's crimson eyes. Seizing the opportunity, it deftly maneuvered behind the destroyer, its agile form a blur. Before the destroyer could react, the Guardian's powerful arms, akin to iron chains, ensnared the massive figure. Then, with a sudden expansion of its colossal wings, it summoned a tempestuous wind. With a surge of might, the Doomsday Guardian ascended, lifting the destroyer higher and higher until they soared to an altitude of 10,000 meters. From the ground below, their silhouettes became mere specks. Peering down at the earth, now resembling ants, the Guardian wore a cold and sinister smile. Clutching the destroyer tightly, it folded its wings and plummeted earthward like a colossal meteor ablaze with furious flames. To the demon-infested earth, die! The Doomsday Guardian roared, as it and the destroyer descended with unstoppable momentum towards the ground below. As they approached the ground, a beam of green magic radiating with the essence of destruction and chaos swiftly pierced through the bodies of both the Doom Guardian and the destroyer, catching the latter completely off guard, leaving no time for a reaction. In the distance, Geralt stood silently, his hands still resonating with the residual power of the recently unleashed charged arrow of chaos. I apologize, but I cannot wait any longer. However, I shall forever remember your sacrifice, he uttered, a faint smile gracing his lips, devoid of any remorse or pity. In an instant, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the colossal forms of the destroyer and the Doom Guardian crashed heavily to the ground. The shockwave generated by the impact surged forth like a tumultuous tsunami, radiating wildly from the point of collision. This formidable force instantly sent all four warriors of the Celestial Palace hurtling away. Their bodies, as fragile as leaves, were uncontrollably propelled backward by the onslaught of the shockwave. Some collided brutally against distant boulders, shattering them into countless fragments, while others tumbled into the ruins, becoming engulfed by the swirling dust and debris, creating a scene of utter chaos and devastation. As the swirling dust began to settle, the battlefield's visage gradually came into focus. The destroyer's armor lay there, motionless and extinguished, bearing the scars and damage of the recent fierce battle, as if recounting the tale of the clash that had just transpired. Nearby, the condition of the Doom Guardian was even more pitiful. Its massive form was riddled with wounds, particularly a gaping, horrific hole in its chest from which green blood flowed forth like a spring, pooling on the ground into a puddle that emitted a nauseating odor. It lay there feebly, breathless, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on Geralt, filled with boundless hatred and fury. You bastard! How dare you betray me? I will devour you. The Doom Guardian's voice, though weakened and hoarse, was laden with palpable malice that sent chills down one's spine. Yet Geralt appeared utterly unfazed, his expression betraying no emotion as he approached the Doom Guardian's side. He produced a vial from his possession and slowly crouched down, positioning the container near the gaping wound on the Guardian's chest to collect the continuously flowing green blood. Do not waste it. Your blood will prove invaluable in the future. Geralt murmured, engrossed in his task, as if viewing the Doom Guardian not as a formidable and dangerous demon, but merely as a tool to be exploited at will. The cold indifference in Geralt's words only served to heighten the Doom Guardian's agitation. With every ounce of strength, it struggled to rise. Its already massive frame trembling slightly from exertion, muscles taut and blood gushing more fiercely from its wounds. However, its injuries were far too grave, and the recent struggle proved to be in vain. Before long, its strength ebbed away like a receding tide, its body gradually ceasing to tremble. And the once hate-filled gaze became vacant and devoid of life. Ultimately, its soul drifted slowly back into the void, leaving behind only the colossal, shattered form. Geralt gazed quietly at the immense and mangled corpse of the Doomsday Guardian, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then snapped his fingers, and in an instant, radiant white flames of holy light erupted around the corpse, engulfing it entirely. The intense fire consumed the Doomsday Guardian's massive body, crackling with sounds reminiscent of a demon's anguished wails. In mere moments, it was reduced to a pile of ashes, carried away by the gentle breeze, dissipating into nothingness. After dealing with the remains of the Doomsday Guardian, Geralt slowly turned, directing his gaze towards the damaged and extinguished destroyer armor, which had suffered significant impact. At that moment, his heart raced with excitement, as if a fawn were nestled within, pounding with exhilaration. He mused inwardly. Surely Thor wouldn't bring it back, would he? Does this mean it belongs to me now? This is a remarkable treasure. As he pondered, he approached the destroyer armor, his eyes never straying from it. As if assessing a rare gem, his mind began to envision how he might study and utilize this powerful weapon from Asgard. Meanwhile, at another part of the battlefield, as Thor's divine energy steadily returned, a powerful surge of energy erupted from the spot where Mjolnir lay. It seemed the hammer sensed its master's return, soaring into the sky in an instant. It traced a brilliant golden arc through the air, accompanied by a rushing sound, akin to a golden meteor hurtling swiftly towards Thor. Chapter 61. Spoils of War. Thor's powerful hand grasped Mjolnir tightly, and in that moment, a tremendous and pure force of lightning surged forth from the hammer, swiftly coursing through his arm like a serpent, enveloping his entire being. His form was bathed in dazzling arcs of lightning, golden currents dancing across his muscular contours, each spark seemingly imbued with cataclysmic power. In that instant, he transformed back into the formidable Thunder God, instilling fear in the hearts of his enemies. Not far away, Jane and Eric stood frozen, awestruck by the breathtaking spectacle before them. Jane's eyes widened in wonder and reverence, her lips parted as if to speak. Yet the sheer magnitude of Thor's power rendered her momentarily mute. Eric was similarly struck, his face a mask of disbelief, his gaze fixed intently on Thor. Restored to his divine prowess, Thor swiftly noticed the damaged and extinguished destroyer armor in the distance. Upon realizing that Geralt had successfully dealt with it, he nodded slightly, gaining a newfound recognition and respect for Geralt's abilities. A glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes as he resolved to return to Asgard and hold Loki accountable for his numerous transgressions. Wait, Thor. Just as Thor prepared to depart, Geralt approached briskly, a crystalline object clutched in his hand. With a look of confusion on Thor's face, Geralt quickly pressed the crystal into his palm. This is a magical locator. Take it with you when you return. It will help me verify something. Thor regarded the crystal with intrigue, his mind filled with questions. However, recalling the assistance Geralt had previously offered and the prowess he had exhibited, trust prevailed in his heart. He merely raised an eyebrow, refraining from further inquiries, and carefully stowed the crystal away. Jane, would you like to see the Bifrost? Thor turned to Jane, a tender smile gracing his features. Upon hearing his words, her eyes sparkled with excitement, her cheeks flushed with enthusiasm. Observing her reaction, Thor's smile widened, and he stepped forward to gently embrace her. Jane trembled slightly, both from exhilaration and the intimacy of their closeness. Then, with a mighty swing of his enchanted hammer, a deafening roar erupted as they soared into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. At that moment, witnessing the situation had been resolved, Coulson and Barton, leading the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, gathered around. Their gazes naturally fell upon the destroyer armor lying silently on the ground. The immense and imposing silhouette of the armor radiated a mysterious and formidable aura under the sunlight, inviting curiosity. Hey, just a heads up, this is my trophy, not for S.H.I.E.L.D., Geralt called out, raising his voice to redirect their attention away from the armor, wary of anyone coveting his prize. You can discuss that with Director Fury, Coulson replied with a slight shake of his head, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. The high-tech weapons from an extraterrestrial pantheon held immense value and secrets that were highly alluring to S.H.I.E.L.D. I will be taking this with me. If there are any objections, Let Fury contact me directly, Geralt asserted firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. With that, he cast a spell, and a deep blue light gradually illuminated before him, expanding and twisting into a colossal portal. This portal was far grander than any before. Hans emerged from the portal, and Geralt briefly issued instructions. Hans promptly activated a specially designed trailer to slowly transport the destroyer armor toward the portal. Coulson stood quietly to the side, witnessing the unfolding events with a sense of helplessness, fully aware that he could not impede Geralt's actions. After successfully dragging away the destroyer armor, Geralt and Sylviette hastened towards Thor's Rainbow Bridge. The sky had just borne witness to the breathtaking and mysterious spectacle of Thor being transported by the radiant light of the bridge. Jin remained rooted in place, gazing skyward, her eyes filled with reluctance and anticipation. She silently prayed for Thor to resolve matters in Asgard and return safely to reunite with her. Shortly thereafter, Geralt and Eric arrived at their destination. The scene was bustling as SHIELD personnel searched the area, gathering various data and clues. Beside Eric was a particularly charming and clever little assistant, Daisy, who captured attention with her bright, curious eyes shimmering with excitement. She stealthily approached Geralt, unable to contain her curiosity, and whispered, "Professor, do you really wield magic? That's so cool. Can I learn?" Geralt nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. He calmly retrieved an exquisite business card from his pocket and offered it to Daisy. "If you're interested, come here, and I can assess your potential. Magic is not something just anyone can master." Daisy's eyes lit up instantly. She carefully extended her hands to accept the card and tucked it away with great care. "Today has profoundly challenged my worldview. Not only have I witnessed Norse gods, but I have also encountered the existence of magic," Eric mused, gazing dreamily at the sky, his face reflecting deep contemplation. "Perhaps you could reconsider. Magic is merely another form of science, which makes it more palatable," Geralt replied. "Magic is science? How intriguing," Eric murmured, a glimmer of thoughtfulness and curiosity appearing in his gaze. The group waited quietly in the open space, time slipping by unnoticed. Yet there was still no sign of Thor's return. Jien's face gradually revealed a palpable disappointment, her eyes filled with worry and unease. The once bright and hopeful orbs now dimmed. Her lips pressed together as she pondered various possibilities. Uncertain if Thor had encountered unforeseen troubles in Asgard or had chosen to sever ties with her, never to return to Earth. Unbeknownst to her, as she immersed herself in her thoughts, Geralt's calm and somewhat icy voice unexpectedly broke through. "You don't truly know what you're hoping for. Even if he returns, there will be no resolution between you." Jien and Daisy nearly echoed each other in their response, their eyes turning towards Geralt, filled with confusion and perplexity. Jane's voice quivered slightly, a reflection of her trepidation at the prospect of hearing a cruel truth, yet an insatiable curiosity compelled her to seek understanding. There was a reason they were referred to as the divine race. In addition to their formidable physical prowess and strength, their lifespans were extraordinarily prolonged. Even the average Asgardian boasts a lifespan of around 5,000 years, let alone Thor, of royal lineage, whose life would undoubtedly extend even further. Geralt elucidated slowly, as if merely recounting an unfeeling and objective fact. "Do you comprehend? To one who possesses an interminable life, you are but a fleeting specter in the vast expanse of time, even if your love for one another is profound. Can you bear to let him witness the gradual erosion of your beauty while he remains eternally youthful?" Geralt's expression was stern, as he laid bare this most brutal of truths before Jane. His chilling words pierced her heart like a biting wind, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. "Hey, must you be so blunt?" Daisy interjected, observing her dear friend in such a despondent state, a wave of discontent surging within her. She furrowed her brow and reproachfully addressed Geralt. "If, after confronting such a harsh reality, your love remains steadfast and unwavering, then it may indeed be regarded as true love." With that final pronouncement, Geralt departed. As this harrowing event drew to a close, some individuals remained to manage the aftermath, clearing the battlefield of remnants and assessing any potential dangers, while Geralt, filled with anticipation, made his way back to his quaint shop. Upon his arrival, he proceeded directly to a concealed passageway nestled in the corner, descending the winding staircase that led to his underground laboratory. In the laboratory, beyond an imposing red door, lay an expansive and cavernous space. It resembled a mysterious treasure trove, showcasing the myriad collections Geralt had meticulously gathered from all corners of the world over the years. Among them were magical artifacts crafted by Geralt himself. At this moment, the much-discussed destroyer armor rested quietly at the center of this vast chamber, its massive metallic form bearing the scars of battle. "Didn't you damage this? Can it be repaired?" Mina inquired, tilting her head slightly. Her brow furrowed in confusion and disbelief as her gaze traversed the still figure of the destroyer armor. "What do you know? This is crafted from the legendary URU metal, renowned for its extraordinary affinity with magic. The challenge now lies in how to dissolve it, which is no simple feat. Geralt shook his head in resignation. His eyes filled with both admiration for the unique properties of the URU metal and frustration at the dilemma of dissolution. Before he could ponder further, the communicator beside him abruptly chimed, its screen illuminating with a call from Nick Fury. He must be interested in my possessions, Geralt mused to himself. Geralt glanced at the caller ID, intuitively discerning the purpose behind the call from the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. in Nick Fury's office. Geralt's figure abruptly materialized through a teleportation spell. Fury, already accustomed to Geralt's enigmatic entrances, merely raised an eyebrow, betraying no sign of surprise. You handled the recent incident adeptly. The presence of those Asgardians on Earth posed a significant dilemma, but fortunately, they have all returned. Fury broke the silence. Returned? Thor has indeed gone back. But his 4 companions remain here for now, due to their injuries. Once Thor resolves his familial disputes, they shall summon assistance for their return, Geralt replied calmly. Where are they now? These uncertainties must be monitored closely. Fury's tone shifted to one of seriousness. I have arranged accommodations for them through Coulson. You need not worry on that front, Geralt answered unperturbed. Nevertheless, Fury's grave expression did not ease. It seemed he harbored profound doubts and concerns regarding these beings from Asgard. However, I trust you have taken possession of that item they left behind. Surely S.H.I.E.L.D. has a stake in it as well. Fury narrowed his eyes, his gaze penetrating as he fixed it on Geralt. I knew you would have an interest in that item. To be frank, possessing it myself holds greater value than relinquishing it to you, Geralt said, a hint of a confident smile gracing his lips. Oh? How so? Fury raised an eyebrow. His curiosity piqued by Geralt's assertion. This object pertains to the magical realm. If given to you, your examination would likely yield nothing more than advancements in conventional weaponry. It would be an utter waste, Geralt elucidated without haste. S.H.I.E.L.D. excels in technology and intelligence, but your exploration of the magical domain remains superficial. Even with this armor, you would merely skim the surface, transforming it into standard weaponry, which is undeniably a considerable squander. What could you accomplish with it? Fury crossed his arms sternly, his gaze unwavering as he scrutinized Geralt. I could provide each member of the mysterious team with a magical weapon, no special talent required. They would simply wield it, Geralt asserted with unwavering confidence. He understood that this promise held immense allure for Fury. As a team capable of wielding magical weapons without the need for innate talent was something he had long coveted. Upon hearing this proposition, Fury felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of assembling a magical task force, his desire intensifying. My team, my weapons, all mine, Geralt thought to himself, secretly reveling in his triumph over Fury. Having successfully swayed Fury, Geralt intended to take his leave. He turned slightly, seemingly preparing to depart. By the way, what are your thoughts on Agent Ward, who has just joined your team? I have completed the collection of items on the list. Will your potion be successful? As Geralt was on the verge of departure, Nick Fury finally voiced the last lingering question in his mind. There was a glimmer of anticipation in his gaze. Agent Ward was crucial to his plans, and the items collected by Geralt were intricately linked to the pharmaceuticals he was developing. He was eager to ascertain the progress and outcomes to better strategize his next moves. His qualities were indeed remarkable, yet further observation was warranted. You may send over the items you have gathered. I will prepare in advance. Geralt's demeanor was calm, his words concise and direct. After providing his assessment of Agent Ward and subsequent arrangements, he teleported away. Nick Fury sat alone behind his desk, his eyes shimmering with hopeful light. His thoughts already drifting towards a future where he would command a formidable magical squad of his own. In his imagination, the team members donned specially crafted combat uniforms, wielding wondrous magical weapons forged by Geralt, navigating through perilous and enigmatic missions with unparalleled prowess. It would be an elite force capable of transforming the strategic landscape of S.H.I.E.L.D., equipped to confront all manner of supernatural threats. However, unbeknownst to him, the mysterious squad had already undergone significant changes in silence. Geralt had established an esteemed reputation among them, and the members of the squad were now wholly obedient to his guidance. Some harbored an almost fervent admiration for Geralt, captivated by the magical prowess he exhibited, viewing him as a spiritual leader guiding them toward new realms of possibility. This subtle transformation had been weaving itself imperceptibly. Chapter 63. Farewell to Ancient One. Upon returning to the small shop, Geralt's mind was still preoccupied with the precious URU metal, consumed by thoughts on how to best utilize it. In the laboratory, he stood before the pile of URU, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. He had attempted several conventional magical dissolution methods, yet the URU remained impervious. Perhaps I should consult the Ancient One. She would likely possess the knowledge I seek. Geralt's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. As a legendary figure in the realm of magic, the Ancient One was profoundly knowledgeable and experienced. surely possessing a deep understanding of such a mysterious material as you are you. Resolute, Geralt wasted no time in casting a teleportation spell. With a surge of magical energy, a portal gradually opened before him, and in an instant, he found himself in Kamartash. The air here seemed infused with a rich magical essence. Ancient structures were harmoniously scattered around, their walls adorned with various mysterious runes and patterns that emitted a soft glow. A dark-skinned sorcerer awaited him, dressed in traditional Kamartash attire. His gaze deep and tranquil. Geralt briefly explained his purpose, and the sorcerer nodded slightly before turning to lead the way. Soon, they arrived at the Ancient One's parlor. The room was simply yet elegantly arranged, and the Ancient One sat peacefully before a tea table, clad in a yellow robe, her countenance serene. On the table, a set of exquisite tea utensils was arranged with precision, and the steaming tea released a fragrant mist, seemingly welcoming Geralt's arrival. You have come here to inquire about the method of forging weapons from URU metal, have you not? The Ancient One slightly lifted her head, a faint smile gracing her features. Indeed, nothing escapes your keen perception. You must have been aware of the Destroyer's arrival long before now. Do you have any solutions? Although Geralt had anticipated the Ancient One's foresight, hearing her articulate his purpose so candidly still caught him off guard. He gradually approached the table, seated himself, and lifted a cup of tea, savoring the warmth that enveloped him. What benefit do I derive from divulging this to you? The Ancient One's expression remained as tranquil as a still lake, devoid of any tumult, her profound gaze fixed intently on Geralt. Benefit? You are the supreme sorcerer. Requesting favors from me seems rather detrimental to your esteemed image. Geralt set down the cup, a look of evident surprise crossing his face. At my stage, such concerns have become trivial. The Ancient One shook her head slightly, her smile remaining composed. Very well, then, what is it that you desire? Geralt sighed in resignation, his hands spreading slightly, fully aware that he had little room for negotiation. Quite simply, such a substantial piece of URU metal cannot be consumed by you alone. I require a portion as recompense for my assistance. The Ancient One spoke in a measured tone. Geralt hesitated briefly, contemplating, then slowly nodded in agreement to her terms. With that, the Ancient One straightened slightly and began to elucidate the nature of URU metal. URU metal is an extraordinarily enigmatic and potent material, born from the fusion of a unique energy and substance from the depths of the universe. Just as Thor's hammer incorporates this divine metal, the Asgardians achieve its malleability through the energy of a neutron star. We cannot replicate such a method. However, I can employ a magical parsing technique to gradually analyze and restructure its composition. Geralt listened intently, and thus, he immersed himself in the teachings of the Ancient One at Kamartash for 3 full days before mastering the technique. Upon returning to his modest shop, he made a beeline for his underground laboratory. Throughout his journey, the principles of the magical parsing technique echoed incessantly in his mind. Entering the laboratory, Geralt took a deep breath, swiftly adjusting his focus, and began to employ the newly acquired parsing technique. Standing before the heap of URU metal, he gradually raised his hands. A cascade of ethereal blue magical energy emanating from his palms, enveloping the URU metal. As the parsing technique activated, a faint luminescence enveloped the surface of the URU metal, seemingly resisting the incursion of this foreign magical force. Geralt concentrated intently on manipulating the magical energy, beads of perspiration gradually forming on his brow. However, as time progressed, his frown deepened. Although the parsing technique indeed had an effect on the URU metal, the pace of progress was maddeningly slow. Only a brief moment had passed, yet it seemed that the enigmatic URU steel had been deciphered to an exceedingly minuscule extent. Relying on such inefficiency to complete the entire analytical process left one pondering when that would ever come to fruition. When will this end? Geralt murmured, his voice laced with a tinge of helplessness and anxiety. At this moment, he acutely realized that relying solely on his own abilities rendered the daunting task painfully slow. In his despondency, his thoughts began to drift towards seeking assistance. It appeared imperative to consider recruiting additional apprentices. Geralt muttered to himself, the visage of his first apprentice from long ago surfacing in his mind. As a child, she resembled a delicate porcelain doll, her innocent smile reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring, with large, bright eyes brimming with curiosity and yearning for the magical realm, so utterly charming. Yet who could have foreseen that she would grow to exhibit erratic behavior? This time, he resolved to find an apprentice of sound mind. On a dust-laden road, Elite S.H.I.E.L.D., Agent Natasha Romanoff was escorting an exceedingly disheveled prisoner. The man was clad in tattered garments, his hair a wild tangle, and weariness etched on his face, though a flicker of ferocity occasionally shone in his gaze. He was the leader of a notorious terrorist organization, and it had taken Natasha's exceptional infiltration skills, along with considerable peril, to capture him within the enemy's lair. Throughout the journey, Natasha maintained an acute vigilance, ever ready to confront any unforeseen circumstances. However, In a moment of distraction, the prisoner seemed to sense her lapse, suddenly unleashing an astonishing force. Breaking free from his restraints and sprinting into the distance. Damn it, Natasha muttered under her breath, a flash of frustration and anger crossing her eyes. Without hesitation, she took off in pursuit, gradually approaching a mysterious and desolate little town. At the entrance, an old sign read, "Welcome to Silent Hill." The words swayed slightly in the breeze, as if issuing a silent, eerie summons. Upon reaching this point, Natasha's steps involuntarily slowed, her gaze warily scanning her surroundings. The town was shrouded in a thin veil of mist, which emitted a chilling aura. The streets lay deserted, the buildings on either side dilapidated and antiquated, their walls overrun with mottled moss, while shattered window panes resembled hollow eyes, silently observing the unwelcome visitor. A profound sense of unease surged within Natasha, yet she gritted her teeth, her sense of duty overcoming her trepidation. She silently vowed he must not escape, and resolutely ventured into Silent Hill. Chapter 64. Silent Hill. 2 days later. S.H.I.E.L.D. Personnel discovered this location. According to the locator on Natasha, she had vanished here. The signal from the locator had also dissipated. A certain agent wore a grave expression, his eyes filled with profound concern as he fixed his gaze upon the eerie entrance of Silent Hill, seemingly attempting to pierce through the layers of mist to uncover the secrets concealed within. It appeared that Natasha had ventured into this ghostly town. It was prudent to report this to the higher-ups. Another agent felt a twinge of unease. Soon, Coulson hastily arrived at Nick Fury's office. "Director, you summoned me?" "Natasha is in trouble," Nick Fury stated bluntly. "What has happened?" Coulson inquired urgently. "A few days ago, Natasha was assigned to infiltrate an enemy organization to apprehend a crucial individual. On her return from the successful mission, she vanished. Our operatives have only tracked her to a place called Silent Hill." Fury's expression remained solemn. "Silent Hill? Isn't that the infamous ghost town renowned online? Did our people manage to locate Natasha?" A sense of foreboding surged within Coulson as unsettling rumors about Silent Hill flooded his mind. "No. Our team has scoured the entire town, yet there is no sign of Natasha. Thus, I sought you out to find Gerald." Employing the same methods he used to locate Tony, in hopes of uncovering Natasha's whereabouts. Fury's tone carried an air of resignation. Perhaps Gerald's enigmatic abilities were their only hope of finding Natasha at this moment. "Understood," Coulson replied before promptly departing to seek Gerald. In Gerald's underground laboratory, he was engrossed in the art of deconstruction, striving to unravel the stubbornly resilient URU metal. His hands danced through the air, the ethereal blue glow of magic swirling like a serpent's tongue, intertwining and undulating across the surface of the URU. Yet progress remained agonizingly slow. "Boss, someone is here." Mina's lilting voice shattered the stillness of the laboratory, her figure appearing at the doorway, her gaze tinged with curiosity and uncertainty. Gerald sighed softly, reluctantly pausing his work and slowly emerging from the lab. Upon ascending the stairs, he was met with Coulson's anxious expression. As soon as Gerald appeared, Coulson hurriedly approached him, eager to relay the situation. "Missing? Given her abilities, it is certain something has gone awry after days without contact." Gerald's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze sharpening instantly. "I came to see if you might be able to locate her." Coulson looked at Gerald with hopeful anticipation. "First, take me to the last place Natasha was seen." Gerald's voice was calm and resolute. Before long, Coulson drove the S.H.I.E.L.D. specially modified vehicle with great haste to the entrance of Silent Hill. As Gerald stepped out of the car, his attention was immediately captured by the eerie ambience of the town before him. The settlement was shrouded in a thin veil of mist, which drifted like a ghostly shroud through the streets, imbuing the entire town with a sense of hazy and mysterious allure. The dilapidated structures loomed hazily in the mist, their walls cloaked in mottled moss and creeping vines, as if bearing the scars left by time or resembling the tentacles of some unknown creature quietly reaching out to the world. Gerald furrowed his brow, a hint of perplexity in his gaze, and inquired, "Is this the infamous ghost town renowned online?" Indeed, beneath this small town lies a vast reservoir of coal, which, after being accidentally ignited many years ago, has burned continuously, its flames relentlessly spreading underground. The smoldering embers persist to this day, leading to the town's abandonment. Many adventurous bloggers have ventured here to capture its essence, and thus it has gained notoriety as a ghost city. As Coulson explained, he remained vigilant, observing the surroundings with keen interest. As he spoke, Gerald envisioned the scenes of the underground inferno that once ravaged this place, with flames that resembled a ravenous beast weaving through the darkness, devouring everything in their path, ultimately obliterating the town's vitality, leaving only a desolate ruin imbued with an air of death and despair. "Let us venture inside. I find this ghost town rather intriguing," Gerald remarked, his lips curling into a slight smile, a spark of curiosity igniting his desire for exploration as he strode towards the heart of Silent Hill. His figure soon melded into the shrouded mist. "Aren't we driving?" Coulson called out, confusion etched on his face, his voice echoing in the desolate entrance. "No need for a vehicle. We shall walk in," Geralt replied without looking back, casually waving his hand. Coulson, shaking his head in resignation, hurried to keep pace with Geralt. As they delved deeper into the town, the fog thickened, resembling an impenetrable white curtain. Despite the significant obstruction to their vision, they could still faintly discern the town's ominous and indistinct outlines. "Commander, let us conduct a preliminary search around here," suggested the other members of the squad. Eyeing the enveloping mist, Geralt suddenly turned, a look of astonishment crossing his features as he glanced at them. However, he refrained from elaborating further. "Very well, remain vigilant." "I harbor a sense of foreboding," Coulson replied gravely, nodding in agreement. As Geralt and Coulson's group stepped into Silent Hill, fervently seeking Natasha's whereabouts. Natasha herself was ensnared in the endless nightmare of this terrifying town, fleeing for her life. Her silhouette darted swiftly through the narrow, dilapidated streets, the hurried sound of her footsteps echoing in the still air like the tolling of a death knell. Behind her, a horde of faceless women clad in nurse uniforms pursued her relentlessly, their white garments marred by unidentifiable stains, gleaming surgical knives glinting ominously in the dim light. These faceless figures moved with a grotesque, distorted grace, seemingly unbound by the constraints of human joints, each step resonating with a chilling rhythm. The hissing sound akin to the whispers of demons, continuously gnawing at Natasha's nerves. In Natasha's world, the sky was shrouded in a grim, yellowish hue, as if enveloped by some malevolent force, oppressive to the point of suffocation. Not a whisper of wind stirred. The air seemed to have solidified, permeated with the stench of decay and despair. Her eyes reflected sheer terror and exhaustion, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, dampening her disheveled hair. What on earth is this? In this town, there's no escape. Natasha found refuge in a dilapidated house, leaning against the frigid wall, gasping for breath. Despair lurked in her gaze as she scanned her surroundings, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope. The room was thick with a musty odor, dust particles swirling in the dim light. "I hope the director sends someone soon, preferably Geralt. This is undoubtedly his domain," Natasha silently prayed, aware that she had encountered a supernatural mystery, reminding her of Geralt and his enigmatic task force. Chapter 65. The Edge of Hell. After wandering the fog-laden streets of Silent Hill for what felt like an eternity, Coulson remained utterly perplexed, having discovered no useful clues to Natasha's whereabouts. The entire town resembled a forsaken ghost town, eerily silent, with only the echo of their footsteps resonating on the desolate streets. The sound amplified infinitely, striking the crumbling walls and reverberating back, adding to the ominous atmosphere. The path they had taken was completely consumed by the thick fog, leaving behind a chaotic white void, as if their retreat had been mercilessly severed, trapping them within this strange Silent Hill. Just as those who had come before us said, "It is utterly deserted." A note of helplessness and frustration tinged Coulson's voice. Yet Geralt appeared unfazed by this fade. He slowly raised his head, his gaze penetrating the sky. The once grim, yellowish sky now pulsed with peculiar energy waves. A spark of interest flashed in Geralt's eyes, his lips curving into a subtle, enigmatic smile. "This place is not devoid of life. Rather, it conceals something intriguing." Geralt's voice was low and composed. "Have you discerned anything?" Coulson asked eagerly, a flicker of hope rekindling in his eyes. If Geralt could sense something amiss, they might be one step closer to finding Natasha. This town is teetering on the brink of hell. When we entered, we were already in a space bordering on the infernal, Geralt stated calmly. "Are you speaking metaphorically?" Coulson inquired, his face a mask of confusion, his brow furrowed in evident bewilderment. Geralt's words left him momentarily disoriented. "Understand it literally. If I am not mistaken, we cannot exit this town through ordinary means." Geralt shook his head slightly, devoid of any hint of jest. At that moment, the members of the search team began to return one by one. Their faces bore traces of fatigue and unease, and their eyes revealed a palpable apprehension towards the eerie surroundings. "You should check the entrance to the town to see if we can escape," Coulson commanded decisively, hoping this simple test would validate Geralt's claims. However, Geralt stood aloof, his expression indifferent, for reasons unknown, refraining from engaging with the team, scarcely even casting a glance in their direction. Before long, the team members who had ventured to investigate the town's entrance hurried back. Their steps were somewhat disordered, their faces still pale with lingering terror, and their eyes reflected the shock of the scene they had witnessed. "Sir, for some reason, the entrance has been blocked. It has transformed into a bottomless chasm," one of the team members stammered, his voice trembling, as if the oppressive darkness beneath the abyss still weighed heavily upon him. The other team members nodded in agreement, their expressions grave and tense, evidently shaken by this unforeseen turn of events. Upon hearing this, Coulson's countenance shifted dramatically. What he had presumed to be an ordinary missing persons case had unexpectedly devolved into a perilous and bizarre predicament. "What are we to do now?" Coulson anxiously turned to Geralt. "Do not fret, Coulson. Rest assured, I possess a means to escape. However, we must first locate Natasha and bring her along, Geralt replied. A hint of confidence gracing his lips, accompanied by a reassuring smile. That light-hearted demeanor seemed to exude an invisible strength, easing the tension that had gripped Coulson's heart. Follow me. I know how to find her, Geralt asserted, striding purposefully towards a nearby structure. The outline of the hospital emerged through the thick fog, emanating a chilling aura. As if it were a monstrous entity lurking in the shadows, awaiting their approach. Coulson, unwilling to show any sign of complacency, hastily matched Geralt's pace. As they drew closer to the hospital, an unprecedented sense of oppression enveloped them. The atmosphere was profoundly unsettling. The dilapidated building resembled a cursed relic. Its walls marred by the ravages of time and stained with unknown substances, bearing the indelible marks of countless tragic tales that had unfolded within. The oppressive ambience clung to every inch of space, making it feel as though they truly stood at the threshold of hell. Each breath akin to inhaling the essence of death. The moment Coulson neared, a bone-chilling cold swept over him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. As if every drop of blood within him had frozen in that instant, each vein gripped tightly by icy fingers. Fortunately, the magic within him surged to life. A faint warmth coursing through his veins, providing him with some semblance of relief. What is happening? This place is wrong. Coulson's voice quivered with trepidation, his gaze brimming with vigilance. Certainly, there are issues. We are perilously close to the abyss. Merely a wall separates us. If my conjecture is correct, Natasha has inadvertently ventured to the edge of hell. Geralt still wore that faint smile, seemingly unfazed by the imminent dangers surrounding him. Perhaps having grown accustomed to such encounters with dark forces. The edge of hell? What manner of place is that? Coulson's face reflected confusion and bewilderment, his eyes brimming with curiosity towards this unfamiliar concept. The edge of hell refers to a realm that directly borders the inferno. A place that is half hell and half the mortal realm. Geralt paused slightly, his gaze penetrating the depths of the foreboding hospital, as if he could perceive the hidden layers of reality shrouded in thick mists. The spatial dimensions of this town are quite intriguing, akin to Russian nesting dolls, with layers upon layers, the outermost being the world of reality. As he spoke, he meticulously inscribed intricate, mysterious symbols upon the ground using his magical prowess. The second layer is our current world, adjacent to hell, yet minimally influenced by its malevolence, thus posing a lower risk. Nonetheless, we can still sense the chilling aura and witness peculiar phenomena, such as the abruptly severed roads and the pervasive fog. These are but faint permeations of hell's power within this layer. Geralt's voice remained deep and tranquil. The third layer is where Natasha resides, the inner world, perilously close to hell and fraught with danger. In that realm, the rules have begun to warp under the influence of hellish forces, leading to the frequent emergence of terrifying creatures and bizarre occurrences. At this juncture, Geralt's expression grew slightly grave. The fourth layer is pure hell itself. Even I must approach it with utmost seriousness, for it is exceedingly treacherous. It is a chasm of darkness and malevolence, rife with unending suffering, despair, and unfathomable demonic power, a forbidden zone for all life and light. To tread there is to enter an endless nightmare, where a moment's carelessness could lead to irrevocable doom. Chapter 66. Rescue Natasha. As Geralt elaborated on the intricacies of these spatial layers, his hands never ceased their movements, swiftly and precisely sketching mysterious, complex lines upon the ground. Before long, a magic circle emanating a subtle wave of arcane energy materialized. Geralt calmly stepped into the center of the circle. Turning to Coulson with a firm admonition, I shall enter alone. You wait outside. Remember, trust no one here, save for me. Just as Coulson opened his mouth to respond, the magic circle erupted in a dazzling display of violet light, a torrent that swiftly engulfed Geralt's form. Amidst the flickering brilliance and a faint ripple of energy, Geralt vanished, leaving only the fading traces of the magic circle and Coulson standing alone before the eerie hospital. The oppressive silence thickening around him, as if every breath of air whispered of the unknown terrors that lurked nearby. Meanwhile, deep at the edge of hell, Natasha found herself ensnared in a harrowing struggle for survival. Her figure darted swiftly through a desolate expanse permeated with a foul stench, relentlessly pursued by a monstrous creature with a metallic triangular head. Towering at 3 meters, this abomination wielded a massive, bloodied cleaver in its hands. Natasha's once pristine agent uniform lay in tatters, severely torn in several places, exposing her fair skin marred with bruises and abrasions. Am I destined to perish in this wretched place? I should have attended a few of Geralt's lessons. At least I would have had some semblance of strategy. Her heart brimmed with regret and despair. Though her legs felt as heavy as lead, she drew upon her indomitable will and the agility honed through years of training, leveraging every available terrain and obstacle to create distance from the triangular-headed fiend, striving to seize a fleeting chance at survival. Just as Natasha was engulfed in an unprecedented sense of hopelessness, her path ahead was obstructed by a cadre of eerie faceless nurses. They stood silently, their white uniforms starkly contrasting against the sinister surroundings, gripping gleaming scalpels as if awaiting a signal to strike, poised to unleash a lethal assault upon Natasha. Behind her, the triangular-headed monster drew ever closer, its heavy footsteps accompanied by a chilling, labored breath, akin to the countdown to death, inching ever nearer. With ghastly nurses blocking her path and the monster in pursuit, was today to be the day Natasha Romanoff met her end? Though her voice trembled with despair, it resonated more with defiance and resolve. Gripping the last remaining dagger tightly, she readied herself for a fight to the death as an elite agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. She would never resign herself to fate. In that moment of dire peril, a voice thundered through the air, "Holy Nova!" Instantly, a dazzling orb of light, radiant as the sun, pierced the darkened sky, descending with divine brilliance. As it plummeted, the very air around it seemed to warp under its formidable energy. When the luminous sphere touched the ground before Natasha, it erupted into a blinding cascade of golden light. This brilliance surged forth like an overwhelming tide, rapidly expanding in all directions. Wherever it reached, everything was engulfed by its immense power. The once menacing faceless nurses and the triangular-headed monstrosity were obliterated in an instant, crumbling to dust as fragile as paper, as if they had never existed. Natasha found herself enveloped by this potent energy, feeling a warm and vibrant force wrap around her, revitalizing her weary, near-broken body and mending her wounds under the golden glow. She widened her eyes, her face a canvas of shock as she beheld the unfolding spectacle before her. As the brilliant golden light gradually dissipated, Geralt's figure gracefully descended from the heavens, landing with the intent to strike a classic superhero landing pose. Yet, contrary to his aspirations, he inwardly lamented, "Ouch, my knees hurt." The sudden impact inflicted a sharp pain upon his knees, almost causing him to lose his poised demeanor. Nevertheless, he steeled himself against the discomfort and quickly regained his composure. "Natasha, I have come to save you." Geralt stood tall, a confident and charming smile gracing his lips. In an instant, the despair in Natasha's eyes ignited into flames of surprise and exhilaration, prompting her to rush towards Geralt without a second thought. Overflowing with joy from her narrow escape and gratitude towards her savior, she embraced Geralt fiercely. Then, tilting her head slightly upwards, she bestowed upon him a fervent kiss. "Thank you. I thought I was destined to perish here." Natasha's voice trembled, laced with a hint of sobbing, embodying the exhilaration of rebirth after profound fear and despair. Meanwhile, Geralt lingered in the sweetness of the recent kiss, exclaiming inwardly, "This mission was truly worthwhile. I shall take you away." Geralt's voice brought an immediate calm to Natasha's previously frantic heart. With that, he gently wrapped his arm around Natasha's slender waist, pulling her close. In that moment, the surrounding environment erupted into a chaotic distortion. The ominous buildings, once standing tall, appeared to be molded by invisible giant hands, their walls twisting and contorting in an unnatural manner, emitting eerie creaking sounds. Steel and concrete surged forth like a tumultuous tidal wave, intertwining at an astonishing speed as they ascended towards the heavens, swiftly obscuring the already dim sky, forming an impenetrable barrier. It seemed as though the dark forces at the edge of this hellish realm sensed Geralt's intentions, attempting to thwart his escape with Natasha. Yet, undeterred by this apocalyptic spectacle, Geralt remained unfazed. A subtle smile played upon his lips as he nonchalantly snapped his fingers. In an instant, a purple radiance enveloped both him and Natasha, and shortly thereafter, their figures vanished entirely from this dim world. Outside, Coulson paced anxiously, his heart heavy with worry. As time passed, each second seemed to drag on, intensifying his inner turmoil. Suddenly, the long-dormant magic circle reignited with brilliance, capturing Coulson's attention. As the light gradually faded, the silhouettes of Geralt and Natasha began to materialize. Upon witnessing this scene, Coulson's previously tense visage finally broke into a smile as a heavy burden within his heart was lifted. They had succeeded. They had safely returned from the terrifying brink of hell. Chapter 67. The non-existent team members. Natasha, it is truly wonderful to see you safe and sound. Coulson's face radiated with genuine joy as he approached Natasha, his eyes filled with relief and delight. If it weren't for Geralt, I would surely have met my demise. That place was utterly horrifying. Natasha's gaze still bore the remnants of lingering fear, recalling their harrowing experience at the edge of hell. The faceless nurses and the triangular-headed monstrosities pursuing them like a nightmare sent a shiver down her spine. "Let's discuss this later," she murmured. Geralt furrowed his brow slightly, tilting his head to gaze deeply at the sky. The already grim atmosphere seemed to swell with a stronger, ominous presence. A vague sense of impending danger prickling at his back, filling his heart with unease. His eyes sharpened with vigilance, as if he could sense a concealed threat lurking within the seemingly tranquil air, drawing ever closer. At that moment, the team members hurriedly approached, their faces a blend of excitement and anxiety. "Sir, we have discovered something of value. Just over there," one team member exclaimed eagerly, gesturing toward a nearby direction, his eyes gleaming with significance and anticipation. The other team members nodded in agreement, their expressions serious. Intrigued, Coulson felt a surge of curiosity and was about to follow the team members to investigate. However, before he could take a step, Geralt swiftly extended his arm, blocking his path. Geralt's gaze was fixed intently on the team members, his eyes flickering with a peculiar light, a blend of inquisitiveness and fascination. To be honest, this is the first time I have encountered something like this. Today has truly broadened my horizons. If it weren't for the urgency of our situation, I would be inclined to study you all further. His voice was calm, yet laced with a hint of curiosity regarding an unprecedented mysterious entity or phenomenon. As he spoke, he slowly raised his right hand, purple flames gradually emerging from his palm. Geralt, what are you doing? There are subordinates. Coulson's eyes widened in shock as he rushed to intervene, bewilderment evident in his expression at Geralt's actions. Is there something wrong with them? Have they been controlled by some malevolent force? A flicker of confusion and unease crossed Coulson's gaze as he sensed something amiss with Geralt. Fearing that the team members might be in peril, the problem lies with you, Coulson. Calm down and recall every detail of our arrival in this place, Geralt replied, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Coulson tilted his head slightly, a blend of confusion and deep contemplation in his eyes as he began to meticulously retrace his memories. Scenes from the entrance to Silent Hill flashed through his mind, the pervasive fog, the eerie architecture, and the dialogue with Geralt. Gradually, a subtle sense of dissonance arose within him, yet he found it challenging to articulate precisely what was amiss. From the very beginning, it had been just the two of us entering this quaint town. The notion of any team members was utterly unfounded. Geralt's voice, calm and resolute, detonated within Coulson's heart like a thunderous bombshell. Coulson's eyes widened in shock and disbelief, as if he had just encountered the most absurd and bizarre tale imaginable. Indeed, it had always been Geralt and him who ventured here. Where did these supposed teammates come from? Now, he realized he did not recognize them at all. They had inexplicably materialized in his memory. A chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head, instantly enveloping his entire being. At this moment, being roused by Geralt was a chilling revelation. These figures had appeared the instant we entered the town, their silhouettes synchronously emerging in our memories. Even more terrifying was the fact that this force had cleverly allowed us to overlook the glaring dissonance surrounding them. Geralt narrowed his eyes slightly. My mental fortitude is relatively robust. At the moment that influence began to take root, I keenly sensed the anomaly and swiftly eradicated the foreign disturbance. Initially, curiosity compelled me to observe them discreetly, as they had not immediately exhibited any obvious malicious intent. However, it has become clear that their aim is to prevent us from leaving this town. As Geralt spoke, he began to pace slowly, inching closer to them. With the truth unveiled, Coulson's gaze sharpened, his muscles tensed, and he vigilantly scrutinized the so-called team members. Natasha mirrored his demeanor upon hearing this astonishing revelation. The relief she had felt from her recent rescue vanished, replaced by a heightened state of alertness akin to Coulson's. Instinctively, she clenched her fists and subtly shifted her posture into a stance conducive to both defense and attack. Her eyes firmly fixed on the movements of those before her, an instinctive reaction forged from her training as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Even after having endured a life-and-death ordeal, she could swiftly enter a combat-ready state. The faces of those individuals, initially appearing normal, began to contort grotesquely. Their expressions turned cold and rigid, as if stripped of all emotion and humanity. Their vacant gazes resembled unfathomable black holes, exuding an aura of dread. Following this, amidst a surge of eerie fog, their figures were gradually enveloped, like phantoms fading into the mist, ultimately vanishing without a trace, as though they had never existed. We fled rather decisively. Perhaps next time we shall capture a few, Geralt mused, shaking his head slightly, a wry smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With his words concluded, he turned his form towards the exit, beckoning Coulson and Natasha to follow closely behind. Without hesitation, Coulson and Natasha adhered to his lead. Upon entering this realm, Geralt discovered that all teleportation coordinates had inexplicably lost their connection, significantly complicating their escape. However, if they could reach the entrance, he was confident in his ability to guide both of them to safety. As the trio hastened towards their destination, the sky over the distant town darkened with an eerie swiftness. This darkness was not a natural transition of nightfall, but rather akin to ink swirling wildly in water, spreading forth with a terrifying momentum, surging towards the town like a relentless tide. Wherever it swept, everything fell victim to its malevolent influence. The already grim and dilapidated walls of the buildings became slick and damp, as moss and unknown slime proliferated upon their surfaces, while a foul, black liquid seeped from the cracks, filling the air with a nauseating stench of decay. The cobblestone streets were not spared either, rapidly succumbing to erosion beneath the cloak of darkness. Are we to be dragged into hell along with the entire town? Geralt observed this unfolding horror, his initial composure giving way to a more serious demeanor. Chapter 68. Stepping into Hell. What is happening? What is that? Coulson's voice trembled with evident panic and confusion. His gaze following Gerald's to the nightmare unfurling in the distance. The bizarre darkness resembled a tumultuous black sea, advancing with a force capable of obliterating all in its path, as if the world had been pressed into accelerated decay, swiftly crumbling into ruin. He keenly perceived the grave expression etched upon Gerald's face, an overwhelming sense of unease surging within him. The consciousness of the fourth layer of hell does not intend to let us leave easily. It seeks to ensnare us. Given the rate of this encroachment, even if we reach the entrance, escape will be exceedingly difficult. Gerald's voice was grave, the rapid spread of darkness weighing heavily upon him. Upon hearing Gerald's words, Coulson and Natasha instantly tensed. What shall we do? Coulson could only place his hopes in Gerald. I am fine on my own. I can leave whenever I wish. However, I cannot take you with me. Gerald's lips curled into a semblance of a light-hearted smile. Upon hearing his declaration, both Coulson and Natasha instinctively tightened their grip on his arm. Hey, according to the usual narrative, shouldn't you be telling us to hurry and leave without worrying about us? Gerald observed their actions with a resigned shake of his head, teasingly remarking. Natasha pressed closely against Gerald, her cheek resting against his shoulder, her hurried and warm breath palpable. I won't allow it. You cannot abandon us. Do I seem like the kind of person who would do that? Rest assured. As Gerald spoke, he swiftly produced a fragment of a soul stone, emanating a ghostly purple glow, and handed it to Coulson while outlining the subsequent course of action. You two must run towards the exit. Once there, you will find a fortified teleportation array I left by the edge of the cliff at the entrance. Toss this magical stone into it. When the array begins to glow, step inside, and you shall escape. Coulson carefully accepted the soulstone fragment, its icy touch spreading through his palm, which he grasped tightly. He lifted his gaze to Gerald. Though concern lingered in his eyes, they were predominantly filled with trust and gratitude as he nodded firmly, signaling his understanding. What about you? Aren't you coming with us? Natasha's voice was laced with evident worry and reluctance, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Gerald. I shall venture into hell for a spell, providing you with some cover. Rest assured, I will be fine. This is not my first visit, and I have traversed far worse places. Observing the worry etched on their faces, Gerald's lips curled into a confident and composed smile. Despite the lingering apprehension in Natasha's heart, reason dictated that if she insisted on remaining, she would not only be unable to offer Gerald any substantial assistance, but could, in fact, become a burden. With a deep breath, she resolved not to hesitate any longer and, alongside Coulson, turned to sprint towards the entrance of the small town. Gerald watched their retreating figures until they vanished around the corner of the street. He then slowly turned, his gaze firmly fixed upon the encroaching darkness that spread like the maw of a demon. Now, let me see who is so unwilling to let us depart. With that, he slightly raised his right foot and gently pressed it against the ground. In an instant, a radiant holy light spread beneath him. It was a dazzling blaze of holy fire, emitting a sacred and fervent luminescence that illuminated a corner of this darkened world. At the moment the holy fire met the darkness, the previously surging tide of shadow noticeably slowed. Gerald stepped deeper into the darkness, each stride accompanied by the expansion of the holy flames. When Gerald's figure fully crossed into the domain of hell, the previously hidden, grotesque creatures, lurking in every corner, seemed to be compelled by a mysterious and malevolent instinct, akin to sharks detecting the scent of blood, gradually converging from all directions. Their forms were a blasphemy and distortion of all that is beautiful and normal in this world. Some were colossal, sporting countless twisted limbs that writhed and struggled in the darkness as if they possessed their own consciousness. Others were neither human nor beast, their bodies contorted into bizarre shapes, skin riddled with sores and scales, each step accompanied by the dripping of slime and the creaking of bones. Yet, in the face of this nightmarish horde of hellish creatures, there was no trace of fear in Gerald's eyes. These diminutive entities cannot truly be regarded as complete demons. Rather, they are but twisted souls ensnared in the depths of hell. Upon sighting Gerald, the contorted beings exhibited a manic glint of excitement in their eyes, emitting a cacophony of bizarre shrieks and roars as they recklessly lunged towards him. Yet, at the very moment they approached, a radiant aura of sanctity emanating from Gerald surged forth, akin to the blazing sun, its searing and pure light slicing through the wretched forms of these distorted creatures like divine blades. In an instant, the hellish beings that had attempted to pounce upon him were enveloped by the holy light, their bodies igniting as fragile parchment does in flames, unleashing haunting wails before being swiftly reduced to mere ash. In this apocalyptic wasteland of hell, dilapidated and decaying vehicles lay strewn haphazardly around, contributing to the pervasive atmosphere of death and destruction, as if the very air had been cleansed by a nuclear blast. Everything lay in ruins, shattered and fragmented, leaving only an endless expanse of desolation and silence. Gerald stood amidst the debris, a slight furrow in his brow, his gaze betraying a flicker of annoyance as he surveyed the relentless tide of hellish creatures encroaching from all directions. These grotesque and malevolent beings unleashed a series of spine-chilling howls, as if intent on drowning him in their dark ocean. Like a swarm of mosquitoes, they were truly bothersome. He muttered under his breath, his tone dripping with disdain for the incessant harassment. Suddenly, an extraordinary occurrence transpired. The frenzied hellish beings, which had been so aggressively charging at Geralt, appeared to be seized by an invisible and formidable force, abruptly halting their assault before retreating as swiftly as the receding tide, vanishing without a trace. A raspy and ancient laughter pierced the stillness of the infernal space, resonating with an indescribable eeriness, as though it emerged from an unfathomable abyss of darkness. Geralt turned his gaze towards the source of the laughter, spotting a figure gradually emerging from the shadows. It was an elderly man, leaning on a staff. As he drew closer, Geralt's heart surged with tumultuous dread, a frantic thought echoing in his mind. Surely, I cannot be so unfortunate as to encounter this formidable presence. Observing the mysterious elder approach step by deliberate step, Geralt's fingers instinctively glided towards the hearthstone concealed within his garments, gripping it tightly. His expression reflected heightened vigilance and anxiety, as his mind raced to devise a plan to activate his invincibility skill and force his return home. Although the instances of invincibility were limited, each use felt akin to expending a precious talisman of survival. He had no time to ponder the implications. Preserving his own life was paramount. You seem rather tense. The elder's voice echoed through the silent inferno, the tone unremarkable, yet devoid of any semblance of reassurance. Fear not. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to converse with you. Anyone who encounters the infernal Lord Mephisto would likely feel a surge of anxiety, especially considering the recent minor altercation I had with your son. Geralt managed a wry smile. The very matter I wish to discuss pertains to my son. Mephisto slightly raised his head, the emerald glimmer in his deep-set eyes flickering momentarily, his tone remaining composed. He dared to tread upon the mortal realm, and receiving a lesson from the Ancient One was indeed his due. However, your affairs seem rather untidy. His spiritual essence has escaped. Mephisto spoke with a measured cadence. You want to direct that inquiry to the Supreme Sorcerer. What do you seek me for? Geralt lifted his chin slightly, responding defiantly. I merely wish to request a small favor from you, to assist in bringing back my wayward son. Mephisto replied calmly. You've orchestrated such a significant commotion merely to request my help? Geralt's face was a portrait of astonishment. Do not misconstrue my intentions. The affair concerning Silent Hill is not my doing. I merely seized this opportunity to seek you out. Mephisto gently shook his head in explanation. Upon hearing Mephisto's words, Geralt lowered his gaze, lost in contemplation. Even without Mephisto's entreaty, he would, in due course, take it upon himself to address the potential threat posed by the wraith of the Witch's Heart. The existence of this entity was akin to a malignant tumor lurking in the shadows, poised to erupt at any moment. Yet, now faced with Mephisto's request, he found himself weighing the pros and cons with utmost caution. What benefit do I stand to gain from assisting you? Geralt finally raised his head, meeting Mephisto's gaze directly, and inquired with deliberation. Benefit? Are you proposing a transaction with me? Mephisto chuckled upon hearing Geralt's words. How could I dare to engage in a deal with you? I merely wish to inquire who is responsible for the events in Silent Hill. That hardly constitutes a transaction, does it? Geralt responded with a measured tone. When dealing with an entity like Mephisto, one must tread with care. His current question was not born of a desire for a trade, but rather a chance to unravel the enigma surrounding Silent Hill. He was keen to discover the true architect behind it all. Not engaging in a transaction with me is a loss for you. Mephisto's smile faded, his voice turning icy. He paused briefly before continuing. The occurrences here and the summoning of my son's true form in Tree Town were orchestrated by the same individual, a peculiar woman. A peculiar woman? Could you elaborate? Geralt's eyes reflected an increasing unease, for he sensed that this enigmatic woman might be connected to him. I know not her identity. Only that she arrived in Hell many years ago, using her magical prowess to create a rift between Hell and the mortal realm. Intrigued, I chose not to intervene, wanting to discern her intentions. Moreover, the magical essence she possesses bears a striking resemblance to yours. As Mephisto spoke, he narrowed his deep-set eyes slightly. A woman whose powers mirror mine, who revels in chaos, could it truly be Shiri? Geralt pondered silently, an exasperating figure flashing momentarily in his mind. If it truly were that mad girl, the situation would indeed become exceedingly complicated, for her unpredictable nature invariably accompanied endless chaos and peril. It seems you have begun to grasp the situation, Mephisto remarked, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, revealing a hint of a knowing smile imbued with mischief and insight. Thus, the matter regarding the Witch's Heart is entrusted to you. Trust me, you would not want him lingering in the mortal realm for long. It would spell great trouble. As Mephisto's voice resonated through the dark abyss, his figure vanished before the final word escaped his lips. Witnessing Mephisto's departure, the tension within Geralt eased somewhat, and he exhaled deeply, relieved that he would not have to squander an invincibility. How fortunate, he murmured to himself. Yet, before he could fully relax, a new dilemma swiftly emerged. However, my erratic apprentice ought to be sought after. I am uncertain what she intends with all this commotion. Geralt's brow furrowed, his expression a mixture of helplessness and frustration. He understood that once his unpredictable and enigmatic apprentice became ensnared in a fervent obsession, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Now, it appeared she was entwined with this series of bizarre events, leaving Geralt in a state of considerable distress and concern. At that moment, the denizens of hell, stripped of their demonic commands, descended into utter chaos. Their previously suppressed instincts and savagery erupted, like a horde of frenzied marauders, converging upon Geralt with wild abandon. Since matters here have concluded, it is time for me to depart. As for you, replenish my expended energy. Although the quality may be lacking, the quantity should suffice. Geralt slightly raised his hands, a profound and mysterious violet energy materializing in his palms. He then clenched his fists. A wave of coldly glowing purple magic surged forth from him like a tumultuous tide. Wherever this energy spread, it seemed to possess an invisible yet formidable allure, enveloping all the surrounding hellish entities. Under the shroud of this violet power, the creatures of hell became immobilized as if ensnared by a binding spell. Their bodies trembled slightly, dark wisps of essence rising slowly from within, continuously absorbed by the magic. As time passed, the figures of these infernal beings gradually became translucent, ethereal, until they ultimately vanished, leaving behind countless shards of shimmering soul stones scattered across the barren hellscape, akin to the remnants of stars strewn across a night sky. Geralt gazed at the scene with an impassive expression, and once the magical energy dissipated entirely, he gently waved his hand. A gentle force surged forth, akin to a soft breeze caressing the ground, gathering each of those soulstone fragments and drawing them to his side. He then crouched down and meticulously began to inscribe an enhanced teleportation array on the ground. Before long, the array took form before his eyes. Geralt stood up and retrieved several fragments of soulstones from his bosom, tossing them unhesitatingly into the center of the array. In an instant, the array blazed with radiant light, streams of brilliance swiftly coursing along the runes, weaving a splendid and enigmatic web of light. Geralt squinted slightly, confirming that the teleportation array was fully activated before stepping into it. Chapter 70. To Camartage for reinforcements in the sun-drenched tranquility of Silent Hill. The silhouettes of Coulson and Natasha emerged. They chose not to depart immediately, but instead paused in silent agreement. Coulson swiftly extracted a communication device from his waist, meticulously reporting Natasha's safe return to S-H-I-E-L-D. After completing his report, the two stood quietly on the dilapidated streets of the small town, awaiting developments. Coulson raised his gaze slightly, looking toward the direction where Geralt had entered the abyss. After an indeterminate amount of time, Natasha joyfully spotted a familiar figure approaching. We should head back first. This Russian nesting doll of Silent Hill is quite troublesome. I need to gather some assistance to handle it, Geralt remarked to the two. Coulson and Natasha returned to the S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters. Coulson succinctly recounted everything they had encountered in Silent Hill, from the initial eerie encounters to the subsequent mysterious phenomena, culminating in Geralt's decision to delve into the abyss, providing a detailed report to Nick Fury. Meanwhile, in Camartage, Geralt emerged through the portal into the courtyard. The same dark-skinned sorcerer guided him toward the sitting room of the Ancient One. Upon arriving at the door of the sitting room, the sorcerer gently pushed the door open, and a delicate aroma of tea wafted toward him. There, the Ancient One sat gracefully beside the tea table, having already prepared tea. What brings you here this time? Her voice was soft and serene, as she lifted her gaze to meet Geralt's entrance. Geralt approached the tea table, and as soon as he sat down, he inquired, "You are aware of the events in Silent Hill, are you not?" "I have heard a bit," the Ancient One replied, unhurriedly. "I ventured into a deeper hellish space beyond the realm, where Mephisto found me," Geralt continued. At the mention of Mephisto, the Ancient One's previously calm demeanor shifted slightly, a hint of seriousness flickering in her eyes. "What does he intend?" she asked softly, her tone remaining composed. "He wants us to return his son, whom he escaped with," Geralt answered succinctly. Upon hearing this, the Ancient One's lips curled upward slightly, revealing a knowing smile. "Not us, but you, I presume." She effortlessly discerned the subtle implication in Geralt's words. Unfazed by the Ancient One's straightforward revelation, Geralt retorted, "Ultimately, it was you who intentionally released the witch-heart demon, wasn't it? You must assist me. And how do you wish for me to assist you?" Ancient One tilted her head slightly, her face still adorned with a seemingly nonchalant smile. Her gaze fell calmly upon Geralt, as if awaiting a reasonable and feasible request from him. The matter of the demon was a discussion for another time. For now, she needed to borrow a few sorcerers. Silent Hill had opened a portal between Hell and the real world, and she required their assistance to mend it. Gerald's expression was serious. If the rift in Silent Hill was not promptly repaired, it would pose significant troubles for the real world. How many do you require? Ancient One inquired leisurely. At least a few hundred, Gerald stated without hesitation, as if such a number were a mere trifle for Ancient One. A few hundred? You truly dare to ask? There are barely 500 sorcerers on this entire planet. I can manage to find you 20 at most. That should suffice for your patching efforts. Ancient One expressed her exasperation at Gerald's bold demand. However, considering the gravity of the situation, she resolved to provide him with some support. 20 should be sufficient. With these 20 sorcerers, I can finally melt the URU metal from the destroyer. Ha, ha. Gerald mused internally, a sly smile creeping upon his lips. In his plans, while the pretext of borrowing from Kamartaj was to mend the rift in Silent Hill, that was merely secondary. He could manage the repair on his own. What he truly coveted was the sorcerer's magical prowess, hoping to leverage their abilities to conquer the challenge posed by the URU metal. Upon returning from Kamartaj, Gerald swiftly led the group of sorcerers to his underground laboratory. What are we doing here? Aren't we supposed to be in Silent Hill helping to mend the rift? One of the sorcerers asked, confusion etched across his face. His eyes were filled with bewilderment. The other sorcerers turned their gazes towards Gerald, awaiting his explanation. Well, to mend the rift, we need materials, don't we? You all know the analysis spell, right? Let's work together to analyze some materials before we head to the rift. Gerald replied, his eyes flickering with a hint of reluctance in his explanation, yet his demeanor remained composed. With that, he swiftly approached the remains of the destroyer. The sorcerers exchanged glances, their minds still filled with questions, but having been instructed by the Supreme Sorcerer to follow Gerald's lead, they reluctantly gathered at the designated spot. At Gerald's command, the sorcerers formed intricate hand seals. In an instant, streams of azure light emanated from their palms, intertwining and coalescing into a vibrant tapestry of magical illumination. The power of the analysis spell permeated the air, gradually seeping into every fiber of the destroyer's remains. Through their collective efforts, the progress of the analysis surged forward. On the first day, the URU metal exhibited only the faintest of changes, akin to ice beginning to melt under the warm sun. The following day, however, the pace of change accelerated dramatically. By the third day, the URU steel seemed completely subdued, its remnants no longer exhibiting the defiance it once possessed. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. Though weary, they were imbued with a sense of accomplishment. Gerald, standing aside and observing the scene, felt a quiet joy within, knowing he had moved significantly closer to his goal. After the initial conquest of the URU steel, the group was physically and mentally drained, prompting Gerald to arrange for a half-day's rest to replenish their expended magical energy and vitality. As the fleeting hours passed, Gerald led the mages in a grand procession towards Silent Hill. Internally, he calculated his next steps, while outwardly maintaining a facade of solemnity and gravitas. Upon reaching the eerie, abandoned hospital, Gerald raised his hand, directing the mages to take their positions in preparation for the sealing spell. Golden beams of light intertwined like a spider's web, gradually enveloping the entire forsaken edifice. As the sealing incantations were invoked, the sinister aura emanating from the depths of hell was temporarily subdued. Well done, everyone, Gerald remarked, his satisfaction evident as he beheld the hospital cloaked in the glow of the sealing spell. He began to deliver an impassioned speech. Through our relentless efforts, we have successfully sealed the gates of hell, thwarting the demons from inflicting harm upon humanity and foiling the dark designs of the Infernal Lord. This is a monumental achievement, one that will be etched in the annals of history. You are all heroes. His voice resonated with infectious fervor. The mages, who had long resided in Kamartaj, immersed in their studies of magic and oblivious to worldly affairs, were stirred by Gerald's passionate and laudatory words. Excitement and pride sparkled in their eyes, as a profound sense of accomplishment surged within them, as if they had truly performed a grand act of salvation. They exchanged glances, their faces alight with exhilaration, firmly believing in the significance of their actions and embracing their roles as noble guardians of the realm. Chapter 71. The arrival of Natasha. Watching the jubilant mages, brimming with joy and satisfaction on their return journey, Gerald secretly reveled in their innocence and charm. He then departed from Silent Hill, returning to his humble shop. Entering the subterranean laboratory, he found that the URU steel, after the collective analysis and Gerald's meticulous handling, now displayed a markedly transformed appearance. Once deemed indestructible and enigmatic, the URU steel now resembled a pliant mass of metallic clay, quietly resting on the ground, emanating a cool and enchanting luster, as if awaiting Gerald's final sculpting and refinement. In the ensuing days, Gerald devoted himself wholeheartedly to the crafting of the URU steel equipment, busily traversing between the forge and the workbench. With each strike of the hammer and every inscribed rune, he poured forth his boundless dedication and masterful artistry. At long last, several magnificent pieces of URU steel equipment, radiating an aura of formidable magical energy, were flawlessly birthed under his skilled hands. Geralt gently lifted these creations, infused with his dedication and intellect. Scrutinizing each one with a sense of profound satisfaction and pride, he tenderly caressed every intricate detail of the equipment. Savoring the unique texture and potent magic of the URU steel, his spirits soaring. It was time to seek out Ciri, after all these years. He wondered how she had fared. A subtle flicker of concern glimmered in Geralt's gaze as he slightly raised his head, peering out at the bustling street beyond the window. His thoughts drifting to distant memories shared with Ciri. In his heart, she held a special place as his first apprentice. And the bond they forged remained unblemished despite the passage of time. Meanwhile, within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha sat in her room. Her brow furrowed, as betraying an unmistakable unease. The harrowing images from the supernatural incident in Silent Hill haunted her mind, each detail etched indelibly, leaving her with lingering trepidation. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to seek out Geralt, hoping he might impart some coping strategies, for no one could guarantee that such encounters wouldn't recur. With a newfound determination, Natasha made her way to Geralt's quaint shop. As she approached, she spotted Hans reclining languidly on a chair at the entrance. Dressed in a loose linen shirt, his hair tousled and falling over his forehead, he was basking in the afternoon sun, eyes half closed in a semblance of slumber. "I seek your master," Natasha said courteously, her voice soft. Hans, roused by her presence, lifted his head slightly, casting a languid glance at her, his gaze assessing the purpose of this unexpected visitor. After a brief pause, he replied, "Yes, inside. You may enter." Natasha nodded gently, pushing open the slightly weathered wooden door and stepping into the shop. "Natasha, what brings you here? Is there something amiss?" Geralt's voice resonated from deeper within, accompanied by the soft sound of footsteps. He emerged from the shadows, a smile gracing his lips, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. "Since the Silent Hill incident, I found myself intrigued by this subject. I came to seek your guidance, fearing I may encounter similar occurrences in the future," Natasha stated, locking her gaze with Geralt. "Oh, I see. However, if your intent is merely to acquire knowledge, be forewarned that such learning is not a swift endeavor. It may take years before you glean anything substantial," Geralt remarked, arms crossed and head tilted slightly, adopting a tone that seemed to feign difficulty. For someone as pragmatic and eager as Natasha, the lengthy journey of acquiring knowledge might not be the most appealing option, and he had other plans in mind. Upon hearing this, Natasha slightly furrowed her brow, a flicker of contemplation crossing her eyes, and she promptly inquired, "Do you have any suggestions?" Her voice was crisp and resolute, brimming with anticipation for effective solutions. Geralt, upon hearing her words, felt a surge of delight within, recognizing that events were unfolding in accordance with his expectations. A subtle smile played upon his lips, revealing a hint of significance. Acquiring knowledge pales in comparison to mastering abilities. "What say you? Are you interested in harnessing supernatural powers?" His gaze was fixed intently upon Natasha, as if unveiling a realm of infinite possibilities. "Supernatural powers? Like Coulson's? I was told I lack any magical aptitude." Natasha's eyes sparkled with intrigue, clearly captivated by the notion of supernatural abilities. Yet, the recollection of being informed of her lack of magical talent stirred a twinge of doubt and concern within her. Lack of talent does not preclude other methods of mastering magical forces. "Has Nick Fury spoken to you about the potion project?" Geralt spoke slowly. "The potion project?" Natasha's brows knitted tightly, her face a canvas of confusion. "It appears Nick Fury has concealed much from you. I had assumed he held great trust in you. But it seems otherwise." Geralt gently shook his head, a vague expression of regret gracing his features. Upon hearing Geralt's words, a flicker of dissatisfaction towards Nick Fury stirred within Natasha. However, being a trained agent, her professionalism quickly quelled this discontent, leading her to comprehend that within such a complex situation in the enigmatic realm of the supernatural, the confidentiality and filtration of information might indeed be necessary tactics. "By the way, I have a gift for you. Just a moment," Geralt remarked before swiftly retreating into the depths of the shop. Before long, he emerged, cradling a box in his hands. He placed it gently upon the table and slowly opened it, revealing 2 daggers nestled within. The blades gleamed with a chilling light, akin to cold stars in the night sky, remarkably sharp and seemingly imbued with some arcane power. The material of the blades exhibited a profound metallic sheen, with peculiar runes faintly visible upon their surfaces. Presenting daggers as a gift to a lady? How utterly devoid of romance. I expected something like a necklace or jewelry. Natasha tilted her head slightly, a smile gracing her lips. Her gaze fell upon the exquisite daggers, and though amusement danced in her eyes, her curiosity and attention towards this unique gift were unmistakable. "These daggers are magical weapons, you know. If you are not interested, I can take them back." Geralt feigned the intention to reclaim the box, lifting his arms slightly, as if to depart. Immediately, Natasha extended her hands to firmly press down upon the box. Her movement swift and decisive. Once given, it should not be taken back. She then gently lifted a dagger, scrutinizing it closely. The dagger shimmered with a cold glow in her grasp, as if resonating with her skin, subtly emanating an aura of mysterious allure. Natasha flipped the dagger over, her gaze tracing along the blade, meticulously observing the elusive runes etched upon its body. The two daggers are not only visually striking but also possess extraordinary powers. Upon activating the runes inscribed upon them, one can attain the ability of invisibility. Geralt reminded with a smile. Natasha's eyes widened slightly, her face illuminating with surprise. Invisibility. She exclaimed softly, her fingers gently grazing the runes. This ability is perfectly suited for her. Chapter 72. The Thief. Natasha observing Natasha's delight as she admired the daggers with unwavering fascination. Geralt cleared his throat subtly to capture her attention and said, "The magic of these daggers cannot yet be utilized by you. There remains one final step." As he spoke, he slowly retrieved a vial emanating a ghostly violet glow from within his cloak. The elixir was contained within an exquisite, transparent glass bottle. The liquid inside resembled the profound night sky, its violet luminescence flickering like stars, flowing gently and exuding an enchanting yet awe-inspiring aura. This is the thief's elixir. One vial invigorates the mind, 2 vials grant immortality. You are worthy of it, Geralt stated with a slight smirk, laced with a hint of jest. Natasha's gaze was instantly captivated by the vial. A flicker of curiosity and doubt crossed her features as she furrowed her brow and inquired, "Is this what granted Barton his powers? Can I acquire the same strength as he?" Her voice carried a note of anticipation, conjuring images of Barton displaying his formidable abilities in battle. Elixirs are merely different types. Yours is for thieves, his is for hunters. I cannot ascertain the exact powers you will gain upon your first sip, but I suspect they will not disappoint. Combined with this magical dagger forged from URU steel and my runic enchantments, you should be equipped to handle a portion of the mysterious occurrences. Geralt explained with a serious and focused demeanor. Natasha listened intently to Geralt's words, her gaze shifting between the elixir and the dagger. As Geralt concluded, without a moment's hesitation, she seized the potion and consumed it in one swift motion. The ghostly violet elixir flowed down her throat, igniting a searing flame within her, instantly setting ablaze her blood and nerves. As the potion diffused through her body, Natasha felt a mysterious power awakening deep within her, causing her body to tremble slightly. A strange purple luminescence flickered in Natasha's eyes. Almost immediately, her form appeared to be distorted by an invisible force, giving rise to a series of eerie, overlapping phantoms. These apparitions seemed to emerge from a different, ethereal realm, intertwining and entangling with her corporeal self, blurring the boundaries between illusion and reality at that moment. Startled by this sudden transformation, Natasha felt a surge of instinctive panic rising within her. Just as her thoughts spiraled into chaos, teetering on the brink of loss of control, Geralt's calm and steady voice resonated through the fog like the chime of a bell, clearly reaching her ears. "Calm yourself, gather your thoughts. Feel the flow of power within you, and guide it with your intent." Natasha inhaled deeply, striving to calm her racing thoughts. She slowly closed her eyes, endeavoring to eliminate all external distractions, focusing her attention inward. Initially, the nascent power surged within her like a wild stallion, tumultuous and elusive. However, as her consciousness delved deeper, she began to sense a faint warmth coursing through her veins and meridians. Cautiously, she extended her mind to touch and guide this force. Gradually, it seemed to respond to her, becoming more docile, no longer as frenzied as before. The eerie shadows clinging to her began to dissipate, until they vanished completely. What is this ability? Natasha slowly opened her eyes, the violet glow within them dimming yet still harboring a blend of excitement and intrigue. You are exceedingly fortunate. This ability is known as evasion. Upon its activation, you will find it remarkably difficult to be struck for a brief period. As for the extent of its effectiveness, you may test it upon your return. Now, let us experiment with the capabilities of these two daggers. Geralt's eyes shimmered with undeniable admiration. After all, the evasion ability is a remarkably practical and powerful gift, and Natasha's acquisition of it was indeed serendipitous. Upon hearing this, Natasha was overwhelmed with uncontainable excitement and anticipation. She took a deep breath to compose her exhilaration, then slowly extended her hands to grasp the daggers. The cold touch of the hilts sent a shiver through her. She began to channel the newly awakened power within her. As her energy flowed into the daggers, the runes along the blades began to emit a gentle glow. Natasha's form underwent a peculiar transformation. It appeared as though she were enveloped in a translucent veil, her outline gradually becoming indistinct. The once clearly defined shape melded into the surrounding air, first becoming elusive like a hazy apparition in the morning mist, and then her figure vanished entirely. The entire experience resembled an enchanting magical performance, and within this extraordinary state of invisibility, Natasha felt an unprecedented thrill and novelty. How does it feel? Fun? I assent to it. Geralt remarked with a smile as he observed Natasha. Can you see me? Natasha inquired, her surprise palpable. Though her form was concealed, her astonishment resonated in the air. She had anticipated that this wondrous ability to become invisible would allow her to traverse the world unnoticed, yet Geralt had effortlessly disowned her presence. This is what I wish to convey next. My magical prowess far exceeds yours, thus I am capable of seeing you. The same applies to others. If someone possesses power significantly greater than yours, your invisibility will be rendered ineffective. Geralt cautioned Natasha. She silently etched his words into her memory. At that moment, she could hardly contain her eagerness to return and test her newfound strength. How about it? Are you interested in joining my team? Our mission promises to be quite exhilarating. Geralt inquired with anticipation before she departed. Never mind. I shall deal with those charming terrorists instead. The challenges you face are far too terrifying. Natasha lightly tossed her fiery red hair, a playful smile gracing her lips. With that, she turned to leave, eager to test her newfound abilities. Armed with my weapons and powers, once you experience the allure of wielding formidable strength, you will inevitably seek me out again. Geralt crossed his arms, his gaze deep and resolute as he watched Natasha's retreating figure, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He understood that humanity's yearning for power is akin to an unfathomable abyss. Once one takes a mere taste, they are profoundly drawn in, unable to extricate themselves. And Natasha, having witnessed the wonders of supernatural abilities, would undoubtedly be dissatisfied with the status quo, destined to return in pursuit of greater heights. Meanwhile, in the Arctic, amidst a world enveloped in endless ice and snow, a research team was diligently conducting their explorations. After a strenuous excavation, they made a significant discovery. A colossal alien spacecraft slowly emerged from the ice, its cold, metallic surface shimmering with strange reflections in the sunlight. Not far from the vessel, the team also stumbled upon an oddly shaped extraterrestrial being, deeply frozen within the ice. Chapter 73. The corpse of the alien creature. A week later, the piercing cold winds continued to howl mercilessly across the Arctic expanse. Investigators, aboard specially designed snow vehicles, struggled through the vast white wilderness, racing toward the research station that had been out of contact for several days. Upon their arrival, the scene before them brought a heaviness to their hearts. The entire research station was eerily silent, devoid of any presence. With utmost caution, the investigators entered the station, meticulously searching for any potential clues. As they approached a storage room, a strong, acrid scent of blood assaulted their senses, the odor penetrating their nostrils like a tangible entity, causing their stomachs to churn involuntarily. With trepidation, they slowly pushed open the door to the storage room. In an instant, a ghastly and terrifying scene unfolded before their eyes, leaving everyone pale with shock, some even succumbing to nausea. Inside the storage room, dismembered limbs lay scattered like a chaotic pile of refuse, some of which had twisted and contorted grotesquely. What was even more chilling was that some of the bodies bore strange, writhing appendages protruding from their abdomens. These appendages were a nauseating shade of bluish-gray, coated in a viscous slime, dangling limply. The tips of the appendages gleamed with a razor-sharp edge, as if poised to strike at any moment. The entire scene resembled a harrowing aftermath of a catastrophic mutation experiment gone awry, with the palpable aura of death and terror enveloping the area, instilling a sense of dread in every investigator present. We must promptly report this. It is beyond our capacity to manage, uttered one investigator, his complexion as pale as parchment, his voice trembling. The others nodded in agreement, acutely aware that the horrific spectacle before them had surpassed both their capabilities and psychological thresholds. The following day, a large transport aircraft belonging to S.H.I.E.L.D. descended near the research station. A contingent of agents, clad in black uniforms and equipped with state-of-the-art gear, swiftly emerged from the cabin, executing their duties with military precision as they established a perimeter around the research facility, their expressions stern and resolute. An array of advanced detection devices and containment instruments were meticulously deployed, effectively isolating the entire research station and the extraterrestrial spacecraft. Agents, wielding powerful flashlights, cautiously ventured into the depths of the research station for a thorough investigation. Upon entering the underground laboratory, they were confronted by a massive ice block, within which lay the frozen corpse of an alien creature. The creature was imposing, its body adorned with an extraordinary layer of scales that shimmered ominously under the beam of their flashlights. Its robust limbs were laden with bizarre tendrils, emanating a chilling aura of intimidation even in its icy confinement. It appears they conducted unauthorized research that led to this calamity, remarked one S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, furrowing his brow with a grave expression. His gaze swept across the laboratory, seeking further clues regarding the incident from the surrounding chaos. Scattered across the floor were various disordered experimental instruments and records. Some were irreparably damaged, while others still flickered faintly. as if recounting the tumultuous events that had transpired within these walls. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., Agent Coulson was summoned to Nick Fury's office. "I need you to make a trip to the Arctic," Fury instructed. "An alien spacecraft has been discovered there, along with the remains of an extraterrestrial being. The initial members of the research team met a tragic fate under mysterious circumstances. Your mission is to investigate the cause and unravel this matter." Coulson, filled with curiosity, responded softly, "An alien spacecraft? That is indeed a rarity, though not unprecedented. Let us hope this situation does not prove as troublesome as those from years past." His mind drifting to past encounters with extraterrestrial events. With a slight nod, he took his leave of the office. Upon arriving at the cordoned-off research area, Coulson found the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel on high alert, their expressions tense and their eyes brimming with anxiety. They hurried through the buildings, weapons clutched tightly in their hands, ever vigilant against the unknown perils. "Director, you finally arrived. There has been an incident. Several of our members have suddenly gone mad, and they've developed strange tendrils." A visibly distressed agent rushed to Coulson, his voice laced with urgency. Coulson's brow furrowed instantly, a trace of gravity flashing in his deep-set eyes. "When did this occur? Take me to see." Yet, deep within, he could not help but harbor concerns. Hoping it was not a troublesome alien contagion, under the guidance of an agent, Coulson hastened toward the temporary quarantine zone. Along the way, he sensed the oppressive atmosphere that enveloped him. Every member of S.H.I.E.L.D. wore a visage etched with unease. Outside the quarantine area, several fully armed agents stood ready, their weapons aimed at the tightly shut quarantine door, as if a lurking demon awaited to pounce from behind it. As Coulson approached the door and peered through the small glass window, he was met with a chilling sight. Several infected S.H.I.E.L.D. members were bound to their beds, writhing in madness, their faces contorted and grotesque, eyes bloodshot, emitting incoherent roars. Indeed, as the reports had indicated, strange, writhing tentacles had emerged from their bodies. These appendages exhibited a nauseating dark green hue, slick with mucus, twisting in an uncanny rhythm as if they possessed a life of their own. How did these individuals become infected? Is there a commonality among them? Coulson turned to a nearby medical staff member and inquired. They all had access to the room housing the alien corpses, the medical personnel replied without hesitation, a glimmer of helplessness and confusion in their eyes. They had conducted thorough examinations and analyses of these infected individuals, yet the information gleaned thus far remained exceedingly limited, rendering them utterly perplexed in the face of such an extraordinary situation. They all had contact with the corpses? Coulson furrowed his brow further, pressing on with his inquiries, his doubts intensifying. No, they merely entered the room. They never touched the alien bodies. Moreover, it does not seem to be airborne. We currently have no understanding of how they contracted the infection, the medical personnel stated, their face reflecting a mixture of bewilderment and frustration. They had equipped the laboratory with various advanced detection instruments, examining the air, dust, and all possible transmission mediums, yet the results indicated everything was normal. This implied the existence of a highly clandestine mode of infection, as yet unknown to them. Chapter 74. Mental Contamination. Take me to the room with the alien corpses. I wish to investigate. Coulson had resolutely made up his mind to uncover the truth. "Commander, this is far too perilous," his subordinate agent urged, concern etched across his face. In his view, this was undoubtedly an exceedingly risky endeavor. "It's fine. If this infection is physical, I have ways to remain unaffected," Coulson reassured him, patting the agent's shoulder with unwavering confidence. Observing their superior's steadfastness and assurance, the agents, despite their lingering trepidation, understood that, in this situation, they could do little but trust him. Thus, they led Coulson to the threshold of the room where the corpses were stored. Upon opening the door, he instructed, "You all wait here at the entrance. I will enter alone." His subordinates nodded in agreement. Though anxiety lingered in their hearts, they understood that the commander's decision was irrevocable. As the metallic door swung open, a chilling and pungent atmosphere rushed forth. Coulson stood at the threshold, inhaling deeply. He then summoned the unique power within him, and his body began to shimmer with faint electric sparks, akin to serpents of light dancing across his form, emitting a soft crackling sound. Suddenly, with a sharp pop, Coulson's figure underwent a remarkable transformation. His human form flickered, and a ghostly dog materialized before everyone's astonished eyes. The creature exhibited a semi-transparent state, with an ethereal blue glow outlining its silhouette, as if woven from pure energy and mysterious spiritual matter. In his spectral canine form, Coulson glanced back at his astonished subordinates, his gaze seeming to convey reassurance. Upon entering the room, he sensed the changes within his body, feeling no discomfort. The tension in his nerves eased slightly as he silently prayed, "May Geralt not have deceived me. I hope that this transformation truly grants immunity to all physical harm." Subsequently, The ghostly dog Coulson leaped confidently onto the enormous ice block that housed the corpse of the alien creature. He scrutinized it for a considerable time, yet found nothing particularly remarkable, only a profound sense of revulsion at its grotesqueness, far exceeding anything he had previously encountered. Its contorted limbs, bizarre patterns, and scales exuding a chilling sheen coalesced into a nauseating visual assault, as if the darkness and chaos of the universe had been materialized before him. Just as Coulson's thoughts began to relax, an inexplicable mental force surged toward him, penetrating silently into his being. This power was frigid and malevolent, imbued with an intent capable of eroding the very soul, instantly alerting Coulson. Although his innate magic instinctively erected a defensive barrier, temporarily warding off this mental intrusion, he was nonetheless filled with trepidation. Realizing the peril of the strange psychic force, he wasted no time. He swiftly pivoted and retreated like a wisp of shadow in his ghostly dog form. His silhouette flickered within the room, swiftly passing through the heavy metallic door and returning to the corridor outside. Another supernatural enigma? It seems we shall require our expert once more. Transforming back into his human shape, Coulson furrowed his brow, deep in thought. He then solemnly instructed his subordinates. No one is to approach this place until I return. I must fetch an expert. His team nodded in understanding, fully aware of the gravity of the situation and unwilling to show any signs of complacency. Meanwhile, on the other side, Geralt was preparing to step out in search of an old friend to inquire about Shiri's whereabouts. Just then, a rapid series of knocks shattered the tranquility of the room. Geralt furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of doubt rising within him as he slowly approached the door. Upon opening it, he found Coulson standing anxiously outside. Inside the aircraft hurtling towards the Arctic, Coulson's expression was grave as he recounted the preliminary details of the incident. Extraterrestrial beings? Alien spacecraft? Surely, that is not my domain. Geralt tilted his head slightly, his eyes reflecting a blend of confusion and intrigue. Initially, I too believed so, until I transformed into a spectral hound and ventured inside, where I distinctly sensed a peculiar psychic force enveloping me. It bore a striking resemblance to the influence I experienced in Silent Hill. A shadow of trepidation flickered across Coulson's face. The involvement of such supernatural forces rendered the entire affair complex and troublesome, which is precisely why he sought Geralt's assistance at the earliest opportunity. Psychic infection? Such occurrences are rare. Regardless, we should investigate further. I find myself quite intrigued. Geralt raised an eyebrow, curiosity glinting in his eyes. Upon arriving at the Arctic base, Geralt and Coulson proceeded directly towards the quarantine area housing the afflicted team members. They stood outside the isolation chamber, Geralt's gaze fixed intently on the infected individuals within. The team members appeared distorted, their eyes bloodshot, their bodies intermittently writhing with strange tendrils, as if some malevolent force wreaked havoc within them. You are correct. They have been tainted. I sense an exceedingly repugnant power at play. Geralt's brow furrowed deeply, his expression somber, as he could vividly perceive a dark and sinister aura permeating the air, wrapping around his senses like a tangible entity, invoking a profound sense of revulsion within him. Subsequently, Coulson hurriedly led Geralt and the team members to the location where the extraterrestrial corpse was stored. Their heavy footsteps echoed through the corridors of the base. In this operation, aside from Hawkeye, who was delayed due to other matters, Ward and the remaining team members stood ready for action. Upon reaching the doorway, Geralt hesitated not for a moment and entered decisively, the others closely trailing behind him in an orderly fashion. As soon as he stepped into the room, Geralt's gaze locked onto the alien corpse positioned at the center. A mere glance transformed his previously calm demeanor into one of grave concern. He immediately commanded, "Everyone, avert your gaze, turn away, or close your eyes." Upon hearing his directive, the team acted without hesitation. Some members tightly shut their eyes, while others swiftly turned their heads. "You may exit now. I believe I understand the situation." Geralt's voice resonated once more, his tone slightly softened yet still imbued with gravity. Having spoken, he led the group in an orderly retreat from the chamber, intending to find a quiet place to elucidate the circumstances. Chapter 75, Cultists of the Outer Gods in the base's conference room. Geralt bore a serious and solemn expression. "I am uncertain of the origin of this extraterrestrial being. However, it is evident that he is a cultist of the Outer Gods." Cultist of the Outer Gods? What does that entail? Coulson furrowed his brow, his gaze filled with confusion and perplexity, breaking the brief silence that enveloped the room. The so-called followers of the Outer Gods were a group of individuals who worshipped these alien deities. These abhorrent beings had visited Earth many years ago. Geralt's expression tightened, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. Every human who succumbed to their belief would descend into madness and mutation. At that time, I, along with the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, expended considerable effort to banish them from our world. Yet, to my dismay, they have returned once more. There was a hint of resignation in his tone. The resurgence of the Outer Gods presenting a significant predicament. The attendees began to grasp that the crisis they faced transcended mere extraterrestrial threats. It involved supernatural entities from the depths of the cosmos, capable of upending humanity's understanding of reality. Each face in the room bore the weight of gravity and concern. What course of action should we pursue next? Coulson's eyes reflected profound trust in Gerald. First, we must ascertain whether this alien adherent arrived by chance, or if it was deliberately sent by those outer gods. If it is the latter, we are in grave peril, Gerald replied, his expression solemn. Subsequently, Gerald articulated several critical considerations for addressing such supernatural threats. Once he concluded his instructions, he cast his gaze toward the alien spacecraft outside the base, intending to investigate its interior. As the group stepped into the confines of the alien vessel, an aura of antiquity and mystery enveloped them, as if the ship had been suspended in time for a century. Various flickering indicators and intricate apparatus emitted a faint glow in the dim light. Our analysis indicates that this spacecraft has been here for at least 100 years, Coulson remarked, meticulously surveying his surroundings while relaying vital information to Gerald. A century? Gerald raised an eyebrow, feeling a slight relaxation in his tension upon hearing this news. As long as it is not a recent arrival. If it truly dates back 100 years, it is likely a remnant that escaped during the banishment I conducted with Ancient One. As he spoke, he delicately traced the peculiar patterns etched on the walls of the chamber, his eyes reflecting contemplation. The group cautiously conducted a thorough inspection within the vessel, leaving no corner unchecked. However, after an exhaustive search, they failed to uncover any valuable intelligence. Gerald shook his head in resignation. Thus, he led the group back along the path they had come, slowly exiting the alien craft. Upon their return to the base, a panicked member of S.H.I.E.L.D. rushed toward them, exclaiming, "Sir, there has been an incident. The alien corpse has come to life and has escaped from its frozen state. That is impossible. I am certain it was dead." Coulson's eyes widened in disbelief. Images of the alien corpse during their earlier examination flickered through his mind, all life signs indicating a complete lack of vitality. Yet now, he was faced with the shocking revelation of its revival and escape, shattering his understanding of reality. It is not surprising that the powers of those outer gods are exceedingly bizarre. The abilities of their followers remain a mystery to all. What matters now is to seize the moment and unravel the truth. Gerald spoke calmly. Upon hearing his words, the group regained their composure, began to follow his lead, and prepared to embark on a pursuit. The members of the team traced the path left by the fleeing followers of the outer gods, and soon arrived at a place littered with severed limbs. However, the sight before them sent a chill down their spines. The location was now void of any remnants, save for a pool of blood, as if it had been entirely consumed. Gerald furrowed his brow, quickly making a judgment. We must hurry to the infected agents. It is gathering energy. Upon hearing this, the team felt a sense of urgency, immediately turning on their heels and racing towards the medical isolation room. When they arrived, a chilling scene unfolded before them. The alien follower loomed over the bed of the infected agent, its body contorted grotesquely, issuing eerie roars as if preparing to devour them. In that critical moment, Gerald flashed into the isolation chamber. He swiftly cast a shield of truth upon several agents. The golden barrier shimmered to life, enveloping the agents within its protective embrace. Without hesitation, Gerald unleashed a fiery shockwave. The flames roared forth like an enraged dragon, hurtling towards the alien follower, the force sending it crashing violently against the wall with a resounding thud. It lifted its head, glaring menacingly at Gerald, and with a fierce grimace, unleashed a surge of power, charging once more into the wall. Accompanied by a cacophony of crumbling bricks, it broke through, bursting onto the frozen expanse outside. Thinking of escape would not be so simple. Gerald pursued without hesitation. The outer god's follower sprinted across the icy plains, its hideous and twisted form starkly contrasting the pristine white of the snow. Realizing its flight was futile, it sensed Gerald closing in, shadowing its every move. While the surrounding team tightened their encirclement, upon reaching a colossal glacier, it finally halted. Its eyes, glowing with a sinister green light, scanned the surroundings, brimming with madness. Suddenly, it extended its sharp claws and plunged them deep into its own abdomen. Green blood gushed forth, spreading across the snow in a grotesque display. It muttered incantations, its voice echoing as if emanating from an endless abyss, sending shivers down the spine. Gerald's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. It was summoning the outer god. He could not allow it to succeed. At that moment, he held nothing back, his magical energy igniting like a roaring flame. Gerald raised one hand high, a colossal fireball, radiating intense heat, began to take shape in his palm. The sphere swelled larger, casting a crimson glow across the surrounding glaciers. Flame burst. Gerald let out a thunderous roar and propelled himself forward with great force. The immense fireball streaked across the sky like a comet, exuding an aura of annihilation, and struck the cultists of the outer gods with pinpoint accuracy. As the fireball soared, The air was instantaneously heated, crackling with sound, while the surrounding ice and snow swiftly melted, forming rivulets that cascaded down the glacier. Chapter 76. The Descent of the Outer Gods. Upon being struck by the unparalleled might of the fireball, the cultists were instantaneously engulfed by roaring flames, their bodies reducing to ashes under the searing heat. The vast glacier upon which they stood was mercilessly flattened by the powerful shockwave released by the explosion of the fireball. In an instant, shards of ice and debris scattered like petals in the wind, as the swirling snow and steam generated by the intense heat merged, enveloping all present in a dense, white shroud. Had they succeeded in halting the summoning? Geralt squinted, his gaze piercing through the layers of steam in a desperate attempt to discern the scene before him. Yet, all he could perceive was an expanse of blinding chaos, rendering everything indistinguishable. A sense of vigilance crept into his mind. No one could ascertain whether the blow had truly thwarted the cultists' invocation. Coulson and the other members remained on high alert, gripping their weapons tightly, forming a resolute defensive formation. Their eyes reflected both tension and determination. What once appeared to be a tranquil expanse of ice suddenly began to tremble subtly, the vibrations reminiscent of a gentle heartbeat, as if a colossal force was stirring beneath the ice. White steam enveloped the surroundings, and within the hazy obscurity, shadowy forms danced erratically, their outlines indistinct yet exuding a chilling malevolence. As the biting cold wind swept through, the heavy mist began to dissipate. Beneath the ice, several enormous and grotesque tentacles erupted from the ground, writhing like serpents, their massive bodies glistening with repulsive slime, reflecting a cold sheen in the sunlight. Even more unsettling were the countless eyes that sprouted along the tentacles, varying in size, each one flickering with an eerie light, seemingly harboring boundless malice as they coldly scrutinized the gathered crowd. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, Geralt pondered silently. Had they not acted in time? Without hesitation, he commanded in a booming voice, "Everyone, do not look." However, before the others could react, many had already locked eyes with those terrifying orbs, their expressions instantly turning vacant. Swiftly, the horrific vision spread through the group like a demonic curse. Blood oozed slowly from their eyes, noses, and ears, the dark crimson liquid saturating the strands of hair at their temples. From their mouths, torrents of blood erupted like a gushing spring. They longed to scream in agony, yet only muffled sounds escaped their lips, choked by the blood that forced them into fits of coughing. The heart-wrenching cries echoed across the icy expanse, prompting the onlookers to instinctively shield their eyes, their bodies curling in pain as they writhed on the ground. Only Coulson seemed to fare slightly better. Despite the anguish etched upon his face, with furrowed brows and bulging veins on his forehead, he did not bleed from every orifice like the others. He bore the excruciating pain within, striving to maintain a semblance of clarity. Calm them. Geralt swiftly cast a spell, and a soft halo emanated from him, rippling outward at remarkable speed, enveloping all those who were suffering. Under the influence of this aura, their torment gradually subsided, the horrific screams diminishing, and the violent tremors of their bodies lessening. Coulson moved them further away. "This is not a place for you all," Geralt commanded sternly. Keeping these ordinary members here would only exacerbate the casualties. Only by having Coulson lead them to safety could he address the Outer God without worry. "Now, let us deal with you, little creature." Geralt fixed his gaze upon the Outer God, whose true form was slowly revealing itself amidst the writhing tentacles. A colossal and malevolent head emerged, featuring a gigantic eye that emanated a chilling glow, as if it contained boundless darkness and malice. A mere glance from an ordinary person would taint their very soul, leading to its collapse. Infuriated by Geralt's audacity to confront it directly, the Outer God trembled violently, and more tentacles erupted from beneath the ice like mushrooms after rain. These appendages writhed frantically, intertwining and gradually obscuring the sky, casting a shadow of darkness over the once bright Arctic heavens. Between the gaps in the tentacles, a suffocating aura of oppression seeped through, as if the apocalypse were imminent. At that moment, a stunning spectacle unfolded in the sky. Countless small meteors, flickering with fierce flames, streaked across the heavens like burning comets, descending with an air of annihilation, striking the Outer God with precision. Accompanied by the meteor's descent, a cacophony of thunderous roars reverberated across the ice, deafening to the ears. Each impact erupted into a blaze of fire and shards of ice, causing the Outer God to tremble slightly under the ferocity of the assault. Yet it did not retreat, but rather swung its tentacles with greater fury, attempting to fend off the fiery onslaught from above. Rain of fire. Geralt's voice resonated clearly amid the chaos of the terrifying battlefield, standing upon the ice with one hand raised, commanding this formidable magic. The fiery meteors plummeted relentlessly towards the Outer God, crashing down with a formidable force. They streaked across the frigid Arctic sky, trailing long tails of flame, each impact accompanied by a deafening roar and a brilliant burst of light. Under the onslaught of these meteors, the outer god's immense and bizarre form began to tremble. Its tentacles snapping under the force of the impacts, igniting into fierce flames at the breakage, resembling blackened vines set ablaze, writhing and struggling in agony. The colossal eye flickered with a blend of rage and suffering, its roars echoing like thunder across the ice plains, causing the surrounding glaciers to fracture ominously. Just as it seemed the outer god could no longer endure, a sudden flash of gray light emanated from its vast eye. Instantly, an invisible yet powerful shockwave surged forth like a tumultuous tide, halting the descending meteors mid-air as if they had collided with an invisible, unyielding wall. They lingered, then began to dissipate under the influence of the shockwave, transforming into a sky filled with embers and smoke. Those meteors that had been deflected began to coalesce under Gerald's command, as if guided by an unseen hand, drawing together and merging. A massive meteor, exuding an aura of cataclysmic power, gradually took form in the heavens. This meteor was colossal, its surface ablaze with searing flames, resembling a sun fallen from the depths of the cosmos. Celestial impact, Gerald bellowed, his hand slicing downwards with great force. The immense meteor, propelled by unparalleled momentum, soared through the sky, hurtling directly towards the outer god. As it descended, the air compressed violently, producing a resounding sonic boom that made the entire ice field tremble. In the distance, Coulson and his companions gazed up in awe at the seemingly miraculous meteor, their hearts profoundly shaken. Ward stood frozen, his eyes filled with wonder and disbelief, murmuring, "Is this truly within the realm of human capability?" In his eyes, Gerald had transcended the mortal realm, akin to a divine being whose every gesture could unleash apocalyptic power, granting him a new and profound understanding of the supernatural's might. In an instant, the shockwave from the meteor's impact surged forth like a cataclysmic tsunami. This invisible force, imbued with overwhelming power, tore through the sturdy ice layers as if they were fragile glass, emitting chilling cracking sounds that echoed the ice plains' anguished wails. Enormous ice blocks were thrust into the air, crashing down heavily and sending a flurry of icy shards and snow into the atmosphere. The crowd felt an irresistible force crashing upon them, the ground beneath their feet quaking violently, rendering them unable to stand. They instinctively shielded their heads and fell helplessly to the ground. Some were swept along by the shockwave, tumbling and sliding across the ice, their plight beyond their concern. Silently praying for this calamity to pass swiftly, Gerald stood resolutely at the eye of the storm, his gaze coldly fixed upon the outer god, which had been struck by a colossal meteorite. In this moment, the outer god's once massive and terrifying form lay shattered and charred, resembling a vast piece of charcoal, exuding a noxious scent of burning and wisps of black smoke. Its formerly fearsome multitude of tentacles had been reduced to mere ash. Daring to respond to the call and traverse the boundaries alone, it seems you have not experienced the war of a century past. A hint of disdain flickered in Gerald's eyes. Life absorption. Gerald slowly extended a hand, palm directed towards the charred remnants of the outer god. In an instant, a mysterious, ethereal power surged from within him, like invisible threads quietly extending towards the desolate remains. The last vestiges of life clinging to the outer god's body appeared to be drawn by an immense force, slowly detaching and transforming into faint glimmers of light, gradually coalescing above Gerald's palm. Gerald remained utterly focused. The act of finishing off the outer god was a crucial step, one that must not afford this malevolent entity even the slightest chance of resurgence. He continued to weave the spell of life absorption, leaving no potential spark of vitality overlooked. Only when every trace of life had been drained did Gerald finally withdraw his hand. He lifted his gaze slightly, exhaling deeply, and subsequently signaled to Coulson and the others to come and conclude the task. The icy expanse, after enduring the tumult of battle, lay in disarray. Shattered ice, scattered meteor fragments, and the charred remains of the outer god together painted a grim tableau. Coulson, his complexion slightly pale, led the group cautiously forward. As their eyes fell upon the outer god's gruesome remains, a flicker of fear and trepidation passed through each of them. Coulson uneasily inquired, "He should be utterly dead, right?" "Completely so. Shatter it, bury it on the spot, then tidy up. Later, I can heal those few who were infected." Gerald's tone was calm and resolute. Upon hearing this, though still filled with unease, the group steeled themselves and began to carry out Gerald's orders. After properly interring the remains, the team commenced clearing the surrounding battlefield. During the cleanup, one team member inadvertently caught sight of a faint outline beneath the glacier. This outline, obscured by the ice, appeared vague and mysterious, resembling some enormous metallic object lying dormant beneath the frigid expanse. A chill ran down the team member's spine. He paused his work, bent down for a closer inspection, and increasingly felt that it resembled a spacecraft. Without a moment's hesitation, he stood upright and reported loudly, "Report, Commander. I've discovered an unfamiliar vessel beneath the glacier." Upon hearing this news, Gerald couldn't help but smile wryly. Surely at ISNT another alien spacecraft. "Is this place a frequent haunt for extraterrestrials?" Coulson, upon hearing this, hurried over. He crouched low, scrutinizing the object beneath the glacier in the direction indicated by the team member. Moments later, a faint smile of relief emerged on his face as he stood up and remarked, "Which alien spacecraft would bear English markings? This is clearly a product of Earth." Upon hearing this, the crowd gathered around, peering curiously beneath the ice layer. Although the object was partially obscured by ice, traces resembling English inscriptions could still be discerned. Coulson promptly turned and decisively instructed his team to contact the base, arranging for the necessary equipment and personnel to carefully excavate the aircraft buried underground. The team sprang into action, retrieving communication devices to establish contact with the base. United in their efforts, they gradually unearthed the long-buried plane from the glacier. Coulson's gaze remained fixated on the aircraft, and as it slowly revealed its full form, an increasingly intense sense of familiarity surged within him. When the aircraft door creaked open, Coulson's heart raced, and he could distinctly hear the rapid thumping of his pulse. A suspicion had already formed in his mind. It wasn't until the iconic shield came into view, alongside the figure of a man frozen in ice, that Coulson's conviction solidified. A glimmer of surprise and excitement flashed in his eyes as he swiftly retrieved his communication device and reached out to Nick Fury. His voice trembled with exhilaration as he exclaimed, "Director, I believe I've found Captain America." Nearby, Jared observed the scene, tilting his head slightly towards the sky, marveling at the capricious and wondrous nature of fate. "Captain America? Steve Rogers?" he murmured to himself, leaning closer to the encased Steve Rogers. Jarrett meticulously examined the signs of life in this slumbering hero. After a moment, he lifted his head, meeting Coulson's gaze, and announced, "He still possesses a life force. He should be alive." "Really?" Coulson's eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement and joy. He immediately turned, eagerly signaling to the surrounding team members to arrange for specialists to conduct a thorough examination. After a meticulous assessment, the findings confirmed Jarrett's assertions. Captain America had merely been frozen in a state of slumber. Although his bodily functions had slowed due to prolonged cryostasis, he had not sustained any substantial harm. Coulson's face lit up with an elated smile, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Jarrett extended his hand gently, directing his palm towards Steve Rogers, as a soft, radiant light began to flow into his body. This divine light resembled a warm golden thread coursing through his veins. However, Jarrett soon realized that this holy illumination did not yield significant results in awakening him. His body bore no injuries. It seemed that to truly rouse Captain America, he would need to be transported back to the base, where he could be thawed in a suitable environment and undergo a prolonged period of rehabilitation to restore his physical and mental state to optimal condition. Chapter 78. Midnight Bar. After healing the infected agent, Gerald promptly cast a teleportation spell, returning to the comfort of his home. Meanwhile, Captain America was entrusted to Coulson's diligent care, who took him back to the base for treatment. Gerald harbored a firm belief that, under the auspices of SHIELD's professional team and advanced equipment, this legendary hero would surely awaken and regain his strength. In a clandestine corner of the city lies a mysterious establishment known as the Midnight Bar. Within its walls, an eerie crimson light permeates the air, casting a spectral glow that renders the entire space reminiscent of an infernal vestibule. This venue serves as the exclusive domain of the Voodoo Master Midnight Daddy, catering to an array of demons and supernatural beings, where an eclectic assortment of bizarre creatures congregates. In the shadows, humans possessed by demonic wills linger, their eyes flickering with an unsettling glimmer. Additionally, sinister figures weave through the throng, exuding an aura of malevolence. Yet, Gerald remained oblivious to this disquieting scene. Striding purposefully towards Midnight Daddy's chamber, the dark, humanoid entities surrounding him were engrossed in the atmosphere thick with evil and chaos. Upon witnessing the audacity of this pure human intruding upon their territory, grotesque smiles of malice twisted upon their distorted faces, like a pack of ravenous wolves scenting their prey. They slowly encircled Gerald, their eyes gleaming with greed and cruelty. "Do you wish to become my spellcasting material?" Gerald remarked with a cold smirk, his expression laced with disdain and contempt. At that moment, a faint purple aura of magic began to emerge around him, coiling and undulating like a serpentine spirit, gradually intensifying and exuding a formidable presence. Just then, Midnight Daddy's voice resonated through the air. "Back off, unless you wish to meet your demise." The once eager dark creatures were abruptly jolted, their sinister grins freezing in place, replaced by reluctance. Despite their unwillingness, they retreated slowly, compelled by their apprehension of Midnight Daddy. They remained oblivious to the fact that it was the mere utterance of his words that had spared them from the brink of death. The imposing figure of Midnight Daddy gradually materialized at the doorway of the chamber. With a subtle, enigmatic smile, he regarded Gerald and inquired, "What an unexpected visitor we have. How may I assist you?" Inside Midnight Daddy's room, the dim yellow light intertwined with the swirling smoke of cigars, lending the space an ethereal haze. Seated across from each other on the sofa, Gerald and Midnight Daddy engaged in conversation. Midnight Daddy reclined slightly, languidly resting against the back of the sofa, a cigar delicately held between his fingers. After taking a gentle puff and releasing a wisp of smoke, he spoke. "So, you seek my assistance in locating your apprentice, Shiri. This seems rather trivial. Surely, you can manage it yourself." Gerald lifted his glass, taking a slight sip, his eyes betraying a hint of exasperation. "She is evading me. In this circumstance, finding her poses quite the challenge. In the realm of the mysterious, your connections are extensive. Finding a sorcerer should pose no challenge." Midnight Old Man nodded slightly upon hearing this, a profound smile gracing his lips. He took another deep draw from his cigar, slowly releasing a smoke ring. "I understand. Leave it to me. I will inform you once I have located him." The conversation then turned to the matter of compensation. "Compensation? After all these years of camaraderie, do you still seek a reward for such a trivial task?" Gerald replied with a smile. "Ah, friendship is friendship, but business is business," Midnight Old Man chuckled, his grin widening. He flicked his cigar lightly. Gerald, seeing this, sighed in resignation and fixed his gaze upon Midnight Old Man, asking, "What is it you desire?" At that moment, he had braced himself for a variety of demands, yet he was taken aback by Midnight Old Man's subsequent words. The expression on Midnight Old Man's face turned serious as he straightened in his seat, placing the cigar in the ashtray beside him, his hands clasped over his chest. "Help me kill someone." "Oh, not just anyone, a vampire." Gerald raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "A mere vampire? Can't you handle that yourself? Why summon me? As a voodoo sorcerer, Midnight Old Man should find it no trouble to deal with an ordinary vampire. Why would he specifically seek Gerald's assistance?" Midnight Old Man seemed to anticipate Gerald's inquiry and began to elucidate. "This is no ordinary vampire. It is the Elder Vampire Victor." Upon hearing that name, a flurry of rumors about Elder Vampire Victor flashed through Gerald's mind. Curiosity sparked in his eyes. He pressed, "What has he done to provoke such a deadly pursuit?" A flicker of hatred crossed Midnight Old Man's gaze, anger and sorrow lacing his voice. "He killed my sister." These few words thickened the air in the room with a palpable tension. Gerald understood the weight of such animosity for Midnight Old Man. This was not merely the grief of losing a loved one, but a blood feud that demanded retribution through the enemy's blood. He nodded slightly. "I comprehend. I shall take his life for you. Do you have any specific preferences for how it should be done, swiftly or with suffering?" Upon hearing Gerald's reply, the anger on Midnight Old Man's face softened slightly, replaced by a cruel smile. He picked up his cigar once more, inhaling deeply and exhaling a cloud of smoke that swirled before him. "Feel free to exercise your creativity. I trust that with your skills, he will experience unimaginable pleasure before his demise." With this conversation concluded, Gerald rose to depart. Within the bar, creatures tainted by dark powers cast either avaricious or wary glances. Yet under the intimidation of Midnight Old Man, none dared to make a move. As Gerald stepped out of the bar and onto the frigid street, he keenly sensed the malevolent aura trailing him like a shadow. A faint, imperceptible smirk graced his lips. He understood that it was the lowly demons from the bar, harboring ill intentions, who were stealthily pursuing him. He deliberately slowed his pace and veered towards an uninhabited alleyway. As anticipated, upon entering the depths of the alley, the group of base demons emerged, swiftly encircling him with sinister laughter. "Hey there, kid. We held back at the bar out of respect for Midnight, but now, no one can save you." The leader's eyes glimmered with a blood-red light. Its mouth stretched into a grin that revealed a jagged array of sharp fangs. As if Gerald were already ensnared in its grasp, a delectable prey awaiting devouring. "You seem to be mistaken. It was you who were saved by Midnight at the bar," Gerald retorted with a cold chuckle. No sooner had the words left his lips than a rich purple aura of magic enveloped him, surging forth like a tumultuous tide, instantly cloaking the entire alley. The demons felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon them, and to their horror, they realized their bodies were being ensnared by countless invisible tendrils, rendering them utterly immobile. Their eyes widened, the avarice and arrogance within them swiftly replaced by sheer terror, as they began to struggle in desperation. Chapter 79, blade chains radiating a ghostly purple light materialized out of thin air, entwining the bodies of the demons. Gerald slowly extended his right hand, tightening his grip ever so slightly in the air. With a sudden, forceful tug, the chains constricted instantly, producing a chilling metallic screech. Following this, purple flames surged along the chains like a roaring tide. Wherever the flames spread, the demon's flesh hissed and emitted acrid black smoke, writhing in agony as they let out piercing cries. Yet, no matter how fiercely they struggled, they could not escape the dual torment of the purple chains and flames, helplessly watching as their bodies were gradually consumed by the fire until they were reduced to ashes. As the dust settled, only a scattering of faintly glowing soulstone fragments remained on the alley floor. Opportunities like these should not be squandered, Gerald murmured to himself. carefully examining the fragments before pocketing them and turning to leave the alley. Upon returning to his modest shop, Geralt walked straight to Mina, who was organizing the shelves. "Are you familiar with the vampire Elder Victor?" he inquired. "Victor?" Mina tilted her head slightly, a hint of contemplation crossing her features. "I've heard of that name, but am not well acquainted. We belong to different vampire factions. Theirs follows a path of genetic mutation. While we delve into the mysteries of the arcane, why do you suddenly ask about him, boss?" she asked, her curiosity piqued as she regarded Geralt. "I've taken on a job that might cost him his life," he replied. Geralt exhibited no semblance of concealment. His tone was flat and direct, as if discussing an utterly mundane matter. Yet, his words ignited excitement within Mina, causing her eyes to sparkle with enthusiasm. "Boss, take me along when you make your move. I'm on the verge of boredom from just sitting in this shop all day." Her voice brimmed with expectation. "As you wish," Geralt replied, casting her a glance and shrugging in resignation. He was well aware of Mina's vivacious and restless nature, always brimming with fervor for such thrilling escapades. On the following evening, Geralt prepared himself for the undertaking, clad in a sleek black trench coat, standing at the entrance of the small shop, awaiting the arrival of Mina and Hans. Soon enough, Mina appeared, bouncing with energy. She had deliberately chosen a lightweight combat outfit for the occasion. Her form-fitting black leather trousers paired with a striking red crop top that accentuated her alluring silhouette. Hans followed at a leisurely pace. "Are we all set?" Geralt inquired, his voice low and steady. "I've been ready for ages, boss. I can hardly contain my excitement." Mina responded eagerly. "Then let us depart," Geralt declared. And they set forth. Their destination lay in a district frequented by vampires, an abandoned area on the outskirts of the city. The buildings here were mostly dilapidated, their walls marred by graffiti and the ravages of time. A foul stench permeated the air, and the dim streetlights swayed uncertainly in the wind, emitting a crackling sound, as if they might extinguish at any moment. As night descended like a dark curtain, the entire neighborhood was enveloped in shadows. Geralt and his companions navigated the area, and after a brief search, they finally spotted the figure of a lowly vampire. The creature was gaunt, its complexion as pale as parchment, and its gaze betrayed a glimmer of greed and malevolence. It lurked in a corner, seemingly in search of something. Geralt, sensing the moment was right to apprehend it for questioning, prepared to act. However, just then, a flash of silver streaked across the night sky. A silver throwing knife struck the vampire with unerring precision, hitting its vital point. The creature scarcely had time to emit a scream before it was instantly reduced to a pile of ashes. In that instant, a figure emerged from the shadows, a man clad in sunglasses, wielding a silver sword. Upon locking eyes with Mina, his expression ignited with a fierce intent to kill. He charged towards her recklessly, roaring, "There's another one. Die." "Hey, wait a moment," Geralt exclaimed urgently, attempting to intervene. Yet, the man in sunglasses disregarded Geralt's voice entirely. Raising his silver sword high, the blade cutting through the air with a whistling sound, aimed directly at Mina's vital spot. Old Yang's fiery red lips. In an instant, the area was illuminated by a dazzling flash of electricity. Moments later, as the man in sunglasses regained his composure, still emitting smoke, he absorbed Geralt's explanation. "So, this is a domesticated vampire? One can actually keep vampires as pets?" His tone was imbued with incredulity, as if he were hearing a tale that would upend his understanding of reality. Yet, what truly mattered was whether you possessed knowledge of Victor's whereabouts. Geralt furrowed his brow, his gaze intently fixed on the self-proclaimed blade before him. At this moment, uncovering Victor's location was of utmost importance. "Of course, I know," Blade replied, his initial confusion swiftly replaced by excitement upon hearing Geralt's inquiry. He sprang to his feet, brushing the dust from his attire. "However, if you intend to kill Victor, count me in. To slay such an elder would be a tremendous achievement." "Very well, just don't slow me down," Geralt remarked, appraising Blade. Although his earlier display of combat had been somewhat reckless, his prowess was not to be underestimated. Geralt nodded slightly, tacitly agreeing to Blade's proposal. In a tranquil yet opulent villa district lay the lair of the vampire Elder Victor. Geralt, Mina, Hans, and the newly joined Blade stealthily approached the perimeter of the villa area. Their eyes were fixed on the vicinity, revealing varying degrees of tension and excitement. "Is this the place?" Geralt squinted slightly, posing the question softly. "My intelligence is infallible, but Victor is undoubtedly surrounded by a horde of vampires for protection. Infiltrating undetected will not be an easy task," Blade replied gravely, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. The villa district appeared serene, yet it was fortified with vigilance. "Stealthily entering? Are you jesting?" Geralt retorted, striding boldly toward the villa's entrance. The others stared at his retreating figure in astonishment, and before they could react, a resounding explosion echoed as Geralt unleashed a burst of flame. Instantly, the formidable door was obliterated, splintering into countless shards of wood and metal that scattered in all directions. The flames surged forward, consuming the two vampires stationed at the entrance. They barely had time to utter a cry before being reduced to ashes. Chapter 80. Breaking into the lair. Keep up. Geralt called to the still dumbfounded Blade, then swaggered confidently into the villa's interior. At that moment, the vampires within reacted as the door was blown open, swiftly organizing their defenses. Moments later, a throng of vampires emerged from every corner of the villa, armed with an array of firearms. Upon their arrival, they immediately targeted Geralt and his companions, launching a relentless assault. Bullets rained down upon them like a torrential storm. Unfazed, Geralt raised his hand, and golden light enveloped Mina and Hans, forming a protective shield of truth. The shield radiated a gentle glow, safeguarding Mina and Hans securely. Having completed this task, Geralt dismissed the threat. In his eyes, the incoming bullets were merely a trifling annoyance. Mina and Hans stood their ground, their hearts fluttering with anxiety. Yet, under the formidable magical protection of Geralt, they gradually found their composure. In stark contrast, Blade was far less composed. The moment the bullets were discharged, he deftly evaded them with remarkable agility. The barrage of bullets struck the trio's shield with a resounding force, sending forth vibrant ripples. The golden barrier trembled slightly amidst the storm of gunfire, yet remained steadfast as a rock, repelling all assaults. Geralt scoffed disdainfully, slowly raising one hand with his palm facing upwards. In an instant, a multitude of shimmering arcane missiles materialized from thin air. With a gentle sweep of his arm, the arcane barrage surged toward the vampires. They traced blue arcs through the air, and before the vampires could react, they were engulfed. Piercing screams echoed through the night sky as their bodies were struck by the arcane projectiles, reduced to charred remains in the blink of an eye. The air thick with the acrid stench of burning flesh and swirling black smoke. Then, Geralt raised both hands high, his expression turning grave. And the aura of his magical power shifted, becoming cold and lifeless, as if an icy force from an endless abyss were surging forth. Ghouls, heed my command and rise. As his words faded, the ground around Geralt began to tremble violently, the earth upheaving. Withered arms emerged from the soil, followed by contorted bodies and ghastly heads. Countless ghouls erupted from the ground, their grotesque forms, rotting skin, and nauseating stench overwhelming. Their eyes glimmered with a sinister red glow as they emitted deep, menacing growls. Clustering around Geralt like an obedient legion of evil. Eliminate every living soul within the house. Geralt issued his chilling command. Upon hearing the order, the ghouls surged toward the villa like a relentless tide. In mere moments, the interior of the villa descended into utter chaos. The air thick with the cacophony of gunfire interspersed with chilling screams of terror and despair. Geralt stood silently, his expression inscrutable as he listened to the turmoil until the clamor gradually subsided into silence. Only then did he gently wave his arm, dispersing the dread-inducing horde of ghouls. Subsequently, Geralt, accompanied by Mina and Hans, advanced toward the innards of the villa. Meanwhile, not far off, Blade gazed in horror at Geralt, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief as he muttered to himself, "This fellow's malevolence is unparalleled, far exceeding any vampire I've encountered." His body trembled slightly, an inexplicable chill coursing through him. Yet, upon witnessing Geralt and his companions enter the villa without hesitation, he speculated that their confidence implied the absence of any remaining resistance within. He took a deep breath, deliberately raising his voice to shout, "Evil vampires, let Master Blade rid you of your existence." With that, he tightened his grip on the silver sword and dashed towards the villa. Upon entering, a potent stench of blood and decay assaulted his senses. The scene before him resembled a gruesome tableau of hell, with nearly all the vampires sprawled haphazardly on the ground, their bodies mutilated and ravaged by ghouls. Once exquisite features were now grotesquely contorted, filled with agony and terror, their deaths tragically harrowing. Geralt meticulously searched through the chaos, ultimately discovering a vampire who still clung to life. The creature lay slumped in a corner, tattered and bloodied, its body twitching weakly. "Where's your elder?" Geralt approached, looking down at him. The vampire slowly raised his head, letting out a disdainful grunt, yet firmly sealed his lips, uttering not a word. "Ah, a tough nut to crack. Such loyalty will surely not yield your secrets. Perhaps I'll leave you to the ghouls instead," Geralt remarked with a slight shake of his head. At the mention of this, the vampire quivered, a glimmer of fear flashing in his eyes. Still, he forced a semblance of composure and gritted his teeth, saying, "Do you think I would reveal that the elder sleeps deep underground? Thank you very much. Blade, make it quick." Without glancing back, Geralt called out to Blade behind him. Upon hearing this, Blade promptly stepped forward. With a soft whistle, the silver sword struck true, and the vampire did not have time to emit even a scream before he was reduced to ash. Geralt did not linger. He turned and continued his descent into the villa's depths. Navigating the narrow, dimly lit staircase, he descended step by step. At last, he reached the end of the basement, where he discovered an elevator. Without hesitation, Geralt pressed the button, and they entered the lift in succession. As it gradually started, they swiftly descended to the lowest level. When the elevator doors opened once more, A damp, decayed aroma enveloped them. Geralt was the first to step out, surveying his surroundings. Before him lay a vast subterranean chamber, dark and humid. Not far away, several vampires were busily transporting an ornate coffin. Nearby, a small boat rested quietly at the edge of an underground river. Their means of escape. Do not exert yourselves. Put down the coffin, and I shall grant you a swift end, Geralt's voice echoed. The busy vampires froze mid-motion, terror flashing in their eyes as they turned to face him. Just then, the once quiet coffin began to tremble violently. Suddenly, a withered hand, as dry as kindling, burst forth through the side of the coffin with alarming force. The skin of that hand bore a nauseating slate-gray hue, with veins protruding like writhing worms. And the fingers were long and sharp, glinting with a chilling, ethereal light. In a swift and merciless motion, he seized one of the vampires by the throat. The creature's eyes widened in terror, and it emitted a choking gasp, flailing its legs futilely in the air, unable to escape the grip of that withered hand. Moments later, a deafening explosion resonated as the coffin shattered violently. Wood splinters and dust erupted in a chaotic dance, enveloping the dimly lit space in a hazy shroud. From the wreckage of the coffin emerged a gaunt vampire, its emaciated form stepping forth. Towering and slender, its tattered garments hung limply from a skeletal frame. Chapter 81. Elder Vampire Victor. He stood there, slightly raising his head, his hollow gaze sweeping across the surroundings, as if assessing the uninvited intruder trespassing upon his domain. The temperature in the subterranean chamber seemed to plummet instantaneously, a stifling aura permeating the air. Was this the Elder Vampire, Victor? Yarrick pondered inwardly, his gaze fixated on the enigmatic figure emerging from the shattered coffin. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. After a brief moment of lucidity, Victor's avaricious eyes fixated upon one of his subordinates, resembling a famished wolf pouncing on its prey. He seized the vampire by the shoulder and, in a flash, unleashed his ravenous maw, sinking his fangs into the creature's neck. His sharp incisors effortlessly pierced the skin, blood gushing forth like a fountain, while Victor ravenously devoured it. The sounds of his swallowing echoing ominously in the stillness of the underground chamber. The victim's eyes widened in horror and despair, its body thrashing in a desperate struggle. But against Victor's formidable power, all efforts were in vain. In mere moments, its vitality was drained, collapsing into a lifeless heap upon the ground. A mere husk devoid of life. The other two subordinates, witnessing this grisly spectacle, were gripped by sheer terror, attempting to flee. Yet, Victor would not allow their escape so easily. With a swift movement, he materialized behind them like a specter, repeating his grisly act. Their screams echoed through the subterranean space, mingling with the chilling sounds of Victor's bloodlust. Yarrick stood silently to the side, observing the unfolding carnage without any intent to intervene. As Victor drained the last remnants of life from his three subordinates, his once gaunt and decrepit form began to transform, infused with a potent vitality. The hollowed cheeks filled out, the sagging skin tightened and gleamed, and the contours of muscle reemerged, restoring him to the visage of a stern middle-aged man. He slowly turned to face Yarrick, a flicker of curiosity glinting in his eyes. I have gleaned the events from my subordinates' memories. Now, can you enlighten me as to why you have come here? Have I wronged you in some manner? Geralt smiled and said, Do not misunderstand. I harbor no personal enmity towards you. I am merely fulfilling a request. Victor, upon hearing this, let out a gentle sigh. A flicker of barely perceptible disappointment crossing his eyes. How much did he give you? I possess some wealth stored within this house, though it is not substantial. However, if you are willing to accept it, we need not resort to mutual slaughter. He endeavored to alleviate the crisis with the promise of riches, his words imbued with a yearning for a peaceful resolution. Geralt could not suppress a chuckle, gazing at Victor with a hint of mockery and derision. You are mistaken. Should I kill you, that wealth would also belong to me. His words were succinct and forthright, unabashedly revealing his intentions. At that moment, the figure known as Blade fixed his intense gaze upon Victor, his eyes ablaze with fervent excitement and an insatiable eagerness to engage. Suddenly, he lunged towards Victor like an arrow released from a bow, exclaiming, A vampire elder, you say? Today, I shall slay one. With both hands gripping his silver sword. The veins on his arms bulged as he charged forth, the silver blade slicing through the air, aimed directly at Victor's chest. Yet, Victor merely tilted his head slightly, casting a disdainful glance at the approaching Blade. A smirk of arrogance adorned his face as he extended his hand, effortlessly swatting Blade away. The sound of a resounding crash echoed through the air as Blade was propelled by the force, crashing violently into the adjacent wall. The wall trembled under the impact, dust swirling down to engulf Blade's form, rendering him silent. Adults speak. Children should not interrupt, Victor remarked. He then refocused his gaze on Geralt, a trace of imperceptible resignation in his eyes. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Geralt responded with a cold smile. Have you not heard the saying? Those who engage in this life will inevitably repay their debts. Upon hearing Geralt's words, Victor's heart sank as he recognized the gravity of the situation, understanding that a peaceful resolution was unlikely. In an instant, his demeanor shifted to one of ferocity, His previously calm visage twisted into a snarl. Without warning, his figure blurred, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow as he vanished from sight. Geralt barely had time to register the change when a tremendous force struck him. Before he could react, he was violently hurled backwards, colliding with the elevator. The metallic doors crumpled under the immense impact, glass shattered and scattered, while the entire elevator cab was reduced to a wreck, emitting a cacophony of distressing creaks. "Boss!" Mina and Hans exclaimed in unison, their voices laced with concern and alarm. Yet, from the ruins of the elevator, Geralt emerged unscathed, brushing off the dust with an air of astonishment. "Such remarkable speed. Truly, you are a vampire elder," he marveled. Victor's figure materialized before Geralt once more, his gaze fixed intently upon him, greed glimmering in his eyes. "Our clan of vampires thrives on the blood of others, drawing strength from the essence of the formidable. The more potent the individual, the more powerful we become through their lifeblood. I can sense that by draining you completely, I shall ascend to become the mightiest of vampires." His voice trembled with excitement as he spoke. In an instant, his form dissipated like a gust of wind. Geralt felt the air around him sliced by countless invisible blades, his body relentlessly assaulted by swift and ferocious attacks. Victor's speed was unparalleled, eluding the naked eye entirely. Each strike bore immense force, causing Geralt's body to sway under the barrage of relentless blows. Mina and Hans watched anxiously from the sidelines. Victor's chilling, triumphant voice echoed in the air. "Your magical shield is indeed formidable. My attacks cannot breach it. However, you cannot match my speed. Under my continuous assault, there will come a moment when your mana is utterly depleted. At that time, I shall relish in your demise." Ha ha ha. The laughter, sharp and spine-chilling, reverberated from all directions, attempting to shatter Geralt's spirit. A shiver crept up Mina and Hans's spines. Chapter 82. Mirror Doppelganger and Painful Curse. Geralt stood silently, calmly enduring Victor's relentless onslaught akin to a tempest. After a while, the shield that once radiated brilliance began to fade, its light dimming until it ultimately vanished. Witnessing the shield's disappearance, Victor's eyes ignited with ecstatic delight, revealing his greedy, sinister visage. Without hesitation, he transformed into a blood-red phantom, lunging towards Geralt's back with lightning speed. The motion was so swift it was nearly imperceptible. In the blink of an eye, he was pressed against Geralt's back. He then opened his gaping maw, his fangs resembling sharp daggers, and sank them deeply into Geralt's neck. Mina and Hans, witnessing this horrifying scene, were filled with urgency and instinctively rushed towards Geralt, desperate to save their employer. Yet, just as they were about to reach him, two hands quietly emerged from behind, firmly resting upon their shoulders. Turning back, they were met with the familiar visage of Geralt, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Boss? What is happening? How did you end up here? And who is that over there?" Mina's eyes widened in astonishment, her voice betraying her confusion and disbelief. Her brow furrowed deeply as she struggled to comprehend the astonishing scene before her. "That figure is my mirror doppelganger. When he first knocked me away, I sent the doppelganger forth while I concealed myself nearby to observe his performance." A confident and composed smile adorned Geralt's face. At that moment, Victor, who was perched upon Geralt's doppelganger, sensed an unsettling change. His previously greedy act of drawing blood abruptly ceased, replaced by an ominous premonition. He discovered that beneath his fangs, there was no expected warm and robust blood surging forth, but rather an unsettling void. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he witnessed the doppelganger begin to radiate dazzling arcane light, which swiftly converged and expanded like a surging tide, forming an immensely powerful arcane energy. Immediately following this, with a thunderous roar, the arcane energy erupted. The ferocious force exploded like an uncontrollable bomb, shattering alongside the doppelganger. Victor was instantly swept away by this overwhelming impact. His body uncontrollably propelled backward until it collided violently with the hard wall of the basement. The muffled thud reverberated as the wall trembled under his impact, dust cascading down like a waterfall, while fissures began to form in the stones. The entire basement shook violently from the powerful arcane explosion, the ground rising and falling as if caught in a fierce earthquake. Victor collapsed in the corner, feeling as though every bone in his body had shattered from the brutal collision, each muscle radiating excruciating pain. And a coppery sweetness surged in his throat as he uncontrollably spewed forth blood. Enduring the agony, his eyes turned crimson as he summoned every ounce of strength to struggle to his feet, yet his legs felt as heavy as lead, and his arms trembled weakly, unable to support his faltering form. At that moment, four hellhounds materialized around him. They opened their gaping maws, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged toward Victor with blinding speed, viciously sinking their teeth into his limbs. Victor emitted a cry of torment as he desperately writhed, yet he could not escape the hellhound's grip, forced to witness their relentless assault pinning him to the ground. Geralt approached leisurely, his gaze imbued with the composure and mockery of a victor. He lifted his foot and pressed it firmly upon Victor's face, the the sole of his shoe making intimate contact with Victor's cheek, applying just enough pressure to leave a shallow imprint in the dirt. Quite impressive indeed. No wonder you are a vampire elder. Geralt smirked mockingly, his voice laced with derision. Spare me, O mighty mage. The wealth I possess far exceeds your imagination. Name your price, and I shall grant it all. Victor fully grasped the inevitability of his defeat. His eyes suddenly filled with pleading and obsequiousness, desperately attempting to barter his riches for his life, a stark contrast to his previous arrogance and ferocity, rendering him utterly pitiful. A gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it justly. Blood debts may only be repaid with blood. However, fear not, I shall not end your life just yet. There are necessary matters to attend to, Geralt stated, gazing at Victor. Necessary matters? Upon hearing that he would not be immediately dispatched, a wave of relief washed over Victor. As if he had narrowly escaped death, his taut nerves began to ease slightly. However, upon hearing the phrase necessary matters, a flicker of unease quietly spread through his heart. An instinctive reaction to the fear of the unknown. Moments later, anguished cries echoed hauntingly through the underground chamber. Victor felt as though countless sharp needles were piercing his entire being, and excruciating pain surged through him like a tidal wave, causing his body to convulse uncontrollably. The suffering he endured intensified exponentially, each pang of agony magnified infinitely, while his consciousness gradually blurred amidst this relentless torment, only to be yanked back to reality by the sheer intensity of the pain. Victor's eyes widened, bloodshot and filled with despair and madness. As he rolled back and forth on the ground, the curses of pain, corrosion, and the merciless torment of every sorcerer's affliction were unleashed upon him by Geralt. After a prolonged and agonizing scream, the basement finally descended into a semblance of tranquility. At this moment, Victor's body lay ravaged by the corrosive spell. Large swathes of flesh had vanished, leaving only half-exposed bones, stark and chilling under the dim light. His gaze was vacant. A mere shell of agony and despair intertwined in a numbing haze. Reason had long since been extinguished beneath the relentless waves of pain, and his soul felt as if it had been wrenched from his body, leaving behind a lifeless husk. Was he to perish so soon? Geralt shook his head slightly, disappointment flickering in his eyes, barely perceptible. He slowly raised his hands, drawing upon the essence of life. Victor's body trembled slightly. Then the last remnants of his vitality were swiftly siphoned away, flowing like a gentle stream into Geralt's form. His skin rapidly dried and wrinkled, as if all moisture had been extracted in an instant, and his body shrank further until it ultimately succumbed to a state of lifeless decay, lying quietly on the ground. Just then, the blade, who had been knocked unconscious by Victor's slap, gradually regained consciousness. Initially bewildered, he blinked in confusion, only to be startled awake by the lingering echoes of the anguished cries. He sat up abruptly, his gaze frantically scanning the surroundings, and upon seeing Geralt standing nearby, alongside Victor's lifeless corpse, a look of perplexity clouded his face. After a moment of hesitation, he stammered, "Have I missed something?" Chapter 83. A bounty of spoils in that eerie underground lair. The blade excitedly maneuvered around Victor's corpse, striking various poses for selfies. Eager to document this rare and glorious achievement, utterly oblivious to the pervasive stench of death and decay surrounding him. Meanwhile, Geralt had quietly returned to the upper levels of the villa with Mina and Hans. "You two, go and search for where Victor's possessions might be hidden," Geralt stated with a calm demeanor. Mina and Hans exchanged a knowing glance, nodding in silent agreement before swiftly dispersing to meticulously search every corner of the villa. Geralt, unfazed, strolled leisurely to the central hall's wine cabinet, which was filled with an exquisite array of fine wines. Selecting a bottle of champagne, he gently uncorked it, the soft pop releasing a fragrant bouquet that filled the air. With elegance, he poured himself a glass and sauntered over to a nearby sofa, savoring the delightful taste of the wine. In the lull of waiting, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Midnight Daddy's number. The task had been accomplished. Before his demise, Victor had undergone the full experience of the torturous spell package. Midnight Daddy on the other end of the line seemed momentarily taken aback, clearly astonished by the outcome. "So soon? Your efficiency is remarkable." His words were laden with surprise and admiration, evidently unprepared for Geralt's swift disposal of the formidable vampire elder. "Victor, since I have some idle time this evening, consider it a post-dinner exercise," Geralt chuckled lightly. Just then, Hans hurriedly returned from a distant corner of the villa, his face alight with excitement and urgency. "Boss, I've found it," he exclaimed. Geralt nodded slightly, ending the call and rising from his seat, following Hans at a leisurely pace toward their destination. Upon reaching the vault's entrance, the door creaked open slowly. In that instant, Geralt, Hans, and the arriving Mina were momentarily stunned, the sight before them utterly astonishing. One side of the storage room was neatly stacked with a plethora of priceless paintings and antiques, while the other side boasted a towering pile of gold bars, gleaming in the light with an irresistible golden hue. Surrounding the gold were various exquisite jewelry pieces carelessly placed within their boxes. Mina's eyes sparkled with delight, brimming with excitement as she rushed into the vault, eagerly rummaging through the jewels with a look of pure ecstasy on her face. All right, let us take them home. You can admire them at your leisure. First, let us transport them back, Geralt said with a smile. As he spoke, the air shimmered with an unusual ripple, and a portal emanating a ghostly blue light gradually materialized. Mina and Hans exchanged a glance before working together to begin transporting the precious treasures into the portal. Mina delicately cradling a handful of jewelry, while Hans effortlessly carried multiple gold bars with a steady stride. Amidst their bustling activity, Blade arrived hurriedly. The moment his gaze fell upon the trove of riches, astonishment flickered in his eyes. The towering stack of gold bars, the dazzling array of jewels, and the invaluable paintings and antiques left him in awe. What are you looking at? You, who have been slacking off the entire time, want a share of the gold? Geralt teased, noticing Blade's expression. Don't get me wrong. I wouldn't dare to take a share with you. Once, if I were to embark on a mission to vanquish formidable beasts, might I enlist your assistance? The Blade, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head. Yet his eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation. With Geralt's immense prowess, securing his support would undoubtedly ease the burden of confronting those powerful monsters in the future. As long as you can afford my fee, feel free to reach out, Geralt replied readily, promptly handing over his contact information to the Blade. Upon receiving the note, a flicker of joy graced the Blade's face, as if he could already envision a future in which he fought alongside Geralt, triumphantly dispelling all malevolence. Meanwhile, as Geralt effortlessly dismantled a vampire lair within the confines of a specialized medical room at S.H.I.E.L.D., Captain America, Steve Rogers, lay quietly on a hospital bed. His chest rose and fell rhythmically, a testament to his resilient spirit, yet he remained entrapped in a deep coma. The elite medical team of S.H.I.E.L.D. bustled around his bedside like ants on a hot griddle, their brows furrowed, eyes filled with anxiety and helplessness. Various intricate and sophisticated medical instruments emitted cold lights and rhythmic ticking sounds, intensifying the atmosphere of tension. They endeavored to employ numerous methods, yet none bore fruit. The captain's vital signs appeared normal under the instrument scrutiny, yet he remained unresponsive to external stimuli. They could only surmise, with a sense of resignation, that the issue lay within his mind. After all, he had endured years of frozen slumber. Who could fathom the tribulations his psyche had faced? Nick Fury stood outside the transparent glass wall of the specialized medical room, his gaze fixed intently on the motionless form of Captain America, his expression grave and concerned. Beside him, Coulson's face was etched with worry, his eyes reflecting his deep concern for the captain. Contact Geralt. Inquire if he possesses any solutions. Since the issue pertains to the mental realm, perhaps it falls within the mystical domain. Nick Fury finally broke the silence, addressing Coulson. Upon receiving the directive, Coulson nodded. Meanwhile, Geralt was amidst evaluating his spoils. He found himself in a spacious and well-lit room, surrounded by treasures plundered from the vampire's stronghold. The jewels sparkled magnificently under the illumination. While Mina navigated through the trove, her eyes alight with delight and excitement as she tried on various pieces. Hans, on the other hand, stood in a corner, absorbed in the viewing of several esteemed classic paintings adorning the wall, an unexpected revelation that this robust figure had a taste for art. Geralt, seated on a chair before a mountain of gold bars, wore a satisfied smile. Just then, Coulson's call came through. On the other end, Coulson elaborated on Captain America's state of unconsciousness. The captain is in a coma? Upon his recent discovery, I indeed took a brief glance, and the physical condition appeared unblemished. It seems their assertions were not erroneous, for the issue lies within the realm of the mind. Geralt set aside the gold ingot he had been toying with, a slight frown creasing his brow as he contemplated inwardly. Very well, I shall investigate further. Without hesitation, Geralt rose swiftly to his feet. In an instant, a portal manifested within the air. Coulson awaited anxiously within S.H.I.E.L.D., casting glances toward the entrance. As the portal opened and Geralt stepped through, a look of relief washed over Coulson's face. This way, please, Coulson urged, turning promptly to lead the way. Geralt followed closely behind as they traversed lengthy corridors. Soon, they arrived at Captain America's medical room. Inside, an array of advanced medical equipment was meticulously arranged, screens displaying a myriad of complex data and waveforms. Captain America lay quietly upon the hospital bed. Chapter 84, The Lord of Endless Dreams. Morpheus, allow me to have a look, Geralt said to Coulson. The captain's breathing was even and steady, his vital signs stable. Coulson nodded slightly and opened the door to the medical room. Geralt approached the bed with deliberate slowness, extending his hand gently to rest upon the captain's forehead. In that moment, Geralt's consciousness seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, instantaneously traversing the barrier between reality and the realm of the mind, plunging into the depths of Captain America's psyche. Within, Geralt beheld Captain America attired in a crisp suit. his posture upright and elegant, a radiant smile of joy and contentment gracing his face as he danced with a beautiful woman. She wore a magnificent gown, its hem swaying gracefully with each step, reminiscent of a blossoming flower. "Peggy, I wish this moment could last forever," Captain America exclaimed, embracing Peggy tightly, his voice imbued with profound affection and longing. Just as Gerald intended to awaken the captain, a figure materialized before him without warning. It was a young man clad in a black trench coat, his countenance stern and enigmatic, eyes deep and inscrutable. A subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth, hinting at a deeper significance. At that instant, Gerald felt himself expelled from Captain America's mental realm. What an extraordinary sensation! Such power must belong to Morpheus. What are his intentions? Gerald mused in astonishment, his brow furrowed tightly, confusion and vigilance evident in his gaze. This master of endless dreams has ensnared the captain. What could he possibly desire? His expression shifted to one of grave concern. Coulson, keenly perceptive, sensed Gerald's unease, a wave of foreboding rising within him as he hastily inquired, "What is it? Is there a problem?" Gerald slowly exited the medical room, gently shaking his head, and murmured, "This situation is exceedingly troubling. The captain appears to be trapped." Together, Gerald and Coulson made their way to Nick Fury's office. Seated behind his desk, Nick Fury bore a serious expression, his single eye fixated intently on the two who entered, seemingly awaiting Gerald's explanation. "I entered the captain's mental realm and beheld him entranced in a delightful dream. Just as I intended to awaken him, I was forcefully expelled by a formidable power. It was evident that the captain had been deliberately ensnared by someone. Who could orchestrate such a trap?" Nick Fury's expression grew increasingly grave. "Only one being possesses such capabilities, employing such familiar tactics. To my knowledge, there exists but one, not a human, but a deity. He is the lord of the endless dream, the god Morpheus." "A troublesome figure indeed," Gerald remarked slowly. "Another god? Must these deities always meddle? What does he intend?" Nick Fury's brow furrowed, his visage etched with irritation and discontent, his hands instinctively clenched into fists, seemingly outraged by the divine interference in human affairs. "I am uncertain of his intentions. I must confront him directly. A deity who deliberately ensnares a soul must have a specific purpose." Gerald spoke to Nick Fury. "This matter shall be entrusted to you. The captain's safety is paramount, for he holds a unique significance for our world. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Nick Fury fixated on Gerald, his gaze brimming with trust and expectation. He understood that such matters could only be entrusted to Gerald, as SHIELD presently lacked the experience and means to contend with such occurrences. Upon deciding to meet Morpheus, Gerald dared not to slacken his resolve, immersing himself in preparations. Although he had only heard tales of the Lord of Dreams, this would be his first encounter. The realm of dreams exists beyond the tangible world. Traversing into it corporeally is no simple feat, requiring access through a designated entrance. Remain on standby at SHIELD. "I shall venture into the realm of dreams alone," Gerald commanded the vigilant members of his enigmatic team. He found himself in an exceedingly antiquated alley, its walls adorned with a myriad of eclectic and vibrant graffiti. Among them, a particularly striking mural captured Gerald's attention, a vividly rendered red door, standing out conspicuously amidst the chaotic artwork. Taking a deep breath, he approached the door with deliberate steps. Standing before the mural of the red door, Gerald narrowed his eyes slightly, focusing his mind as he extended his mental energy like a delicate thread. The moment his intangible essence touched the mural, an enigmatic and eerie aura suddenly enveloped the space. The once flat depiction of the door seemed to come alive, beginning to twist and contort, the paint flowing like liquid, coalescing as the lines thickened and swelled. The formerly illusory two-dimensional image was transforming into a tangible three-dimensional entity at an extraordinary pace. The real door, born of the mural, fully materialized before Gerald. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out, grasping the now cold and corporeal doorknob, and with a firm push, he opened it. The grand gate slowly swung open, and a refreshing breeze, imbued with an unusual fragrance, enveloped him, stirring his hair and the edges of his garments. The sight that unfolded before Gerald was breathtaking. He stood within the realm of Morpheus, the Lord of Dreams. Before him lay a picturesque landscape, with undulating mountains stretching into the distance, lush vegetation adorning their slopes. At the foot of the mountains, a crystal-clear stream gurgled gently. Nestled amid this natural splendor stood a magnificent castle. Gerald lifted his gaze, his eyes resolutely fixed upon the castle, for he knew that the dream lord he sought was most likely within its walls. Thus, he proceeded along the main path toward the castle. As Gerald approached the imposing and weighty doors of the castle, they began to part slowly, revealing the interior. Inside stood a dignified African-American butler clad in an exquisite black tailcoat. "Esteemed guest, please follow me. My master has awaited your arrival for quite some time," he said. Bowing slightly, his voice deep and resonant, he then turned gracefully and led Gerald inside. Under the butler's guidance, Gerald entered the castle's grand banquet hall. It was spacious and opulent, with a massive circular dome overhead. A long dining table was set in the center, laden with an array of exquisite delicacies and crystal-clear goblets. Yet no other guests were seated. At the far end of the table, Gerald finally laid eyes upon his intended target, Morpheus, the Lord of Dreams. Adorned in his signature black coat. Upon seeing Gerald, Morpheus revealed a knowing smile. "Welcome to my kingdom. I have awaited you for a long time," he said. "I fail to comprehend why, as the Lord of Dreams, you would seek me out in such a convoluted manner," Gerald replied, his brow furrowed, his gaze filled with confusion. He could not fathom why this lofty deity would go to such lengths to ensnare Captain America within a dream and then orchestrate his own summons. Chapter 85, Morpheus's Request. Ha, ha, Morpheus chuckled softly. "I learned of your capabilities through a mutual acquaintance who speaks highly of your efficiency. Thus, I sought you out to assist me. Why not come directly to me instead of employing such a roundabout method to arrange our meeting?" Gerald inquired, his brow still knitted in concern. "If I had approached you directly, it would have raised suspicion among those with ill intentions. Such actions would violate the rules. However, your presence here poses no such risk," Morpheus patiently explained. "And what of Steve Rogers?" Gerald pressed. "Rest assured, by the time you arrived, I had already released him. In a few days, you may attempt to awaken him," Morpheus replied with a slight nod. "Then what is it that you require my assistance with?" Gerald's voice remained steady and composed, though internally he felt a sense of trepidation. He was filled with curiosity yet apprehension regarding the request that Morpheus was about to make. If this Lord of Dreams, who held dominion over the realm of dreams, faced a dilemma that even he found challenging, it must indeed be a formidable matter. They settled down, engaging in a leisurely conversation. Morpheus gestured slightly with his hand, and the two proceeded towards the dining table, taking their seats on the plush chairs. The butler gently lifted a crystal wine bottle from the table, pouring a glass for both Gerald and Morpheus. Morpheus raised his glass, gently swirling it, observing the liquid ash traces upon the glass walls, and began to recount his troubles. "Many years ago, in a moment of carelessness, I was captured by a human using despicable means and was imprisoned. It was a dark and humiliating experience." A flicker of barely perceptible anger crossed his gaze. After a brief pause, he took a sip of his wine and continued, "It took me considerable time and effort to finally escape. However, during my confinement, that individual seized several of my artifacts. After years of searching, I have recovered 2 of the 3. As for the last one, I know its whereabouts. Yet retrieving it proves to be quite challenging for me." Morpheus let out a soft sigh. "Oh, where's this? If you cannot reclaim it, I doubt I can succeed." Gerald raised an eyebrow, his doubts intensifying. "In hell, on Lucifer Morningstar's territory. I had some past grievances with him. Attempting to retrieve anything from his domain is quite troublesome." Morpheus furrowed his brow, his words laced with palpable distress. He instinctively tightened his grip on the wine glass. "I've heard that you share some acquaintance with him. Thus, I sought you out to see if you could assist me in reclaiming my helmet." He lifted his gaze, fixing his eyes intently on Gerald. "Acquaintance? You overestimate our relationship. I barely know him," Gerald replied with a wry smile, acknowledging that his ties with Lucifer Morningstar were far from profound. "If you can help me retrieve the helmet, I shall offer you a handsome reward. Long ago, I obtained a shard of a world, which bears a resemblance to your magical essence. It should suit you quite well. We could exchange my helmet for this world shard." Morpheus presented Gerald with a tantalizing proposition. "Resembles my magical essence?" Gerald paused for a moment, a surge of intense curiosity and intuition washing over him. He sensed that this world shard mentioned by Morpheus held significant importance for him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Gerald resolved to accept the offer. Morpheus's terms were undeniably enticing. "I will take on this task, but I cannot guarantee success," Gerald stated, locking his gaze with Morpheus. Upon hearing this, Morpheus smiled and replied, "Then I shall entrust this to you." Once matters here concluded, Gerald once again traversed the door transformed by graffiti, returning to the slightly dilapidated alleyway. Next, he planned to awaken Captain America. However, he pondered whether he could present him with a special gift beforehand. Gerald contemplated, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. After returning to S.H.I.E.L.D., Gerald immediately summoned Nick Fury and Coulson. "The situation has been resolved. We are now just a step away from awakening the captain," Gerald declared. Nick Fury, whose furrowed brow had been tightly knit, gradually relaxed as he exhaled deeply, releasing the anxiety and concern that had been building within him for days. Coulson, brimming with excitement, eagerly inquired, "What comes next?" Gerald paused momentarily, drew a deep breath, and revealed a knowing smile. He then began to weave his compelling narrative. The captain had been frozen for over 70 years, and although his body, enhanced through rigorous processes, could recover swiftly, his mind had been trapped in a dream for far too long. It required a powerful catalyst to awaken it. "What powerful catalyst?" Coulson queried with curiosity. while Nick Fury, equally intrigued, perked up his ears to listen intently to Gerald's ensuing words. I possess something perfectly suited for the captain. Not only will it awaken him, but it will also bestow upon him even greater strength, Gerald said mysteriously, and as he spoke, he slowly extended a hand. In that instant, a sphere emanating a gentle golden light began to materialize above his palm. This orb resembled a condensed golden sun, its radiance rippling like water, with each wave seemingly harboring boundless mysteries. As the golden sphere emerged, something wondrous transpired. Nick Fury and Coulson felt a warm current, as smooth as silk, enveloping their bodies instantaneously, as if every pore was expanding to absorb this warm and comforting energy. The sensation was akin to plunging into a steaming hot spring on a frigid winter day, where every inch of skin was caressed by the perfect temperature. And the weariness and tension gradually dissipated under this warm flow, leaving behind only a sense of contentment and ease spreading through their hearts. What is this? Nick Fury broke the silence first, his solitary eye fixated on the orb, revealing his intrigue. Coulson, recovering from the moment, gazed at Gerald in equal bewilderment. This is called the Heart of Holy Light. If the captain can merge with it, the power within will not only nourish his spirit and awaken his consciousness, but it will also grant him the ability to harness the power of holy light, which is extraordinarily formidable. As Gerald spoke, he gently cradled the golden orb, its soft glow illuminating his face and adding an air of mystery. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's gaze ignited with fervor, his focus unwavering on the enchanting orb of the Heart of Holy Light. Do you have more of this? Are there any limitations to the merging? His voice betrayed an unmistakable yearning. I know what you're thinking. Don't dwell on it. Merging with the Heart of Holy Light requires not only exceptional physical prowess, but also high moral and psychological standards. The captain is ideally suited for this. How many individuals like him exist in this world? Gerald's lips curled into a teasing smile. Chapter 86. The Awakening of Captain America. Upon hearing Gerald's words, Nick Fury felt a tinge of disappointment, but resolutely refused to surrender hope. He contemplated quietly, confident that with his extensive and profound network in this world, he would undoubtedly find a candidate who met the criteria to merge with the Heart of the Holy Light. Gerald disregarded Nick Fury and approached the still unconscious Captain America. He firmly grasped the Heart of the Holy Light, which radiated a gentle golden glow, and delicately placed it upon the captain's forehead. The once rounded Heart of the Holy Light seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, gradually beginning to merge with the captain's head. A dazzling golden energy cascaded down from the captain's crown like a surging tide, swiftly enveloping his entire being. The brilliance of this energy was so intense that it was nearly blinding, illuminating the room in a resplendent golden hue, as if they were suddenly transported to a realm suffused with divine radiance. In that moment, a sudden gasp resonated through the air. Captain America's previously closed eyes sprang open, and his gaze emitted a tangible golden light. As the breathtaking brilliance gradually subsided, the captain's expression returned to its familiar clarity. He slowly lifted his head, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion and perplexity, softly inquiring, "What has happened?" Nick Fury approached the captain's bedside, expressing concern as he asked, "Captain, you are awake. Do you remember anything?" Steve, the captain, still appeared somewhat dazed, clearly caught in the liminal space between unconsciousness and awakening, yet not fully present. He furrowed his brow, an expression of concentration washing over him as he endeavored to recall, and after a moment of silence, he slowly articulated, "I remember defeating Red Skull and crashing with the plane." Fearing that this sudden revelation might distress the newly awakened captain, Nick deliberately omitted mention of the 70 years of slumber. "You have been rescued, Captain. This is a hospital. Now, please rest well, and once you have fully recovered, I shall explain everything in detail." He subtly gestured to the surrounding medical personnel to closely monitor the captain's condition. However, Steve was not oblivious. A mere glance around the unfamiliar environment revealed numerous inconsistencies. The medical equipment encircling the bed was oddly shaped and complex, with pulsating displays that exuded a sense of advanced technology, clearly beyond the capabilities of his time. Furthermore, the imposing one-eyed man before him was very likely a high-ranking official in this place. Yet, in Steve's recollection, it was nearly inconceivable for a black man to hold such an important position during his era. "Who are you? Where's this place?" Steve's gaze sharpened, piercing directly at Nick Fury. Observing this, Coulson hastily attempted to offer further explanation, but Steve had already lost all patience. He abruptly flung aside the covers and dashed toward the door, leaving Nick Fury and Coulson in stunned silence. At the entrance, a team of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents stood at the ready. However, it was only when Steve charged in like a frenzied bull that they truly comprehended the formidable force they were up against. He was effortlessly knocked aside, unable to offer any resistance. Steve rampaged through the corridors of S.H.I.E.L.D. as if in a realm unencumbered by obstacles. Nick Fury watched the chaotic scene unfold before him, and turned to the indifferent Geralt beside him, expressing his dissatisfaction. Can't you do something to stop him? You are the only one here with the capability. Yet, Geralt merely smiled faintly, shrugged lightly, and replied with a leisurely tone, there is no need. Let him vet. Discovering the truth on his own is far more valuable than being told. He maintained an air of detachment, seemingly having anticipated the turmoil and firmly believing that everything would ultimately unfold according to his expectations. As Steve burst outside, a completely unfamiliar world materialized before him. Countless screens adorned the streets, flickering with dazzling images and vibrant colors that left him utterly bewildered. On the road, vehicles with diverse, aerodynamic designs zipped by, a stark contrast to the boxy, smoke-belching cars of his memory. Pedestrians donned bizarre styles and innovative fabrics, hurrying past while clutching various electronic devices that Steve had never encountered before, some whispering into their ears and others engrossed in the screens before them, standing frozen. Confusion and bewilderment filled Steve's gaze, as though his mind had become entangled in a chaotic web. At that moment, Nick Fury finally caught up in his vehicle. Calm down. Captain, what has transpired? Steve slowly turned his head, his eyes scanning the bewildering surroundings. You have been in slumber for over 70 years, Captain, Nick Fury gently elucidated. Observing Steve's expression closely, noticing his lingering confusion, he couldn't help but inquire, are you all right? Steve hesitated slightly before offering a wry smile and shaking his head, a flicker of desolation crossing his eyes. I'm fine. I just missed a date. His gaze drifted past the bustling modernity, as if glimpsing a bygone era, the promise made to Peggy, filling his heart with an indescribable sense of melancholy and regret. Seeing that he had no further role to play, Geralt turned to Coulson and said, contact me when the captain is ready. The light within him needs guidance on how to control and utilize it. With that, he departed from the scene, returning to his modest shop. He moved toward a concealed area within, unveiling the hidden door leading to an underground armory. Stepping into the armory, he was greeted by a dazzling array of equipment. Among the neatly arranged weapon racks stood the Ashbringer, the Brotherhood sword, the Egg knife, and even Frostmourne. Though all were merely replicas, Geralt strolled through the collection, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. As the captain prepared, he murmured to himself about equipping him with a weapon crafted from URU steel, enhanced by enchantments. Within the confines of Steve's private training ground at S.H.I.E.L.D., the walls were reinforced with a special material, and an array of training equipment was meticulously organized. Steve stood alone at the center of the arena, his fists cutting through the air with a whooshing sound, delivering blow after blow to the sandbag. Each strike was imbued with his immense strength, culminating in a final punch that radiated a brilliant golden light. With a thunderous crash, the sandbag exploded as if struck by a cannonball, scattering sand in all directions. Gazing at his fist, Steve furrowed his brow in contemplation. It was challenging to control. It seemed he would need to consult the advisor Fury had mentioned. This power was bestowed upon me. Thus, he should be responsible for guiding me, he whispered to himself. Chapter 87. The Light of Captain America. As expected, 2 days later, Coulson reached out to Geralt. The captain is ready. Upon receiving the news, Geralt made his way to S.H.I.E.L.D. in the training facility. He immediately spotted the imposing figure of Steve Rogers. Captain America, Steve Rogers, it is indeed a pleasure to finally meet you, Geralt said with a smile, extending his hand warmly. Steve grasped Geralt's hand firmly. Professor Geralt, I have heard about you from Coulson. I never imagined that magic truly exists in this world. Could you elaborate on the power within me? Geralt replied with a smile. That is precisely my purpose for being here. The two then settled into a cross-legged position in a corner of the training ground, where Geralt began to elucidate the nature of the light. The light is a force of faith that transcends races, worlds, and even the boundary of life and death. It serves as an invisible yet immensely powerful spiritual bond, connecting all who uphold justice and conviction. Its uniqueness lies in its will, which repels corruption and resists the forces of darkness. Geralt paused briefly before continuing. The source of the light can be traced back to an ancient deity named Naru, regarded as the embodiment of the light. It is also perceived as the incarnation of justice and will, bestowing upon us the courage and strength to combat evil. Thus, it can only be harnessed by those with formidable willpower and a strong sense of justice. For only such individuals can resonate with the essence of the light and truly wield this sacred power. Steve listened intently to Geralt's exposition. After absorbing the numerous attributes of the light, he nodded slightly, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. However, a question arose in his mind. How can I control this power? I have experienced its might, yet I struggle to wield it freely. At times, it emerges unbidden when I do not wish it to. And when I desire to summon it, it eludes me. The mastery of the light requires gradual practice, Geralt responded calmly. I will teach you some fundamental skills. Until you can control it effortlessly, I will provide you with a control switch to assist you in the interim. As he spoke, he slowly retrieved an ancient leather-bound tome that exuded an aura of antiquity from his bosom. This sacred light book contained a compendium of rudimentary sacred skills, which you may peruse at your leisure. Geralt stated with utmost seriousness. Subsequently, Geralt produced a uniquely designed transformation device, resembling a Digga. This device serves as a controller when affixed to your person. The powers of the sacred light remain dormant. When you wish to invoke them, simply draw it forth and press the button, and the sacred light within you will be unleashed with full vigor. Geralt explained gravely as he handed the device to Steve. A subtle glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Steve accepted the peculiar object, scrutinizing it intently. A faint frown creased his brow as an inexplicable sense of embarrassment welled within him. He pondered whether his recent awakening had rendered him unaccustomed to the novel contraptions of this era, eliciting such a bizarre sensation. Unbeknownst to him, Geralt was internally reveling in delight, barely restraining himself from breaking into laughter. Geralt then proceeded to instruct Steve on how to master the skills inscribed in the sacred book. He patiently elucidated each crucial point. You must first conjure the runic patterns within your mind, for this is the fundamental initial step in harnessing the sacred light skills. The clearer and more precise the runes, the more seamless the subsequent manifestation of power. Steve listened intently, following Geralt's guidance. He gradually closed his eyes, focusing his mind, attempting to delineate the enigmatic runes within his consciousness. As time slipped by unnoticed, after numerous attempts and revisions, Steve effortlessly acquired the first skill, judgment. At this moment, his eyes sparkled with excitement and a sense of achievement. Observing this, Geralt nodded approvingly and allowed Steve to practice at his own pace before taking his leave. Upon exiting the training room, Geralt encountered Coulson in the corridor. Coulson inquired with genuine concern, "How's it going, Captain?" Geralt replied with a hint of satisfaction. "The Captain is quite suited to this power and is learning remarkably quickly. I have conveyed all the pertinent considerations. Henceforth, it is up to him to learn at his own pace." As he spoke, Geralt seemed to suddenly recall something of significance. His hand slowly delved into his garment, drawing forth a book. It was the Shaman's book, which had long been coveted by Coulson. Coulson's gaze was instantly captivated by the tome, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. "This Shaman's book shall be entrusted to you. After numerous missions, I am confident you are prepared. Remember, stay grounded. One cannot chew more than one can swallow," Geralt imparted with earnest gravity, gently placing the invaluable Shaman's book into Coulson's hands. Coulson accepted the book with utmost care, his eyes brimming with reverence and sincerity. He then solemnly nodded to signify his commitment to Geralt's counsel. "I shall adhere to your teachings and not betray your trust. Tomorrow, I will gather all squad members. We are to meet with a significant individual. This is also a task bestowed upon me by the Lord of Dreams, in exchange for Steve's release." Geralt lifted his head slightly, a serious expression gracing his features. The next day, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Upon receiving their orders, the members of the mysterious team swiftly gathered at the designated location, with even the elusive Barton making his timely appearance. Clad in specially designed combat suits and equipped with state-of-the-art weaponry, they exuded an air of battle-hardened ferocity. Geralt stepped into the assembly area, his gaze sweeping over the fully armed comrades, and he couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. "Gentlemen," he remarked, "these arms will not be necessary this time. Dress formally. We are to meet a significant individual." Curiosity piqued, Coulson inquired, "What notable figure warrants such reverence? You have never shown this level of respect, even in the presence of Thor." In Coulson's eyes, Geralt had always maintained his composure and faced formidable supernatural beings without such caution, heightening the air of mystery and anticipation surrounding the individual they were about to encounter. Geralt paused momentarily, inhaling deeply. "This time, it is different. You all must have heard of him. He is referenced in the Bible. He is known as Satan." The instant the words left his lips, the atmosphere became heavy with silence. The team members, once brimming with confidence, suddenly froze, their expressions set in disbelief. They could scarcely fathom that their mission involved dealings with the legendary devil himself, each standing dumbfounded, their minds momentarily blank. Chapter 88, Lucifer Morningstar. "Are we really going to hell?" Ward's lips trembled as he managed to utter the phrase, his voice tinged with palpable trepidation. Horrific visions of hell flashed through his mind, raging flames, the anguished cries of lost souls, endless darkness and torment. The mere thought sent a chill down his spine. As his past indiscretions loomed large, whether he could escape unscathed from such a place remained uncertain. Even Barton and Coulson, typically composed, displayed signs of unease. Geralt observed their reactions with a knowing smile. "There is no need to worry. We are not descending into hell. Moreover, Lucifer is not residing there. Our destination is Los Angeles." "Los Angeles? Why there?" "Don't tell me Satan is waiting for us," Coulson replied, skepticism etched across his face. "You guessed correctly. Lucifer is indeed in Los Angeles," Geralt responded calmly. "What does the devil want in Los Angeles?" Coulson's curiosity intensified. "Don't overthink it. He is merely on vacation. "We are not seeking trouble. We simply require something from him," Geralt replied in a relaxed tone, alleviating some of the tension among the group. As night fell over Los Angeles, the vibrant lights of a bustling bar flickered, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the street, where a diverse array of people mingled. Some laughing joyfully, others hurrying along. Geralt and his team emerged into the scene. Is Lucifer truly here? This place indeed seems conducive to temptation, perfectly aligning with his persona. Coulson stood at the entrance of the bar, his gaze sweeping over the vibrant surroundings. The raucous music, the suggestive lighting, and the intoxicating blend of alcohol and perfume in the air caused him to furrow his brow. Years ago, I had encountered him and lent him a small favor. I hope he remembers me. In a moment, Coulson and Barton will accompany me inside. The others should wait outside. Jareth inhaled deeply, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. With that, he led the way inside. Within the bar, the dance floor was alive with countless men and women swaying to the rhythm, their eyes glazed, ensnared in the hedonistic atmosphere. At the main stage, a strikingly handsome man played the piano, his voice resonating through the air. Is that him? He seems rather ordinary. Barton squinted slightly, a hint of disdain in his tone as his gaze fixated on the man whom Jareth had locked onto upon entering. This is a case of great talent hidden in plain sight. You must not heed his words. Lucifer is as cunning as the tales depict. Jareth cautioned Coulson and Barton beside him. At that moment, Lucifer Morningstar, perched atop the stage, seemed to sense Jareth's scrutiny. He lifted his gaze slightly, revealing a knowing smile. Moments later, a sultry woman in a revealing mini-dress, her skin a rich hue, navigated through the bustling crowd towards Jareth and his companions. "Come with me. My master awaits you," she purred, her voice laced with allure, yet her eyes held an icy demeanor. Jareth nodded, showing no hesitation as he followed closely behind the woman. Coulson and Barton exchanged glances, reading the tension and unease reflected in each other's eyes. Yet they resolutely trailed after Jareth. They traversed a dimly lit corridor, steeped in an air of mystery, adorned with peculiar and sinister artwork on the walls. Deep within the bar, in a shadowy room, they encountered Lucifer. He lounged lazily against a sofa, gently swirling a glass of fine wine in his hand. "Jareth. What a surprise to find you here. Have you come specifically to seek me out?" He tilted his head back in laughter, his eyes glinting with mischief and curiosity. "I'm astonished you remember me," Jareth replied, feigning modesty with a subtle smile. "Your assistance last time was commendable, and it left a lasting impression. I presume your visit isn't merely for a drink. Is there something you require?" Lucifer took a delicate sip of his wine, setting the glass down as he straightened, his gaze fixed intently on Jareth. The instant he finished speaking, a flash of red flickered in his eyes. "I have heard that the helmet of Morpheus is in your possession. I need it. Will you sell it to me?" Jareth, undeterred by the fleeting crimson glow, maintained his composure, directly addressing the matter at hand, his eyes unwaveringly locked onto Lucifer, waiting for his response. "It is not you who requires it, but rather Morpheus." "Is it not? Why did he not come to me personally?" Lucifer raised an eyebrow, refraining from immediately acquiescing to Geralt's request, instead casting a question into the air. "It seems I cannot deceive you," he remarked, stating that he had past grievances with you, hence seeking me as an intermediary to retrieve his helm. Geralt spoke candidly, revealing no hint of concealment, thereby demonstrating his sincerity and neutrality. "Is that truly how he conveyed his message to you?" It appears he has not been entirely forthright. While he did not err in mentioning past entanglements, he failed to disclose the entirety of the truth. "Many years ago, I shared a blissful period with him, only for him to abruptly sever our bond, falling for a mortal woman. Would you not agree that his actions were rather excessive?" Lucifer slowly rose, recounting a tale that left Geralt astounded. One must admit, these divine beings certainly possess a flair for the dramatic, unrestrained by the boundaries of gender. Geralt marveled inwardly, though maintaining a facade of composure, merely narrowing his eyes slightly, silently reflecting upon the bewildering complexity of such emotional entanglements. Indeed, he was utterly excessive. However, I have seen your portrait in his possession, suggesting that he has never truly forgotten you, likely gazing upon your likeness in the quiet hours of the night with a sense of melancholic longing. After all, human life is fleeting. He must have acted in a moment of folly. Geralt smiled, deliberately echoing Lucifer's sentiments. Upon hearing this, Lucifer paused briefly before breaking into laughter. "Although I am aware your words are not entirely sincere, they nonetheless bring me a measure of joy. Very well, that item is of little use to me. Yet, what do you intend to offer in exchange? I am not easily swayed by trivialities." He reclined once more on the sofa, crossing his legs, his gaze rekindling with intrigue and anticipation for the transaction, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the armrest as he awaited Geralt's response. "I possess a powerful artifact from my earlier days, a treasure you cannot refuse. Returning it to you would indeed restore it to its rightful owner." Geralt stated with a calm demeanor, unfazed as he retrieved his phone from his pocket and displayed its contents. Lucifer, who had previously appeared indifferent, suddenly froze upon seeing the screen, his pupils dilating as he fixated on the pair of radiant angelic wings depicted. The wings exuded a sanctified and resplendent glow within the photograph. Lucifer's breath quickened involuntarily, a myriad of emotions flickering in his eyes: shock, nostalgia, yearning, and an ineffable pang of anguish. These wings, once his, bore witness to his former glory in paradise and the subsequent fall from grace. I never anticipated this would be in your possession. Indeed, I find it impossible to decline. Very well, I accept this transaction. Lucifer shattered the brief silence that enveloped the room. Chapter 89. Fragments of the World. Upon hearing Lucifer's words, Geralt silently exhaled in relief, knowing that the deal had been struck. Reflecting on the moment he acquired this pair of wings, he had been meticulously concealing them. Fully aware of their immense value and potential influence, he understood that when confronted with an entity like Lucifer, only by presenting a sufficiently weighty bargaining chip could one achieve their objectives. Now, this pair of wings was finally to be returned to its rightful owner, and he was on the verge of fulfilling Morpheus' commission, obtaining that fragment of the world. Upon successfully concluding the transaction with Lucifer, Coulson furrowed his brow, a hint of perplexity and confusion gracing his expression as he turned to Geralt and inquired, "It seems this matter does not require our involvement. So why must we accompany you?" His words captured the attention of the other team members, their gazes shifting to Geralt, curiosity evident in their eyes. Geralt slightly turned his head, his eyes sweeping over the group, his demeanor shifting to one of solemnity. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. "This occasion is primarily to broaden your horizons. You must understand that you will inevitably interact with these figures in the future. This is the mission of our small team." His pace remained deliberate as he continued. "We serve as the barrier between the normal and the abnormal, preventing malevolent forces from infiltrating our world. We are destined to be misunderstood, compelled to traverse this dark path alone. Yet, I shall remember each of you. You are all heroes." Geralt's voice gradually rose, his words resonating like a powerful force, profoundly impacting the hearts of every team member. Upon hearing Geralt's declaration, a strong sense of duty surged within Coulson and the others. They bore the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the order of the world and repelling supernatural threats, and each one instinctively straightened their spine, as if, in that moment, they truly grasped the profound significance of the vocation they had chosen. Having instilled a renewed sense of purpose, aside from Coulson and Barton, the others had fully embraced their roles. It appeared that it was time to enhance the strength of the members. A subtle smile graced Geralt's lips, his eyes shimmering with satisfaction as he quietly observed the resolute expressions of his team, feeling quite pleased with the impact of his recent words. Once this matter was resolved, Geralt swiftly returned to Morpheus' realm of dreams, familiar sights greeting him. The same elegantly poised, aloof butler approached first. "Ah, your efficiency surpasses my expectations. How did it go? Did he give you any trouble?" Before Geralt could respond, Morpheus' magnetic voice echoed from within the banquet hall. A faint smile graced his lips. Clearly pleased with the outcome of Geralt's negotiation with Lucifer, Geralt slowly extended his arm, and above his palm, the fabric of space subtly twisted, revealing a uniquely shaped helmet gradually materializing. The helmet bore an odd appearance, reminiscent of a diving helmet. "This transaction required a considerable sacrifice on my part," Geralt remarked, his brow slightly furrowed, hinting at the challenges and difficulties encountered during this endeavor. "Understood. The fragments of this world are ample enough to compensate for your losses." Morpheus nodded gently. He then gradually raised his palm, whereupon a soft luminescence began to coalesce, eventually forming a radiant sphere. This sphere represented a unique coordinate, emblematic of the genuine fragments concealed within the cosmic interstices. Possessing this singular coordinate was akin to grasping the key to an unyielding door. Geralt would not only be able to enter seamlessly, but could also manipulate the energies within that realm to a certain extent. Geralt carefully accepted the luminescent sphere, scrutinizing it meticulously, and upon confirming its authenticity, he tucked it into his bosom. "So, shall I take my leave?" he inquired, casting a slight nod towards Morpheus before turning away. Before long, Geralt found himself back in his quaint little shop, his heart brimming with anticipation regarding the mysteries held within that enigmatic fragment of the world. Just as he was poised to immerse himself in the exploration of this mysterious shard, he received a communication from Midnight Dad. Geralt hastily connected, listening intently as Midnight Dad's deep, gravelly voice slowly articulated, "I have ascertained the approximate location of your apprentice." "Where?" Geralt pressed urgently. "You may find it hard to believe, but she has been lurking within S-H-I-E-L-D. Midnight Dad replied with a measured calm. Surprise washed over Geralt's face, and he exclaimed, "Good heavens! How insidious!" Midnight Dad continued, "That is all I could uncover. I am uncertain of her exact identity." Upon hearing Midnight Dad's words, Geralt's brow furrowed tightly, engulfed in profound distress. How am I to locate her? For now, I must set it aside. If she harbors any intentions, she will inevitably reveal herself in due time. he murmured, his voice tinged with a hint of resignation. Deep within the secret research base of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury wore a furrowed brow. He stood outside a vast transparent protective barrier, observing as numerous researchers busily navigated the intricate apparatus of the laboratory. Yet, the progress on the Tesseract's research seemed to be mired in stagnation. This object, years ago, was harnessed by Hydra with its energy. It is inconceivable that we cannot achieve the same now, Nick Fury muttered under his breath, frustration seeping through his tone. The Tesseract harbored immense energy capable of altering the very fabric of global dynamics, yet, faced with this enigmatic artifact, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s scientific team appeared utterly powerless, amplifying his sense of pressure. At that moment, a silver-haired elder researcher approached him with deliberate steps. He was a seasoned veteran within S.H.I.E.L.D., having dedicated years to various research endeavors. I once came across peculiar accounts and documents pertaining to Hydra. When the Red Skull was investigating the Tesseract, he not only employed Dr. Zola's designs but also received assistance from certain sorcerers. Could these sorcerers be codenames for some scientists? Upon hearing the elder researcher's words, Nick Fury's thoughts immediately turned to Geralt. In the legends, the Cosmic Cube is a treasured artifact of the divine King Odin. Perhaps it would be prudent to inquire with Geralt regarding his knowledge of it. If feasible, I shall propose his involvement in this research, hoping to uncover some advancement. He murmured softly, his mind already devising ways to persuade Geralt to join the study of the Cosmic Cube. In this perplexing predicament, Nick Fury began to contemplate various approaches. Meanwhile, Geralt had successfully entered the fragmented realm, guided by a unique coordinate. Upon his arrival, a familiar force surged toward him like a tidal wave. Stirring a profound resonance within his soul, Geralt gently closed his eyes, attuning himself to every subtle fluctuation and nuance of this energy. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, determination glimmering within them. This was undoubtedly a place akin to the world of Azeroth. Chapter 90. The Orc tribe with a heart brimming with curiosity and a desire for exploration, Geralt commenced his perception in this enigmatic little world. To his delight, he soon discerned that the seemingly modest world indeed possessed civilization. He stumbled upon various artificial structures, their rugged and unrefined architectural style reminiscent of tribal designs. And he immediately recognized their striking similarity to the tribal edifices from his memories of Azeroth. Following the path indicated by the buildings, Geralt ventured into a secluded valley. As anticipated, he discovered a settlement of orcs. These orcs were robust and brawny, their muscular forms exuding wild strength. Their skin displayed a spectrum of hues, ranging from deep green to brownish tones. As Geralt approached the orc tribe, the vigilant guards stationed at the entrance swiftly sensed his presence. They perked up their ears, gripping their weapons tightly, and promptly signaled an alarm. In an instant, a resounding blast of horns echoed throughout the tribe, shattering the tranquility. Before long, a large contingent of fully armed orcs surged forth like a tidal wave. Among them, a formidable chief, exuding an air of authority, approached Geralt. Towering and robust, he donned a unique helmet adorned with imposing bull horns, amplifying his fierce demeanor. As the chief stood before Geralt, he opened his mouth and began to speak in a torrent of unintelligible words. Geralt concentrated all his mental prowess, unleashing a wave of psychic energy that surged toward the orc chief's mind. In mere moments, the once alien and incomprehensible Orcish tongue began to trickle into his consciousness, quickly becoming intelligible. Who are you, and what brings you to our White Wolf tribe? The chief's resonant voice echoed once more, now fully understood by Geralt. I am a traveler from another world, having inadvertently acquired the coordinates to this small realm, which has led me here, Geralt replied with a smile, elucidating his purpose. Upon hearing Geralt's words, the chief's initially wary gaze was instantly replaced by fervor. His imposing figure trembled slightly, and his eyes sparkled with a fervent light. As if he had glimpsed a long-awaited beacon of hope, he strode forward with purpose and addressed Geralt with a tone of reverence. At last, our White Wolf tribe has awaited our savior. Savior? What do you mean? Geralt inquired, a hint of confusion and curiosity gracing his features. This diminutive world was once a fragment of a grander realm, until one fateful day, it was swept away by a formidable force, adrift in a new existence. We have been ensnared in this world, unable to escape. Although the resources here barely suffice for our survival, they are insufficient for any substantial growth. Many years ago, a prophet foretold that one day, an individual from the outside world would arrive. That person would become our redeemer. The orc chief's countenance was grave and solemn, and the surrounding orcs fell silent, attentively absorbing the chief's narrative. As the chief spoke, he seemed to envision the harrowing scene of this small world being torn apart, banished, and felt the struggles and helplessness of the orc tribe striving to survive in this land. After listening, Geralt contemplated the situation, recognizing it as an exceptional opportunity for himself. To effortlessly gain their loyalty would undoubtedly serve him well. Subsequently, Geralt and the White Wolf chief entered the central assembly hall of the tribe. The hall was imbued with an ancient and mysterious aura, adorned with various animal hides and tribal totems along the walls. At its center stood a massive stone table, encircled by rough yet sturdy stone benches. The two took their seats opposite each other, embarking on a profound discussion regarding this small world and the means of their departure. Chief of the White Wolf tribe, I hail from a realm rich in resources. Thus, you need not worry about scarcity. You may dwell in this small world with peace of mind. When time permits, I shall create a dark portal in this world, granting you the freedom to depart at will. Geralt articulated his plans and visions. Upon hearing these words, the White Wolf chief's eyes brimmed with excitement. Moments later, he sprang to his feet, his robust form towering in the hall. He then knelt on one knee in a gesture of utmost solemnity and devotion, striking his right fist heavily against his left chest, bowing his head, and bellowing in a thunderous voice, "From this day forth, we of the White Wolf tribe shall heed your command. You have saved us, O great savior." His voice reverberated throughout the hall, drawing other orcs from the tribe to gather around. Witnessing the chief's actions, they too knelt, echoing in unison, "O great savior." In that moment, the entire tribe was enveloped in jubilant cheer, the spectacle truly magnificent. As the exploration of this small world reached a temporary conclusion, Geralt had successfully garnered the loyalty of the entire White Wolf tribe, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment and aspirations for the future. Perhaps this place shall become my private stronghold henceforth. I shall also claim a vast territory. Alas, it seems my funds are dwindling. Geralt pondered silently. The immense potential encapsulated within this small world and the orc tribe, whether as a reservoir of resources or a strategic stronghold, would profoundly influence his future endeavors. With the devout farewell of Chief White Wolf and the orc warriors, Geralt departed from the small world. Upon returning to his modest shop, before he could even take a moment's respite, the communication device urgently chimed, heralding the voice of Nick Fury. "Geralt, we have something special here that requires your assistance." Geralt arrived at SHIELD, where Nick Fury guided him to a clandestine base. They entered a vast, secret facility, bustling with diligent researchers, who were engrossed in various scientific inquiries. The perimeter of the base was fortified with a multitude of protective mechanisms and energy shield generators, clearly designed to prevent internal energy leaks or external intrusions. From the stringent security outside, Geralt could discern that the activities within were undoubtedly of great significance. Under Nick Fury's direction, Geralt ventured deeper into the core of the base. At last, he stood before a colossal transparent container, beholding a cube that emanated a mysterious luminescence. Its brilliance was dazzling, as if it harbored the most profound secrets of the universe. At last, I see you, Geralt thought, his gaze fixated on the cosmic cube. This is the cosmic cube. We obtained it years ago after Captain America defeated Red Skull. Our tests have revealed that it contains boundless energy, yet regrettably, we have yet to comprehend its workings, Nick Fury remarked, standing beside Geralt. His eyes equally locked on the cosmic cube, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation. I recall that over 70 years ago, Hydra managed to utilize it. You have possessed it for so many years, yet still cannot achieve what they accomplished back then? Geralt raised an eyebrow, feigning astonishment. Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment washed over Nick Fury's face. He cleared his throat softly, attempting to alleviate the awkward tension, his eyes betraying a touch of helplessness. According to records, they had assistance from a sorcerer. That's why I sought you out. After all, this artifact has always been shrouded in myth, he explained slowly. Geralt nodded slightly in response. In truth, this is my first encounter with it, and my understanding differs from yours. Oh, please elaborate, Nick Fury inquired, intrigued by Geralt's seemingly unique perspective. You refer to it as the Cosmic Cube, but to be precise, it should be termed the Space Gem. Its purpose is not to serve as an energy battery. Rather, it is designed for the manipulation of space. Therefore, your initial premise is misguided, Geralt conveyed with measured calmness. Manipulating space? That may be premature for us. However, it indeed possesses infinite energy, does it not? That is what we seek, Nick Fury remarked, his brow slightly furrowed. Upon hearing Nick Fury's words, Geralt smiled at him and slowly remarked, this artifact is a harbinger of calamity. Should you persist in your research, misfortune will surely follow. Nick Fury furrowed his brow, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes, seemingly unconvinced by Geralt's warning of impending doom. You needn't concern yourself with that. Do you possess any means to assist us? Geralt's gaze gradually shifted from Nick Fury to the enigmatic cosmic cube emanating a mystical glow below. Allow me to examine it up close. I have begun to formulate some ideas. Approaching the cosmic cube, under the scrutiny of numerous researchers, Geralt bent slightly and placed his hand upon its surface. With his eyes tightly shut, Geralt focused intently, attuning himself to the nature of the power contained within the cube. He could distinctly perceive an unceasing fountain of energy within, ceaselessly generating infinite spatial energy. Truly, it was worthy of its title as the Infinite Gem. In this universe, It was indeed boundless. Alas, the aspirations I hold seemed to remain tantalizingly out of reach. Gerald's heart swelled with contemplation. Yet the gap between his desires and reality appeared insurmountable. After a moment's reflection, he resolved to attempt to absorb a fragment of the spatial energy, channeling his magical essence. He cautiously reached out to touch the surging energy. At the moment of contact, a brilliant azure energy erupted forth, akin to a beast breaking free from its confines, instantly enveloping Gerald. Under Nick Fury's tense gaze, Gerald gradually opened his eyes, and in an instant, a flash of blue light darted from his pupils. Nick Fury's heart constricted. His gaze fixated on Gerald. It is done. I have activated the energy within. You may proceed with your research as you see fit. Your progress will surely be remarkable. Should you have any further inquiries, do not hesitate to approach me. Gerald's voice shattered the suffocating silence. Upon hearing these words, the taut nerves of Nick Fury finally relaxed, and he exhaled softly, a rare look of ease gracing his features. I appreciate your efforts. Please keep matters here confidential. He regarded Gerald with a mixture of gratitude and caution. I understand. I shall take my leave. Gerald nodded slightly, offering a succinct reply. He turned and walked with composure toward the exit of the facility, the surrounding researchers casting admiring and curious glances in his direction. Emerging from the base, Gerald found himself in an open area, and with a flash of light, his figure vanished from sight. Moments later, he reappeared in the familiar confines of his quaint shop. With a serene demeanor, Gerald extended his hand, and a radiant sphere of crystalline blue energy began to coalesce in his palm. Gazing upon this luminous orb, a satisfied smile crept onto his lips, revealing his profound contentment. The harvest this time is indeed substantial. The spatial energy within the infinite essence has been absorbed in considerable amounts, not only enhancing my teleportation skills but also leaving me with enough to construct a dark portal. Gerald murmured softly. Meanwhile, in the distant, boundless depths of the cosmos, amidst a realm of silent darkness, enigmatic nebulae shimmered in and out of visibility. Loki stood before a colossal figure adorned with purple skin. The giant's form loomed like a mountain, exuding an overwhelming and chilling aura as he regarded Loki with a cold gaze. As we previously discussed, as long as you surrender your Chitauri army to me, I shall procure the Tesseract for you. Loki tilted his head slightly, his eyes glinting with cunning and confidence. The purple giant, clad in golden armor, silently scrutinized Loki. Asgardian, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. The giant's voice was deep and resonant, seeming to echo from the depths of the universe. Carrying an undeniable authority, do not underestimate any adversary. However, Loki paid little heed, a look of disdain crossing his face. Merely a group of mortal insects, he scoffed, his tone dripping with arrogance and contempt. In his eyes, the humans of Earth were nothing but weak, gullible beings, unworthy of comparison to the Asgardians. Yet, when his thoughts inadvertently drifted back to the scene of his defeat at Gerald's hands, his expression darkened considerably. That was a humiliation etched deeply in his heart, a memory that stirred within him a wellspring of hatred. This time, I shall surely slay you, he vowed silently, his eyes flickering with a fierce light. The purple giant seemed to sense the turmoil within Loki, but chose to remain silent. He raised his hand slightly, and a servant immediately presented a staff adorned with gemstones. This is for you to use, the giant said slowly, his gaze fixed upon Loki. Upon completion, return it to me alongside the Tesseract. His voice remained calm but carried an unmistakable weight of authority. Loki paused momentarily, surprise flickering in his eyes. He eagerly reached out and accepted the staff. The instant he grasped it, an extraordinary power coursed through his arm and enveloped his entire being, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Clutching the staff tightly, it felt as if he had seized the reins of ultimate power, his ambition swelling within him. In that moment, he envisioned himself standing atop the pinnacle of Earth, trampling upon those who had once humiliated him. Chapter 92. The arcane runes within Stark Tower. A gentle and steady blue glow emanated from Tony's chest, where the new arc reactor resided. After utilizing this new reactor for some time, he had keenly sensed the emergence of a peculiar energy within his body. This energy flowed like a hidden current, coursing through him and imparting a sensation that was both unfamiliar and wondrous. Jarvis, does this energy have any adverse effects on my body? Tony furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the reactor in his chest as he addressed the air. His voice carried a hint of uncertainty and vigilance. After all, the emergence of an unknown energy within his body was enough to instill caution in anyone. Sir, this peculiar energy has a positive effect on you, significantly enhancing your cellular vitality. Jarvis's calm and composed voice resonated at the opportune moment. It bears some resemblance to the special components found in the potion administered to Mr. Gerald last time, rendering immediate data analysis impossible. As Jarvis spoke, a complex array of data and charts swiftly materialized in the air of the laboratory. It seemed the potent ingredients added by Gerald had triggered this phenomenon. Tony stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. He recalled Gerald's enigmatic demeanor and the wondrous effects of that potion, a ripple of intrigue stirring within him. Perhaps it was time to seek his counsel? As Jarvis indicated, this energy evidently did not align with technological constructs. If it was of a mystical nature, an expert was indeed necessary. Tony muttered to himself, his thoughts racing. Having arrived at a conclusion, he decisively instructed Jarvis, contact Gerald. At that moment, Gerald was engrossed in the development of magical equipment for his team members. He had resolved that it was time to enhance their strength, for the challenges they were about to face would only grow more formidable. Just then, a peculiar alert disrupted the tranquility of his workspace. Gerald paused momentarily, then set down his tools, a faint smile gracing his lips. Tony is seeking me? It appears he is prepared. While Tony pondered in the laboratory, a portal suddenly manifested without warning. The portal emitted a brilliant radiance, accompanied by a subtle distortion of space. This unforeseen occurrence startled Tony, prompting him to instinctively retreat a few steps. However, his taut nerves began to ease when he observed Gerald calmly stepping through the portal. Though a look of dissatisfaction still lingered on his face. Could you not just knock before entering? Tony frowned, his voice tinged with exasperation. He had indeed been taken aback by such an abrupt entrance, leaving him somewhat flustered. Apologies, it's a habit. I promise to do better next time. Gerald replied with an apologetic smile, shrugging lightly. Tony chose not to dwell on this minor incident, for his mind was more preoccupied with the mysterious energy coursing through him. He cut straight to the chase. Ever since you added those potent ingredients last time, I have experienced some energies within my reactor that I cannot comprehend. Do you have any insight? Gerald squinted slightly, attuning himself to Tony's condition. He quickly discerned that Tony had perfectly acclimated to the magical energy. A look of satisfaction spreading across his face. Though still quite faint, it is indeed magical energy. Congratulations, Tony, you have become a part of our magical realm. Upon hearing this, Tony was momentarily taken aback, his expression soon transforming into one of delight. Does this mean I can learn your techniques? He inquired eagerly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Gerald gently shook his head and patiently explained, though the magical energy within you has adapted to your body, it remains too feeble for you to learn much at this moment. His gaze fell upon the reactor in Tony's chest, which emitted a soft blue glow as he continued. Currently, this magical energy resembles a seed planted within you. It requires time and proper guidance to flourish. At the present energy level, you are still far from wielding true magic. What can it do now? Tony inquired, his brow slightly furrowed, a hint of disappointment creeping in. His initial excitement about mastering dazzling magic was momentarily doused. Although its strength is insufficient for casting spells, I can impart to you something else. A unique knowledge well suited to you, which I believe you will find intriguing. Gerald regarded Tony with a certain enigmatic glimmer in his eyes, instantly captivated by Gerald's words. Tony's curiosity surged. What is it? He asked eagerly. A confident smile graced Gerald's lips as he replied slowly, rune technology. The mention of technology intensified Tony's interest, as it had always been his forte and passion. Do tell, he said with palpable anticipation. Clearing his throat, Gerald began to elucidate. Rune technology is a distinctive art that merges magical runes with scientific principles. It is akin to a magical circuit board, and our aim is to infuse the power of these runes into the various equipment and inventions you are familiar with through technological means. Imagine this, Tony, Gerald continued, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Your armor will no longer rely solely on technological energy. The power of runes can bestow additional magical capabilities upon it. Moreover, these runes can resonate with your reactor, further awakening the latent magical energy within you, allowing it to grow in tandem with your mastery of rune technology. Tony was spellbound, his mind already conjuring vivid images of a futuristic scenario, clad in enhanced armor, soaring above the city. Not only endowed with unprecedented speed and offensive power, but also capable of effortlessly wielding a myriad of enchanting magical effects. The thought ignited a fervor within him. That sounds incredible, Tony exclaimed excitedly. When do we begin? Upon hearing Tony's response, Gerald smiled faintly. He slowly extended his hand, palm upward, and a tome radiating a ghostly blue glow materialized before them. The cover of this magical book was crafted from an extraordinary material, inscribed with intricate golden patterns. This is the Compendium of Magical Runes, which delineates most of the fundamental runes and their engraving methods in detail. As Gerald spoke, he gently presented the tome to Tony. I trust that as a genius, you will find this learning process to be quite manageable. Consider it akin to studying a circuit board, he added. Tony's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he fixed his gaze upon the book, unable to contain his excitement as he grasped it eagerly. I have always harbored a fervent passion for acquiring new knowledge. After all, it is but a kind of magical runes. Let me enlighten you on what it means to be a genius, Tony confidently proclaimed. Chapter 93, The Return of Loki. You may take your time to learn and explore. Should you encounter any confusion, feel free to consult me. I am genuinely curious about the extent of your capabilities, Gerald remarked, his gaze fixed on Tony, brimming with anticipation. Tony, engrossed in his tome of runes, merely waved his hand dismissively, acknowledging Geralt's enthusiasm without breaking his concentration. His complete attention was ensnared by the compendium of runes. As he turned the pages, his focus intensified, drawing closer to scrutinize the intricate details of the runes, occasionally squinting as he pondered the complex instructions on the engravings. However, after only a short while of perusing, Tony's initially confident demeanor gradually shifted to one of gravity, his brow furrowing involuntarily. This knowledge is indeed entirely distinct. Much of what lies within leaves me utterly perplexed, Tony muttered under his breath. The magical runes contrasted starkly with the scientific knowledge he was accustomed to. Those enigmatic symbols utterly shattered his preconceptions. After a moment of contemplation, Tony lifted his gaze to Geralt and earnestly declared, "I wish to employ you as my magical consultant." He recognized that in this unfamiliar domain, the guidance of Geralt, an experienced sorcerer, was indispensable for rapid progress. Moreover, with Geralt's mentorship, he could circumvent many pitfalls and more swiftly integrate rune technology into his armors and inventions. "I am quite occupied and cannot be at your side constantly," Geralt replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. $5,000 a year, and you need not remain by my side. Simply come when I require your counsel." Tony stipulated outright. "Boss, when shall we sign the contract?" Geralt's expression transformed from one of exasperation to serious intent. Upon hearing Geralt's words, Tony couldn't help but chuckle. "We can do so now." Thus, Geralt officially became Tony's private magical learning consultant. Within the heavily fortified confines of SHIELD's secret base. Following Geralt's activation of the cube's energy, the research progressed at an unprecedented pace. The scientists within the base were engulfed in a whirlwind of excitement and activity, as various advanced instruments operated at high speeds, continuously recording and analyzing data gleaned from the cosmic cube. To ensure the smooth continuation of the research, Nick Fury had summoned Dr. Eric, a leading authority in the field of physics. With his exceptional expertise and extensive experience, Dr. Eric swiftly emerged as the linchpin of the research team. However, this seemingly smooth research trajectory took an abrupt turn one fateful day. The previously stable cosmic cube's internal energy inexplicably became highly unstable. Alarms blared throughout the facility, red warning lights flickered to life, casting a crimson hue over the entire base and creating a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Nick Fury's expression was grave as he hastily approached Dr. Eric. "Dr. Eric, what is happening? Was everything not fine just yesterday?" Fury inquired anxiously, his eyes betraying a flicker of worry and unease. He had invested considerable effort and hope into this secret project, and he could not permit any missteps. "I am uncertain. The Tesseract seems to be influenced or disrupted by something beyond our control," Dr. Eric replied. His brow furrowed as he intently observed the erratic data flashing on the monitoring devices. His gaze was filled with confusion and concern as a leading physicist. He had never encountered such an enigmatic phenomenon. The Tesseract appeared to have slipped from their grasp, entering an unknown state. In the midst of their conversation, the Tesseract suddenly erupted with a surge of energy. The surrounding instruments emitted a piercing electrical noise under the impact of this force, followed by sparks igniting on the surfaces of various devices. Dr. Eric hurriedly stepped back several paces. Fury's gaze remained fixed on the violently fluctuating Tesseract as he asked, "Is there any way to calm it down? Perhaps we could contact Geralt. He possesses the ability to activate the Tesseract, and should also be capable of calming it," Dr. Eric suggested to Fury. "Geralt?" Fury murmured, just as he reached for the communication device to reach out to him. At that moment, the Tesseract seemed to gather an immense power, suddenly unleashing a colossal beam of light. This beam rapidly coalesced before them, forming a sphere of high-density energy. Within this sphere, stars twinkled and nebulas swirled, displaying a myriad of bizarre sights. As the energy fluctuations gradually subsided, the sphere slowly dissipated, revealing Loki, brandishing his scepter, standing before them with his characteristic wicked smile. "It appears you have indeed devoted considerable effort to your research on the Tesseract. However, it now belongs to me," he declared, slightly raising his chin and sweeping his gaze over the panicked researchers and the solemn Fury, already viewing the Tesseract as his own prize. "Who are you?" Fury instantly grew alert, swiftly drawing his firearm. Simultaneously, the agents within the base reacted promptly, encircling Loki and aiming their weapons at him in unison. "I am Loki, the god of Asgard, and I shall be your master," Loki proclaimed, standing tall among them, exuding an air of arrogance, dismissing the firearms aimed at him as mere toys. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes glinting with arrogance and disdain as he surveyed the crowd, as if regarding a swarm of insignificant ants. "Loki, you are Thor's brother," Dr. Eric exclaimed, momentarily stunned before rapidly coming to his senses. "We have no enmity with Asgard. Neither do ants and shoes," Fury calmly retorted. Loki's lips curled into a subtle smirk as he turned to face Nick Fury, a wicked grin gracing his features. Are you intent on extinguishing us? Nick Fury's expression darkened, his hand subtly gesturing to the surrounding agents, signaling them to be prepared to fire at a moment's notice. Loki's patience was wearing thin. He had grown weary of conversing with these mere mortals. Suddenly, the tip of his scepter blazed with an ominous light, and a beam, sharp as a blade, shot forth instantaneously, leaving no time for reaction. The beam pierced through the chest of one agent, igniting a powder keg of chaos. In an instant, a cacophony of gunfire erupted. Bullets rained down upon Loki like a torrential downpour. Yet, he merely scoffed in disdain. Those projectiles posed no threat to him. In the face of Loki's formidable power, the agent's resistance seemed utterly futile. Soon, the majority of the agents lay defeated at his feet. The base transformed into a scene of utter devastation, blood and smoke permeating the air. Just as Loki believed victory was assured, a blue glowing arrow streaked toward him like a meteor, aimed directly at his heart. Observing the arrow, Loki's lips curled into a dismissive arc. To him, it was merely the last gasp of these insignificant humans, unworthy of his evasion. However, in the next moment, he would pay dearly for his hubris. As the arrow struck him, a brilliant explosion of blue light erupted. The force of the blast hurled Loki violently against the wall, disbelief and fury flickering in his eyes. He had never anticipated that these ants in his eyes could render him so vulnerable. Chapter 94. Hunter Barton. Loki rose from the ground, barely steadying himself when a second arrow whizzed towards him like a flash of lightning. The shimmering blue tip emanated a chilling aura beneath the dim lights of the base. Alarmed, Loki swiftly raised his scepter, the gem at its apex radiating fiercely as a beam erupted forth. With a resounding boom, the beam collided with the arrow mid-air, unleashing a blinding burst of light. The arrow was obliterated instantly. Where is it? Loki followed the trajectory of the arrow and spotted Hawkeye Barton, poised on a platform high above the base. He stood with athletic grace, his gaze focused and resolute. Drawing his bow once more, realizing Loki had aimed his scepter at him, Barton mentally cursed, springing into action like a shadow. Just as he moved, the beam Loki had unleashed detonated at his former position, a violent explosion creating a shockwave that sent debris soaring into the air, shattering the platform's edge. Utilizing his agility, Barton continuously shifted his position within the base, all the while loosing arrows at Loki. Yet, as he prepared to knock another arrow, he suddenly realized Loki had vanished. A sense of trepidation gripped Barton as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, his gaze swiftly traversing the various corners of the base. With deliberate care, he moved his feet, the bow in his hand drawn taut, the arrow poised, ready to be unleashed at a moment's notice. Loki seemed to have vanished into thin air. You are unlike ordinary mortals, Loki's voice whispered ominously from behind Barton. The suddenness of the sound sent a jolt through Barton's heart, igniting years of battle instincts within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he reflexively swung his bow back with force. Yet, Loki merely inclined his body slightly to the side, effortlessly evading Barton's attack, and then, with a grip like iron, seized Barton by the throat, lifting him high before forcefully slamming him against the wall. I believe you can be of assistance, Loki remarked, a peculiar smile gracing his features as he slowly aimed the tip of his scepter at Barton, his eyes shimmering with an otherworldly light. Below, Nick Fury, witnessing this alarming scene, immediately sprang into action. Without a flicker of doubt, he raised his firearm and unleashed a barrage of shots at Loki. Bang, bang, bang. The bullet struck Loki, ricocheting harmlessly off him without inflicting any damage. Loki appeared utterly unfazed by Fury's onslaught, his focus entirely consumed by Barton. He gently thrust the scepter forward, and the gem at its apex burst forth with an ethereal blue radiance. Barton felt a chill spread through his chest, followed by an invasive surge of psychic energy rushing toward his mind. The hunter's innate power within him instinctively rebelled against this foreign mental intrusion. However, Loki intensified his force. In an instant, the azure mental energy surged, crashing into the depths of Barton's consciousness with overwhelming might. The resistance within him gradually succumbed, ultimately dissipating entirely. A flicker of blue light flashed in Barton's eyes, rendering his expression vacant. Recognizing his success in subjugating Barton, Loki's visage broke into a satisfied smile. He relinquished his grip on Barton's throat, watching as his body slumped like a soulless marionette. Below, Nick Fury, perceiving the dire turn of events, sensed impending doom. Seizing the moment while Loki's attention was fixed on Barton, he stealthily grasped the Tesseract and prepared to retreat. Yet, in the instant he turned, a sharp arrow flew forth. It was Barton, now under Loki's control, drawing back his bow with precision, targeting the Tesseract in Fury's grasp. This arrow, imbued with formidable arcane power, was enveloped in a halo of soft blue light. With a swift whoosh, it struck the Tesseract with unerring accuracy. In an instant, the arcane energy erupted like a bomb, the powerful shockwave sending Nick Fury hurtling back. Simultaneously, this unexpected surge of arcane energy provoked a massive release from the Tesseract, unleashing a torrent of energy. The energy swiftly converged at the apex of the underground base, coalescing into a colossal, swirling vortex of power. Within the vortex, flashes of light flickered as arcs of electricity surged forth, enveloping the entire facility in a formidable wave of energy. Martin raised his gaze towards the impending explosion above, hastily turning to Loki and exclaimed, "We must evacuate immediately. This place is about to collapse." Upon hearing this, Loki vanished in a blur, racing down the staircase and snatching the cosmic cube that lay on the ground. Subsequently, he exerted control over several researchers, including Eric. Witnessing Loki's success, Martin dashed towards the garage of the base. He deftly opened the door of an all-terrain vehicle and leaped into the driver's seat. Loki, accompanied by the controlled individuals, followed closely and entered the vehicle. Martin slammed the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forth like an arrow released from a bow. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the base, Nick Fury's assistant, Agent Hill, silently observed the unfolding events. She showed no intention of intervening, instead wearing a peculiar smile. On the other side, Nick Fury struggled to rise, his body covered in dust, with several tears in his clothing and blood seeping from his wounds. Yet, disregarding his injuries, he swiftly grabbed the communication device and announced loudly for the entire base to evacuate. "Everyone, listen up. The base is about to collapse. Evacuate immediately. I repeat, evacuate immediately." His voice resonated through every corner of the facility. After issuing the warning, Fury turned and sprinted towards the helipad. He boarded a helicopter and shouted to the pilot, "Quick! Pursue that vehicle. We cannot allow Loki to escape with the cosmic cube." The helicopter's rotor blades whirred rapidly as it ascended, following the direction in which Barton had driven away. As Loki sat in the speeding vehicle, he noticed the relentless helicopter trailing them, a flicker of irritation crossing his eyes. He raised a scepter, unleashing a beam of energy aimed at the helicopter. The beam struck the tail of the helicopter, resulting in a thunderous explosion as the tail disintegrated, sending metal shards scattering like raindrops. The helicopter trembled violently, its body spiraling out of control as the engine emitted a piercing wail. Nick Fury clung tightly to the armrest of his seat, helplessly watching as Loki, with the cosmic cube, slipped away right before his eyes. Ultimately, the helicopter made a heavy landing on a clearing, its fuselage grinding against the ground, igniting sparks, and the immense force propelled Fury's body forward. Fortunately, the seatbelt secured him firmly in place. Disregarding his injuries, Fury swiftly unbuckled his seatbelt and leaped from the smoking helicopter. His expression grave, he immediately contacted Coulson. "Coulson, reach out to Gerald. We are in serious trouble. Loki has stolen the cosmic cube." Chapter 95. Assemble the personnel. At this moment, the cosmic cube, long brimming with energy, finally erupted with a thunderous blast. The entire underground base was abruptly engulfed by a powerful surge of energy. The sturdy walls, intricate instruments, and solid ground crumbled like fragile parchment in the face of this force. The metallic framework within the base twisted and contorted under the intense heat and violent impact, emitting anguished creaks before being mercilessly torn apart. Massive steel beams from the ceiling fractured and plummeted like meteors, crashing down upon the equipment and corridors below. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the ground began to tremble violently. Enormous fissures spread rapidly like a spider's web, radiating outward from the heart of the underground facility. Within mere seconds, the once massive base completely collapsed, its grand structure succumbing to the energy's onslaught, sinking into the abyss, leaving behind a gaping, bottomless pit. Fortunately, Nick Fury had alerted everyone to evacuate at the last moment, allowing the personnel within the base to escape the catastrophic disaster unscathed. They stood at a distance, gazing at the vast chasm, their faces etched with terror and relief at having survived. Meanwhile, in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city, a group of heavily armed terrorists was frantically firing at a secluded corner, bullets pouring down like rain, striking the walls and ground, sending up clouds of dust and sparks. "Where is she? Why can't I see her?" One terrorist anxiously scanned the surroundings, his voice tinged with fear and panic. His eyes were filled with vigilance. And the others, like startled birds, huddled together, cautiously moving their feet, fixated on every shadow, terrified that an enemy might emerge from an unexpected corner. Natasha lurked in the darkness, silently navigating through the derelict factory. She was mere steps away from the panicked terrorists, who remained oblivious to her presence. A subtle smirk gracing her lips. A concussion grenade landed precisely in the midst of the group. Moments later, with a resounding boom, the grenade detonated, unleashing a powerful shockwave that rapidly expanded from the explosion's epicenter. This shockwave enveloped the surrounding terrorists in an instant. They had no time to react before being knocked to the ground, unconscious. Only then did Natasha reveal herself, brushing off non-existent dust from her attire. Her expression slightly bored as she sighed. "That was too easy. Ever since I acquired this ability, tasks have lost their challenge." Indeed, since gaining her stealth capabilities, She executed missions like a phantom, moving effortlessly, often eliminating foes before they even sensed her presence. Just as Natasha prepared to depart, her communication device crackled to life. It was Coulson's voice. "Natasha, come back immediately. There's an important mission." Natasha raised an eyebrow, pondering. "An important mission? I hope it holds some challenge." At the pinnacle of Stark Tower, in the laboratory, Gerald and Tony were engrossed in a discussion regarding the complexities of rune technology. "You see, the alignment of this rune with the energy conversion device is consistently flawed, resulting in unstable energy output," Tony remarked. His brow furrowed as he gestured over the model with his fingers. Gerald nodded slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the model. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "Perhaps we could adjust the engraving angle of the rune, aligning it with the flow characteristics of magical energy to identify a more precise entry point." Just as they delved deeper into their discussion, Jarvis's voice interrupted them. "Sir, Agent Coulson has arrived and wishes to speak with you and Mr. Gerald." "Tell him we're not here," Tony responded impatiently, not bothering to lift his head. The conversation surrounding rune technology was at a critical juncture, and he was reluctant to be disturbed. However, no sooner had Tony's words left his lips than the laboratory door was thrust open with a swish, and Coulson barged in. As a seasoned agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., he was well acquainted with the security systems of Stark Tower. The usual measures were no obstacle for him. "Gerald, S.H.I.E.L.D., is in serious trouble, and it would be beneficial for Mr. Stark to hear this as well. We need both of your assistance," Coulson said, hastily approaching them, his expression laced with urgency. Tony and Gerald exchanged glances, surprise flickering in their eyes. Coulson's fervent arrival indicated the gravity of the situation. "All right. Let's hear it," Tony acquiesced. Gerald remained composed, observing Coulson with an understanding that something significant had transpired. It seemed Loki was indeed involved. Was this the beginning of the Avengers' first assembly? Coulson activated his tablet, retrieving the pertinent information. Yet, Tony did not reach for it. Instead, he commanded, "Jarvis, connect." As soon as he spoke, a beam of blue light descended from the ceiling, forming an interface in midair. Tony waved his hand gently, and the contents of the tablet materialized as a three-dimensional projection before them. The initial images showcased a series of footage featuring Gerald battling various exotic creatures. Tony's eyes widened with intrigue as he watched, exclaiming, "I had no idea you've dealt with so many peculiar beings. Next time something like this arises, do call me. I find it quite fascinating." His curiosity regarding these fantastical elements was palpable. Gerald chuckled and nodded, "As long as you're not afraid." However, when the depiction of the Tesseract emerged within the holographic display, Tony's attention was immediately captivated. He fixated on the text and imagery, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. "The Tesseract, this is no trivial matter," Tony murmured, unconsciously stroking his chin. After sending the coordinates of the airborne aircraft carrier to Gerald and Tony, Coulson hurriedly exited Stark Tower. He silently contemplated the situation. Natasha had already arrived on Bruce Banner's side, and with her abilities, she should have no trouble. Coulson could only hope that this sudden crisis would be resolved smoothly. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Meanwhile, in India, in a dilapidated slum, Bruce Banner was concealed in this unremarkable corner. He had assumed the alias of a doctor, leading a mundane and discreet life to escape his past experiences. Inside the modest clinic, Banner had just finished attending to a patient and stood up wearily, rubbing his sore shoulders. However, at that moment, his body suddenly tensed. An inexplicable sensation surged within him. The whole persona inside him had rarely issued a warning, as if alerting him to the lurking danger nearby. Banner's gaze instantly sharpened, and he slowly surveyed his surroundings, his eyes sweeping across every corner of the room. Yet, all he could see were a few worn pieces of furniture and a haphazard pile of everyday items. Everything appeared as usual, devoid of anything amiss. Chapter 96. Bruce Banner. Suddenly, the muscles in Banner's face began to twitch uncontrollably, veins rising beneath his skin like serpents. His once deep-set eyes were swiftly overtaken by a shade of green. In this peculiar state, his vision seemed to pierce through the fog of reality, revealing a vague, indistinct figure before him. "Who is it?" Banner's voice, filled with anger and vigilance, emerged as a low, hoarse growl, like a roar forced from the depths of his throat. Without a second thought, he grabbed a cup of water from the table and hurled it towards the figure. The shape agilely dodged the splash, evading it effortlessly. Almost immediately, a slight ripple danced through the air, and Natasha's form gradually materialized. "Don't be alarmed, Dr. Banner. I am Agent Natasha Romanoff from S.H.I.E.L.D. As she spoke, Natasha slowly raised her hands in a gesture of peace, indicating she bore no ill will. Banner regarded Natasha warily, the green hue in his eyes gradually fading, returning to their original deep brown. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he spoke with a hint of caution. "S.H.I.E.L.D. How did you find me? Are you intending to imprison me again?" Don't misunderstand, Dr. Banner. Natasha's voice was steady and soothing, attempting to ease his taut nerves. We have always been aware of your whereabouts. Since you chose to live in seclusion here, S-H-I-E-L-D has been silently protecting you, ensuring that those who seek to exploit your powers or pose a threat to you cannot approach. I am here for a very important matter that requires your assistance. With that, Natasha retrieved a tablet from her equipment bag and displayed detailed information about the Tesseract. Banner furrowed his brow, still harboring a hint of skepticism, but reached out to take the tablet. He fished a somewhat worn pair of glasses from the pocket of his tattered shirt, put them on, and leaned closer to the screen for a closer examination. The Tesseract? He murmured softly, his tone tinged with curiosity. Natasha nodded slightly and began to elaborate. The cosmic cube harbors nearly limitless energy, a force so formidable that it can bestow boundless possibilities upon the world. However, it simultaneously possesses the capacity for devastation. If it falls into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, the consequences would be catastrophic. Regrettably, it has recently been stolen. We earnestly request your assistance in retrieving it, as it is of paramount importance to us. Are you certain that S-H-I-E-L-D does not intend to incarcerate me? Bruce Banner slowly raised his gaze from the tablet, locking eyes with Natasha. Dr. Banner, I assure you I come with the utmost sincerity. Natasha smiled warmly, her eyes brimming with genuine intent. She slightly spread her hands, indicating her benign intentions. I have come alone, without any team to apprehend you, nor hidden traps. We genuinely need your help. Your ability to become invisible seems somewhat familiar. I believe I have witnessed it in someone else. Bruce narrowed his eyes, curiosity flickering within them. Ah, you must have encountered our special consultant, Gerald. Natasha chuckled softly. I see. Bruce nodded in realization. Was he involved in this incident as well? I've been meaning to consult him about certain matters. The mention of Gerald visibly eased Bruce's demeanor. He and Gerald had shared a brief encounter that left a lasting impression on him. Natasha astutely noticed Bruce's change in attitude and seized the moment. Indeed, Gerald is already involved in this matter. With his presence and your intellect, our chances of success will increase significantly. Moreover, I believe that once you meet Gerald, you'll have the opportunity to discuss the inquiries you wish to pose. As Natasha spoke, she attentively observed Bruce's expression. After a moment of contemplation, Bruce weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Ultimately, he lifted his head and addressed Natasha. Very well, I will accompany you. Upon hearing Bruce's response, Natasha recognized that the matter was settled. The two exited the cramped room, and as Bruce stepped outside, he was met with a throng of heavily armed agents, forming an impenetrable barrier. Clad in black tactical gear and wielding weapons, they appeared serious and resolute, as if preparing for battle. Bruce blinked in surprise. Then a peculiar smile crept across his face, half amused. Is this what you meant by coming alone? Natasha, slightly embarrassed, cleared her throat and explained. Dr. Banner. They are merely responsible for perimeter security to ensure your safety. Meanwhile, upon the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, a colossal aircraft carrier loomed like a sea monster, drifting serenely upon the waves. On the carrier's deck, a multitude of soldiers assembled in orderly formation. Captain Steve Rogers had just boarded the carrier under Coulson's guidance. At that moment, Dr. Banner, accompanied by Natasha, arrived as well. Upon spotting Bruce, Steve's face instantly brightened with a warm smile. He strode forward, extending his hand. Dr. Banner. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. I have heard much about your affairs, and it brings me great joy to collaborate with you. Banner gazed at the tall, striking figure of Captain America before him, unable to suppress a smile as he extended his hand to grasp Steve's, exclaiming, Steve Rogers, the illustrious Captain America, truly seems to have stepped right out of a comic book. While Steve and Banner engaged in lively conversation, a seagull descended swiftly from the sky, landing gracefully before them. Under the watchful eyes of the gathering, a sudden crack echoed as the seagull instantaneously transformed into Gerald. This unexpected occurrence triggered an instinctive response from all the soldiers on deck, as they swiftly raised their rifles, aiming at Gerald. Whoa, calm down. Don't behave like a rookie who has never seen anything before, Gerald said, nonchalantly spreading his arms, a teasing smile adorning his face. Lower your weapons. Coulson commanded urgently upon witnessing the scene. He then turned to Gerald, expressing his exasperation. Anyone caught off guard by this spectacle would struggle to maintain their composure. Must you always make such an entrance? Steve and Banner shared a look of astonishment at this turn of events. Steve, however, quickly regained his composure, merely furrowing his brow slightly, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. In contrast, Banner found it difficult to reconcile this breach of scientific logic. Disbelief etched across his face as he muttered, "This defies science." Observing Banner's reaction, Gerald couldn't help but chuckle, replying, "Doctor, in this universe, there are countless phenomena that cannot be elucidated by conventional science. In time, you shall grow accustomed to them."